Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Chapter 201. Since you have doubts, let's solve your doubts first. What? Because this time back to the front line, there is no need to hurry. So Zaojian didn't use the Squid Mother's hand to break, he adjusted his physique to the lightest level. Therefore, for this flight, he flew for nearly 4 hours before returning to the front line of the battle with Iwagakur. Master Zaojian. Zaojian descended from the sky and landed outside the command department. All the ninjas on duty were shocked. Well, work hard, the war is about to end. Zaojian patted the ninja on the shoulder, and then stepped into the command post. After hearing the voices of the ninja and Zaojian on duty, everyone in the command center also stood up. Master Zaojian, are you back? Has the crisis in the village been lifted? Seeing Zaojian entering the headquarters, everyone asked. Even Kushina looked over curiously. Well, Kiragakur has been beaten away 4 or 5-0. Zaojian smiled, went to the first seat of the command table and sat down. When everyone heard Zaojian's words, they all let out a sigh of relief. Of course, more shocking and unbelievable. Because Zaojian went back and forth, it took less than 2 days to go. In their opinion, the speed of this flight is really fast. During the 2 days I was away, is there anything happening with Iwagakur? After sitting down in the first seat, Zaojian looked at Naruto and asked. No. The Rock Shinobi army has also stayed there for 2 days. From their actions, what should they be waiting for? And if I didn't guess wrong, it should be Lord Zaojian. You have wiped out the high-end combat power of Rock Shinobi village before. So they are now waiting for the village to resend the elite Jonin, or cage-level high-end combat power to come to support. Hearing Zaojian's question, Naruto answered seriously. I also added some guesses about Rock Shinobi. Oh, that's good. The notice goes on, except for the personnel on duty. Everyone has a good night's sleep tonight, and adjusts their state to the best. After tomorrow, our entire army will attack and directly defeat the people of Iwagakur. Hearing Naruto's answer, Zaojian nodded in response. Then he knocked on the command table, and his voice solemnly ordered. Advertisement. Yes, Lord Zaojian. I heard that tomorrow I will take the initiative. All the Jonin commands in the command post collectively led the command loudly. After all, if Zaojian had not returned to the village for rescue, they should have taken the initiative yesterday. Instead of standing by, rested for 2 full days. Okay, the meeting is adjourned, let's go ahead and let it go. After seeing everyone nodding their heads in response, Zaojian also got up and stood up. At this time, it was already dark. But because I have been on standby for these 2 days, therefore, in the army in the position, there are still many people who have not fallen asleep and rested slack. Therefore, Zaojian needs Jonin commanders to alert the people. Yes. Seeing Zaojian getting up, a Jonin commander also responded. Then he left his seat one after another and left the headquarters. Let's go to. After everyone retired, Zaojian also led Kushina away from the headquarters. After the Jonin commanders retired from the command post, they all scattered around. The ninjas who were still chatting and not sleeping were all persuaded to rest. Soon, the entire Konoha position became quiet. In the Konoha position under the night sky, apart from the footsteps of patrolling ninjas, there was only the call of crickets. No words for a night. The next day, when the sky first dawned, Zaojian woke up as usual. Because of the big battle today, he just got up. He alarmed Kushina next to him. So the two got up and put on them together. Master Zaojian, good morning. Master Kushina, good morning. The two had just left the camp when a patrol team came here. After seeing Zaojian and Kushina, the people on patrol stopped to say hello. Well, hard work. You go and inform Jonin so that they can assemble the army. Zaojian nodded to several people sent by the patrol, and then ordered. The sky was already bright at the moment, and they no longer need to patrol around. Yes, Lord Zaojian. Hearing Zaojian's order, the patrol team decided to respond. Then they scattered and informed the Jonin that they had gone. Zaojian and Kushina came to the clearing before the position. Advertisement. After a while, people began to gather here one after another. About 20 minutes later, all the ninjas on the Konoha position had all assembled. Zaojian, who had disappeared for 2 days, reappeared. This caused many people in the army to talk about it. Because of fear of unrest in the army, the intelligence of the village being attacked was not disseminated by the commanding Jonin. Because of this, the army naturally didn't know that Zaojian, who had disappeared for 2 days, actually went back to the village for rescue. All right. Everyone is quiet. When everyone is here, and a group of Jonin commanders also gathered behind him, Zaojian then raised his hand, suppressing the people's discussion. I believe everyone is very confused. Because 3 days ago, I ordered the army to prepare for battle. But why did you postpone it until today? And why did I disappear for 2 days for no reason? I just saw that many of you are also talking. Then now, I will solve your doubts first. After the army's voice completely stopped, Zaojian said in a loud voice. This matter cannot be said before. Because I was afraid that everyone was worried about Konoha, the army's mind was chaotic and people's mind was unstable. But now it's different. Because the matter has passed. The words spoken at this time, on the contrary, can more inspire the military spirit and morale of the Konoha people. 2 days ago, we received news from the village Kirigakuer, in order to avoid the village's defense in the Bear Country's garrison. So they walked around the sea, landed from the coast of the country of Sichuan, and directly attacked our 3.0 village. You also know that because we just defeated Tsunagakure's relationship, the village did not arrange many defenders to defend in Kawa no Kuni. Because of this, Kirigakuer happened to drill one of our leaks and directly attacked Konoha village behind us. Zayajian said here. All the people in the army suddenly burst into noise. The sound was buzzing, like a beehive, and couldn't stop it. Even Zayajian's voice was slightly covered up. No way, he can only use spiritual gems to strengthen the rendering power of his voice. That's why I disappeared for 2 days. Because 2 days ago, I rushed back to the village to rescue. With the blessing of the soul gem, the rendering power of Zayajian's voice is suddenly deepened. The noise of the Konoha army gradually weakened unconsciously, and finally stopped. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 202. Is he ignoring the life and death of Konoha's army? This is what's going on. Why do I feel this? I feel very at ease. The Jonin commanders of Konoha all looked at each other. They obviously didn't feel anything abnormal in their chakra. But under the spread of Zayajian's voice, everyone feels at ease. It's like illusion in the body. This makes them feel very strange. Maybe some of you want to ask me, what is the situation in the village now? I think, I don't need to answer, right? If the village is not out of danger, can I come back here now? Just when Konoha's army calmed down and waited for Zayajian to follow, Zayajian suddenly laughed. And his ridiculous words undoubtedly explained to the army that the village is safe and sound. After that, Zayajian's words also confirmed their thoughts again. Because in order to let the army have confidence in the next battle, so Zayajian told him all about the battle after he rushed to the village. With the blessing of the spiritual gem's ability, his words were exaggerated to life. The people seemed to be on the scene at the time, witnessing Zayajian alone, chasing and killing the 5,000 Vunin army. In just a few minutes, Zayajian didn't even say a word to encourage everyone. However, everyone seemed to have hit the chicken blood 02, and the heat was so high that they wanted to go to battle to kill the enemy. Even the Jonin around Zayajian, and even Nara Luyi, who is usually more afraid of trouble, feel full of energy at this moment. So, since I'm back from the village, next, what are we going to do? Don't I need to say it myself? Seeing that the morale of the army became very high under the influence of his own ability, Zayajian couldn't help laughing. Although improving the morale of the army, it will not increase their personal combat power. However, in collective combat, unexpected results can often be exerted. Therefore, the improvement of the momentum is still very important in the war. Hit away Gakuer. Kill them too. Let them pay a heavy price for the invasion. After Zayajian's voice fell, there was a loud cry from the army. The sound spread to a distance, causing several rock shinobi who were monitoring Konoha's position in the distance to be shocked. After reacting, they also rushed back to Iwagakure's position with information about the upcoming Konoha village attack. Well, what you are waiting for is your words. However, although we have more than 2,000 people, we are at the disadvantage of the number of people who beat each other's more than 7,000 people. But you don't have to worry. You just need to follow behind me. Advertisement. Then all major problems, I will solve them myself. Seeing the great momentum of the army, Zayajian nodded in satisfaction. However, although he used the power of the gem of the soul, the morale of the people has been improved. But this kind of momentum can't actually be maintained forever. So Zayajian added another sentence to the people. So as not to fight, the morale-restored army would feel timid. Understood. Master Zayajian, don't worry. Hearing Zayajian's words, the army responded loudly. Zayajian only affected their emotions with their ability, and did not directly control their minds. So although they were in high spirits at this time, they did not lose their minds. Therefore, what Zayajian said, they can naturally understand clearly. But from what Zayajian described earlier, he fought against the fog of Shinobu. The other Konoha people also believed that under the leadership of Zayajian, they and others would surely defeat Iwagakuer. Okay, then next, start the team assignment. After hearing the army's response, Zayajian nodded again. Then he assigned the team of more than 2,000 people to a group of Jonin commanders to lead. Even Kushina was also assigned to a team of more than 100 people. After all, this is an opportunity for meritorious service, and Zayajian will naturally not exclude Kushina. Because she is also a Jonin herself, and her strength can even be said to be the strongest person besides Zayajian here. 10 minutes later, the team is allocated. Then Zayajian gave an order and led the mighty army to pull out the position of Iwagakuer. Report. Master Han, sirs. All the ninjas in the Konoha position are all assembled. Moreover, they are very high profile, and they are about to attack us. Iwagakuer on the ground. An intelligence officer hurried into the headquarters. Then he told the truth about what he had seen and heard before. The Konoha army is coming on the initiative. Why do they want to hit the rock with the pebbles? Although Baiyun Zayajian is powerful, we really can't do anything with him. However, he led the army to attack on the initiative. Does he ignore the life and death of the other Konoha shinobi? After the intelligence personnel reported, there was a voice of doubt in Iwagakure's command. After all, in their opinion, the number of people on both sides is more than 3 times the difference. No one of them has ever played Zayajian. That's right. Advertisement. But the Konoha army of more than 2,000 people, they have never taken it seriously. Lois, Wenya, what do you think? Hearing the voices of discussion in the command center, Han frowned, then looked at Huang Tu and Wenya and asked. During the last battle with Zayajian, they lost a total of 1 cage level and 6 Jonin and elite Jonin. Although this number does not seem to be many, even taking the people in the command post, that's only 1/6 of the number of people. But among the 7 people in the command center, each of them is in the top 10 in strength, and can be a unique existence. Therefore, there are really few Jonin who can be alone in Rock Shinobi's command. And Huang Tu and Wenya are 2 of the few remaining, so he can only ask their opinions. I think Konoha must have something to rely on. Otherwise, they would never dare to take the initiative to attack us when the number of people is at a disadvantage. As for Baiyun Zayajian, regardless of other Konoha shinobi people's life and death, I think it's impossible. Because, if he is really like this and doesn't care about the life and death of his companions, will Konoha Village 450 let him be the commander-in-chief? This is obviously impossible. Hearing Han's question, Huang Tu pondered for a moment, and then said seriously. Moreover, the analysis can be considered reasonable and well-founded. I think what Huang Tu said is very reasonable, and I also very much agree with it. If Baiyun Zayajian really doesn't care about his companions giving such orders alive, it is estimated that Konoha would have been in turmoil long ago. So I also think that Konoha's army should have something we don't know about. Wenya first looked at the Lois, and then also said solemnly and seriously. Hearing what the 2 said, the Jonin who had spoken before suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. They also knew at this time that what they and others saw was too superficial. Well, how do you think we should respond? Han nodded after hearing the words of the 2, then asked again. And he himself began to meditate, and the thoughts in his head began to spin. I think we should focus on defense. After all, I don't know what the other party is relying on. Therefore, it is the safest way to adapt to changes without change. In this answer, Wenya was ahead of Lois, and his strategy was also nodded and approved by the crowd. Okay, then do what you said. Everyone, immediately gather the army, let the army use Earth-style ninjutsu, and build a simple fortification for me. After thinking for a while, Han accepted Wenya's proposal, and then ordered the people one by one. Chapter 203 Are you Konoha taking drugs? Papa Papa Papa. Master Zayajian, Iwagakure's position. Chakra violently rioted suddenly. Zayajian is leading the majestic army, heading straight to the Iwagakure position. At this moment, a perception ninja suddenly rushed forward and gave a report to Zayajian. Although everyone knows that Zayajian's perception is the strongest existence in this team, but because of the responsibility, the perception ninja still has to take the initiative to report. Well, I get it. Zayajian nodded in response. Although he didn't keep Kagura's eyes open, but there was a slight shake on the ground before, and he could still feel it clearly. This must be the movement from the Iwagakure position. Master Zayajian, are we really just like this? Are we going to rush directly? Is this still a bit too reckless? After the perception ninja stepped back, Narasha Keijo ran while looking up at Zayajian and asked. Because Zayajian is not running on the ground. Instead, they flew a few meters above them, so they must raise their heads before they can see Zayajian. Well, no strategy is needed for the time being. Just conceal the past. Hearing Nara Luyu's question, Zayajian looked down at him. I saw Nara Luyu, although his face was a little worried. But the momentum was just like gang, and it didn't drop in the slightest. All right. After receiving Zayajian's response, Nara nodded for a long time. According to his original character, he should sigh at this time. However, under the influence of Zayajian's ability, he was full of energy at the moment, and he didn't feel discouraged or troublesome at all. The Konoha Jonin commanders can also clearly feel their own abnormalities. Although they don't know how Zayajian can only affect their emotions, it does not affect chakra and their minds. But they did not ask. Because under the influence of Zayajian's ability, the army is now in high spirits. Therefore, although they knew that they and others, they should have been affected by Zayajian. But they did not resist the exaggeration of this sentiment. Because reason is telling them that this is undoubtedly a good thing for the army. After all, they are doing more with less, so of course the higher the momentum, the better. Pata pata pata. After Nara Luyu's voice fell, the army fell silent again. Advertisement. Around the people, there was soon only the sound of footsteps on the ground. However, this did not affect morale in the slightest. On the contrary, because people are getting closer and closer to Rock Shinobi, the momentum has become more and more condensed. It was like a knife, gradually being pulled out, as if about to be out of the sheath and slash the enemy. The army moved on for another 10 minutes or so. Iwagakure's position was gradually imprinted in everyone's sight. I saw a city wall more than 20 meters high and 6 or 7 meters wide, four-sided, rising from the ground around the Iwagakure position. Just like this place, a city was built. There is no doubt that the previous chakra fluctuations on the Iwagakure position was the collective release of Earth style by Rock Shinobi to create this huge wall. At this moment, Rock Shinobi's army of more than 7,000 people, all gathered inside the city wall and on the front wall. Everyone has a solemn expression that is fierce and wicked. What? Zayajian flew high suddenly. Then he turned around and flew backwards while facing the Konoha army. At this moment, the war is imminent, and he has to give everyone a morale boost again. Everyone. You know, when I came back from the village, the senior villagers, have you said anything? Zayajian's voice spread to the depths of the soul of every Konoha shinobi under the rendering of spiritual gems. All the people in the army raised their heads curiously. The village leaders promised. After this battle is over, when we guys spin, they will lead everyone in Konoha to welcome our army. Zayajian shouted loudly. The sound blessed the soul gem. The rendering power is like magic, reaching its peak in an instant. Boom 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 boom. Wow, wow. When the voice fell, the army immediately roared and roared. Everyone is like adrenaline. Even the meridians on the neck bulged with excitement. The high levels led the villagers to greet each other. What glory is this? This is also the same since Konoha established the village. Something that has never happened before. Advertisement. This is a very exciting thing. Then again under the exaggeration of Zayajian's spiritual gem ability. Therefore, the momentum of the Konoha people suddenly skyrocketed again, reaching the peak. At the moment they looked ahead, the wall built by the rock shinobi. As if you can collapse at will with just a light push. Hey hey hey, everyone, Konoha, what's wrong? Isn't it because of some forbidden drugs? On the Uegakuer position, the noise of doubts rang one after another. The momentum of the Konoha army seemed to be able to break the clouds above the sky. The sound spread to Uegakuer's position, and the unknown rock shinobi army was shocked. Asterisk everybody enters the first level of combat readiness. Knock me up. After hearing the roar of Konoha's army, Han also shouted loudly. However, his voice was very thin compared with Konoha's army, so it did not play a role in boosting morale. It can only achieve the effect of slightly alerting everyone. Seeing this scene, Huang Tu and Wen Yai also looked at each other solemnly. They really don't know what Konoha has to rely on. Konoha is clearly hitting more with less. Where does this high morale come from? However, if they couldn't think of the answer for a long time, they could only give up temporarily. Because the Konoha army led by Zayajian is already approaching the city. Okay, Wiley is good. Let us beat Rock Shinobi here, and Guy will spin back to the village. Seeing the momentum of the crowd, they had been transferred to Ultimate, Zayajian also nodded in satisfaction. In his opinion, this battle was a must-win battle. And to improve the morale of the Konoha people, in fact, it is to be able to defeat the opponent faster. Therefore, he himself has no worries at all. After speaking, Zayajian turned and flew straight. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed by about 100 meters. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Zayajian flew forward and pulled some distance from the army. Then, between raising his hands, 2 rounds of S-class wind-style ninjutsu appeared in his hands at the same time. After fusing the spiritual power with the spiritual gemstone, Zayajian's control over chakra has reached a hair-like fine control. Therefore, the spiral shuriken was originally needed to slowly condense. In his hands, it has reached the point where it can come with open hands. Strong. Chapter 204. Could it be that this guy still hides his strength before? What? A twist and spin in the air. Zayajian threw 2 spiral shurikens one after the other. The first shot was directed at the inside of the Rock Shinobi's city walls. Because there are more than 7,000 Rock Shinobi, it is naturally impossible to gather all of them on the city wall. Therefore, most of Rock Shinobi is still inside the city wall, ready to hand over defense in the middle. So the purpose of this spiral shuriken is to kill. The second serve was thrown on the wall in front of the Rock Shinobi. The purpose, naturally, was to open a passage for Konoha's army. 2 rounds of S-class wind-style ninjutsu cut through the air and shot out one after another. There is no room for Rock Shinobi to prepare at all. Quickly get out of the way. Han hissed and roared on the wall. At the same time, he also shot directly to the right. Huang Tu and Wen Yai also had the same flustered expressions, and closely followed his steps. In the last battle with Zayajian, Zayajian never used wind-style ninjutsu at all. Because of this spiral shuriken was also the first time that it appeared in the sight of Rock Shinobi's army. But although it was the first time I saw it, but Rock Shinobi can still feel it clearly. In the interior of the 2 wind-style ninjutsu, there is an implicit violent chakra. There is no doubt that those 2 wind styles are at least the level of S-rank ninjutsu. 453. The sound of breaking through the air, one after another sounded one after another. Rock Shinobi who reacted after receiving Han's prompt. It also moved towards the surroundings and quickly dispersed. However, Zayajian's 2 wind styles turned around and threw them almost at the moment they raised their hands. Fast. And the distance between the 2 sides is so close. So how can they avoid them all? Boom. Rumble. The roar, resounding through the sky. The violent wind is roaring wantonly. As if 2 small nuclear bombs were detonated. The 2 spiral shurikens swelled in all directions at the moment they landed on the ground and the city wall. 2 huge mushroom clouds, also one behind the other, rose into the sky from the Uegakuer position. Except Rock Shinobi, who was on the edge of the explosion, and several jonin. The rest are Rock Shinobi within the explosion range of wind style. Advertisement. Without exception, all were sifted. In the end, it was cut into pieces by the wind blade and dissipated directly between the heaven and the earth. Ding! Congratulations to the master, kill 106 enemies and get 5618 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations to the master, kill 177 enemies and gain 9441 prestige points. The Rock Shinobi's positions are very dense, so Zayajian lost 2 wind styles, and the harvest is naturally very huge. Come on. Give me the Iwagakuer position. Ignore the system's prompt tone. After the explosion of the spiral shuriken came to a complete stop, Zayajian turned his head and shouted to Konoha's army, and then took the lead to speed up and fly up. Rock Shinobi spent a lot of chakra, and the cast-built city wall was also blown 100 meters away. So at this moment, the front of Konoha's army was unimpeded except for the big pit. Seeing Zayajian rushing out first, Konoha's army also speeded up and rushed up behind Zayajian. The excitement and howling voice came from the people of Konoha. Pause time. The rock shinobi who were shocked by Zayajian's wind style woke up. However, at this time, the city wall in front of their position was blasted into a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters, so they could only gather here to defend. Laser beam flew over the huge crater where the city wall was blown up. Zayajian opened his hands to the wall on both sides and shot 2 lasers with strong wrists. His laser beam is different from the ordinary laser beam. It also borrowed from Enel's ruling. Therefore, the laser is not shot as a bullet, but like a high-pressure water gun, it swept all the way from the palm of his hand. Rumble. Boom. A violent photon explosion. Along the 2 ends of the broken city wall, sweep to the rear end of the city wall. The rock shinobi, who came from the wall to the big pit and prepared to defend, were blown to death in an instant. The golden flame was also burning on the front wall. Acta, dodge. Boom. The Lois and Wenya, which were also on the city wall, were pushed off the city wall by the Han. Han himself was hit by the laser and shot out directly. Master Han. In the process of falling down the city wall, Huang Tu and Wenya exclaimed at the same time. The 2 of them naturally noticed Han's condition. However, at this moment, golden light flashed through their eyes again. The 2 people who fell on the ground quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the light. Advertisement. I saw Zayajian was in the sky. Using the same trick, fired a series of high-pressure water gun-like lasers. And the compatriots who came to the gap in the city wall from within their own position were instantly submerged in a straight line of explosions. On the ground of the Iwagakuer position, straight ditches, hundreds of meters long, were also blown up. Damn it! How could Konoha have such a guy? Seeing the comrades who had been blown up and fleeing, Huang Huanjiayuan's eyes were cracked. However, the strength of the 2 sides is too great, and the other side is still high above the sky, and they can't do anything about the other side. Therefore, he can only stand on the spot with Wenya, watching Zayajian unscrupulously carry out the massacre. And until now, they finally realized, what exactly are Konoha's army relying on? That is, Zayajian's own strength is undoubted. 3 days ago, he was obviously not so strong, right? Why now, he seems to have suddenly become stronger again. Is it because I have an illusion? Wenya was also staring at Zayajian closely. He who fought against Zayajian and escaped his life, he has a certain understanding of Zayajian's strength. But at this moment, he clearly felt that Zayajian had become stronger again. Because when they fought Zayajian 3 days ago, Zayajian could not fly. At that time, he could only stay in the air for a short time. And I haven't used it either. This is a straight line trick. Not to mention the wind style ninjutsu they hadn't seen before. Could it be that this guy didn't use his full strength in the battle 3 days ago? Huang Tu and Wenya suddenly had this idea at the same time. Then the 2 also subconsciously looked at each other, as if they could feel the meaning in each other's heart. Boom. At this time, a beam of red light rose into the sky from the right. I saw that the Han who had just been hit by Zayajian had entered a state of tail beastization. Moreover, 4 red tails floated directly behind him. Master Han. Huang Tu and Wenya turned their heads to look at them at the same time. However, in their expressions, they didn't feel the slightest excitement. Because 3 days ago, when 2 Jinchuriki shot at the same time, they both lost to each other's hands. What's more, only Han is left at this time. Chapter 205. It seems that I overestimated you before. Just when Han entered the tail beastization, Zayajian also noticed him. But Zayajian ignored it. He didn't even turn his head to look at him. On the contrary, I am concentrating and continue to massacre rock shinobi. Laser beam. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light is constantly grazing on the position of rock shinobi village dash. The earth is crisscrossed with dozens of ditches that are 100 meters long. The rock shinobi who swarmed toward the gap in the city wall also fell in rows under Zayajian's laser. However, due to the large number of people, the rock shinobi did not retreat, but rushed up crazy. Roar, roar. Seeing Zayajian ignoring himself, instead slaughtering the rock shinobi, the beast-tailed Han opened his mouth and roared at Zayajian. The state of the 4 tails was already in control of the tail beastization, and he could still maintain the highest limit of a trace of reason. But at this moment, I saw Zayajian ignoring himself and still killing his compatriots wantonly. So angry, he immediately lost his final sanity. Then along the tattered city wall, he rushed towards Zayajian quickly. Even because of the excessive speed, a lot of dust was thrown up behind him when he ran. Since it's here, let's take care of you first. Sensing that Han was rushing, Zayajian also stopped the bombing. At this moment, Konoha's army coming from behind had also stepped into the huge pit below him, and was about to rush up. So, it's better to take advantage of them before they come up. The Han who turned the tail beasts will be solved first, so that they won't fight with Rock Shinobi's army for a while. But because I was fighting with Han, I couldn't take care of them. Master Han, be careful. Just when Han started to rush towards Zayajian, Huang Tu and Wenya also shouted reminders at the same time. However, the people who were almost breaking the sound barrier could not hear their voices. Boom! The tail beast turns into a man who loses his mind. He rushed to the side of the city wall that Zayajian used wind style to defeat. Then his legs suddenly smashed the city wall and burst into the air. And at this time, his palm suddenly grew sharp claws and slammed directly towards Zayajian's chest. It was as if I wanted to crush Zayajian's heart. Alala, have you lost your mind? That's okay, let's get rid of you in an instant. Seeing Han actually chose to attack meleeally, Zayajian sneered. Advertisement. If Han uses Tailed Beast Bomb or Tailed Beast Bomb to interfere, he may be able to support a few more moves. Because in that case, Zayajian may be concerned about the spread of the battle, so he can't let go of his hands and feet. But since he chooses to fight in close combat, there is no such worries. Because no matter how big the aftermath of a melee collision, it will not affect Konoha's army. Roar, roar. As if feeling Zayajian's contempt, Han opened his mouth again and roared, his claws grew sharper. Puff. The sharp claws pierced Zayajian's chest. However, the splash of blood in Khan's ideals did not happen. I saw Zayajian's pierced chest radiating a dazzling light. But he himself was still standing in the air, obviously there was nothing at all. Smack. Just when Han and Zayajian met each other. When I was slightly confused in the eyes of the beast, Zayajian grabbed a tail of Han. After turning a big windmill in the air, it slammed directly forward. Rumble. Dust splashed out all around. There was a violent tremor on the ground. As for the rock shinobi who rushed up, several of them were killed by Han Chi on the spot. Master Han. The Lois and Wenya who witnessed this scene exclaimed. The defensive power of the Han without armor is far inferior to that of 3 days ago, so this violent smash also made the two of them worried. After all, if the coach was killed before the war, the rock shinobi army who could resist a little at this time would definitely collapse and fled. Roar, roar. The howl of the beast's wounds came from the smoke and dust. All the dust that was lifted up was blown away immediately. I saw Han was on the ground with his back, lying on his back on the ground. A pit of 4 or 5 meters in diameter was formed around him due to the smashing. And under him, there are 2 rock shinobi who have been smashed to death. Oh, have you recovered your sanity? Seeing Han's pupils, full of jealousy exuded, Zayajian also smiled and floated down into the air. Speaking of solving the battle quickly, Zayajian naturally couldn't seem so casual and lazy like 3 days ago. It is impossible to give Han a chance to breathe and escape. Moreover, when he came back from the village, he promised the village leaders to take 5 tails Jinchuriki back. Roar, roar. Seeing Zayajian approaching, Han yelled immediately. Then he turned forward and raised his head on all fours. I remember what I said before. Advertisement. You tailed beast bomb is actually not practical. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Seeing Han wanted to gather tailed beast bomb, Zayajian snorted suddenly. Then he gathered his hands in front of him and shot yet a mirror out. Just a blink of an eye, Zayajian appeared in front of Han. Then he rolled over quickly in the air, his long legs shining with dazzling golden light. He directly turned the big windmill and smashed it down at Han with his heels. Kick at the speed of light. Boom. There was a violent explosion. The Han who was gathering tailed beast bomb couldn't fully react. Zayajian gave a full kick and slammed directly on the shoulder. The beast-tailed coat burst at the sound, revealing Han's original body, and he himself smashed the ground out of a human-shaped hole at the foot of Zayajian and plunged into the ground. The aftermath of the collision swept in all directions. There was a strong wind around Zayajian. Master Han? At this time, it is not just Lois and Wenya. Even the rock shinobi who rushed towards the gap in the city wall also noticed that Han was being brutally beaten by Zayajian. Has seeing Ju passed by. Kagura's eyes radiated to the ground. Han's misery immediately surfaced in Zayajian's mind. I saw that his right shoulder was rapidly swelling up. Moreover, at this moment, he was turning his eyes white with his mouth open, and he had obviously lost consciousness. Even the tattered chakra coat covering the outside of his body gradually retracted into his body. It seems that I overestimated you before. You without armor can't even take my blow. After regaining his perception, Zayajian murmured. If he kicked it not on Han's shoulder, but on his head. It is estimated that Han might not have fainted at this time, but died directly. Zayajian's voice spread out, and the rock shinobi all around immediately fell into silence and silence. AFK. At this moment, the Konoha army that came from behind Zayajian finally rushed up from the big pit. Then, toward the rock shinobi who were in a daze, they roared and swarmed over. The war between the two armies finally officially broke out. P.S. Originally, I wanted to code a chapter last night and used it to post this morning. But yesterday, my webpage garbled crashed. I studied for a night and tried countless ways to no avail. Finally, I just found that I just need to change the browser. Chapter 206 tied it all up to me. Adamantine sealing chains. Zayajian's hands suddenly slapped in front of him. Several chains condensed by chakra. Like a real thing, it emerged from his back. Then, under the control of his consciousness, the chain quickly penetrated into the depths of the earth. After a few breaths, the fainted man was dragged up by Zayajian. K9's jaw, this guy will leave it to you. Find the sealing class first, and temporarily seal him up for me. The army rushing to the rear turned and glanced at it. When Zayajian thought, Chakra's chain immediately threw Han away. Inuji, who rushed up from the big pit on a ninja dog, just heard Zayajian's voice when he saw an unknown object flying over. Nanny, 5 tails Jinchuriki. After subconsciously receiving the flying object and seeing what it was, the dog's jaw suddenly exclaimed. And the companions beside him, 453 heard his voice and glanced over. I saw Han Zhang's eyes pale, apparently in a coma. Apart from excitement, all the faces are dumbfounded. Because the battle between Zaojian and Han ended too quickly. So they don't even know what happened just now, but it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that the fighting has just broken out. He captured the opponent's coach, Jinchuriki. This is another morale boost for Konoha's army. In fact, in order to get rid of Han as soon as possible, Zaojian's previous kick at the speed of light was not just a full effort. It also includes armament haki, and it also supports the kicking style of the windmill. It can be said that he has the strongest attack at the speed of light in his history, so it's not surprising that Han was kicked fainted by him. If it is not intended to capture the other party, Zaojian's kick, whether it was kicked on Han's head or neck, could directly kill him. Master Han. Seeing that Zaojian took Han prisoner, the Lois and Vina that also rushed from the right suddenly roared and burst into tears. In the last battle, they were captured by 4 tails Lao Ziai. In this battle, even the Han of 5 tails was captured. Then after the war, they didn't know how much it would cost to redeem the 2 of them. Everyone pressed me over and grabbed Han adult's back. Wen Ya, who was aware of the seriousness of the matter, suddenly hissed and shouted orders. Advertisement. After the voice was communicated, Rock Shinobi's army also attacked more ferociously. Laser beam. Hearing Wenya's voice, Zaojian shot a laser at him. At this time, the difference in the number of people between the 2 sides is 3 times the difference. Therefore, it is impossible for him to easily motivate the morale of Rock Shinobi's army. Careful. Huang Shi running beside Wenya. After seeing Zaojian raising his finger, he immediately pushed away Wenya. At this moment, a laser shot came in a straight line as he imagined. Puff puff. Ah! The screaming sound pierced the heart. The man's teeth pushed away by the yellow soil suddenly felt the warm liquid and the wine on his side face. He was awakened suddenly, and turned his head hurriedly. In order to save him, Huang Tu's entire left arm was shot off by a laser. Lois. Wen Ya screamed in shock. When he fell to the ground, he quickly got up and took the Lois that was badly injured by his severed arm. But what he didn't know was that his scream came out, but it once again attracted Zaojian's attention. Lois, son of Onoki. Hearing Wenya's exclamation, Zaojian looked over in surprise. I saw the big man whose arm was shot by himself, with a beard on his face. Its appearance are indeed in line with the appearance of Lois, just a little younger. Yadamirer. Determined to be the son of Onoki, Zaojian teleported over immediately. Although the effect of Lois is not as great as Jinchuriki, but since it is the son of Tsuchikage Onoki, it should be a little bargaining chip. Boom. As soon as Wen Ya helped up the injured Lois, Zaojian who was teleported over immediately kicked it out. Ah la 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 la. You are Lois? Are you the son of Onoki? Zaojian floated in front of the yellow soil without his feet on the ground, and the voice of moving reconfirmed. So what? The light was blocked, and Huang Mu raised his head reluctantly with gritted teeth. With his arm broken at this moment, he didn't even have a chance to resist or escape. Advertisement. So I can only look up bitterly and look directly at Zaojian who is in front of him. Not very good, as long as it is confirmed that it is you. Hearing what Huang Tu said, Zaojian smiled unclearly. Then he came to the back of Huang Tu, kicked him on his back, and kicked him to the Konoha army. Hey, the dog's jaw, get this guy captive for me too. Before the dog's jaw was awake from the shock, Zaojian's voice came over again. Just when he raised his head, he saw another figure flying over and falling heavily on the ground in front of him. Puff. He was hit hard and kicked the lowest that came flying. The moment he fell to the ground, he opened his mouth and spouted a mouthful of blood. Although Zaojian's random kick is not a light speed kick, it is also powerful. Therefore, his broken arm is hurting even more at this moment. Yes, Lord Zaojian. After recognizing the Lois, the dog's jaw suddenly replied. Then immediately ordered the team members assigned to him before the battle to tie the Lois to Wuhuida. Kill level down Iwagakure's position. Kill, save my Lord Fang Han. At this moment, Konoha and Rock Shinobi's army collided like 2 torrents. However, compared with the more than 7,000 people in Iwagakure, the more than 2,000 people in Konoha are like a small river. However, although Konoha's number is not as good as the others, his momentum is very high. Therefore, the fighting just broke out, and the 2 sides became evenly matched for a short time under the huge gap in numbers. And because the personnel on both sides are very dense, it is not suitable for the relationship of ninjutsu. So from the beginning, the battle skipped the ninjutsu duel and entered the fiercest white sword battle. What? Bhe Kain Goyu. After 3.0 kicked the Lois, Zaojian also soared into the sky again. In this battle that fights more with less, Konoha's key to victory is still in his body. Therefore, he could not just carry out the massacre on his own as usual, and had to fully assist the army. Zaojian, who flew to an altitude of tens of meters, suddenly opened his hands. Light bulbs flooded the sky, pouring out densely, hitting the back of Rock Shinobi's army overwhelmingly. Zaojian was not controlled within a range of this light bomb strike. But like a machine gun, it shot straight ahead from below. Although this will reduce the deaths of Rock Shinobi's army, the number of Rock Shinobi injured will increase exponentially due to the increased attack range. Chapter 207 The position of Hokage. I am determined to win. Earth-style Earthflow Wall. Earth-style Soil Langfang. Earth-style Earth Shore Return. Zaojian's ultimatum is very dazzling, and it is difficult for people not to notice. So at the moment when his light bombs poured down, countless Rock Shinobi are also fast printing. They have used what they have learned to block defense. Certainly. This is also limited to Rock Shinobi, which has a fast printing speed, and some Rock Shinobi who have already prepared. Most other people are not so lucky. After all, the speed of Zaojian's light bomb swept away almost instantly. Boom 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 boom. The light bomb continued to explode in Rock Shinobi's army, and the screams were endless, because Zaojian did not control the light bombs in a range and continued bombing. So the Earth-style defense was carried out, and the Rock Shinobi who hid behind the defense all escaped. But most other Rock Shinobi, because the defense is not timely enough, or died, or maimed, or burned all over by the flames of the explosion. For a time, on the ground struck by Zaojian light bombs, there are all kinds of broken limbs and 0-2 arms, and countless miserable howls. Ding! Congratulations, Master, kill 118 enemies and get 6256 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your subordinates kill an enemy, you get 26 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your subordinates kill an enemy, you get 27 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your subordinates. Just after Zaojian accepted the recruitment, the system's prompt sound also announces the number of enemies killed in real time. But at this moment, the notification tones that were different from the past one after another also continued to resound. This made Zaojian, who had just recruited, suddenly been taken aback. Brush. System. My subordinates kill the enemy, can I also gain prestige? Zaojian swooped over to the battle between the two sides, and asked the system in his mind. Because of this situation, it was also the first time he encountered it. Advertisement. So of course you have to ask the system clearly. Ding! Yes, as long as it is the master's subordinates or citizens. Then when the opponent kills the enemy, the owner can get 50% prestige. I see. After hearing the system's answer, Zaojian suddenly realized that at the same time, his heart was slightly excited. I have some worries recently. I don't know when I can accumulate millions of prestige points and go to a top prize draw. Unexpectedly, the prestige value of the system is actually obtained through this kind of channel, but in this way, the position of Hokage is bound to be won by himself. Because as long as they become Hokage, everyone in the entire Konoha village will become their own subordinates and people. At that time, he can sit and close up every day, and his prestige value keeps growing. Thinking of this, Zaojian also made up his mind. That is, even if you do whatever you can, you have to sit in the position of Hokage. Laser beam. Zaojian communicates with the system through consciousness and it is just a matter of instant. Just after he sorted out his thoughts and made up his mind to fight for Hokage, he also just flew over the Konoha and Rock Shinobi armies, the two front battles. Shoo, shoo, boom 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 boom. Two high-pressure water gun-like lasers suddenly shot out from Zaojian's palm. On the front and rear of the Rock Shinobi army, a photon explosion that spread to the left and right suddenly occurred. The densely packed Rock Shinobi army, who were rushing towards Konoha, were suddenly cut into two sections by a violent explosion. Only Rock Shinobi's front army was left, fighting against Konoha's front army. And because Rock Shinobi is less aggressive than Konoha, the front line of Rock Shinobi, after losing the support of the number of people in the rear, suddenly it was swallowed by Konoha's high-spirited, wolf-like tiger's front line. Come on. Kill all Uegakur. The number advantage of Rock Shinobi's army was interrupted temporarily by Zaojian. This made Konoha's frontline army suddenly feel the pressure drop suddenly. Then the people shouted and roared, and attacked Rock Shinobi more fiercely. Laser beam. Boom rumble. Zaojian, who cut off the Rock Shinobi army, did not stop because of this, but continued to release the laser. On one side, killing enemies and reaping prestige points. Advertisement. On the one hand, it is also suppressing the offensive pace of Rock Shinobi's army. The Rock Shinobi army from the rear was not allowed to swarm up, putting too much pressure on Konoha's army. The sound of howling and the sound of frightened unwillingness continued to be heard from the ground below Zaojian. For a time, the entire battlefield was very lively. It hurts. Damn it. Wenya, who was kicked out by Zaojian, lay on the ground for a long time before breathing out. At this moment, his hands were tightly covering his chest, and blood was still flowing down the corners of his mouth. Obviously, Zaojian's seemingly random kick before also caused him a lot of internal injuries. However, Wenya at the moment didn't care about himself at all, but endured the pain and slowly climbed up. Because the army of Rock Shinobi has been cut into several segments under the bombardment of Zaojian laser. The Rock Shinobi army, which was supposed to have a large number of people and was in a team battle advantage, was beaten back at this moment. So someone must stand up and command the army. Let the army restore some morale and the proper order of war. Otherwise, the Rock Shinobi army in this battle will undoubtedly lose. And Han and Huangtu were captured by Konoha. Therefore, in the current Rock Shinobi army, only Wenya can stand up and take command. All 453 people will be scattered to me. Extend the front to me, stop fighting with white swords. Wow. Wenya endured the tearing pain in his chest and yelled hoarsely. However, he just finished yelling a sentence, because of the upsurge of blood, he directly spouted a mouthful of red blood. Then he straightened and fell down again. However, his words, under his desperate cry, spread smoothly to the ears of Rock Shinobi's army. Disperse and disperse all. Extend the front to both sides and lengthen it. After hearing Wenya's roar, some jonins in the Rock Shinobi army suddenly shouted. Then the intensive team began to advance to the rear of the army, and began to spread out on both sides. The battle line is getting longer and longer, and the Rock Shinobi army is also at this moment. Gradually, the people who fought against the front line formed an arc, and slowly doubled to Konoha's army, dying struggling. Seeing Rock Shinobi stretch the battle line, Zayajian let out a low voice in disdain. I am not limited to only one place to attack. So even if Rock Shinobi stretched the battle line, there would not be too much pressure on Konoha's army. Because the key point of this war has always been on oneself. Chapter 208 I said I wouldn't suck you up, but I didn't say I would let you go? Master Madara, look. Isn't that same Hada of Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost? On a coastal strip in the country of fire. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu have just landed on the ground from the sea. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly crawled from the front, and the speed was very fast. When the two looked up, they realized that it was the most special ninja sword among the 7 ninja swords. Should this guy be on the front of Konoha? Why did you come here alone? Uchiha Madara frowned and said with some confusion. Because he didn't sense anyone's breath from behind Same Hada. Obviously, there is only Same Hada alone at this moment, and he should not be alone. This guy is not the owner who betrayed it, and wants to escape back to Three Tails, right? Hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Black Zetsu also looked confused. However, his face was as dark as ink, but there was no expression at all. Since it's alone now, let's catch it first. And because this guy can absorb the characteristics of chakra, maybe it can help me a little bit now. Looking at the oncoming Same Hada, Uchiha Madara thought for a while, then slowly raised his palm. But Same Hada called someone to stop him, and rushed up with a grin. Because Uchiha Madara is old, and deliberately hides his breath. So Same Hada did not sense any danger from him. So instinctively thought that what was blocking the road in front of him was just an elderly human. However, the development of things is not as it thought. As soon as Same Hada approached Uchiha Madara, it was directly controlled by Madara using illusion. Let's go. Uchiha Madara raised his leg and marched towards the land of fire. Sharingan in his eye sockets also slowly recovered. Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Same Hada also twisted his body, and followed Madara's back, crawling by himself. 2 people and 1 beast walked for about an hour, and a group of more than 10 people appeared in front of them. Of course, they are not the brigade that were in retreats. It was just a group of deserters who wanted to sneak back to the village after being defeated. Look, isn't that Same Hada? Just when Uchiha Madara saw Kiri Shinobu, Mist Shinobi also noticed Uchiha Madara. Moreover, the eyes of more than a dozen people all at once focused on Same Hada beside Madara. Hello, old man. Advertisement. Can you return the strange beast by your side to us? That's our Kurigakure's treasure. Pay attention to Same Hada obediently following Madara's side, and Wu Shinobu immediately stepped forward and said. He didn't bother to ask why Same Hada appeared here. He just wanted to get back Same Hada, the weapon of one of the 7 ninja swords. Of course, if he has any other ideas, I don't know. After all, as a ninja who is Kurigakure, no one does not envy the weapons of the Ninja 7. Oh, do you want it? Then you can take it back by yourself. Madara said to Mizuna, who walked up without moving. At this moment, his head is still full of puzzles and doubts. It stands to reason that the Mist Ninjas at this moment should all be attacking Konoha village. Why did Same Hada first appear, and now Mistara appears again? What is going on this front line? Ahahaha, thank you so much. Seeing that Madara didn't change anything, Kirihiro smiled and prepared to touch Same Hada. However, at this moment, Same Hada suddenly opened a huge mouth and bit on his shoulder, and quickly sucked the chakra in his body. Ah, save me. Suddenly, Wu Ren quickly turned his head in horror and cried out for help to a dozen of his companions behind him, and his face began to dry up quickly at this moment. The old man asked you a question, I hope you can answer it truthfully. At this moment, Madara grabbed the handle of Same Hada's tail and asked quietly, should you not be attacking Konoha village, why are you here at this time? The surrounding air suddenly became gloomy and cold under Madara's voice. You are from the Uchiha clan. Mizuna, who was bitten by Same Hada and moved to make up for it, looked at 3 Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes with a horrified expression. Brave people. Until this time, the unresponsive Mist Ninjas reacted quickly and rushed up. Don't move me. Uchiha Madara raised his eyelids and glared at the dozen or so Kiri Shinobu who charged up. Suddenly, their eyes were dull, and they all stood on the spot. Now, Nanny. Hearing that there was no movement behind him, Rock Shinobi, who was bitten by Same Hada's shoulder, turned his head to look back with difficulty. I saw a dozen of my own companions, all of them lost in illusion. This caused his pupils to shrink suddenly. At this moment, he finally realized. I and others met a Uchiha old man who was so powerful that he was unmatched. Advertisement. If you want to survive, I advise you to answer my question as soon as possible. Otherwise you are sucked dry by same Hada, then don't blame the old man. Madara was more interested in Chakukiri Shinobu, speaking unclearly. At this moment same Hada gave chakra back to him. The skin that made him slack began to tighten gradually. We are defeated. Konoha has a guy named Baiyun Zayajian. He defeated our Kurigaku thousands of troops alone. I have already said, can you let me have my life now? Mizuna, who was bitten by same Hada, answered quickly with horror in his eyes. At this moment he has been ingested by same Hada, only skin and bones are left. But he still begged Uchiha Madara for mercy, hoping to survive. The old man said that you won't be sucked dry by same Hada after answering the question. But the old man never said that the old man wants to let you go. Uchiha Madara stared at Shinigami's eyes and said indifferently. After the voice fell, he suddenly pulled on the handle of Minjiao's muscle. In an instant he tore the horrified Mr. of face into two bloody halves. Ha 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 ha. Don't say it, this same Hada is really useful. It's much more convenient than drawing chakra directly from the Gadu statue. I knew that, I should have snatched this thing. Let it in the hands of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, it is almost buried. After killing Kiri Shinobu, Madara suddenly laughed. And his voice was also old from the previous Kang, Ma Lijiao, and gradually became angry. Although the chakra smoked by same Hada was sent over, it is not as pure as the chakra on the Gadu statue. But this is not a big problem at all for Madara, which is originally a full attribute chakra and also incorporates Hashirama cells. Master Madara, this guy just said, Baiyun Zayajian has returned to Konoha village? This is really troublesome. Standing behind Madara, Black Zetsu warned Madara cautiously. At this moment, he is attached to a white Zetsu avatar, so he is not in a liquid form. And for the long-planned strategy, Black Zetsu will always stand behind Madara intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to make Madara subtly get used to how he feels behind him. Well, I have to go back to the front line as soon as possible to have a look. After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Madara frowned and murmured. Then use same Hada to suck up and kill all the remaining dozens of Uran, and then move towards the direction of Konoha village to celebrate chapter 209. Dammit, blame me? Call out. Rumble. Over the Uegakuer position, Zayajian was flying fast. Two thick-armed lasers shot onto the ground from the heart of his hand. The earth was suddenly torn into two trench-like ditches, and a violent photon explosion occurred. At the same time, all kinds of panic and screams, after Zayajian flew over the sky, constantly resounded below the ground. At this time, it was only 30 minutes before the two sides hit together. But in this short period of time, the total casualties of Rock Shinobi's army has reached a terrifying number. Come on. Don't disperse the army, press me head-on. Narashika-isa, who was given command of the battlefield by Zayajian, roared vigorously among the army. If Uegakuer is too densely populated, Zayajian will slaughter and divide the battlefield. After the battle line was stretched, their front army was also quickly swallowed by the energetic Konoha army despite the reduction in personnel. Therefore, the Rock Shinobi village army at this moment is in a dilemma. If they gather together, they will be interfered and hit by Zayajian. But if you spread the distance, you can't beat the Konoha 457 army twisted into a rope. So at this moment, we can only be passively beaten. AFK. Kill all Uegakuer. Under the roar of Naraluyu, Konoha's army also grumbled their necks, roaring in response. In terms of momentum alone, Uegakuer has been crushed and rubbed on the ground. The battle between the two armies has also formed a one-sided trend. Soon, Uegakuer's army was defeated steadily. Then Konoha's army directly smashed in from the center of the team. Damn it, how could it become like this? With the help of a companion, Wenya who struggled to get up. After witnessing the breakdown of one's own army into two, his eyes suddenly burst into tears and his eyes became bloodshot. Before, he only thought of dispersing the army and minimizing Zayajian's deterrence, but never thought that with the same number of people, oneself would be defeated so badly by Konoha. So at this moment, he can only be in a hurry, not knowing how to turn the tide of the battle for a while. Wenya, hurry up and order the retreat. It's no longer suitable for the fight to continue at this time. At this time. Advertisement. An older Jonin ran up to Acta, Wenya and persuaded him anxiously. I hope that he will take the overall situation into consideration and order a retreat as soon as possible. Because at this moment, the defeat of our own army is complete. It is simply impossible to rescue the captured Han and Huang Tu from the Konoha army. If you continue to fight, it will only increase your own casualties and consume Uegakuer's combat power in vain. Since there is no hope anymore, it might as well #she break his wrist and act to preserve the overall situation. For Uegakuer, leave more vitality. This. Hearing the suggestion of his companion, Wenya suddenly fell into hesitation. On the one hand, it is the interests of the village and on the other the life of the companions. In fact, it is difficult to choose between the two. But the time of hesitation was not long, and he had already made a decision. Because he also saw it. Uegakuer's big defeat is doomed. Now it's just a matter of time. You go and order the withdrawal. If the village wants to be held accountable afterwards, I will carry it all down. After making a choice in his mind, Wenya's expression became firm. But at this moment, he was seriously injured, and he couldn't make any effort to give orders. so it can only be entrusted to the companion in front of him. Do not worry. If you are really responsible, I will bear it with you. Jonin nodded to Wen Ye, and then quickly ran out to the army. And while running, he shouted words such as the retreat of the whole army. The sound spread throughout Uegakure's position in an instant. The rock shinobi who were still struggling to resist, heard someone order to retreat, and immediately began to abscond to the rear. Because of the existence of Zaojian in this battle, they fought so fearfully that they were too awkward. Now that someone has ordered a retreat, they naturally want to flee here immediately. Go, kill all Uegakure. Seeing rock shinobi retreat, there is no need for Zaojian or Liu to give orders. Konoha's army directly chased and killed the rock shinobi who had fled. The scene fell into a gummy state for a while. Some rock shinobi wanted to run but couldn't escape, so they had to turn around and fight back. However, their fate was naturally submerged under the chaos of Konoha's army. Bhe Kaing Goyu. Zaojian suddenly rose a distance. Advertisement. Between the open hands, a large piece of golden light shot at the retreating rock shinobi. At this moment rock shinobi's army flees, he no longer needs to care about the safety of the Konoha people. Finally, he was able to truly spread his hands and feet and carry out the massacre unscrupulously. Boom boom boom. Ah. The sound of blasting, screaming, and wailing sounded endlessly in the area covered by Zaojian light bombs. Rock shinobi used ninjutsu to build a high wall before. At this moment, it became a cumbersome. It was supposed to be used to block the enemy, but at this time it turned into a block on the way for one's own fleeing. Countless climbed the high wall rock shinobi. When the Zaojian light bounced, there was no room for defense and extra dodge. So rock shinobi who climbed up the high wall were either hit and killed directly, or they were swept down by the aftermath of the explosion. The scene became chaotic for a while. Damn it, blame me. Seeing this scene, Wen Ye, who climbed up the city wall from the other side, suddenly felt a panic in his heart. Standing tall to fight a defensive battle is his opinion. But what I didn't expect was that the defensive function of this high wall was not reflected in the slightest. Now when one's own side is defeated and retreated, it has become a sky on the way for the army to flee. This made his heart full of regret and self-blame. Master Wen Ye, let's run away, too. The army who fled from the other places will definitely get out of the trap. Seeing Wen Ye's sad face and looking at the city wall that flashed constantly exploding, rock shinobi immediately dragged him anxiously. It's useless to blame yourself and anxiety at this time. It's better to run away quickly. Go. Wen Ye turned around when he heard the words of his companion. Then, supported by his companion, he jumped down the wall. Boom 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 boom. Charge Don't let these guys who start the war lightly. The golden light burst continuously in front of rock shinobi's escape. However, Konoha's army was behind rock shinobi, following the reluctance to slaughter. After the retreat order was issued, the casualties of rock shinobi's army increased linearly. Although the rock shinobi who were scattered on both sides by Konoha, almost all of them fled out. But rock shinobi on the front of Konoha's army was almost slaughtered. Only a few rock shinobi who can burrow directly over the high wall can steal their lives. Chapter 210 Oniki is here. The battle broke out very fiercely. However, the process showed a one-sided situation. It took less than an hour from rock shinobi's city wall to be broken by Zaojian to rock shinobi's army being defeated by Konoha and fleeing. The process of the battle from beginning to end is very fast compared to previous battles. Master Zaojian, do you need to win and pursue the high wall that was bombarded by Zaojian in tatters? A crowd of Konoha Jonin raised their heads and asked excitedly. At this time, rock shinobi's army, just hurriedly evading trial, can be said to be completely weak and low-powered. If it is pursued and killed on a large scale at this time, then you can take advantage of them before they get together. Once again, the remaining rock shinobi will be cut off one part of their combat power. No, first clean up the battlefield. As for the pursuit, there is no need to rush for a while. Zaojian glanced into the distance, then landed on the wall from the air. At this moment the rock shinobi fled in panic, and the army dispersed to a distance of several hundred meters. If you continue to pursue this situation, although your own casualties will be small, the gains will also not be too great. So Zaojian hoped that they would gather again, and then he was going to bomb them mercilessly. Yes, Lord Zaojian. After hearing what Zaojian said, the people ordered a response. Then led their respective teams and started cleaning the battlefield. In this battle, Konoha won more with less, and killed nearly half of rock shinobi, which can be said to be the biggest victory since the war broke out. So now the Konoha army inside the high wall, all fell into the ocean of cheers. Everyone is shouting hard, venting the excitement in their hearts. After all, in this battle, our side was 3 times the difference, forcibly defeating rock shinobi's army. This kind of battle without conspiracy and frontal rigidity made them feel a little swelled in their hearts. Of course, everyone understands it very well. The reason why Konoha can win more with less is completely dependent on Zaojian's suppression of rock shinobi's army in the air. Therefore, in the cheers of the Konoha people, the name of Zaojian has been shouting. It wasn't until a group of commanding Jonins came down to announce that they would clean the battlefield, and the cheers gradually eased to a halt. However, the whispering discussion has never been interrupted for a while. Because Konoha's army broke out in the early morning, they assembled a team to attack rock shinobi. Therefore, on the rock shinobi position, no items such as tents were dismantled at all. Of course, they did not expect that their own 3 times the number of people would lose to Konoha in a team battle. Therefore, Zayajian ordered a dozen Konoha shinobi to order all items such as rock shinobi tents. After all, this kind of thing is left behind and has no value at all. Advertisement. After the battlefield was cleaned for more than half an hour, everyone had just cleaned up and counted them. Rock shinobi, whose corpse was still intact, was all sealed in the reels and used as a bargaining chip after the war. And the ones that were blown into mutilated limbs and broken arms, or burned beyond recognition, were all buried on the spot with Earth-style ninjutsu. After the army was completely cleaned up, it moved forward again in the direction of the rock shinobi's retreat. The battlefield here is still in the territory of the country of grass. So if you want to defeat Uegakuer, you can't just defeat rock shinobi's army. It has to be like sand shinobi before, the army is pressing the border and approaching Uegakuer, even threatening the name of the land of the country. However, Zayajian led the team through the country of grass and broke into the country of earth for half a day without encountering the rock shinobi again. Obviously, those rock shinobi who were defeated knew that they could not stop Zayajian and others, so they simply withdrew further behind. Before night falls, a new Konoha station has been erected in the territory of Tuzhikuni. The people in the headquarters again used the phone worm to connect to the Hokage building. Then he reported the situation and results of the battle. No doubt, the Konoha executives in the meeting room of the Hokage building also cheered. Although when Zayajian returned to the village for rescue, they could already see that Zayajian had this kind of strength. However, they have achieved such a feat in a real battle, which still makes them feel incredible. This time we won more with less and beat rock shinobi head-on. In addition, another Jinchuriki from Uegakuer was captured again. In the war with Uegakuer almost established, Konoha belongs to the victorious side. The land of the earth, another boundary. Just when Zayajian and others reported the situation with the village, Wenyai and others who retreated to the rear also encountered a support team of hundreds of people. And it was Oniki himself who led the team as third Tsuchikage. Since receiving the battle report from the front line, and after understanding the strength of Zayajian, Oniki summoned a group of high-level villagers to discuss. In the end he decided to go to the front line personally to confront the enemy Zayajian. What surprised Onoki was that he encountered Wenyai and others in the territory of the country. And at this moment, their state is obviously very wrong. Wenya, what happened to you guys? Why did you return from the front line? With a distance of tens of meters between the two sides, Oniki saw the foremost Wenya from the decadent rock shinobi army. So he immediately floated up and flew straight to Wenya. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Master 3rd generation. Advertisement. Master 3rd generation. The rock shinobi army who also discovered Onoji and others also swarmed up. However, the voices of all of them were full of deep sorrow and discouragement. What happened? Have you been defeated from the front? When I saw rock shinobi's army, many people were wounded. Even Wenya looks like a wilted corridor. So Oyemu, who flew forward, asked anxiously. When Wenya and others heard his words, their expressions became even more sad. Talk. In the end what happened? Are you really defeated? What about Han? Didn't it say in the letter that you have to wait for the village's response? Seeing that all the Jonins were silent, Onogi suddenly scolded. At this time, the hundreds of support from behind him also approached Wenyai and others. Yes, we are defeated. Master Han, he was taken prisoner by Konoha. There is also Lois, and Lois has also been captured. Hearing Onogi's words, Wenya took a deep breath, raised his head and spoke slowly. The sound fell, and it was like a thunder that blew into the ears of a group of supporters. Nanny, Han is also captured. Hearing Wenya's words, Onoki suddenly felt a little spinning. Before a Jinchuriki was captured, it was enough to cause Uegakuer to bleed heavily. Unexpectedly, at this moment, another one of Uegakuer, Jinchuriki, was also taken prisoner by Konoha. The reason for starting the war was originally for the benefit of the villages. It can even be said that interests are driving the villages to start wars. But now, not long after the war started, 2 Jinchuriki have been captured. He couldn't imagine how much compensation he would have to make after the war to get the 2 Jinchuriki back. What the hell is going on? After a step back, Oniki stabilized his figure, and then asked in a depressed and angry voice. Compared with the seriousness of Jinchuriki, he even ignored the fact that his son was also taken prisoner at this moment. The battle had just begun, and the Han adults were defeated by Baiyun Zayajian and captured. Feeling the anger of Oniki, after Wenya took a deep breath. Only then did he slowly tell the story of the battle, one by one in detail. And the supportive expressions of Oniki and others became more and more solemn. Talent Chapter 211 Stop making peace, are you kidding me? Konoha Army's new position. After reporting the battle with the village leaders, Zayajian also announced the end of the meeting. Then he got up and took Mei Xian Nai, and left the command center first. In this battle, Zayajian killed a total of 1,061 enemies and gained a total of 56633 prestige points. The Konoha army killed a total of 2,338 enemies and provided him with 62278 prestige points. So after this battle, Zayajian gained nearly 120,000 prestige points. This is the battle he has won the most prestige in history, plus the prestige value accumulated before. At this moment, his reserve of prestige has reached nearly 230,000 points. 1/5 of the goal has been completed before a top prize draw. This makes Zaojian's heart full of infinite reverie and anticipation. After all, the top lottery, but the system currently has the highest level of lottery. I don't know how heaven-defying the prizes inside will be. Back to Konoha in the 457 people built a new camp for themselves and Kushina, Zaojian, and Kushina also hugged and fell asleep. Although this battle is not much exhaustion and fatigue for Zaojian, but it's different for Kushina. She was fighting below, and led the team to the forefront. Because of this, her adamantine sealing chains lasted almost an hour. So not only was she physically tired, chakra also consumed a lot. So Zaojian naturally couldn't bear to tease her, or do something she loved to do with her. No words for a night. The next day, the sun rises from the east. A new day has officially arrived. The army reorganized a little, and after having breakfast again, Zaojian once again led the Konoha army and marched towards the interior of the land. After rushing for more than 2 hours, the army of Rock Shinobi village once again appeared in the sight of Zaojian and others. But what is curious is that the Rock Shinobi army at this moment did not build any defensive measures, or put on a battle position. But it was so big, standing right in the distance of the Konoha army. Obviously a look that has been waiting for a long time. What? Everyone in Konoha was a little confused. I don't know what the hell the Rock Shinobi army was making. A small figure suddenly flew forward from Rock Shinobi's army. Third Tsuchikage. 2 Libra Onoji. Didn't you expect him to come to the battlefield in person? Just when Onoki flew out of Rock Shinobi's army, the Jonins in Konoha also immediately recognized the people. Advertisement. After all, Onoki is one of the 5 shadows. Its strength and prestige are in the ninja realm, which is also a shock to the existence of one party. As long as they are ninjas, almost no one does not know their looks. Let's not talk about the portraits of the 5 shadows in the major ninja villages. Even on the black market's bounty list, the heads of Wuying have always been among the top. Of course, as for who dares to offer a reward on the black market, it is self-evident. It is nothing more than the 5 major villages and the famous mansion, using black identities to offer rewards to each other. After all, ordinary people don't have so much money to offer rewards to the 5 shadows of the villages. That's a huge sum of money. Baiyun Zaojian, come out and speak. Just when Konoha recognized Onoki, everyone whispered. Onoki also flew to the center of the 2 armies, looking down on him in the air. For a time, everyone in Konoha was photographed as a riot. Yada mirror. Zaojian was a little surprised when he heard Onoki call himself by name. However, with his strength, he naturally did not shy away from the prestige of Onoki. In a flash of golden light, Zaojian appeared in front of Onoji with the help of the orbit of light. And just like Onoki, it's also floating in the air. As one of the 5 shadows, Oyemyu, you are the shortest. Zaojian appeared with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, he and Onoki are standing parallel to each other. But he was a tall man of 88 meters, and he could completely look down on Ohaiki, which was only 1 meter 3. Nani is so fast. Hearing Zaojian's voice, the hair on Onoki's body suddenly exploded. He just noticed that there was a golden light in the Konoha camp. Haven't seen what's going on yet? Zaojian had already appeared in front of him, and Zaojian, who was tall, blocked the sunlight from Onoji all at once. Let him feel a strong pressure. Call. Sure enough, it took only 10 days to defeat Tsunagakure's greatest hero. You are in the ninja world at this speed, I am afraid that there is no second person to come. Ignoring Zaojian's ridicule about his height, Onoki took a deep breath and said solemnly. At this moment he also finally understood. Why did Han send back to the village intelligence before? The speed of Zaojian is outlined with a red pen. Because of his speed, he has reached a terrifying inhuman state. Advertisement. If you compliment me, I will take it safely. But as Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, you didn't come to me for a small chat, did you? Zaojian looked up and down Onoji, and suddenly laughed. Zero. If the 2 sides are going to fight at this moment, he dare not say that he can kick Onoji to death with 1 kick, but he can definitely kick him seriously. Do you want to bring Tsuchikage back to the village as a captive? After this thought suddenly came to my mind. Zaojian's thoughts suddenly flooded. However, this idea was finally forced down by him. At this time, I don't know what Onoki's purpose is for calling himself. Moreover, the sneak attack in front of the 2 armies was indeed not done by Kunzi. After all, if the battle really broke out, it wouldn't be too late to capture him again, and he didn't lack that strength. Is the old man like the kind of person who has a leisurely sentiment and asks you to chat? Hearing Zaojian's joke, Onoki answered faintly, and no emotion could be heard in his voice. But for some reason, it was just a moment ago. Suddenly Oyemyo has a kind of, the feeling that I am a fisherman as Sister Deo? But that was only for a moment, and he subconsciously regarded it as an illusion. Then just tell me, are you looking for me? But it's best not to make long speeches, so as not to delay the battle between the 2 armies. Zaojian put his hands on his chest and said in a light tone. Although Rock Shinobi's army seemed to be ready to go to war at this moment. But whether you fight or not, it's always right to deter the opponent. War is only driven by profit. This battle has been fought to such an extent. Then we both shake hands and make peace and truce each other. For everyone, this is a good 3.0 thing that benefits the people. Seeing Zaojian holding his arms around his chest, Onoki frowned slightly. Zaojian's movements and posture at this time are very much like Uchiha Madara, who once bragged in front of him. Stop making peace. Are you kidding me? The war was provoked by you Uegakur. How can it be that you fight and fight, or make peace? Do you really think Konoha is a soft persimmon? Hearing Onoki's words, Zayajian rolled his eyes and ridiculed Ohaiki. It may be a relationship that was previously called a dwarf and was overlooked by Zayajian. Therefore, at this time, Onoki was secretly floating up, trying to reach the same level as Zayajian. Of course, Zayajian naturally discovered his actions. It's just that he doesn't bother to pay attention to this kind of thing. Chapter 212 Are you reconciled if you want to fight to death and life? You have captured our 2 Jinchuriki. Isn't that enough to satisfy you? Do you really want both of us to fight until the net is broken? Hearing Zayajian's words full of irony, Onoki also shouted in a heavy voice. At this moment, he has floated tens of centimeters, and finally he doesn't have to look up at Zayajian. Therefore, the tone of speech is not consciously hardened by 1 or 2 points. The fish die and the net breaks. Do you value you too much? Or maybe you are underestimating my strength. That's right, since you haven't seen my strength, do you want to try it yourself? Hearing Oyemu said that the fish died and the net broke, Zayajian's tone suddenly became even more sarcasm and disdain. At this time, the difference in the number of people between the 2 sides is because of the hundreds of people brought by Onoki. Let the Rock Shinobi army, who had been slaughtered nearly half, once again have twice the number of Konoha. However, there was a gap of 3 times the number of people yesterday, and they were all directly beaten by Konoha. Therefore, Rock Shinobi and Zayajian, who had twice the number of people at this time, really didn't pay attention to it at all. As for Onoki himself, although his dust escape is indeed very powerful, and Zayajian didn't know whether Chen Dun had any effect on him, but 0-2 with Zayajian's speed, can Onoki's attack hit him? Display is impossible, so if the 2 sides go to war, Zayajian's winning rate will be 100%. You won't send the information back to the village? Go ask Yu Hokage and the opinions of the Konoha executives. Furthermore, we are talking about major events in the 2 countries. You are the frontline commander. Can you do whatever you want? Hearing Zayajian's arrogant words, Onoki frowned and said in a deep voice. Of course, what he said was correct. At this time, Zayajian naturally did not have the right to decide whether to fight or make peace in a war. But Onoki also doesn't know what is going on in Konoha village now. Okay, since you said I am not qualified, then let Konoha's senior management personally tell you whether they are willing to give up peace now. Seeing that Onoki wanted to push himself up, Zayajian couldn't help but sneered even more. After speaking, he reached into the ninja bag and took out the phone bag. When Onoki saw Zayajian put his hand into the ninja bag, he immediately instinctively made a defensive posture. After all kinds of weapons are generally stored in the ninja bag, so Zayajian's actions are naturally very suspicious. But when he saw Zayajian pull out a snail, he relaxed a little. Blue 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 click. Moses, Zayajian-kun. Zayajian didn't pay attention to Onoki's puzzled eyes. After taking out the phone worm, he dialed the Hokage building in front of him. As soon as the dialing sound rang, the phone worm was answered smoothly. Mikato's soft and excited voice also came from the phone worm. Advertisement. Are Mikato, 3rd generation and the executives there? Hearing Mikato's voice, Zayajian asked with a gentle smile. The 2 made a breakthrough not long ago, so at this moment, each other is still in a sweet state of mind. The tone of speaking to each other became gentle without consciously. Nanny. What is this? I can talk remotely. The moment Zayajian spoke with Mikato, Onoki also reacted immediately, understanding what the big snail in Zayajian's hand was. In the same way, he also understood what Zayajian said just now. Let the senior Konoha tell you personally what it meant. Yes, Zayajian-kun, wait a moment. Hearing Zayajian's inquiry, Mikato also responded with a smile. Although she wanted to talk to Zayajian forever, but Zayajian was obviously looking for business with the seniors, so she naturally did not dare to delay at will. Zayajian, why did you call again so soon? Is there any good news on the front line? There was a sound of trotting. After a few breaths of time passed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from the phone worm, and beside him, there was a whisper of buzz. Obviously, Mikato just ran into the meeting room. There is no good news for now, but I heard a big joke. Zayajian cast a glance at Onoki, and then said in a slightly teasing voice, joke. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but mutter. In fact, it is not only he who is wondering, but the high-level Konoha in the meeting room are also confused. In the past, Zayajian took the initiative to call back, almost always delivering good news to the village. So when they saw Mikato coming in with a phone worm just now, they all thought instinctively that there was another good news from the front. I didn't expect Zayajian to say, just heard a joke? This makes all of them full of curiosity and perplexity. Yes, a big joke. The whole story is like this. See Sarutobi Hiruzen's doubts, imitated by phone bugs. Zayajian also told Konoha's senior management what happened. Because there is not much content, so only a few words of effort, he has completely stated the matter. What? That fellow Onoki went to the battlefield himself. The 2 sides shook hands and made peace? Announcing a truce? What is he kidding? After Zayajian finished speaking, the meeting room in the Hokage building suddenly exploded. Then all kinds of verbal abuse came out of the phone worm one after another. Advertisement. He blasted and scolded Onoji, whose face was darkened to the bottom of a pot. Suddenly, he didn't know where to put his old face. Although Takashi Ono is an Uegaku Tsuchikage, he is deeply respected and loved by many people. But that definitely doesn't include the other senior ninja villages. So when they scolded it by mistake, it was not at all scrupulous. You are really enough. Do you really want to fight with Uegaku to be willing to die? Don't forget that behind you, there are Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigaku, both of which are the 5 great ninja villages. Onoki, who was so embarrassed that he became angry, immediately roared in shame. The sound spread out, making Rock Shinobi and Konoha's troops feel puzzled. I don't understand why Onoki, who was okay, suddenly loses his attitude. Because of the relationship between the two sides standing too far, neither of them heard the voice of the phone worm. Okay, just shut up. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice of persuasion came from the phone worm. In fact, he also wanted to yell at Onoki as shameless. But as one of the 5 shadows, he still retains a little face. However, he also deliberately waited until the crowd scolded him so that he was relieved a little, and then he pretended to persuade him in the end. Onogi, since you used Uegaku and Kirigaku to threaten Konoha, the old man should tell you one thing too. In fact, 3 days ago in 457, Kirigaku's army sneaked into Konoha village from the direction of Kawa no Kuni. But, they were beaten and fled that day, and ran back to Kirigaku. As for who defeated them, that is Baiyun Zayajian who is standing in front of you now. Hearing that Onoki threatened Konoha with the other 2 villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was full of pride, and smiled happily at Onoji. After all, the crisis in Konoha village at this time has almost all been lifted. Only the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi village is left, and there are still some stalemate battles. As for Kirigaku, even if they have to fight back, it will be a few days later. Why does Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to make such a determination? That's because last night, in the Hokage building, I just received the news that the Kirigaku army was going back to the village. So even if they might call again, the Konoha people will not be afraid. Because at that time, Zayajian and others had ended Uegaku's war long ago and led their troops back to Konoha village to garrison. What Kirigaku was defeated to? How is this possible? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Onoki exclaimed, his eyes almost protruding from his eye sockets. But then, as if he had caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's flaw, he opened his mouth and cursed. Good, you Sarutobi Hiruzen. Baiyun Zayajian is clearly here. You said Kirigaku was defeated by him. Do you really use the old man as a 3-year-old kid to trick you into making up this flawed lie? After speaking, Onoki also attacked Konoha people. As if it had already been concluded, what Sarutobi Hiruzen said just now was just a lie. Chapter 213 Either surrender, or get out. Aonogi, don't you think about it. If it wasn't for Zayajian to return to the village to rescue, why will he lead his army to attack you Rock Shinobi until yesterday? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed faintly to Onoki in a pity tone. However, his extremely proud expression was vividly imitated by the phone worm. This made Onoki, who had witnessed this scene, suddenly felt a little anger in his heart. So, you really defeated Kirigaku. After thinking a little bit, Onoki felt that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said was not unreasonable. So he took a deep breath and asked for confirmation again. Of course there is no need to lie to you. It is estimated that in a day or so, the spies lurking in Konoha in your village will carry information to you. So, you used Kirigaku to threaten Konoha. It was really a waste of water from the bamboo basket. As for Cloud Shinobi village, we Konoha village can still carry it for the time being. So if you use Cloud Shinobi village as a threat, it also won't work. While talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a sip. The appearance of singing is simulated by the phone worm. It made Zayajian feel that his appearance at the moment was very unbeatable. As for Onoki himself, he was even more gritted with anger. But when he got angry, Onoki realized that this matter was very unfavorable for Uegaku. So, you Konoha don't want to negotiate Uegaku with us, have you stayed stubbornly to the end? Onoki took a deep breath, and after suppressing his inner emotions, he said solemnly. He originally relied on Konoha and had to deal with the other 2 ninja villages, so that capital came to seek peace. Unexpectedly, Kirigaku would be so useless, he was directly repelled on the day of Konoha invasion. This made him ponder his plan for a whole night, and it was completely disrupted at once. At this time, he also felt his head buzzing. For a while, there was no other bargaining chip to negotiate this matter. What do you think of Zayajian? Upon hearing Onoki's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer, but asked Zayajian. This made Onoki frowned. Advertisement. Because in his opinion, although Zayajian is strong, it is correct. But judging by his appearance, he is at most 20 years old. Such a young man without much experience, how can Sarutobi Hiruzen Hida ask him this kind of question? How can I look at this kind of thing? Uegaku will either surrender or continue to resist. Want to stop talking? Do they have the capital and chips? Hearing third generation's inquiry, Zayajian glanced at the Onoki in front of him, his voice filled with haki. At this time, they have already entered the territory of the land. And Uegaku's army is obviously not Konoha's opponent. Negotiation? What's a joke? Okay, since you are like this, then this matter, you have to handle it with full authority. We old guys, just wait for your final result in the back. After hearing Zayajian's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. In fact, there is not much difference between the 2 decisions made by Zayajian. For Iwagakure, it is either a direct surrender. Either he was beaten and surrendered after heavy casualties. So no matter which choice Iwagakure makes, it is beneficial and harmless to Konoha. Because Konoha executives believe that Zayajian and others will not be defeated. Therefore, after the decision is handed over to Zayajian, Sarutobi Hiruzen also hung up the phone worm directly. Okay, you heard what Konoha said. Then now, I also give you two choices. Either surrender, AFK off. After recovering the phone worm, Zayajian put his hands on his chest again, his eyes draped over Onoji. He acted so arrogantly on purpose, wishing to anger Oyemi directly. Then the two sides could start the war again, which also allowed him to reap a wave of prestige. Looking at Zayajian's arrogant posture, Onuma was suddenly so angry that he was full of anger. However, after taking a few deep breaths, his anger was forcibly suppressed. Advertisement. Because at the moment, the two choices Iwagakure faced made him very distressed. So he has to keep his head calm in order to make the best choice for Iwagakure. Originally according to his plan, as long as the peace talks with Konoha succeeded, they only needed to consider redeeming Jinchuriki's compensation. But now there is no hope for peace talks. And Zayajian gave two choices, the first is to surrender directly, and the second is to fight again. If the first choice is made, Iwagakure will not only consider redeeming Jinchuriki's compensation, but also compensate Konoha for other payments. For example, compensation for the active cause of war, compensation for the ninja killed in Konoha, and compensation for war consumption. Anyway, there are so many indemnities, which will also be a large sum of indemnities. The second option is to continue fighting with Konoha. If you win, then everything is easy to say. You can even ask Konoha to return a Jinchuriki voluntarily. And they only need to pay some compensation to Konoha, and then redeem another Jinchuriki. Of course, there is no absolute in everything. If they are defeated, then Iwagakure will be forced to make the first choice. When that happens, they will not only need to compensate Konoha. Their Iwagakure may also be severely wounded or even disabled because of this war. Have you considered it clearly? I don't have so much time to wait for you. Seeing Onoki was lost in thought for a while, he hadn't made a choice yet. So Zayajian suddenly opened up a bit impatiently and urged, give the old man some time, and the old man will go back and discuss with everyone. Was awakened by Zayajian's voice from his contemplation, Onoki frowned and said with some discomfort. After thinking about it for a long time, he still had difficulty making a decision, so he planned to go back and discuss it with the people. Give you half an hour. If you haven't made a decision after half an hour, then I will assume that you made the second choice. Zayajian frowned similarly, and also deliberately limited the time for Onoki. Because of Konoha's army, it is impossible to confront and consume rock shinobi here for a long time. I'll come as soon as I go. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a panic. But he stopped arguing with Zayajian, turned his head and flew directly towards rock shinobi's army. Because he had already seen it, Zayajian seemed to be deliberate, wishing him to make a second choice. Chapter 214 Helpless Onoji. Hey, I'm afraid this battle will not be fought. Seeing Ohaiki who was so humiliated on purpose and still able to swallow his voice, Zayajian couldn't help but sighed slightly. Judging from the performance of Onoji's humiliation, in his heart, it is estimated that he is biased towards the second choice. So this war with Iwagakure may end here. Shaking his head, he sighed again. Zayajian also flew back slowly towards the Konoha army. Master Zayajian, did Onoki say something? Zayajian landed in front of Konoha's army. A crowd of Konoha Jonin immediately surrounded them. Everyone is very curious about the content of Zayajian's conversation with Onoki, because Onoki suddenly roared before, making them all feel puzzled and confused. This war, I am afraid that it will not be fought. Seeing that everyone was very curious, Zayajian said helplessly. Perhaps for Konoha army, Rock Shinobi village made the second choice, which is indeed the best result. But for myself, if you fight one less battle, you may lose hundreds of thousands of prestige points. I knew this would happen. When Onoki called himself before, he shouldn't have gone up. Instead, a laser should be used to hit it and directly trigger a 467 battle between the two sides, so there is no need to worry about it. Zayajian sighed helplessly, with a slight regret in his heart. Can't fight. What does this mean? Hear Zayajian's words. A group of Konoha Jonin commanders looked at each other. They had all ordered to go down before, so that the army was ready to fight at any time. But I didn't expect that Zayajian talked with Onoki, and actually came back and said that the fight could not be made. Yes, Iwagakure may be surrendering. Seeing that everyone was very puzzled, Zayajian had to tell them roughly what happened. No surprise. When he finished speaking, the Jonin commanders were all pleasantly surprised. Because even if you win the war, it is impossible for your side to have no casualties. Take the battle yesterday, although Konoha won a big victory. However, more than 400 compatriots were also injured or killed. So if Iwagakure can voluntarily surrender, for them, it couldn't be better. Luju, prepare an agreement. Advertisement. If Iwagakure is concerned, I really have to surrender. Then let them sign a defeated treaty first. After everyone was happy for a while, Zayajian then ordered Nara Liu, who was also happy. This war, regardless of whether Iwagakure surrenders now or not, they are undoubtedly defeated. So it's always right to make some preparations early at this time. When you save it, you have to rush it out. Yes? Lord Zayajian. Hearing Zayajian's order, Nara Luyu immediately responded earnestly. Then he took out the scroll and summoned all the necessary paper and pen items. Senior Dehi, let the logistics department bring a long table over. By the way, make a pot of tea. Let everyone rest and wait for Uegaku's decision. Zayajian looked around and found that there was no place to rest. So he had no choice but to give orders to Dehi of the logistics department. Yes, Lord Zayajian. Dehi replied loudly, twisted and retreated. It didn't take long for the long table commonly used by the headquarters to be brought up. After Zayajian ordered the Jonin to sit down, everyone waited leisurely while tasting tea. Just when Konoha Jonin are enjoying the rare leisure, the atmosphere on Uegaku's side was so solemn that it almost dripped water. Third generation lord. Are we really going to surrender? After listening to Onokisho, Konoha's two choices, the Jonin commanders in Uegaku all felt uncomfortable as if their hearts were stagnant. Everyone looked at Onoji eagerly, wanting to know the final decision he made. After all, the next decision can be closely related to their lives. Wenya, you tell me the story of yesterday's battle and the strength of Baiyun Zayajian. Onoki glanced at the crowd, then focused his gaze on Acta, Wenya. In fact, what he said to Zayajian was just an excuse to come back and discuss with the people. Because in Uegaku, Onokimoto is a one-word existence. And his real purpose when he came back was to understand Zayajian's strength again. If you feel that you have hope to defeat Zayajian, or hold Zayajian, then he will resolutely and make the second choice. On the contrary, if there is no hope, then you can only make the first choice. Advertisement. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Hearing Onoki's question, Wenya once again took the situation of yesterday's battle. And Zayajian's strength has been shown in detail all the time, and the Jonins beside him are constantly supplementing him. It can be said that Zayajian's strength and performance of his abilities have been analyzed inside and out. However, the final result was oppressive despair. Because Zayajian's power, speed, attack, and ninjutsu are all top-notch existences. It was as if he had no flaws in his whole person. Hoho. Have you tried looking for phantom ninjas? After listening to everyone's evaluation of Zayajian, Ono Mutant felt that a mountain was pressed in his heart. However, he still wanted to find a flaw in Zayajian. In yesterday's battle, I tried all of them. Neither visual interference type illusions nor sound interference type illusions have played the slightest role. He is in the air and has not been disturbed at all. It's like a copper wall and iron wall, invulnerable. When Onogi asked again, everyone shook their heads and said, it was the first time they heard and saw a ninja like Zayajian without any weakness. So when they said it by themselves, they felt it was incredible. If that's the case, then surrender. Onoki sighed helplessly. From what everyone said about Zayajian, he could no longer see any hope of defeating Zayajian head-on. As for carrying out a sneak attack, how can there be such a chance when the two armies are facing each other at this time? And after hearing Onogi's final choice, all rock shinobi Jonin's heads were all dejected. At the same time, in my heart, he unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that they dare not continue fighting, but if you know that you can't beat it, but you still want to fight, it was really futile without a trace of hope of victory. Wenya, you accompany me to sign the defeat treaty. After Oyemu looked around the crowd, he suddenly sighed helplessly. He still remembered the high-end combat power of the row of Uegaku that stood at the forefront of the team before the army pulled out from Uegaku. However, it has only been a few days since he has not seen each other, but he and the younger generations who are the future of the village have become the two sides of the yin and yang. Third generation lord. Wenya walked out of the team when hearing Oyemu summoned herself. After a night of treatment, he was kicked by Zayajian and he was more than half healed. Chapter 215 How could it be a big thing for the people who are stealing chickens and dogs? Onoki brought Wenya to sign the defeat treaty. During the process, no accidents happened. Zayajian asked Luju to read the defeat agreement to the two. Then Oyemu signed the word and pressed the handprint. It's over. End of program. Zayajian held the agreement signed by Onoki's handprints and flew over the Konoha army. Then Uegaku's surrender was announced. This is the end of the war? After the sound fell, Konoha's army fell into silence for 2 seconds. Immediately after, all kinds of excited cheers and shouts burst out from the army in an instant. Because before the results came out, Uegaku was about to surrender, but the people did not spread it to the army. So they, who were in the rear, didn't know what was going on before. Therefore, at this moment, the sudden announcement of Uegaku's surrender was undoubtedly a great surprise for the army. The matter finally came to an end. After Konoha's cheers gradually stopped, Zayajian also announced that the army would return to the village immediately. So the Konoha team in the land of the earth went up and down. On the second day after entering the land of the earth, he left the land of the earth again on a later journey. Let's go to. Seeing Zayajian, who led the army to leave after the matter was over, Onoji sighed helplessly. As for Han and Huang too, of course they were also escorted away by Konoha. If you want to redeem them, that is after negotiating with Konoha for compensation. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Hearing Onoji's words, Wenya turned back and followed him. I saw Third Suchikage, who was quite old, suddenly seemed to become more pivotal. In the same way, Wenya felt frustrated when he saw Konoha's army leaping for joy. The border between the country of fire and the country of iron. In the camp of the Cloud Shinobi village army, the sound of cursing came from the tent of the command headquarters. Damn it's Namikaze Minato, damn it's Jiraiya, damn it's Orochimaru. Boom. Among the big tents of the headquarters, Third Raikage, who was sitting in the first seat, shattered the conference table in front of him. As the sawdust splashed, all the Jonin in the command headquarters felt ashamed. They knew that Third Raikage was going to lose their temper and smash things. So before Third Raikage started, they all ran away. Therefore, the scattered sawdust did not hurt them at all. I said, Dad, can't you control your temper? How many times have you hit the table? You are smashing it like this, our headquarters will no longer have a table. Do you want us to all squat on the ground in a circle for a meeting in the future? AI, who was splashed with sawdust, looked at his father speechlessly. He was the only person beside the conference table of the entire command headquarters who did not dodge the sawdust. Yo brother, that's right. Because of the third generation, brother learned all your bad temper. Hearing AI persuading third generation to suppress his temper, Killer Bee was beside him immediately, sneered and rapped. Since the declaration of war on Konoha, the conference table in the Cloud Shinobi village headquarters has been smashed to pieces. 80% of them were smashed by Third Raikage, while the other 20% were smashed by AIGE. Both father and son have the same violent tempers. Therefore, the Jonin commanders of Cloud Shinobi village still secretly gave them the title of the conference table Terminator. Of course, this was just a joke. They complained about Tenten being smashed to the table. They still respect the third generation father and son. After all, not to mention Third Raikage, AI is also a cage-level powerhouse. Bye, what are you talking about? Advertisement. Your eldest brother, my temper, how could it be so grumpy? Hearing Killer Bee's humorous tone, Aidon wanted to grab him and beat him up. But when he was just about to move, Killer Bee, who was already accustomed to beating him, immediately ducked a few meters away, and also made an expression, who am I? Why am I here? Report. Just when everyone looked helpless and looked at the three people in front of them, a long report sound suddenly spread from far to near. Immediately after, an intelligence ninja rushed into the command post, and above his right hand, he also held a scroll with secret characters. Report to Lord Raikage, everybody. There is a message from Konoha village. The intelligence ninja broke into the headquarters and was not surprised by the sawdust all over the floor. But after saluting everyone, he handed the scroll in his hand to Third Raikage. The information from Konoha? Hearing that the information came from Konoha, Third Raikage immediately waved his hand to stop AI who was about to beat Killer Bee. The Jonin commanders of Cloud Shinobi all around, upon hearing the information of Konoha village, all gathered. Since the start of the war, they have played against Konoha every day. Before, they could also suppress Konoha, let Konoha strike and withdraw. But since Orochimaru led the team, their original advantage has gradually been leveled. Now it has become the situation of Sanying versus Sanying. Moreover, Konoha's Jiraiya and Orochimaru can also summon huge summoning beasts to assist the army in battle. So at this moment, the armies of both sides have almost formed a 50-50 situation. And from superiority to balance of power, this is why Third Raikage was so angry just now. Tutai, come and read it. After receiving the scroll from the intelligence ninja, Third Raikage suddenly said to a one-eyed youth. The young man is the courtier of Raikage next to him, a ninja who is responsible for helping him take care of various documents and clerical affairs. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Hearing the call of Third Raikage, Tutai immediately responded respectfully and stepped up steadily. After receiving the scroll in Third Generation's hand, he took the lead to open himself and quickly browsed it. But after reading it, his brows wrinkled tightly. Tutai, what kind of information is it? Seeing the dignified face of the Earth Table, a commander of Jonin around, immediately asked curiously. And the people are equally eager, waiting for Tutai's answer. 3 days ago, Kirigakure started from the country of the river and attacked Konoha village. Because of Tsunagakure's defeat, Konoha village has little defense against the direction of Kawa no Kuni. So much so that Kirigakure's army directly approached the city and hit Konoha village. But Nani Mist Shinobi attacked Konoha village. Before Tutai had finished speaking, AI exclaimed and interrupted his words. The Jonin commanders around were all shocked. No one would have imagined that Kirigakure would actually take a detour so far to attack Konoha's rear. Boom. You guy, don't interrupt Tutai at will. At this moment, a loud shout came. Then AI was kicked out by Third Raikage. He also directly penetrated a hole in the tent of the command headquarters. Tutai, you continue to say, what happened afterwards? Konoha village, was it defeated by Mist Shinobi's sneak attack? After retracting his strong thighs, Third Raikage asked curiously. Although he just kicked, he kicked his son. But he knew that AI would be fine, so he didn't care about AI flying out. Cough cough. Advertisement. That's not it. The intelligence said that when Konoha was about to be breached, Baiyun Zayajian just returned to the village. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Then he alone smashed Kirigakure's thousands of troops and fled. Moreover, the intelligence said that Kirigakure's high-end combat power, the ninja swordsman, all died in his hands. Tutai glanced at the hole that AI had penetrated. After swallowing, he turned around and said to the people, Nani, isn't Kirigakure attacking Konoha? Was he defeated and fled? So, Kirigakure fought a battle and then retired from the stage of this war. I thought Kirigakure succeeded in the sneak attack. I have the same idea. I didn't think that Kirigakure's sneak attack was defeated. They are really useless. After listening to Tutai's words, everyone in the command center suddenly exclaimed and made noise. Of course, more contempt for Kirigakuru's strength. After all, they all sneaked into Konoha village, and they were defeated by a single kick. In their eyes, this is a useless symbol of Kirigakure. If they were given this opportunity, they would definitely have Zayajian attacked Konoha. Humph. The war should be upright. How can you make a big deal for those who are stealing chickens and dogs? Also hearing that Kirigakuru's sneak attack failed, Third Reikage also said with contempt. Of course, what his inner thoughts are, then I don't know. Master Reikage, the key point is not here. The point is, if Kirigakure is repelled, then at this moment, only we, Cloud Shinobi Village and Uegakure, are still at war with Konoha. Therefore, in the future, we may face Konoha reinforcements again. Seeing that everyone in the command post was witnessing the destruction of Kirigakure, they did not realize the seriousness of the matter. So Tutai smiled bitterly and explained to his companions. The so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend. Therefore, in the interest-related war, and Konoha against other ninja villages. In fact, to one's own side, it is a hidden ally. And losing a potential ally, then for Cloud Shinobi Village, it will definitely not be a good thing. I see. It's still Tutai, your brain is easy to use. Yes, if Tutai didn't say anything, I might not have thought of it for a while. After getting the Tutai's instructions, everyone also woke up and understood that they and others were concerned about the wrong direction. So the atmosphere in the conference room soon became serious. At this time, because of Orochimaru's arrival, the two sides are about to form a 50-50 relationship. Our own side now has only a little marginal advantage left. If Konoha reinforces, then this little advantage is likely to be wiped out, and the fight will be even more anxious at that time. Master Third Generation, do we need to send some reinforcements to the village? After being silent for a while, a Jonin from Cloud Shinobi spoke. AI, who was kicked out by Third Reikage at this moment, also re-entered the camp unharmed. However, after feeling the atmosphere of the crowd was a bit solemn, he didn't bother to spit his father kicking himself. Well, send the information, and let the village send reinforcements again. But don't worry too much, everyone, even without Kirigakure, isn't there a Uegakure yet? That old cunning fellow Onoki, it took so long to attack Konoha with us. Their Uegakure army can definitely delay Konoha for a long time. After pondering for a while, Third Reikage said in a loud voice. However, what he didn't know was that Uegakure at this moment had just signed Konoha's defeat agreement. So now they are still fighting Konoha, and only Cloud Shinobi Village is left. Chapter 216 Welcome to the village. Guy spins the army. Time flies by. Before Uegakure announced its surrender, 3 full days have passed. Konoha Village? On the main road leading from the gate to the center of the village. Countless people gathered on both sides of the street and on the houses. The number of people is about tens of thousands. There is a sea of people, he is mumbling. It's as if a grand meeting is being held. However, this solar term, of course, will not be a grand event. Everyone just heard that Lord Zayajian defeated Uegakure. And today, it is about to lead the team Guy back to the village. So the people of Konoha village all came to welcome it spontaneously. At the same time, most people who have not seen Zayajian are also looking forward to seeing the true face of Zayajian. Don't squeeze me. I'm going to be squeezed down by you. Me too, I'm so squeezed that I can't move. You also said that I, a pregnant person, have been squeezed out of shape by you. What are you guys talking about? Are you sure you are not obese but pregnant? 467. On both sides of the impenetrable streets, the people of Konoha were crowding each other. However, although it was very noisy, there was no accidental conflict. Because today is also a great day. No one will deliberately make a fool of yourself at this time. Don't make a noise, don't make a noise, the top executives are here. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. The crowd turned their heads to look at the street in the center of the village. I saw a group of high-level people headed by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, all walking towards Konoha Gate. After seeing this scene, the crowd suddenly burst into cheers. Because the high-level people came, it indicated that Zayajian and others were also about to reach Konoha. Suck. Fortunately, Patriarch Nara, you have the foresight. If it hadn't been for your reminder to let people maintain order on the spot, then this road would probably not work today. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of the pipe and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. In the tone, everyone sighed for this moment and the crowded scene. Because of the large number of onlookers, they are almost the same as when he took office as Hokage. This is something he didn't expect. Yes. Since Tsunagakure started the war, Zayajian's popularity has really increased. I heard that in the ninja school yesterday, what else was formed by a group of children? Zayajian's fan club. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Yuditen Koharu also shook his head and laughed. However, after she finished speaking, all of Konoha's senior officials were in a trance for a moment. Advertisement. Obviously time has passed so short. But everyone seems to feel that a long time has passed. Because every war in the past has been fought for a few months at least, and it may last for several years. Therefore, people's feelings about war still remain in the old notion that it will be marked for a long time at every turn. This led them to a trance about the concept of time. At this time, after hearing Yuditen Koharu's words, everyone came back to their senses. Yes, Zayajian's rise to fame is so fast. Soon everyone felt an unreal illusion. Let's go, if you calculate according to time, Zayajian and others should be coming soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen also shook his head and laughed. After speaking, he took the lead to speed up some steps and walked towards the entrance of the village. When Konoha's senior officials heard him, they also followed in his footsteps. Master Third Generation. Master Third Generation. A crowd of high-rises walked through the crowded streets, and the people of Konoha also called out loudly. This caused Danzo to feel crazy jealous for Sarutobi Hiruzen, because obviously all the high-level people are here, but most of the people shouting are only Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if they saw only Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage in their eyes. Of course, jealousy belongs to jealousy. With so many people, Danzo didn't dare to show his displeasure and uneasiness. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved to the people while leading them to the village entrance. Not long. When they came to the entrance of the village, they waited for a while. A team of more than 2,000 people also gradually approached along the avenue from the distant horizon, and they are undoubtedly the army led by Zayajian. Everyone. I have sensed countless people, waiting for us in the village, Guy spins. I have raised my spirit and let the villagers see what the heroes who have guarded Konoha look like. Zayajian, who was walking at the front of the line, laughed loudly to the people behind him. Although Konoha's entrance to the village, only a handful of high-level people could be seen. However, his perceptual power had already seen the situation behind the village gate clearly. As for the villagers, why don't they come out of the village like a high-level welcome? Of course, you can't leave the village at will. After all, if large-scale villagers enter and leave the village, but it is easy for more enemy village agents to follow Konoha. So even when everyone goes out, they have to sign and register strictly. Yes, Lord Zayajian. Hearing Zayajian's slightly tuned smile, the complexions of Konoha's army began to flush with excitement. Advertisement. What's more, they are helping each other to take care of their clothes and want to perform better later. And Kushina personally stepped forward and slightly pulled the wrinkles on Zayajian's clothes, which made him a little bit dumbfounded. The army marched slowly towards the village. Everyone lifted their heads up and showed their spirits. Moreover, the team became more and more tidy without knowing it. After about 10 minutes, Zayajian led the army to reach Konoha successfully. The high levels of the village also greeted them one after another. As for the villagers inside the village, after seeing Guy's spinning army through the gate, they all cheered and shouted. The sound was like a tide, wave after wave, never interrupted. Among the crowd greeted by Konoha's high-level staff, Zayajian saw Mikoto at a glance. At this moment, she was supporting the great elder, looking at herself with affectionate eyes. This caused Zayajian to have a slight headache for a while, because in the past few days, how to explain to the two women really made him sad. Master Third Generation, we are fortunate enough to live. After the village leaders came to him, Zayajian also secretly took his gaze back from Mikoto. Then he turned around and handed Uegaku's surrender letter from Nara Keiju's hand. The Jonin commanders behind him all raised their chests, feeling proud. After all, victory in the war also has their share of credit. Ha 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 ha. Good job, you guys are doing a good job. Go back to the village first, and talk after you go back. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little excited, and took Uegaku's surrender letter, then shouted loudly to the army of Zayajian and Guy spinning. The sound spread, and everyone suddenly laughed with excitement. Third Generation turned around and led the way, and the Konoha executives followed happily. Zayajian led the army and entered the gate of Konoha village from behind them. 3.0 At the moment Konoha entered, the cheering and shouting voices of the villagers exploded more intensely. The army returning from the bloody battle seemed to have entered another world. Master Zayajian. Master Zayajian. After entering the village from the gate, there is no need for others to introduce it. The villagers of Konoha knew who Zayajian himself was. Because apart from the village leaders, Zayajian is the only one standing at the forefront of the team. And behind him are the commanders of Jonin and Konoha's army. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the respect of others, and the prestige is +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being respected by others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting. At this time, Zayajian's prestige reserve quickly began to soar. The speed of growth is much faster than when he killed the enemy on the battlefield. Chapter 217 on meritorious deeds. Hearing the system's continuous prompting sounds, Zayajian's heart was also very comfortable. At this time, there are about 7 to 80,000 people. After completing this journey, he estimated that his reserve of prestige would reach 300,000. Lord Zayajian. Lord Zayajian. Just when Zayajian was smiling, walking behind the high levels, while beckoning to the people around him in response, a dozen young girls suddenly rushed out of the crowd, and everybody held a bunch of fresh flowers in their hands. Master Zayajian, welcome back to the village. Yes, Lord Zayajian, we are your fan club. Please be sure to accept our flowers, please. Please. A dozen little girls ran to Zayajian's side. Various colorful flowers were also presented to him one after another. The road ahead of him and the high-level Konoha were blocked. For a time, various fragrant floral scents diffused in front of the team. The Konoha executives who were walking in the front also shook their heads and looked back. Obviously, these little girls are what Zayajian's fan club said before. You are Ta-Ri Genhong's daughter? Shi-Rihong, right. Zayajian looked surprised at the group of girls in front of him, many of whom he knew. And the two girls right in front of him are Shi-Rihong with red eyes and Yuan Yelin with purple stripes on her face. Both of them are characters who have shown their faces in Hokage's original work. Master Zayajian, do you know me? When Zayajian called out his name, Yuri's ruby eyes lit up. I didn't expect my idol to know his name. At this moment, in her heart, she suddenly jumped with excitement. Senior Yuri and I are really red, but comrades in arms? So naturally I heard him say your name. Zayajian bent down and smiled at Yuri Hong. At this moment, Shira Hong has not grown into the great beauty in the original book. But that lovely appearance has also begun to appear slim. Oh, that's how it is. Advertisement. Hearing Zayajian's words, Tara Hong nodded his head, as if suddenly realized. But Master Zayajian, you should hurry up and accept our flowers. In this case, we don't need to be in the middle of the road and disturb you, Lord Zayajian. After understanding why Zayajian knew him, Shira Hong suddenly said with a smile. Then he held fresh flowers in both hands and handed it to Zayajian. And her suddenly realized expression turned into a crescent-like smiling face. Okay, then I will accept your fresh flowers. As for any fan club, forget it. Zayajian smiled similarly, patted Shira Hong's little head, and took the flowers in her hand. When the other little girls saw this, they also handed flowers up. Due to the large number of flowers, Zayajian, who could not be taken at all, could only be handed to the group of envied Jonins at the back. Then Lord Zayajian, we will bother you, but we won't disband the support club. After Zayajian received all the flowers, the little girls suddenly bowed in unison. Their movements are neat and uniform. Obviously, there was an obvious rehearsal beforehand. But after finishing the first sentence, he suddenly laughed mischievously in unison. Only then ran down to the crowds on both sides. Zayajian shook his head with a smile, and then led the team again, following the seniors towards the middle of the village. 10 minutes passed. When Zayajian led the team out of the long queue of onlookers, it really increased the prestige value by more than 80,000. And his prestige value reserve, as expected, just reached the 300,000 mark. This is one step closer to the top prize draw. Arriving in the square of Hokage building, the army lined up neatly again. Then third generation climbed onto the high platform and praised everyone who returned from Gai. However, there are no statistics on merits and rewards for the time being. Because some people are ninjas who have experienced the war between sand and rock. And some people are ninjas who have been holding on to the rock shinobi battlefield. There are also ninjas who have only been sent from Konoha to the battlefield to support them. They have only experienced one battle. Therefore, their respective achievements cannot be generalized. But third generation promised the army. Everyone should remember at least 2 A-level tasks and the guaranteed minimum remuneration for A-level tasks. Advertisement. Then use the number of battles personally experienced to judge the merits and rewards. At this moment, the ninjas who rushed from the Sand Shinobi battlefield to the Rock Shinobi battlefield to support, all cheered. Because according to third generation's statement, they will not be less than 6 A-level tasks. Calculated according to the compensation of each A-level task. Each of them will receive at least 3 million taels in the future. This is a huge sum of money for Chunin, who can only do B-level tasks. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen has the confidence to give people such high rewards? Naturally, it was because of the big victory of the 2 wars and the 2 prisoners of Jinchuriki. Because even compared with a Jinchuriki, this reward is not much. The others, after listening to what third generation said, envying all of them, they looked at the companion who came to support from Sand Shinobi's side. While Zhang Mu was rewarded for their merits, he also envied their good luck. Because Zayajian was on a mission in Lulin at that time, he directly participated in the Sunagakuer War. And they are undoubtedly on the list of Zayajian, and they were still unknown powerhouses at the time. This allowed the war with Sunagakuer to be won and ended so quickly. Otherwise, how could they defeat Sunagakuer so quickly and come to support Uegakuer's battlefield? Of course, all of what was said in 467 was the reward of Chunin's army. As for the people of Jonin, they all remembered an S-level mission. For those who have experienced the Sunagakuer battlefield, an extra S grade will be recorded. Then add an A-level mission for each battle to reward the merits. As for Zayajian, third generation, who has participated in 2 battlefields and is still the first performer, the third generation has not given accurate statistics for the time being. Because the credit is too great, it is necessary for a group of high-level villagers to discuss it carefully and see how to give rewards to be reasonable. Hearing third generation's words, Zayajian nodded without comment. In fact, he himself doesn't care much about rewards for credit. What he cares more about is how to improve his prestige. Because this is something closely related to his system. After saying the reward rules for credit, third generation announced on the spot that the army was temporarily disbanded. The people who returned from Gai and their respective family members among the onlookers hugged each other and went home. As for Zayajian and a group of Jonin, they were left by third generation and the seniors. Because there are still many things, the handover has not been completed. For example, the corpses of the companions who died in battle, the corpses of the enemy villagers who died in battle, and many other things need to be dealt with. Chapter 218 Seal 9 Tales. It was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the army guy turned into the village. During the period, third generation praised everyone. There are also various rules of meritorious deeds and rewards. It has already passed nearly 2 hours. So when Zayajian and others handed over all kinds of things, the sky was completely dark. During the handover, Mikoto and Kushina always looked at each other inexplicably. This made Zayajian feel shocked. For a while, he didn't know what to do. To celebrate the victory of the war, how about a barbecue for all of us? As soon as the handover of the matter was over, and Zayajian was worried about finding a reason to excuse him, Akamai Dingza suddenly suggested. So the two women looked at each other with some doubts. Zayajian, who seemed to be drowning and grabbing a straw, immediately agreed. And those Jonin who originally wanted to go home, saw Zayajian agree to Akamai Dingza, so they all agreed to it. After all, Zayajian at this time can be described as promising. So people also want to get a little closer with him. Because Mikoto still needs to help the elder go home, Zayajian naturally cannot invite her to eat barbecue. So after secretly casting an apologetic look at Mikoto, Zayajian, who was secretly relieved, left the Hokage building with everyone. Then he headed straight for a famous Konoha barbecue restaurant. After arriving at the barbecue restaurant, the boss saw Zayajian and others, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. After inviting a group of people to a private room, they also personally delivered many kinds of fruit plates for free. It made everyone thank you again and again. During the dinner, everyone came to toast Zayajian. But Zayajian naturally refused to come and took all of them. Because I don't know how to explain to Kushina next. So Zayajian wanted to take this opportunity to get himself drunk and see if he could temporarily delay the time. However, I don't know, is it because devil fruit changed his physical relationship? Or is it because of the existence of spiritual gems? Zayajian has actually become an existence that can't fall 1,000 cups. In the end, everyone was drunk, and he still felt that he was very sober. Resignedly. In the end he could only pretend to be drunk and fell down. After the party ended, Kushina helped Zayajian to go home. She was the only person who was not drunk except Zayajian at the whole dinner. Of course, this is not to say that she is not drunk even for 1,000 cups. But Zayajian helped her and drank all the wine that everyone toasted. Advertisement. Along the way, Zayajian pretended to be drunk and gave Kushina intermittent directions. Because Zayajian's house is on the edge of Konoha, it is actually quite far away from the barbecue restaurant on the central street. So after walking for half an hour, Kushina sent him home. After supporting Zayajian to the bed and taking off his shoe covers, Kushina left Zayajian's house. How do you explain it to them? Zayajian opened his eyes helplessly when he sensed Kushina walking away. At this time, he was disturbed by the troubles, and he was really not sleepy at all, but he became full of energy. Master Madara, are we really going to do this? Konoha village, on the cliff of Hokage Rock. Two figures are standing on a high place, looking down at Konoha village below. And it is Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu who have been lurking in Konoha for 2 days. Since Nine Tails Jinchurikika has also returned to the village, let's seal Nine Tails first. After all, I don't have so much time. Hearing what Black Zetsu said, Uchiha Madara replied lightly. Judging from the information collected by Baiyun Zayajian in the past 2 days, the opponent's strength has reached the peak of cage level, even a stronger realm. So he was afraid to wait until he died. Those who execute their own plans cannot snatch Nine Tails from Konoha. So he planned to seal up Nine Tails first, taking advantage of his current state. Lest you let your long-planned strategy become a castle in the sky. But, can't we change the time? After all, Baiyun Zayajian is also in Konoha village at this time. Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu was a little worried and persuaded. According to his cautious personality that can hide in the ninja for thousands of years, he actually doesn't want Madara to take risks now. But he also understands that his current position is Madara's will. So he could only persuade him a little bit, and didn't dare to make too many moves that made Madara suspicious. You don't have to worry about that. Although I want to have a fight with that guy, take a look at the geniuses of the ninja world in this era. But now, not that time. I don't need it yet, expose myself. Hearing Black Zetsu's concern, Madara said indifferently. At this moment, his eyes are not his own eyes, so he can't get Mangekyo Sharinan right now. Advertisement. Precisely because of this, although his strength is still cage level, but even 1/10 of the peak period can't be reached. Therefore, he would naturally not take the risk and directly face the current Baiyun Zayajian. Then how to seal Nine Tails? After hearing Madara's answer, Black Zetsu's face appeared suspicious. In order to fight Hashirama, I forcibly used illusion to sign a contract with Nine Tails. So as long as I release Nine Tails from the seal, I will just summoning him away from a distance. It is not necessary for me to show up and fight Konoha head-on at this time. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara replied lightly. In his opinion, there is nothing wrong with saying this to his own will. That's it, you deserve to be Madara-sama. After hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Black Zetsu gave a little flattering. However, in his heart, he was slightly wary. Unexpectedly, under her long-term surveillance, Madara actually did these things she didn't know. Do you know where this is? Just when Black Zetsu fell into deep thought and didn't know what to think, Madara was suddenly inexplicable and said to him a headless word. Isn't this Konoha village? Black Zetsu deliberately pretended to be puzzled and said. In fact, in his heart, he naturally knew what Madara meant. Yes, it's Konoha, right, Zhaos? But this is also the village I once established with Hashirama. Even Konoha's name was proposed by me. Looking at the dimly lit Konoha village, Madara suddenly said with emotion. He used to be here with Hashirama, set the goal of peace in the Genin world together, and then together created Konoha village. However, the two finally parted ways and embarked on two different paths. Returning here at this time also made him feel a little emotional for a while. I see. Unexpectedly, Konoha village was created by Madara-sama. Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu pretended to suddenly realize it. Because of his pure black face, no one has ever seen his facial expressions. The two of them had a sentence, and they chatted without a word. It wasn't until the lights of Konoha village gradually extinguished that they disappeared from the wall of Hokage Rock. Chapter 219 Uchiha Madara, I want you to die. Kushina, who just came back from Zayajian's house, reading the letter left by his cousin Juzin Miai. Because of the relationship for a while, some dust was still scattered on the letter. And the content of it is roughly, I went to the border to defend Cloud Shinobi village with Minato, and I hope my sister will not worry about anything. This girl. After reading the letter, Kushina smiled and shook her head. But she stopped blaming her cousin. Once she was very angry at her cousin who gave her body to Minato before marriage. But since being with Zayajian, she has also fully understood Juzin Miai. That kind of hate, the feeling of sticking together all day. She also only realized it not long ago. Talk 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 talk. Just as Kushina shook her head and laughed, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Who is it? Kushina frowned. While asking aloud, the perception spread out. Someone knocking on the door in the middle of the night naturally made her feel a little wary. Talk 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 talk. Come on, don't knock anymore. Perceiving that there is an old man outside the door, Kushina relieved her heart. After responding to the old man, she walked towards the gate. Master, you. When Kushina opened the door, Uchiha Madara immediately stared at her red eyes and directly activated the illusion. And Juxin 479, who hadn't finished speaking, immediately fell into a dull gaze. The seal of the 5 elements, solve it. Madara snorted secretly, and her 5 fingers moved towards Chakra. A palm hit Kushina's stomach and knocked her out. Boom. Kushina, who flew upside down, smashed a table violently. Then the red chakra suddenly burst out of his stomach, frantically. Come out, 9 tails. Give me a big fight. In the red chakra, a pair of fierce eyes just turned out. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's eyes cast an illusion and turned into Sharingan. Ho 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 ho. The born 9 tails directly penetrated Kushina's house. After the red chakra condensed into a fox shape, he immediately roared to the sky. What happened? Zayajian, who is suffering at home. Advertisement. Suddenly felt a sensation of heart palpitations. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly spread over the entire Konoha village. Kushina. Zayajian was shocked. At this moment, he can clearly sense that there is an extremely large chakra in the village without using perception skills. And in chakra, there is also full of hatred. This feeling, Akta, he once felt in Kushina. That is undoubtedly the negative emotions donated by 9 tails chakra. What? In an instant of reaction, Zayajian suddenly changed into time. It smashed the window directly and shot out into the sky outside the house. At this time, everyone in Konoha was awakened by 9 tails roar. From Sarutobi Hiruzen to civilians, no one can sleep peacefully. Because 9 tails voice carries negative emotions that make them feel very uneasy. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was awakened, asked with a big drink while putting on his clothes. At this time, he just woke up from his sleep. For a while, I haven't sensed that it is 9 tails chakra. 3. Master 3rd generation, 9 tails fox monster. At this moment, an Umbu member landed outside Sarutobi Hiruzen's room and responded loudly. There is no need for him to check what is going on at the moment. Because as long as you raise your head, you can see the huge body of 9 tails standing in the village. Nanny. In the end, what happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just woke up and was still a little confused, was shocked and awakened instantly. Even the speed of wearing clothes has become a little hurried and confused. Even after rushing out of the room, he didn't notice that his pants had been worn upside down. Uchiha Madara, UBD, I want you to die. Zayajian, who had just flew out the door, immediately reunited his human form. As he turned his head and flew towards Kushina's house, his Kagura eyes spread out instantly. Immediately afterwards, an old man who was fleeing into the distance was also imprinted in his mind. And not far in front of him, there was a half-black and half-white figure. There is no doubt that they are Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu White Zetsu. Zayajian once invaded the memory of White Zetsu clone. So I am naturally impressed by the appearance of Uchiha Madara and others. Roar, roar. Just when Zayajian was about to turn around to chase Uchiha Madara, 9 tails suddenly roared again and began to wreak havoc on the surrounding area. Kushina. Advertisement. Feeling that Kushina is in danger, Zayajian can only gritted his teeth and glanced at Uchiha Madara. Then he accelerated in an instant and rushed towards Kushina's house. Compared to Uchiha Madara and others, Kushina is undoubtedly more important in his heart. As expected to be a genius, I recognize, the perception is really terrifying. Madara, who was fleeing to the distance, speeded up and whispered in her heart. When Zayajian perceives him, he also feels Zayajian. And just now, he felt as if he was locked in. This made his evaluation of Zayajian even higher. If Zayajian was born in the Sengoku period, Madara believes that he would definitely be a great enemy. However, Uchiha Madara didn't look at it that way at this time. Because he has evolved Rinnegan, his vision is naturally higher than anyone else. Bang bang bang. Rumble. After a roar, the tail of Nine Tails, which was controlled by the illusion, suddenly raised its paw and swept around. Kushina's house, including the surrounding houses, was swept away in an instant. Under the wave of Nine Tails, the air wave also triggered a huge wind restriction. All the houses that could not be photographed by the paws in front of it were blown to the ground. Fortunately, the location of Kushina's family is the former site of the Senju family. The Senju clan is declining, so most of the houses around her house are empty. Therefore, apart from the financial loss, there were not many casualties. Roar, roar. One shot turned into a super destructive Nine Tails, and he raised his head and roared again, as if unwilling to succumb. The Nine Tails behind him were also flapping indiscriminately everywhere. Suddenly it caused an earthquake-like aftermath, which spread out in all directions. This also caused Konoha's common people to run out of the house in anxiety and fear, and looked towards the sound source. At this moment, Nine Tails bowed its head inadvertently, and suddenly seemed to recognize Kushina. Holding her sharp claws, like Kushina lying on the ground weakly, she slammed into the past. Call out. Just at this critical moment, Zayajian, carrying a piercing sound, finally slammed up. Added a punch from armament haki, chakra, and sparkling fruit. Under his full strength, it suddenly hit the huge cheek of Nine Tails. Boom boom. There was a violent popping sound. The sound wave spread out from Nine Tails' cheeks. And Nine Tails, which was swinging its claws downward, was also hit by Zayajian's full force, and it was hit directly and fell down. Chapter 220 Trust me, you will be fine. Roar, roar. Nine Tails, which fell back to the ground, let out a loud roar. Originally it was able to speak, but under the control of Uchiha Madara, it only knew how to roar. Kushina, how are you? After knocking off the Nine Tails, Zayajian teleported and landed next to Kushina. While waving his hands, all the tiles and sawdust pressed on her body were swept away. Then he took the weak Mei Xian Nai into his arms. Ahem. I feel like I can't do it. Seeing Zayajian's arrival, the weak Kushina suddenly laughed miserably. The moment Nine Tails broke through the seal, she broke free from Madara's illusion. However, after being removed from Nine Tails at this moment, her condition is also very weak. Between opening his mouth, he coughed up a puff of red blood. This is also because she is the relationship of the physique of the Whirlpool clan. If it is an ordinary person, the tail beast would have died the moment it was pulled out. It's okay, I'm here. Nothing will happen to you. Hearing Kushina's words, Zayajian felt distressed. At the same time, the killing intent toward Uchiha Madara in his heart became more intense. He can no longer care about Konoha, or even anyone who cares about Konoha. But after moving Mikoto and Kushina, Zayajian would never let him go. He swears, after the matter passed, even if he dug the entire ninja world, he would find Uchiha Madara. Then it's alive, don't choke him to death. Ahem, you don't need to comfort me. I have met you in my life, and I have no regrets. Upon hearing Zayajian's words, Kushina thought he was comforting herself. So he shook his head, with a gratified and satisfied smile on his face. For a while, it seemed extremely beautiful. It's really okay, you believe me. The situation here must have been discovered by third generation. As long as we hold on, we will reseal Nine Tails into your body when third generation comes with the sealing class. At that time, I promise you will be the same as before, and you will still be a beautiful woman who is alive and well. Hearing Kushina's last words, Zayajian was really scared and funny. Two contradictory moods filled his heart. He didn't even know how Deo could describe his feelings at this time. Can it still be like this? After hearing Zayajian's words, the weak Kushina was shocked. There was also a glimmer of hope in the eyes full of fatigue. She had only heard Grandma Mito say before that if Jinchuriki was pulled out of the tail beast, she would die soon. Advertisement. But I have never heard of it. If Jinchurikika is sealed again, Jinchuriki can be rescued. But looking at Zayajian's serious eyes, Kushina also chose to believe it. If she could survive, she would naturally be reluctant to leave Zayajian. After all, since getting along with Zayajian, it has been the happiest time in her life. Yes, you believe me, so you must stick to it. Zayajian stayed tightly upstairs to Kushina, constantly cheering her up. In the original book, Naruto was taken out of Nine Tails in the 4 battles. It was Minato who transferred the other half of his body, Nine Tails, into his body, which saved Naruto back. Therefore, Zayajian is also very sure that as long as Nine Tails is resealed into Kushina's body, then Kushina will be restored to its original state. So now as long as Kushina is able to sustain Sarutobi Hiruzen with the sealing class, then everything will not be a big problem. I will stick to it. Seeing Zayajian looking anxious for himself, Mezuna suddenly laughed happily. Although the state is still very poor, but it seems to be radiant and not so weak. Roar, roar. Just when the two of us were very close to each other, Nine Tails, who was hit by Zayajian's punch, jumped up angrily, and the giant claw in its hand also grabbed the two of them again. What? Perceiving the movement of Nine Tails, Zayajian kicked back gently. He held Kushina and flew out into the sky, and the claws of Nine Tails, at this time, suddenly slammed into the original position of the two of them. There was a roar of shaking mountains and dust covering the sky and the sun. Kick at the speed of light. Zayajian floating in the air holding Kushina. Stretch your leg and jump down. Yudong laser shot from the sole of his feet to Nine Tails. Rumble. The dazzling golden light burst out on Nine Tails. The shock wave directly pressed Nine Tails on the ground and could not move. Taking into account that this is Konoha, Zayajian did not use his full strength. Therefore, the diameter of the explosion is only about 30 meters. But even so, the intensity of the attack almost reached the power of S rank. The sky of Konoha village was also kicked by Zayajian's foot at the speed of light, and it was shining brightly. That's Lord Zayajian. Master Zayajian is fighting the fox monster. Come on, Lord Zayajian? Hit 9 tails. The sky was illuminated like day, and the Konoha people who went out to look around, naturally saw Zayajian standing in the air fighting. So all the people who were panicked were relieved at this moment. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Advertisement. What's more, he was cheering on Zayajian loudly, hoping that he could eliminate the 9 tails fox demon or something. Is this the light escape of Baiyun Zayajian? This guy is indeed a good wizard. Uchiha Madara, who has gone so far with Black Zetsu. Feeling the bright light behind, I couldn't help but turn my head and look over. Yes. The most difficult thing is that guy is immune to physical attacks. Black Zetsu, who was also running, turned his head and looked back. I saw Zayajian's feet constantly shooting out golden light. They all beat 9 tails so that they couldn't get up at all. You have to speed up and stay away from Konoha as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he defeats 9 tails and seals it, everything he did just now will be wasted. After Madara retracted her gaze, she jumped and galloped beyond Konoha. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu responded respectfully, and then accelerated to keep up with Madara's pace. It didn't take long for the two to disappear into the night. Boom, 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 rumble. Zayajian hugged Kushina and flew in the air, dodging the tails that 9 tails snatched around. One side is constantly emitting laser light downward, and 9 tails let out an angry roar, and was suppressed by the continuous big explosion, and was unable to move on the spot. More than a minute or so passed. Most of 3rd generation and a group of high-level people gathered here. Hello Zayajian. What exactly is going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed forward and asked loudly. At this moment, he even came out of the battle uniform and the monkey demon summoning. After all, 9 tails is no ordinary person, it can deal with the existence. However, after seeing 9 tails being suppressed by Zayajian, he also breathed a sigh of relief. I'll talk about it later. Did you bring the seal class here? The 9 tails must be sealed back into Kushina's body as soon as possible. Zayajian suppressed 9 tails and asked anxiously. At this moment, Kushina's breath had begun to fade away, and he was really afraid that Kushina would not be able to hold on. The old man has ordered Umbu to notify the sealing team. It is estimated that they will come soon. You ask Kushina to hold on. Taking a look at Kushina in Zayajian's arms, Sarutobi Hiruzen also probably knew what Zayajian was going to do, although there has never been such a case in the ninja world. But since Zayajian said so, he was naturally willing to take a risk. Chapter 221 Co-author, am I the only one being kept in the dark? Morning Zayajian. Actually, I have one thing. I have always kept it from you. Hearing 3rd generation said that the sealing class hadn't arrived yet, Zayajian suddenly felt anxious. At this moment, Kushina in his arms suddenly started talking intermittently, and her condition is obviously worse than before. It's as if you're going to fall asleep anytime, anywhere. Kushina, don't talk, you will hold on for a while. 3rd generation has sent someone to notify the sealing team, and they are coming soon. Hearing Kushina's weak and powerless voice, Zayajian kept pushing her up tightly. I'm afraid that Kushina can slip away just a little bit. Don't you let me finish. Otherwise, I will always feel guilty in my heart. As if feeling that her condition was not good, Mei Xin disregarded Zayajian's advice and began to chatter. Well, you say, I'm listening. But 470 since you want to talk, then you can't stop, you have to keep talking to me. Seeing Kushina's stubbornness, Zayajian did not stop him, but changed another way. I hope she can persevere. Actually I have always known your relationship with Mikoto-senpai. Roar, roar. On the side of Zayajian, he was dealing with 9 tails. While listening carefully to Kushina's voice in her arms, Kushina's first sentence stopped Zayajian for a while. With this short pause, 9 tails, who had been resisting, almost broke free. Fortunately, Zayajian kicked 9 tails' head with a laser in time, making it dizzy, and then successfully remedied it. I know your relationship with Mikoto-senpai, but I still can't help it, can't help being with you. Do you think I'm a bad girl? Kushina said intermittently, saying things that made her ashamed and made Zayajian a little embarrassed. But at this time Zayajian can no longer take care of these. After seeing Kushina getting weaker, he could only follow Kushina's words and continue to chat with her. When did you know that there was Mikoto? I remember when we set out, my relationship with Mikoto hadn't spread yet. In order to make Kushina less bumpy, Zayajian slowly ascended, out of the attack range of 9 tails' tail. However, the astigmatism attack under his feet did not neglect at all. Instead, it became more intense. Pressed the entire body of 9 tails on the ground. This is Zayajian's intentional control, if he does it with all his strength. 9 tails may have been blown into a chakra group by him long ago, and could not keep the entity of the fox. Advertisement. When you first contacted the village with a phone worm, I found out. Our women's intuition is very accurate. So Mikoto-senpai must have known for a long time, knowing that there are people around you. But she should be the same as me, she hasn't said it all the time. When we saw her today, we could feel it at a glance, we felt that we were each other. Kushina talked intermittently. There is a slight complacency in the voice. But more, it was full of helplessness. Because of the relationship between Zayajian and Mikoto first. So in her heart, she always felt that she was wrong. I always feel that I am just the kind of third party that destroys the relationship. This made her conceal the guilt and anxiety that only she knew. Nanny, do you and Mikoto both know? Co-author, is I alone in the dark? After listening to Kushina's words, Zayajian's face coughed and wanted to cry without tears. Unexpectedly, I worked so hard to conceal the two of them. But did the two of them discover their own abnormalities the first time? Yes. So if I die later, then you have to compensate Mikoto-senpai well. We owe Mikoto-senpai, Kushina said intermittently, and there was a sense of relief in her voice. This made Zayajian suddenly more anxious. Right? Kushina, do you know why do I have to provoke you with Mikoto? The thoughts in his head spin quickly, in order not to let Kushina really fall asleep. So Zayajian can only use topics to attract Kushina's attention. Why? Hearing Zayajian's words, Mikoto really became curious. At the same time, I improved my spirit a little, and wanted to hear Zayajian's answer. Zayajian, the people from the sealing class are here. Quick, you guys are ready to reseal 9 tails. Just when Zayajian was about to answer Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly came from below. This moment made Zayajian's eyes light up, and his spirit was shaken. Does Kushina hear it? The people from the sealing class have finally arrived. You are holding on for a while. After you are better, I will tell you the whole story. The whole story. Advertisement. Overjoyed Zayajian, holding Kushina directly, flew towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, the seal class and others. And 9 tails, who had been suppressed on the ground and unable to move, finally stopped bombing because of Zayajian and was able to get up again. Master 3rd generation, what should I do now? When Zayajian flew down holding Kushina, the ground was already covered with the techniques of the seal class. And he didn't shudder, and directly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Kushina is still awake at this moment, his breath and chakra are already very weak. So Zayajian knew that he couldn't delay any longer. You put Kushina on the left side of the eye, and we will all push 9 tails to the right side of the technique. Then the sealing squad can activate ninjutsu and directly extract the power of 9 tails to seal it. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the surrounding ground and said in a quick tone. Hearing what he said, Zayajian turned and looked around. I saw the art on the ground, like 2 big eyes, hovering around me. It looks like the yin and yang fish in the Tai Chi picture. Okay, then hurry up, Kushina won't last long. After understanding how to operate, Zayajian suddenly urged. Good. Everyone go together. Push 9 tails here. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled to the left and right. Then, he took the lead and rushed to the 9 tails that had no suppression. The high levels and umbus beside him also followed his forward pace. On the spot, only the sealing squad that was waiting in battle was left. There are also Zayajian Kushina. 3.0 roar, roar, roar. Just broke free of the suppressed 9 tails. He shook his head, which had been beaten a little groggy. After seeing the crowd rushing towards him, he opened his mouth and roared forward. A hurricane came with an extremely strong stench and attacked everyone. Nani Sharinon. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly exclaimed. The golden light of Zayajian before was too dazzling, so that everyone did not notice the Sharinon pattern in 9 tails' eyes. After everyone rushed up at this moment, only then did I discover that 9 tails had actually been caught in the illusion of the Uchiha clan. 3rd generation? Don't be surprised. Get 9 tails here first, I'll explain the rest to you later. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned in place, Zayajian could only remind loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had reacted, also led the crowd again and rushed towards 9 tails. Chapter 222 9 tails, just seal it in my body. Boom, 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 rumble. 9 tails, controlled by Uchiha Madara's illusion, will not use the skills of Tailed Beast Bomb and Tailed Beast Bomb. So it was so angry that it could only wave its forelimbs and tail, knocking it everywhere. But even this makes Konoha's people feel bound and unreliable. Various types of ninjutsu hit 9 tails, and because of the large size of 9 tails, there is no actual damage. It can even be said that their existence is as useless as chicken help. Helpless, Zayajian, who had just put down Kushina, could only rush towards 9 tails. King Kong wishful. Extend the ape demon. Just when everyone couldn't hurt 9 tails, a loud shout suddenly came from behind 9 tails. I saw the King Kong wishful stick in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, suddenly enlarged and stretched over. It hit the back of 9 tails and pushed it directly in the direction of the surgery. Good job, 3rd generation lord. Zayajian, who was rushing up, couldn't help but praise after seeing this scene. Sure enough, the key moment still depends on the cage-level powerhouse. Jonin is even an elite Jonin, even if it is against 9 tails, it is still too difficult. Roar, roar, roar. Adamantine sealing chains. 02. Just when 9 tails wanted to turn back and turn on the King Kong wishful stick, Zayajian slapped his hands suddenly and quickly. Dozens of chains condensed by chakra suddenly burst out from behind him, then quickly tied the hands and feet of 9 tails, as well as the 9 tails behind him, all firmly. Adamantine sealing chains originally carried a strong seal to suppress the tail beast. In addition, Zayajian controls chakra in the slightest because of the gem of the soul, so the chain shot from behind Zayajian is like a real object. Ninetales was immediately strangled and unable to move, pushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's King Kong wishful stick, and fell to the ground. Roar, roar, roar. Ninetales, who was weakened by the golden light blockade, roared with his mouth open. However, Zaojian was unambiguous, and once again shot a chain from his back. He also tied its mouth. Come and pull me all. Zaojian raised his head and roared. Although Ninetales has its hands and feet tied, its size is still too big. If you rely on him alone, you can't pull it at all. So at this time, we have to call for help. Hey, la, ah. The sound of breaking through the sky sounded one after another, and the people around all performed body flicker technique and came to Zaojian. As if in a tug of war, everyone grabbed Zaojian's chakra chains. It was pulled frantically, and Zaojian also stepped back on one side, while slowly retracting the chain to his back. Advertisement. Roar. Ninetales, who was tightly bound, stared at bloodshot eyes, and wanted to growl angrily. However, its mouth was bound by Zaojian chains, so it could only make a whimpering sound. Under the pull of everyone, and the support of Sarutobi Hiruzen King Kong Ruyabang, Ninetales is still moving towards the procedure step by step, pulling it over. Adamantine sealing chains. Pulling Ninetales to the right eye, Zaojian slapped his hands suddenly. Several chains were shot again, and Ninetales was firmly nailed to the ground. Ninetales at this moment is neither the state of Jinchuriki nor its subjective state of consciousness, but it is controlled by Madara illusion, only knows the beast destroyed by melee combat. So at this moment, it is undoubtedly the time when there is no threat. Easily, he was tied up by Zaojian. Seal class, get started. After everyone retreated, Zaojian and Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted almost at the same time. At this moment Kushina was almost angry. So there can be no delay. Seal of the 5 elements. 5 sealed ninjas are standing around in the form of 5 horns. After hearing the words of 3rd generation and Zaojian, he shouted at the same time and slapped his hands on the ground. At this moment, the sealing technique on the ground suddenly surged. In an instant, the seal technique on the right covered Ninetales' body. On the fox body of the Ninetales entity, the red chakra began to evaporate like bubbles, and was sucked into Kushina by the technique on the ground on the left. Successful, the next step is a matter of time. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the King Kong wishful stick and jumped to Zaojian's side. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words did not finish. That is, I don't know if it will be useful to reseal it back, so everything can only be resigned. Hoho. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Zaojian breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the chain shot behind him was still tightly binding Ninetales, fearing it would break free. Although he can use spiritual gems to easily get rid of Uchiha Madara's illusion. But Zaojian did not do this, because Ninetales without subjective consciousness is in the weakest state at this moment. Zaojian, I remember adamantine sealing chains, should only be used by the Uzumaki family, have you not? After relaxing at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with some confusion. When Zaojian used adamantine sealing chains before, he was full of questions. It's just that the situation was too urgent just now, so he didn't ask it out. Actually, Lord 3rd generation, there is indeed a whirlpool family in my ancestor, but the age is too old. Hearing 3rd generation's inquiry, Zaojian opened his mouth and answered. With the help of the jewel of the soul, even if he lied, he was as sincere as from the heart. Advertisement. I see. No wonder I discovered that your chakra is very huge before. Your physical fitness and chakra, it should be an ancestral phenomenon. Sarutobi Hiruzen had an expression of awakening. I also made up a very reasonable explanation for my own brain. I don't know the specifics, but maybe, it's the ancestral phenomenon you said about 3rd generation. Zaojian nodded and made a very agreeable expression. The two chatted without a word, and time was slowly passing by. The huge body of Ninetales, by this time, had already absorbed half of chakra. Its huge body has shrunk by half at this moment. It seems that there is no such horrible deterrent as before. It's not good, Lord 3rd generation. Kushina is in a very weak state at this time. I can't bear it at all of Ninetales' chakra. 470. At this moment, a sealed ninja approaching the left side of the art, suddenly shouted. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Zaojian hurriedly turned to look. I saw that the skin on Kushina's face started to crack because it could not bear Ninetales' chakra. How can this be good? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. He did not expect this to happen. Since Kushina at this time, can't suppress the whole Ninetales. Then divide Ninetales in 2 and cut them in half. After seeing Kushina's state, Zaojian directly made up his mind and said. At the same time, he pulled the Tiankong Yunjian between his hands. Na. But what should the other half of Ninetales do? Hearing what Zaojian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head coldly. Cutting Ninetales in half is also a precedent in the ninja world. The other half. Just seal it in my body. After hesitating for a moment, Zaojian said seriously. Although he didn't want to let another consciousness exist in his body. But sealing Ninetales also has many benefits. But you? Hearing what Zaojian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Lord 3rd generation, don't forget, I also have the physique of the Whirlpool clan. I must be able to suppress Ninetales. Hearing some worry in Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, Zaojian said firmly. Chapter 223 Uchiha Madara, I am really careless? Alright. It can only be so. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded helplessly. There is no other way at this time. Because the current Konoha village, there are only 2 villagers of the Vortex clan. That is Kushina, and her cousin Juzin But at this time, Juzin is not in Konoha, but on the battlefield on the front line. Therefore, Zayajian is indeed the most suitable candidate to seal Chakra, the other half of 9 tails. Because ordinary people simply can't bear the huge Chakra of 9 tails. The seal class has paid attention to me. When I cut off the Chakra of 9 tails, you will immediately seal it. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen nodding, Zayajian immediately reminded the 5 sealed ninjas. Although 9 tails has not been completely sealed at this moment, but half of 9 tails Chakra has been injected into Kushina's body. So at this moment Kushina's vitality has stopped passing. But after some toss before, she is now in a coma. Yes, Lord Zayajian. After hearing Zayajian's words, the 5 sealed ninjas responded in unison. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals, and he stood up in a serious battle. Buzzing. Zayajian waved the sky cloud sword in his hand. The wind attributes Chakra and armament haki also wrapped around his arm. In the blink of an eye, a layer of invisible power and the sky blue Chakra were condensed on the lightsaber. Wind-style flying sword. Zayajian adjusted his state a little. Then he slammed the lightsaber in his hand suddenly. A slash of 7 or 8 meters long, engulfing 3 different powers. In an arc, it soars straight to the Chakra of 9 tails. Puff. Roar. The red Chakra connecting 9 tails and Kushina. The moment the slash flew past, it was directly cut in half from it. 9 tails also suffered heavy losses and forcibly broke away from Uchiha Madara's illusion. Seal. The 5 ways shouted loudly and sounded all around at the same time. The sealing techniques on the ground around Kushina all gathered on her body. It didn't take long for the operation to disappear in the position of Mesanei's lower abdomen. And the 9 tails Chakra on her body also disappeared without a trace. It's done. Perceiving the breath of Kushina's body, it gradually stabilized. Zayajian couldn't help being overjoyed. Sure enough, it was the same as the original, as long as Jinchuriki was not completely dead. Seal the tail beast again, and then Jinchuriki can be rescued. Quick, get ready for the next seal, advertisement. Also sensing the state of Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also delighted. Then he ordered the 5 sealed ninjas around him again. Yes, Lord 3rd Generation. The sealed ninjas responded loudly. Between the flying hands, complicated seals are formed in the hands. The moment the 5 people slapped on the ground at the same time, the sealing technique once again spread out from their hands. Hoo! 9 tails let out an angry roar. The bloodshot eyes, with strong hatred, testify to Zayajian. However, Zayajian ignored it. After the reseal technique was reopened, he stepped into the front in a few steps. Bring it on. In the eyes of the seal, Zayajian opened his arms and looked straight at 9 tails. Then he gave a loud order to the 5 sealed ninjas. Seal, just like Kushina's seal just now. The powerful sealing technique is blessed on Zayajian. And the Chakra on 9 tails was also attracted by the eyes again. Boom. Heavy Chakra. Zayajian couldn't help but snorted. 9 tails Chakra entered the body, making his belly burn as hot as it was burning. And Chakra from 9 tails is very complicated and heavy. For a moment, it made him feel as if he was carrying hundreds of caddies. Uchiha Madara of Dammit. Baiyun Zayajian of Dammit. At the last moment when 9 tails collapsed into Chakra, freed from the Zayajian chain, it suddenly opened the fox's mouth and roared. Immediately afterwards, it turned directly into the red Chakra and was sealed into Zayajian's belly. Pipey. The steam came out of Zayajian's lower abdomen. The burning pain and Chakra's heaviness disappeared without a trace at this time. The sealing technique gathered on his stomach, and then gradually faded away. Is this Chakra from 9 tails? Sure enough, it's so huge. Feeling the Chakra in the seal, Zayajian couldn't help but exclaim. This is still half a 9 tails, if it is a whole 9 tails. That huge amount of Chakra can really be described as the sea. Zayajian, how do you feel? After the seal was completed, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the high levels all eagerly caught up. And he was still looking around Zayajian constantly. Fortunately, I didn't feel much pressure. Zayajian nodded in response to the crowd. Then with a thought, he quickly retracted the adamantine sealing chains that had originally been bound to 9 tails. Advertisement. It seems that the phenomenon of returning to ancestors has made your Uzumaki physique very strong. Seeing Zayajian's relaxed look, it didn't seem to be a fake. So Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt relieved, and nodded with emotion. To be honest, he himself is very envious of the Uzumaki family. The huge Chakra, plus exuberant vitality, and powerful sealing ninjutsu. If our Chao village were not destroyed, they would have a place in the ninja world. Right? The eyes of 9 tails before. What is going on? After a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered the abnormality of 9 tails. Then he asked solemnly. And hearing his words, the high-level people also quietly pricked their ears. Because of the 9 tails just now, it was obvious that it was hit by the illusion of the Uchiha clan. I took Kushina to Konoha Hospital first. As for the 9 tails, I'll talk to 3rd generation separately later. Zayajian did not immediately answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. After picking up Kushina on the ground, he nodded to 3rd generation. Then directly from the crowd, soaring into the sky and flew out in the direction of Konoha Hospital. Thanks for everyone today. Then everyone will go home first. I also have to go to the hospital to see Kushina's situation. From Zayajian's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that things were not simple. So after ordering everyone to go home, he quickly jumped towards Konoha Hospital. A group of high-level people who looked at each other were left behind, and Jonin who didn't know why. Nanny. My connection with Nine Tails was cut off. Near the End Valley, Uchiha Madara is preparing to bring Nine Tails summoning over. The seal of summoning was just completed, but the contract with Nine Tails was suddenly terminated. Could it? Has Nine Tails been sealed? Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu asked quietly. In fact, this situation is almost clear at a glance. I didn't expect Konoha without Hashirama, so I can seal Nine Tails so quickly. I'm really careless. Uchiha Madara sighed, his tone slightly solemn. This time not only didn't get Nine Tails, but exposed himself. This feeling of being out of control made Uchiha Madara feel a little uncomfortable. Then Madara-sama, what are we going to do next? Black Zetsu sighed secretly in his heart, and then opened his mouth to ask a question. In fact, he didn't want Madara to take the risk, but now that he hasn't caught Nine Tails also makes him a little annoyed. If it wasn't for the need to pretend, he really wanted to yell at Madara. It seems that in the short term, we can no longer go to Konoha. We should wait until White Zetsu comes back and we are discussing the next step. Uchiha Madara shook her head and walked slowly towards the country of Kusuno. As for why to go in that direction, of course, I expected to meet White Zetsu on the road. Chapter 224 Rooftop Secrets? Master Zayajian, Kushina is basically fine. But because of her weakness, she has to be hospitalized for at least 2 days. Inside a ward of Konoha Hospital, a female medical ninja was speaking respectfully to Zayajian, and in her eyes, there was a light called worship. Yesterday afternoon, when Zayajian led the army from the front line guy, in fact, she really wanted to go to the entrance of the village to meet the legendary Lord Zayajian. However, a few days ago, Kirigakure attacked Konoha and added many wounded to Konoha Hospital. So because of her position, she couldn't leave Konoha Hospital and go to the entrance of the village to meet Gai Xian, Lord Zayajian. For this, she felt very sorry before. But what I did not expect is that this day has not passed yet. The idol she wanted to see so much fell from the sky and landed at the gate of their hospital. When some of the wounded in the hospital called out the words Master Zayajian, she was very excited. If it weren't for the hospital not to make a loud noise, she would have screamed out at the time. If so, thank you so much. Hearing what the medical ninja said, Zayajian looked up and smiled at her. However, he bowed his head again and helped the unconscious Maizune tidy up her hair. This made the female medical ninja feel envy for a while. Tok tok. Zayajian, how is Kushina? Soon after the medical ninja left, the sound of knocking on the door rang. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked slowly into the ward. 470. The purpose of his coming is to visit Kushina. Second, it is natural to ask Zayajian about the illusion in Nine Tails. There is nothing serious anymore. If you rest for 2 days, you will almost be discharged from the hospital. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen coming in, Zayajian naturally retracted and sorted Kushina's left hand. Since it's okay, it's fine. After receiving Zayajian's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. However, there was a trace of weirdness in his tone. Because from the look in Kushina's eyes on Zayajian today, and the performance of Zayajian on Kushina just now, he is very sure that Zayajian and Kushina are also in a romantic relationship. But isn't Zayajian already having Uchiha Mikoto? Why are you messing up with Kushina again now? This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen who understand the situation a little confused. But about the young man, he was too embarrassed to ask more. By the way, what is going on with Nine Tails? How did it come out? How did it hit the illusion of the Uchiha clan? Advertisement. After knowing that Kushina was okay, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked his second doubt. Nine Tails is controlled by the illusion of the Uchiha clan, this is no small thing. So Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone is also very solemn. It's not suitable to talk here, let's go to the rooftop of the hospital and talk. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Zayajian opened the window of the ward. Then he jumped out of the ward first, made a few jumps along the wall, and went directly to the roof. Because there were a lot of wounded and sick in the hospital at this time, and there were people passing by from time to time in the aisle, it was not suitable for the conversation between the two. Therefore, Zayajian can only invite Sarutobi Hiruzen to the roof. Seeing Zayajian being so cautious, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, so he jumped out of the window and followed. There is no one here, just tell me. On the rooftop, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around, then asked solemnly. Zayajian's performance made him understand that things are definitely not simple. I don't know Master Third Generation, do you remember what Nine Tails said before completely sealing Nine Tails? Zayajian perceives the surroundings for a while, and then asks in a low voice with a voice that the two can only hear. Because the person he is going to talk about next, if heard by someone with a heart, may even spread to the Uchiha clan. That may all cause a lot of panic. What did Nine Tails say? Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and thought. Then he said slowly, damn it's Uchiha Madara, and damn it's Baiyun Zayajian. Because Nine Tails is controlled by illusion, so the whole process is the last moment, saying this sentence. So Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally recalled it immediately. Right. Why is Nine Tails cruel to me? I don't need to say more, right? Because I cut him in half and sealed it again. As for Uchiha Madara, Of course it is to let it out and control it to the culprit. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered, Zayajian also nodded and said, although he doesn't care about the life and death of the Uchiha clan, but at this moment, he has not yet come together with Mikoto. Therefore, he did not want Sarutobi Hiruzen to suspect the Uchiha clan at this time, so that the contradiction between the two parties broke out in advance. So he planned to confess the existence of Uchiha Madara directly. Acta, of course, it is only a selective disclosure of information. Naturally it is impossible to say all of them. Uchiha Madara. Hearing Zayajian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeper, because this name is a taboo for Konoha. Maybe many younger people don't remember this name anymore, but people of the older generation have a deep memory of this name. Advertisement. What's more, as third Hokage, what about Sarutobi Hiruzen who knows a lot of Konoha's secrets? Yes, it's the person you think of. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, nodding, and shaking his head sometimes. So Zayajian opened his mouth directly and confirmed his thoughts. How is this possible? Isn't that guy defeated and killed by first generation decades ago? Reconfirmed by Zayajian, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes wide and exclaimed directly. Because Uchiha Madara was defeated by Senjo Hashirama, the god of ninjas, this is a household name in the ninja world. At this moment, when Zayajian said that Madara was not dead, Sarutobi's new day was naturally unacceptable. I just learned about this not too long ago. Because it hadn't been confirmed at the time, I kept hiding it and didn't say anything. But the fact that Nine Tails was controlled today made me sure of my inner thoughts at once. Zayajian looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously. Then he told me about the arrest of a dozen white Zetsu in Iwagakure. And after seeking the consent of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he pointed his finger on his forehead, with the power of the jewel of the soul, in his brain. After a period of transmission, the memory images of white Zetsu and Uchiha Madara and others. Of course, this is just a simple conversational image. It did not involve Uchiha Madara's plan, or Rinnegan's news, etc. But even this made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror. Because he was a teenager, he had seen Uchiha Madara's appearance. So although the image transmitted by Zayajian, the old man is already very old. But he recognized it at a glance, and the opponent was Uchiha Madara, who once smashed Ninja World. This guy is really not dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowed down for a while before finally suppressing the unbelievable heart. After all, if the news that Uchiha Madara is not dead spreads, it will definitely make the ninja world should have a big earthquake. If you are far away, it's just the Uchiha clan. If you let them know that Uchiha Madara is not dead, Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid that they will have some strange heart. At this time he also finally understood why Zayajian had to be so cautious. Yes, Uchiha Madara is not dead. I had previously sensed an accident in Kushina. The moment I rushed out of the house, I sensed the presence of Uchiha Madara. But because of the relationship between Kushina and Nine Tails, I didn't catch up. After speaking, Zayajian reached out and nodded Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead again. Before transmitting the seal of Nine Tails to him, I felt the image of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. In this video, Uchiha Madara is younger than the first video because he has absorbed the chakra of dozens of people. Unexpectedly, not only did this guy not die, but unconsciously, he lurked into Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, his voice very solemn. Chapter 225 Kushina is full of happiness. Master third generation, although Uchiha Madara is not dead. But it's better not to spread this matter. After all, with his previous influence, it is very likely that Konoha will panic. After talking with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Zayajian looked serious-minded. After all, if this matter spreads out, it will not only benefit Konoha, it will not benefit at all. Instead, it will be exposed, and others will know Uchiha Madara's existence. In this case, Madara may be more cautious in the future. This old man knows naturally. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. From the image Zayajian showed him, he already knew about this, and only Zayajian knew about it at present. Even Uchiha Madara and others may not have noticed it yet. So naturally he would not let this great situation be exposed at will. But what do you want to do with this matter? When Zayajian mentioned Uchiha Madara, there was still some haze in his eyes, so Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. After all, Zayajian's strength is very strong, so he is also very curious about Zayajian's movements. Just pretend you don't know first. But his chakra has been written down by me. As long as he dares to come to Konoha again, or let me meet him, then I will definitely let him come and go. Zayajian's face was slightly gloomy in the dark, and his tone was gritted teeth. But what he said was not finished. That is, if you want to find Uchiha Madara, it is actually not that difficult. Just go and get Nagato up, worry about Uchiha Madara not sending it to the door by himself? Of course, Zayajian did not intend to say anything about Rinnegan. Well, it can only do this for now. In the boundless world of forbearance, it is indeed very difficult to find someone alone. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded and said, in his opinion, since Uchiha Madara can hide for decades, naturally, it is not simple, you can find it at will. And Madara has been hidden for so many years, and now she suddenly appears in Konoha, still wanting to release Nine Tails? What exactly is his purpose? These have not been found out yet. Therefore, it is best not to go to the grass and startle the snake. It's probably like this. Master third generation, do you have anything else? If not, I will go with Kushina. When everything was explained, Zayajian also nodded and asked. Although Kushina is out of danger at this moment, he still wants to stay with Kushina. You go. Correct. Since his goal is 9 tails, you, as Jinchuriki at this time, have to be careful too. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Advertisement. But thinking that Madara's goal was 9 tails, he also quickly reached out to remind Zayajian. Although Zayajian's strength is very strong, that's right. But the other party, that is the strong one with the same reputation as first generation. So Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally, dare not have a trace of slack and carelessness. Lord third generation, don't worry. If that guy dares to approach me, then I can't ask for it. Hearing a hint of worry in third generation's tone, Zayajian couldn't help but smile. Then he jumped directly from the top of the hospital building. Seeing that Zayajian is so confident, Sarutobi Hiruzen is relieved. After being silent on the roof for a while, his face was very solemn, and he jumped in a hidden direction. Although from the image given by Zayajian, he has determined that the opponent should be Uchiha Madara. But as Hokage's responsibility, he can't be a little sloppy. So he planned to go to second generation to deal with Uchiha Madara's tomb in person, quietly, to determine the last trace of fortune in his heart. The next day, the sun rose slowly from the horizon. A new day has come again. When Zayajian woke up from the bedside of Kushina, only then did he realize that Kushina did not know when she woke up too. And at this moment, he looked at himself madly, with a happy smile on his face. Don't call me when you wake up. Zayajian rubbed his face and smiled at Kushina. Although Kushina is fine, but being pulled out of the tail beast still made her very weak. So at this moment, her face was all pale and feeble. I just want to see you more. Kushina whispered weakly. However, her face was very happy and satisfied. When she woke up early this morning, Kushina noticed the seal and 9 tails in her lower abdomen. But soon, she felt that 9 tails was a little different. So she personally entered the spiritual world, went to meet 9 tails, and wanted to understand what was going on. Unexpectedly, when they first met, 9 tails yelled. Kushina knew what happened last night. I also knew that Zayajian was trying to save her. He did not hesitate to seal 9 tails, which everyone hated, into his own body. After learning about the anomaly of 9 tails and what happened last night, Kushina was moved in the spiritual world on the spot. In her opinion, everyone is very afraid, and even hates 9 tails. In order to save her, Zayajian was willing to become 9 tails Jinchuriki with her. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. This is undoubtedly Zayajian, the deepest love for her. Advertisement. If you want to see me, when can't you? When you are completely healed, I will take you home, and Tenten will let you see. Hearing Kushina's words, Zayajian also laughed. Although I don't know why Kushina is so happy, but as long as she is in a good mood, Zayajian is also very happy. Then when you come, don't despise me. Hearing Zayajian's words, Kushina reached out and held Zayajian, and the smile on her face became brighter. Her home was destroyed by 9 tails, so she has nowhere to go for the time being. Kushina was naturally very happy and willing to be invited by Zayajian to live in his house. How can I despise you? It's too late for me to spoil you. Zayajian smiled and raised his hand to stroke Kushina's cheek. Pin the red thread on her face to her ears a little bit. Correct. The home is destroyed. Where should Juzin live when she comes back? When the atmosphere was very warm, Kushina suddenly exclaimed. I just thought of myself, and now I remember that there is a cousin in my family. Don't worry. You have me. Does she have Minato? I guess she would like to live with Minato. With a light tap on Kushina's head, Zayajian felt a burst of dumbfounding in his heart. With his own knowledge of Minato, he naturally wouldn't sit back and watch Zinmei have no place to live. What's more, before Kushina, she tried every means to stop the two of them. Now that the two of them finally have a reason, Tenten is tired of being together. They are still eager for this situation, maybe they can keep it going. Talking about it. Upon hearing Zayajian's words, Kushina regained her senses and smiled. In fact, Juzin has grown up a long time ago, but as a sister, Kushina will always treat her as a child unconsciously. This caused her to forget Minato at once. You take a good rest. Since you are awake, then I will make you something delicious. Zayajian rubbed Kushina's head. Then she closed the quilt on her body. I want to eat curry omelette stewed rice. Hearing that Zayajian was cooking food, Kushina swallowed. Several days have passed since the last Zayajian cooking. In the past few days, she has been greedy. Okay, I can do whatever you want to eat. Tenten can do it. Zayajian smiled, bowed his head and kissed Kushina's forehead. Chapter 226 Mikoto's Visit, Showdown. Zayajian, who flew out of the hospital, did not go home directly. Instead, I plan to go to Konoha's market to buy more ingredients. Although Kushina wants to eat curry and omelette stew, she can't just cook that dish. After all, Kushina can be in the hospital for 2 days of convalescence. And at this time, her body is also very weak, so she has to make up for it. Because I don't want to be noticed, I let myself be delayed. So when Zayajian landed at the market, he had already used the transformation technique to change his appearance. After walking around the market for nearly half an hour and buying various ingredients, Zayajian returned home. After more than 2 hours, it was busy. When it was almost time for lunch, Zayajian finally made a meal, which was suitable for Kushina's tonic dishes. In addition to the curry omelette stew that Kushina wants to eat, there are 7 or 8 other dishes. Of course, these 473 things Zaejian does not expect Kushina to eat them all. But as long as you eat a little bit of everything, Zaejian is satisfied. Because every dish is rich in various nutrients. So Zaejian didn't mind, he couldn't finish eating extravagantly and wasting anything in the end. Kushina, I'm back. Zaejian, holding the food container in both hands, still flew in from the window of the ward. Because there are a lot of people in the hospital, and he doesn't want to be eye-catching at this time, so he can only choose to climb the window again. But when Zaejian flew into the ward, he found out that there was another person inside. And the other party is peeling apples for Kushina. Mikoto, you came to visit Kushina too. Zaejian swallowed subconsciously, and his voice was slightly embarrassed. But thinking of yesterday, Kushina said that both of them were tacitly aware. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and walked over to the 2 people on the side of the bed with the food container. Fortunately, neither of them seemed to be too unusual. This made Zaejian's heart slightly relieved. You are back, X2. 2 different voices sounded at the same time. One is tender, and the other is full of joy. After Zaejian also opened his mouth, Mikoto and Mei Kushina realized that he had flown in. I don't know what they were talking about just now, and they seemed to be very engaged. Since you are back, then I will go back first. After speaking with Kushina at the same time, Mikoto reacted. For a while, I didn't know what to do next. Advertisement. So he got up quickly and wanted to sneak out first. However, Zaejian, who was quick, grabbed his arm. Stay, I have something to say to you too. Zaejian grabbed Mikoto's arm and clearly felt her tremble slightly. But things have reached this point, and he knows that it can't be delayed any longer. This matter is what I was going to say to Kushina yesterday. After putting down the food container, Zaejian gently pressed Mikoto back to the chair beside the bed. And he sat on the other end of the bed, opposite Mikoto. Kushina, you still remember what I said yesterday. Why do I want to provoke you after I have Mikoto? He glanced at Mikoto who was sitting opposite him obediently. Zaejian then turned his attention to Kushina on the hospital bed. Although these topics are not suitable to talk about when Messina is weak, Zaejian decided to speak up as soon as possible, so as not to delay the time and make the gap between the 3 people bigger and bigger. I remember. Kushina looked at Zaejian with tenderness. What if yesterday did not happen? If Zaejian didn't want to save her, but sealed the other half of 9 tails on himself. So it is estimated that Kushina at this time will not face it so calmly. But after what happened last night, Kushina has already seen everything. She had already made plans before Mikoto came to visit her. That is, no matter what choice Zaejian will make in the future, she will unconditionally support Zaejian. As long as Zaejian doesn't forget her, she doesn't even mind having any status. Of course, Zaejian didn't know Kushina's thoughts. If he knew, then he would definitely look up to the sky and sigh, thank the Buddhas all over the sky. When Mikoto heard Zaejian's words, he also raised his head in surprise. Because she and Zaejian confirmed their relationship, it only took less than 2 months. So when she found something unusual about Zaejian, she also thought that she was the third party. Therefore, her mood is similar to the original Kushina. But hearing Zaejian's words at this time also made her a little confused. She was originally pretty and gentle, but now she also raised her head curiously about her baby. Urgently want to know what Zaejian will say next. Inhale. Advertisement. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, Zaejian took a deep breath, then said slowly. Originally, after confirming the relationship with Mikoto, I planned to protect Mikoto's 0. But before Master 3rd Generation, when sending me to perform a mission in Lulin, I met 2 people from the future. One of them is the future Kakashi, yes, that is, my current disciple. The other person is a red-haired girl who claims to be my daughter in the future. And her mother is Kushina. Although the words spoken from the mouth are a bit outrageous. But Zaejian was very serious and said it meticulously. And what he said is the truth. When he first dated Mikoto, he really only wanted to live with Mikoto for a lifetime. Because in his opinion, to have such a gentle and graceful woman as Mikoto is already a fortune in 8 lifetimes. But I don't know, is this a chicken and egg problem? Anyway, Zaejian came into contact with Kushina because of the relationship with his future daughter. And this also made their feelings become out of control. Eventually it led to this seemingly absurd situation. This is also a question that Zaejian has not considered comprehensively all the time. In other words, it is something he is unwilling to face and avoid intentionally or unintentionally. This X2. After listening to Zaejian's explanation, both Mikoto and Kushina were suspicious. Then I couldn't help it with 3.0, and looked at each other together. Because Zaejian's words are really too outrageous, or too absurd. This sounds like a fantasy thing. People from the future? This is exactly how it sounds, how it seems unreliable. If you have doubts, I can understand. Because if I hadn't personally experienced it, I wouldn't believe it if someone told me this kind of thing. Seeing the 2 looking at each other, Zaejian also gave a wry smile. But after speaking, he suddenly stretched out his finger. Mikoto and Kushina's unidentified eyes clicked on their foreheads. Then he took himself to Lulin to perform the entire process of the task. Through the power of spiritual gems, images were transferred to their minds. Let them both go and see their own experience in Lulin from their own perspectives. Chapter 227 Can you accept me like this? We have a daughter. I'm Naruko's aunt. Kushina and Mikoto both had dark eyes in surprise at the same time. Just now Zayajian transferred the memory image to their minds. They closed their eyes subconsciously. Then the memory image is like a movie, fast forward playing in their minds. About a few minutes passed, when Naruto became transparent and disappeared under the kiss of Zayajian. The memory image was also at this time, and finally ended and interrupted. Chapter 56 Plot. There is no doubt that this is Zayajian's previous memory. Although they didn't know what method Zayajian used to transfer his own memory. But at this moment, the two of them completely believed what Zayajian had said before. In Zayajian's memory, when Naruto disappeared transparently, they can even clearly feel Zayajian's anxiety and helpless mood at the time. It was as if something happened to them. And Kushina's feeling is even stronger than Mikoto's, because the red-haired girl in the memory image does make her feel connected. At the last moment of parting, she also seemed to have a heart-piercing pain. Right. They probably crossed over from Konoha 6 years later. It's about 20 years since we are now. Seeing the two women looking at him incredibly, Zayajian explained with a wry smile. Fortunately, I was lucky to draw a lottery before, and the prize was a gem of the soul, able to transmit his memories to her people to watch. Otherwise, they would definitely think they were lying. And he was empty-mouthed and could not argue with 100 words. This. Mikoto and Kushina kept looking at each other. From Zayajian's memory, except for Naruto, they also learned a lot of information. What they care about most is the sentence Naruto said. I am not the child of you and Mikoto, I am the child of you and Kushina. And the content in this sentence. It undoubtedly proves that the three of them will come together in the future. This is what I said before, why I have Mikoto you and I have to provoke Kushina. Perhaps I am a little more passionate, or maybe I really can't bear Naruto's relationship. So much so that in the end, it's like this. So, can you accept me like this? Zayajian looked directly at Mikoto and Kushina. After speaking, his entire heart was raised in his throat. After all, what I said at the moment is in the eyes of most people. Advertisement. That's very, very selfish remarks. So Zayajian himself was ready to be scolded. I'm fine, I don't care about the status, as long as you have me in your heart. Just when Zayajian was so suspicious, Kushina suddenly laughed. Both eyes also turned into crescent-shaped smiles. If the time was before yesterday, Kushina might not be so decisive. But after experiencing what happened last night, in addition, from Zayajian's memory just now, knowing that he and Zayajian will have a daughter in the future, she didn't hesitate anymore, because these alone are enough to make her feel moved and satisfied. Kushina. After hearing Kushina's words, Zayajian suddenly looked at her with surprise. To be honest, judging from the personalities of Mikoto and Kushina, he thought it would be gentle and considerate. Mikoto agreed first. Unexpectedly, it was Kushina who spoke first, and she actually agreed. I'm fine. After all, in the future, aren't we all coming together? I heard that Kushina agreed to Zayajian. Mikoto didn't hesitate much, and nodded blushing. Of course she can't let go of Zayajian. If it is not for Zayajian, he has an attachment to Zayajian. How can she still give herself to him when she knows that Zayajian has someone? Mikoto. Hearing Mikoto's words, Zayajian suddenly turned his head in surprise. At this moment, he really wanted to yell, how can he be? But thinking that this was a hospital, he still felt his excitement in his heart. But Zayajian-kun, don't be happy too early. Because of this matter, I guess I have to spend some time to talk about Grandpa. Seeing Zayajian looking at him, Mikoto said helplessly. After all, she is not like Kushina, she is alone and has no worries. She has elders, family, and so on. So she agreed to Zayajian. The pressure and public opinion she needs to face is much greater than that of Kushina. Mikoto, you are so kind. But don't worry, everything has me. As long as you don't reject me, I can do anything else. Zayajian couldn't help but held Mikoto's slender hand in his palm. He naturally knew Mikoto's concerns. Advertisement. And he didn't care about those things. As long as Mikoto agrees to himself, what can he want to do with the gem of the soul? It is no problem to control Sarutobi Hiruzen into a puppet. Of course, this kind of thing is just a metaphor. Zayajian will naturally not control third generation. I believe you? Feeling the temperature in Zayajian's hands, Mikoto's face flushed a little. In front of Kushina's eyes, Zayajian held both hands. It still made her slightly uncomfortable. After all, from now on, they will be considered sisters in name. Of course, the three people's affairs must not be announced at will. Ha 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 ha. Come on, let's eat first. Let's talk, the food will be cold later. And I cooked a lot of dishes today, definitely enough for the three of us to eat together. Zayajian, in a good mood, set up Kushina's bed table. Then from the food box, took out a carefully cooked delicacy. When the scent came out, Mikoto and Kushina swallowed at the same time. At this moment Zayajian also cooked more for himself, and felt very thankful. This is probably God, who is also helping oneself 473 accomplish good things. Zayajian thought of it secretly in his heart. Kushina, don't just eat curry omelette stew, you eat a piece of blackbone chicken. Blackbone chicken is warm in nature and has a good effect on promoting wound healing and recovery from illness. Mikoto, I'll give you a piece of dragon fish, the tomato sauce is super rich and nutritious. The three people gathered around the table of Kushina's hospital bed, enjoying Zayajian's cookery-level cooking skills. During the meal, Zayajian was in a good mood and frequently served Mikoto and Kushina. The bowls of the two quickly piled up into a small mountain bag. While this made the two happy, they were also somewhat helpless. Because Zayajian caught them so quickly, they kept gorging them, and they couldn't taste the food. However, thinking that the relationship between the three has been settled, and in the future, Tenten can call Zayajian to cook delicious food, and the two also feel that their hearts are balanced. However, because Kushina was still very weak, she felt a little panting shortly after she sat up to eat. So Zayajian took 2 bites of rice indiscriminately, and then went to feed Kushina himself. This makes Mikoto on the side feel a little envious. Then he joked to Kushina that he really wanted to get sick. At this moment, Kushina, who was dining in Zayajian's arms, blushed mockingly. After the meal, the two women blasted Zayajian out of the hospital on the grounds of their sister's heart-to-heart talk. But Zayajian could only smile helplessly, and flew home holding the food box. But the things that had troubled him for a long time were finally resolved. It also caused Zayajian's heart to float, a large rock finally falling on the ground. After 228 Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi, you have changed. After taking the food box home, Zayajian cleaned up the house again. After all, this family is planning to have a mistress move in, so I have to take care of it again. Usually when he lives alone, it doesn't matter how he wants to be, but now I am going to let Kushina live in, so I should clean it again. Not to mention anything else, just the weeds in the courtyard. Because of being away from home during this period, I have grown a lot taller. Tuk tuk. Master Zayajian, are you at home? Master Hokage has a meeting with the senior management, and I would like to invite you to come over. Just as Zayajian was weeding in the courtyard, the knock on the door suddenly rang. Also interrupted Zayajian, who was weeding. I see, I'll go right away. After closing his sleeves, Zayajian responded loudly. He can probably guess what third generation and the senior management call themselves. After all, the most important thing in the village now is the frontline war. Therefore, there is a high probability that the situation of the Cloud Shinobi village will be discussed, or support issues. Okay, then I will withdraw first. Umbu Ninja nodded respectfully. Then using the body flicker technique, he disappeared at the door of Zayajian's house. In fact, Third Hokage originally told him to go to Konoha Hospital to inform Zayajian. However, Mikoto informed that Zayajian had gone home. He just took a detour and went to Zayajian's house to come and inform. So this time and again, a lot of time was wasted. But knowing that Zayajian can fly, it's very fast. So naturally he didn't need to wait to accompany Zayajian together. Because he hasn't gone back to life, Zayajian may have arrived in Hokage building before him. And things are as he expected. When he returned to the Hokage building, the guard had informed him that Lord Zayajian had arrived first. Tuk tuk tuk. Master third generation. After washing his hands casually, Zayajian only took 1 minute. It has already flown from the periphery of Konoha to the Hokage building in the center of Konoha. Yes, sit down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen motioned to Zayajian. This announced the official start of the meeting. The content of the discussion is similar to Zayajian's previous guess. It is roughly to decide whether to reinforce the Cloud Shinobi village battlefield first, or to counterattack Kirigakure's previous invasion. At this time, the high levels also divided into 2 different factions. One faction felt, you should take advantage of Kirigakure's not fully relieved advertisement. Let them pay a heavy price for the sneak attack on Konoha. And the other faction felt, Cloud Shinobi village battlefield that should be solved first. At that time, in the power of the whole village, Kirigakure will be directly and easily suppressed in one fell swoop. However, although the other faction is in dispute, but it did not develop to the point of quarreling. After all, they are only giving advice to third generation. The final decision is naturally left to third generation. Zayajian, what do you think? After watching the people arguing for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Zayajian. Because no matter which side they want to go to, they are still going to send Zayajian to lead the team. So they have to think about Zayajian's opinions. And this is the benefit of being strong. Although he has no power, he will never be underestimated. Just solve Cloud Shinobi village first. Lord third generation, you also know that I can't get away for these 2 days. So choose Cloud Shinobi village. You can let the army go on the expedition first, and I can speed up and fly over after 2 days. If you fight for the first battle, let Cloud Shinobi village solve it first. Hearing third generation's inquiry, Zayajian stood up and gave his opinion. Kushina was still recuperating in the hospital at this time. In addition, I just solved the relationship between Mikoto and Kushina. So now, Zayajian doesn't want to go to the battlefield so quickly. At least I have to wait for Kushina to leave the hospital, and the relationship between the 3 of them is easing. Only then will he feel completely relieved. Okay, then do what you want. It is also good to solve Cloud Shinobi village first. At least it can also reduce losses and casualties for the frontline army. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. And why Zayajian couldn't get out of his body, he naturally knew the reason. So while he was speaking, he involuntarily glanced at Grand Elder Uchiha. Okay, then let's end the meeting. Let the army take a good rest today. Let them officially start tomorrow, and Zayajian will catch up later. After making the decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to order it in an orderly manner. Soon, many high-level people took orders one after another and withdrew from the conference room one after another. Zayajian Na. Mikoto is away today, so I will bother you to help the old man go home. Seeing that everyone was almost gone, the elder happily smiled at Zayajian. Today, Mikoto helped him to the Hokage building, and said that he had something to leave first. So at this time, he is indeed no one to help. Advertisement. Of course, the most important reason is that he has something to ask Zaojian alone. Otherwise, he can naturally let third generation send someone to help him at will. Okay, Great Elder. Let me help you back. Hearing what the Great Elder said, Zaojian also smiled and stood up. The other party was Mikoto's grandfather, so Zaojian would naturally not refuse this request. Danzo sitting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's left hand. For a while, I looked at the elders Zaojian and Uchiha, and then turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowning and looking thoughtful. This morning, he got to the Hokage building before anyone else, just to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen about the illusion in Nine Tails last night. I want to know how Zaojian answered him yesterday. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen only said with a solemn expression, "Not from the Uchiha clan, let him not act rashly." Then there is nothing. I didn't reveal a word to him about the specific reasons. This made his heart itch with curiosity for a day. If it weren't for the fear of Zaojian's strength, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning eyes from time to time, he would have questioned Uchiha's elders a long time ago. Sarutobi. What the hell was going on last night? Do you want to hide it from me? Seeing everyone had left the meeting room, Danzo couldn't help asking again. The itching in his heart really made him unable to hold back. Don't ask. When I told you, the old man will naturally tell you. Seeing Danzo still not giving up, Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed. Is Zhao Zhao. He personally infiltrated the tomb of Uchiha Madara last night. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara was gone. So he also gave up the last trace of fortune in his heart. 100% sure, Uchiha Madara still survives. So after returning home yesterday, he was upset and didn't fall asleep all night. Sarutobi, you have changed. In the past, no matter what it was, you would never hide the old man. Danzo took a serious look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then walked out of the meeting room without looking back. Since even Sarutobi Nissen is concealing himself, then he plans to use his own way to understand the truth. Watching Danzo withdraw, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly lit the pipe, then sighed and sweated again. Uchiha Madara's business is too serious, so he can't help but be a little cautious. So I can only hide this old man from myself. Chapter 229 Two people living in harmony. Zaojian Na. The old man asks you something. Last night, what was going on? Is Nine Tails really controlled by the illusion of our Uchiha clan? After leaving the Hokage building some distance, Grand Elder Uchiha only then asked the doubts in his heart, because of being too old. Before he arrived at the scene yesterday, Zaojian and others have already sealed Nine Tails, so he didn't know the specific things. But from the opinions of some people, he heard of Nine Tails last night, the illusion of the Uchiha clan. In addition, when I came to the Hokage building today, other people looked at him very strangely. This made him feel a little frightened for a while. After all, if Nine Tails is really controlled by the Uchiha clan, then this matter is really big. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mention this matter during the whole process today. This made him a little confused. Because if Nine Tails is really controlled by the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo should not be so calm. But if it is not controlled by the illusion of the Uchiha clan, what is the explanation for this sky of gossip and strange eyes? So now the Great Elder is very confused. Elder, don't worry. I have explained 477 things clearly to third generation, and this one does not involve your Uchiha clan. Hearing the worry in Uchiha's voice, Zaojian suddenly smiled and replied. But he didn't explain whether Nine Tails was controlled by Uchiha's illusion. After all, it's better not to say it. Call. Hearing what you said, the old man was relieved. Seeing that Zaojian's expression did not seem to be fake, the elder breathed a sigh of relief. Today in the conference room, because of this matter, it can be said that he is fidgeting. Correct. Mikoto girl, I don't know where it is today. Sent me to the Hokage building, and I just ran away. Knowing that the matter has nothing to do with Uchiha, the elder also relieved his heart. So I brought the topic to Mikoto, and started talking with Zaojian happily. Advertisement. Don't worry, Grand Elder, Mikoto, where is she today? Hearing what the Great Elder said, Zaojian smiled awkwardly. However, his smile was in the eyes of the elder. That was just the shyness that was asked by the elders. The two of them walked and talked with each other. After a while, it disappeared at the end of the street. Acta. Mikoto Kushina, I'm back. The elder was sent back home, and Zaojian returned to the hospital. As for Mikoto and Kushina, they were holding hands and didn't know what to say. Anyway, the faces of the two of them were full of refreshed smiles. Probably because it is in a good mood. It may also be because Zaojian's noon, that nutritional diet worked. So at this moment, Kushina's face didn't look as pale as before. Why did you come back so long after going there? Seeing Zaojian coming back, Mikoto and Kushina both raised their heads. Although they wanted to say something thoughtful and considerate, they drove Zaojian out. But Zaojian went out and came back only 4 hours, which still made them a little worried. After all, their minds are tied to Zaojian alone. Ha ha ha. Because third generation and the senior management called me over for a meeting, so I came a little late. Zaojian said with a smile, and sat between the two at the same time. He also held the hands of the two of them together, and grabbed them into the palms of their own hands. Mikoto and Kushina get along so harmoniously, which naturally makes Zaejian very happy. After all, if there is a fire in the backyard, it is a very headache. But obviously, the two did not develop in that direction. I forgot Grandpa, Mikoto exclaimed suddenly. This afternoon, I had a great chat with Kushina. At this moment, when Zaejian heard Zaejian talking about the high-level villagers, she remembered that Grandpa was still in the Hokage building. Don't worry, I personally sent his old family back. And I also told him that you are with me today. Zaejian smiled and turned Mikoto's palm into his palm. Unexpectedly, Mikoto, who is usually attentive, would have such a cute and awkward side. It seems that before, I still spent a little less time with her. She didn't fully understand her character. Is that right? As if to feel Zaejian's apology to himself. Mikoto also backhanded Zaejian's hand and held it in his palm. By the way, what else do you want to eat today? Advertisement. Anyway, it's okay today, I can satisfy you all. Putting the palms of the two women in their palms and rubbing them, Zaejian asked with a smile. At this moment, although it is not time for dinner yet. But if you want to cook the best food, of course it takes a bit more work. As for cooking for the woman he loves, Zaejian doesn't dislike wasting time at all. I want to eat tempura and soba noodles. I want to eat kaiseki cuisine and sauce-grilled eggplant. When Zaejian was about to cook again, Mikoto and Kushina said at the same time. They have no resistance to Zaejian's cooking skills. And they had already discussed it before. When Zaejian is fine in the future, he must cook at home. Who allows him to enjoy the double happiness that no one else has? So on this matter, the two of them did not consider how long they have unified the front. Okay, I will do it for you. Zaejian lowered his head on the back of their hands, kissed each, then smiled and stood up and said. You take Mikoto too, she has been with me all day. It's boring to stay with me in the hospital without being sick. Seeing Zaejian got up to prepare something delicious. Kushina hurriedly pulled Zaejian, then released Zaejian from Mikoto's hand and put it back into his hand. After an afternoon, both Kushina and Mikoto have learned about each other's journey with Zaejian. Kushina still feels a little guilty about Mikoto, because nominally, it was Mikoto who first confirmed the relationship with Zaejian. But judging from the time spent together, Mikoto and Zaejian didn't spend as much time together. So she wanted to take this opportunity to let them spend more time alone. It can be regarded as compensation for Mikoto in disguised form. Kushina, you are so kind. Hearing Kushina's words, Zaejian couldn't help the joy in his heart, and bowed his head and kissed her. Although he didn't know what Kushina was thinking. But Zaejian could feel it, his two women. It seems that there is no idea of being jealous. This is really what the husband can ask for, it is simply wonderful. Go on, I'm all hungry. Kushina's ears became red after being kissed in front of Mikoto's face. After pushing Zaejian away, they urged the two to leave. Ha ha ha, Mikoto, let's go. Seeing Kushina being irritable, Zaejian took the same blushing Mikoto into his arms. Then he flew straight out from the window of the ward again. Chapter 230 Mikoto's Heart. I saw Nine Tails for the first time. After flying out of the hospital, Zaejian and Mikoto went to Konoha Market again to buy some ingredients. Then this went home together and started cooking. As the saying goes, men and women are not tired from working together. With Mikoto's help, Zaejian is naturally much easier. And because the three have already had a showdown, so Zaejian is in a good mood, and the delicacies made are even more attractive. All kinds of scents diffused, and Mikoto couldn't help but smoked his nose all the time. Although her cooking skills in Konoha are already very amazing. However, compared with Zaejian, it is still a lot worse. After all, Zaejian inherited the data card Xingping Chuangzhan, which is also one of the top gourmets in the world of the second dimension. Mikoto, thank you for accepting our relationship. To be honest, I feel sorry for the most, but you are the one who makes me the most sorry. After cooking, Zaejian did not choose to fly directly to Konoha Hospital. Instead, with Mikoto, walked towards the hospital. Because he also had a lot of words in his heart, he wanted to tell Mikoto alone. It can be regarded as a heartfelt complaint to her. Zaejian-kun, you don't have to apologize. Because this is what I want, so no one owes anyone. Hearing Zaejian's words full of apology and love, Mikoto couldn't help but smile. She was not pretending to comfort Zaejian. Because this is also the truest thought in her heart. The elder once introduced her to her many times, but none of them caught the eye. She also once thought that her future might be to find someone who didn't hate it, and then live her ordinary life. It can be said. Until I met Zaejian, her life seemed to have suddenly become more colorful. It also changed from a step-by-step routine to being full of expectations for every day, with the feeling of being in love, but also with some impulsive thoughts. Therefore, although Zaejian cannot be monopolized, it is a little regrettable. But in Mikoto's heart, in fact, he didn't blame Zaejian too much for his passion. On the contrary, from Zaejian's Lulin's memory, after knowing that he and Zaejian finally got together, in her heart, instead, there was a feeling of joy and fortune. Mikoto. Hearing Mikoto's words, Zaejian's heart was moved. Then I couldn't help but follow Mikoto, and there was an affectionate long kiss on the street. Simply, Zaejian had just left the house. And Zaejian's family is also on the edge of Konoha village. Therefore, there are not many pedestrians watching on the street. Don't worry, since you two treat me like this. Advertisement. Then in my whole life, I will never let you down. After kissing until both of them are a little breathless, Zaejian let go of the blushing Mikoto. Then, with a solemn expression on his face, he said seriously to Mikoto, "The beautiful woman can treat herself like this, of course Zaejian can't be stingy in making a promise." "Well, I believe you." Hearing what Zaejian said, Mikoto felt sweet in his heart. After breathing for a while, she also raised her head and replied seriously to Zaejian. Then the two of them took a food box, held hands, and walked towards the hospital. Illustration. After returning to Konoha Hospital, Zaejian set up Kushina's bed table again. The three people gathered around the table and ate dinner talking and laughing. The atmosphere is gone. The morning is slightly embarrassing. Instead, the ward was full of warmth, and a small family was gradually born at this moment. After the dinner, Mikoto stayed with the two for a long time, and did not propose to go home until late at night. And Zaejian, naturally he personally sent her back home. Then he returned to Konoha Hospital to take care of Kushina, who was still somewhat vain. Tick tick. In a dim space, the ground was full of water stains. And there are constantly water droplets around, dripping from the air to the ground. This is my spiritual world. Being locked up, in the Seal of Nine Tails. Zaejian raised his hand and stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Then he walked slowly towards the place where there was some light ahead. The closer I approached the light, waves of consciousness filled with evil thoughts continued to rush towards myself. But these evil thoughts have no effect at all for Zaejian. Because Zaejian's willpower has long been as solid as a rock and as solid as a golden soup since the fusion of spiritual gems. Therefore, he is the only one to influence others. Anyone else who wants to erode his will is simply wishful thinking. Papa. Following the light and approaching the past, Zaejian also came to the source of the seal. It is different from the cage where Nine Tails is sealed in Naruto in Hokage's original book. Nine Tails at this moment, limbs, body, and tail, all are chained and staked, nailed to a magma ball. And the magma ball has no support, floating in the sky out of thin air. See picture. Roar, Baiyun Zaejian. After sensing Zaejian coming in, Nine Tails suddenly roared. 0, seeking flowers, 0. It stayed physically in Kushina for so long. Advertisement. So it naturally also knows Zaejian. Same. It also felt full of hatred for Zaejian for cutting himself into two seals. Yo Nine Tails, are you so angry? Zaejian lightly nodded his foot and floated into the sky. Although Nine Tails was tied up, he didn't want to raise his head to speak even then. What? Did you come to see the old man joke on purpose? Watching Zaejian fly in front of him, Nine Tails shouted angrily, staring at the bell-like eyes. And because of the anger, its eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. If it weren't bound by the seal, it couldn't wait to eat Zaejian directly at this moment. Of course, this is just its hatred. Because it doesn't have that strength at all, it can chew the Zaejian at this time. Look at your joke. No, I didn't come to see you joke. It's here for a special deal with you. Zaejian floated in front of Nine Tails, shook his head and said, although he can use the power of the soul gem, directly control Nine Tails and let it help you turn on Nine Tails chakra mode. Illustration. However, Zaejian doesn't want to do that if it is not a last resort. Because a Nine Tails who is willing to work for herself, and a Nine Tails controlled by itself, the strength it can display is also vastly different. So if possible, he wants to try to subdue Nine Tails. I even hope that Nine Tails can communicate with Nine Tails on Kushina. Kushina also opened a Nine Tails chakra mode or something. In this case, Kushina can also easily enter cage level, and has a certain ability to protect herself. What the hell are you thinking? Do you think the old man would believe, you despicable humans? Hearing Zaejian said that he was going to make a deal with himself, Nine Tails suddenly grinned and cursed. At this moment, it is not the Nine Tails influenced by Naruto in the later period of Hokage. It is a tail beast full of hatred and hatred towards humans. So as to what transaction Zaejian was talking about, it didn't bother to continue to ask about it. And Zaejian is not as confusing as Naruto, so it didn't want to do anything, cheating Zaejian's move to unlock the seal. Because it knows that those things are only children, for people with cage level skills like Zaejian. They would not believe it at all. Talent. Chapter 231 Nine Tails full of tsundere? How? Don't you want to ask, what is the deal? Seeing that Nine Tails didn't let in oil and salt, Zaejian suddenly felt surprised. This is slightly different from the Nine Tails in my impression. The old man is not interested. After Nine Tails roared, she struggled hard. And the chain that bound it also made a crack sound because of its behavior. But the stakes nailed to it did not waver at all. Obviously, the seal of these 5 elements is also very strong. Maybe it is more advanced than the 8-sign seal on Naruto. If I say, can I put you down? In this case, are you not even interested? Being nailed here, I guess you are also very hard, right? Or, you think the temperature of this lava is just right, so don't you want to come down and take a break? Seeing that Nine Tails is really stubborn, so Zaejian ignored it, and instead started to speak for himself. Before accepting Nine Tails, it is Zaejian that can give it the greatest condition without suffering from skin and flesh. You would be so kind. Don't you want to fool the old man? Hearing Zaejian's words, Nine Tails' eyes fluctuated. But after reacting, it raised its head proudly and raised Zaejian. But what it didn't know was that Zaejian caught its subtle changes. Since you don't want to make this transaction, then I will go back. It's getting dark now, and I have to go to bed. I have been busy these days, and I have worked very hard too. Zayajian shook his head, and said with regret. At the same time, his body gradually faded. As if the next moment, it will disappear into the spiritual world. And many more. You haven't told the old man, what are the conditions? Seeing that Zayajian was about to disappear, Ninetales asked loudly. There seemed to be a hint of eagerness in that voice, for fear that Zayajian would really withdraw. If Zayajian said before, I can let Ninetales out, then it will definitely sneer. Because that kind of thing will never happen. But Zayajian only said that it would make it easier, without being tied to this magma ball. This makes it slightly moved. After all, it has been sealed in the bodies of Uzumaki Mito and Kushina in this position for decades. If possible, it also wants to turn over and change its posture. Advertisement. Of course, it all depends on whether Zayajian is willing to accept the conditions stated. Didn't you say that you are not interested? Zayajian's figure solidified again. He bent his head and looked at Ninetales pretending to be puzzled. An expression as if you were playing with me. In fact, in my heart, I was secretly laughing. Although Ninetales did live for a specific number of years, I don't know. But for some conspiracy and tricks, it is obvious that humans are obviously better at it. Do you just talk about going to die? I can't make it right. Maybe the old man really promised you. Ninetales Tsundere raised his head and looked at Zayajian. His mouth was still gasping when he spoke. It looks like it's the 12th lunar month in the cold winter at this moment. But in its heart, Xiaojuju was also playing. That is, if Zayajian really let it go, then it will clean up this guy first. If he can't beat him, he will do it if he pretends to do so. My terms. My condition is that when I need your chakra, you have to willingly provide chakra. And what I said is the chakra you willingly provide, not the chakra you carry with you evil thoughts. Zayajian looked at Ninetales with a smile and said, there are actually two forms of chakra of the tail beast. One is the malicious chakra with a tail beast leaked from the seal. With this kind of chakra, Jinchuriki will enter the mode of the tail beast coat. This model is not what Zayajian pursues, and he does not bother to have that kind of chakra. What he wants is chakra provided by Ninetales without distracting thoughts of his own. Such chakra, with strong vitality. It can even make plants grow continuously. And that is the Ninetales golden body mode of Naruto in the original book. You think it's pretty beautiful. Hearing Zayajian's words, Ninetales suddenly wanted to sarcastically. But in the end it was pressed down by it. How? So, you don't want to? Then I'll go back to sleep, let you think about it again. Zayajian yawned and stretched. The body gradually faded again. Wait, the old man hasn't said to refuse you yet. Seeing Zayajian's behavior, Ninetales suddenly shouted. I also felt anxious and aggrieved in my heart. Advertisement. Own dignified Ninetales, the first of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Unexpectedly, I would like to be given a pigeon twice. Then are you answering or not? If you don't agree, then don't waste my time. You've been in my body for a day, haven't you seen me running around today? I'm tired too. Zayajian pretended to be angry and glared at Ninetales. In my heart, it looked a little anxious, and almost came out of it. Unexpectedly, under the fierce appearance of Ninetales, there is actually such a side of Tsundere. You put the old man down first. Other things, naturally everything is easy to say. Ninetales stared at the big copper bell-like eyes, and said falsely and kindly. However, the anger and hatred in my heart almost overflowed out of my body. And Zayajian, who has a gem of the soul, at such a close distance. Naturally, the emotions in Ninetales' heart are clearly perceived. It's just that, he didn't show it. Alright, since you said that. Then put you down first. Zayajian pretended to think, then nodded seriously. But when he raised his hand, he made a seal of sealing technique. 8-sign seal. After landing on the ground, Zayajian slapped his palm on the water-stained ground. Then a huge cage suddenly fell from the sky out of thin air and plunged into the ground. The scope of the cage also enveloped the magma ball and Ninetales floating in the air. This sealed ninjutsu, Zayajian and Kushina just came to ask for advice. Even though there is no seal, Zayajian is not afraid that Ninetales can break through from him. But in order to prevent Ninetales Chuck 3.0 from leaking, it will cause unnecessary trouble in Konoha. So Zayajian decided to add a seal first. The old man knew you would be like this. But now, you can loosen the old man, right? Ninetales licked his teeth, turned his head and looked around. Although it is also a seal, it will naturally choose a cage if possible. At least the cage won't trap her whole body, and she can sleep comfortably. This is natural. After all, this is the purpose of the transaction between the two parties. Zayajian smiled and lifted up the clothes on his stomach. Although he knew what Ninetales was paying attention to, he didn't have any timidity at all. Not to mention that I have spiritual gems, I can even directly control Ninetales when necessary. Even if you don't use spiritual gems, Ninetales may not be able to beat yourself, and this is your own spiritual chapter 232 Ninetales, your power is too strong, catch the chicken with one hand. 5 elements seal solution. Zayajian lifted his clothes with his left hand, and chakra appeared on the 5 fingers of his right hand. Then he patted his belly with a palm. The 5 element seal technique paused, and then slowly began to appear. And the technique has become weaker and weaker. At this moment, the chains, stakes, and magma balls that bound Ninetales all began to collapse from the air. Roar, roar, go to death. Ninetales, with free body, opened his mouth and roared. Before the stake was completely separated from its body, it was forcibly torn off. Then he bent his leg directly on the collapsed magma ball. The body suddenly dived towards Zayajian below. At this moment, Nine Tails is still in the seal of the cage. So if you want to go out, you have to kill Zayajian first. Armed color hardens. Zayajian, who had already prepared, raised his right fist. The sharp claws that stretched out to Nine Tails slammed into the past. And at the moment when armament haki was attached, the space around his arm suddenly shook. A layer of transparent armor. In an instant, it covered his arm. Boom. A huge fox claw and a dark arm violently collided with each other. A huge explosion sound resounded in Zayajian's spiritual world. The water stains on the ground, like the sea, were directly thrown out by waves several meters 02 high. But the huge body of Nine Tails was thrown into the air by Zayajian the size of an ant. Nah, how can your willpower be so strong? The face of Nine Tails' fox was full of horror. In the spiritual world, all strength depends on mental power and willpower. And under its full blow, Zayajian actually didn't move? How can this not make it so shocked? I knew you would be like this. Can you give each other a little trust? Zayajian's right fist lifted Nine Tails' body into the air. The moment the voice fell, his fists were slammed into claws. Sit down, caught on the sharp claws of Nine Tails. Then, as if an ant was moving like an elephant, he directly gave Nine Tails a shoulder fall. Rumble. Nine Tails was severely hit by Zayajian on the ground. In the spiritual world, ocean-like waves were once again set off. Roar, it hurts, it hurts. Nine Tails was spitting words and was stunned. Before it has reacted. Advertisement. Zayajian suddenly flew up into the sky again. Then his legs pushed on the top of the ceiling cage, and slammed again at Nine Tails. Boom. Ho 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 ho. A heavy punch hit Nine Tails' stomach. The severe pain made its eyes almost bulge out. However, because it is an aggregate of chakra, although it is very painful, but it didn't show much injury. Certainly. The most important reason. Or Zayajian only uses his fist. If you use swords or other abilities, even if Nine Tails is not dead, you have to take off a layer of skin. Do you think in my spiritual world, you can sneak attack and get me? You are so naive. And have you been in Kushina's body for so long? You should know that I haven't tried my best yet. Looking at Nine Tails lying on the ground, the pain was so painful that Lee was convulsed. Zayajian, who used the dance technique to float up, couldn't help shaking his head and sighing with a smile. He deliberately wanted to wait for Nine Tails to do it first before he could beat it up. If you do it yourself first, it would appear that one's previous transaction is not convincing. However, it was Nine Tails who moved the hand first, so it is naturally different. Not only can one beat it brutally, but also use strength to frighten it. And it was beaten by itself, so it's just lazy. Who will let it move first? You guy. What the hell is going on? After a few breaths of time passed, Nine Tails eased up. At this moment, it looked at Zayajian's eyes, full of incomparable jealousy. It does not know why an ordinary human has such a strong willpower and spiritual power. The punch on the stomach just now almost fainted him. Even the whites of its eyes are still full of bloodshot eyes when the eyeballs are protruding. What's the matter? Then you don't need to worry about it. Now that we are trading, do you still want to do it? Zayajian floated in the air, looking down at Nine Tails, which was gradually getting up. He was quite satisfied with the power of his punch. In this spiritual world, with the blessing of spiritual gems, he can be said to be stronger than the outside world. If you just use martial arts, you can also defeat Nine Tails. Old man. Hearing Zayajian's words, Nine Tails' jealous eyes hesitated. With its pride as the head of the tail beast, it wants to reject Zayajian's deal. And at this time, if you agree, it still feels like a confession. Do you have to think about it? If you don't agree, then I can only bind you again as before. Advertisement. After all, your strength is too strong. I can only feel a little more at ease if I am tied up. Zayajian's faint voice came down from the sky. There is also a hint of threat in it. This made Nine Tails full of black lines appear. Is his power too strong? If this nonsense is spoken by someone else, then it really believes it. But Zayajian had just beaten it violently, and now threatened it that it was too powerful. This made Nine Tails feel aggrieved and didn't know where to vent. It also remembers that the last person who said it was powerful was Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world. However, as soon as Senju Hashirama finished speaking, he caught a chick with one hand and sealed it. At this time, Zayajian's words, in fact, Hashirama did not make much difference. The only difference is that Zayajian is still consulting its decision. Let it have a right to choose. I think about it, and I'll answer you tomorrow. Looking at Zayajian with blazing eyes, Nine Tails squatted and replied. At this moment, the situation is stronger than people, and it can only compromise. However, in order to retain the dignity of the head of the tail beast, it wants to reply to Zayajian tomorrow. That's okay, then I will come to you again tomorrow. But don't you think that cooperating with me is a loss? After all, who released you yesterday, don't you know it in your heart? 477 Would you rather cooperate with me to deal with the enemy together? Or would you rather be directly controlled by the opponent using illusion? Believe in yourself, you can make it very clear, right? After hearing the compromise in Nine Tails' words, Zayajian also nodded. In fact, if Nine Tails does not cooperate, Zayajian can also use the tug of war between Naruto and Nine Tails. Forcibly seize chakra without distracting thoughts from Nine Tails. But he didn't want to be like that, just grab it once. If Nine Tails provides it by itself, it will naturally be much more convenient. The old man understands. Hearing Zayajian mentioning Uchiha Madara, Nine Tails' pupils contracted involuntarily, and his tone became slightly dignified. Yesterday was sealed on Zayajian, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's conversation. It naturally also heard clearly. It did not expect that Madara, who once played it between applause, actually survived the world. Compared to being humiliated and controlled, it really would rather be sealed. Thinking about it this way, at least if you cooperate with Zayajian, it also amounts to an extra umbrella. Well, you know it, then I will come again tomorrow, right? Your real name is Kurama, right? After seeing Nine Tails' expression, Zayajian nodded in satisfaction. When the figure faded away, he suddenly asked Nine Tails again. Nanny, how do you know the old man's name? Hear Zayajian calling out his name. Nine Tails' eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Chapter 233 Cloud Shinobi's Shock, Konoha's wry smile. The next day, after dawn. As promised, Zayajian came to the spiritual world again. Then Kurama was successfully obtained, and Chakra's promise was provided when necessary. Of course, it doesn't work if it disagrees. Because it is also very clear. The strength is as strong as Zayajian. Even if it is not given, Zayajian can still grab it by himself. Instead of that, in order not to lose face. Also in order to no longer suffer from the magma ball, the flesh that burns day and night. So it can only choose to compromise with Zayajian unconditionally. Of course, for the sake of face. Kurama repeatedly emphasized to Zayajian. To say that I just want to get a good night's sleep is not to succumb to Zayajian's strength. Zayajian naturally nodded in response to Nine Tails' face-saving excuse. After all, there is no loss for myself. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately expose the fig leaf of Nine Tails. Not long after I withdrew from the spiritual world, an Umbu staff came to the hospital to inform Zayajian. Said that the army that went to the Cloud Shinobi village battlefield to support has been assembled. So Zayajian could only say goodbye to Kushina for the time being, and went to the assembly place to support the army. Although Zayajian does not need to go with the army at this moment. But after 2 days, the flight will be accelerated to catch up with the supporting team. But as the commander-in-chief of the support team, Zayajian still needs to show up and explain. And this is why Sarutobi Hiruzen called Umbu to inform Zayajian. What? Iwagakure was defeated. How is this possible? The border between the country of fire and the country of iron. In the headquarters of the Cloud Shinobi village camp, Third Raikage had an incredible expression on his face. Dumbfounded, he looked at the soil platform holding the intelligence scroll. The rest of the people in the command center also had expressions of horror. Since ancient times, Cloud Shinobi Village has had many contradictions with Iwagakure, even bigger than the contradiction between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha. Because of this, Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi often have friction. Even Third Raikage has fought Oniki several times. So the two sides are naturally very clear about the strength of each other's villages. And the old and cunning fellow Oniki, but after 3 days of preparation, only then chose to attack Konoha with their stomachs and backs. Unexpectedly, even the well-prepared Iwagakure was actually defeated by Konoha in the war, and also lost so fast? Advertisement. This is something that everyone in the headquarters did not expect. So after receiving this information, there was an uproar in the headquarters. Yes, Lord Third Raikage, and the intelligence also shows that the person who defeated Iwagakure, it's Baiyun Zayajian who defeated Sand Shinobi and Kirigakure. Tutai glanced around at the people around him, his facial expressions were very serious and solemn. Although none of them have seen Baiyun Zayajian. I don't know the strength of Baiyun Zayajian, how strong can it be? But under the prestige, there are no vain people. Since Tsunagakure triggered the war, this is the first time that they have received information about Zayajian. Therefore, hearing his name again at this moment, everyone can be regarded as thunderous. Where is Baiyun Zayajian sacred? Why is there his figure everywhere? Yes, first Tsunagakure, then Kirigakure, and now Iwagakure. He has gone through 3 battlefields. Next, will he come to the battlefield of our Cloud Shinobi village? Except for Konoha in the 5 ninja villages, does he still want to hit the other ninja villages again? I don't deny that it's possible. After all, judging by the speed at which he moves in various battlefields, it is very likely that he will be here soon. After listening to the report from the soil platform, in the command center, the tweeting suddenly became noisy. All of them know very little about Zayajian's information. Because the time of Zayajian's rise is too fast. It can even be said that everyone is almost caught off guard. Therefore, the other villages almost always fought Zayajian before they could know his detailed information. And Cloud Shinobi Village, which has not yet fought Zayajian. For Zayajian, it's just by the name. I don't know much detailed information about Zayajian. So at the moment they are blind with both eyes, somewhat confused. Okay, don't make a noise. The other party hasn't arrived yet, you are in such a mess, what kind of style is this? Third Raikage was also surprised. Seeing the Jonin commanders in the headquarters, they were so flustered. So he could only stabilize his emotions, and then yelled at him. After his loud voice came out, he immediately suppressed everyone in the command post. Yes, come here. The reinforcement we requested from the village is probably coming soon, right? At that time, even if it is a duel between the 2 villages, are we still afraid that Konoha will not succeed? After everyone was drunk by third Reikage, AI Yuang said angrily. He wanted to yell at the chaos in the headquarters just now. It was just that it was preempted by his Laozi. Oh, brother is right. What's more, there is also this Uncle Jinchuriki here. It's a big deal. When the time comes, my uncle will come to a tailed beastization mode. A tailed beast bomb hits them all. Advertisement. Killer B was also on the side, RG in a strange tone. Although he also felt that Baiyun Zayajian might be a trouble. But no matter what, he will unconditionally support third Reikage and his big brother AI. Ha 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 ha. That's right, it's our Meng Lang. Hearing third Reikage, AI, and Killer B all spoke. Everyone in the command center, some mountains responded with a smile. In fact, they were shocked by the news of Uegaku's defeat before. At this moment, I watched the 3 cage level experts on my side speak out, and immediately made them confident again. Although Konoha village may come to help again, but they also did the same, sending reinforcement letters to the village. Moreover, Konoha village has been clashing with 3 other villages in a row. At this time, it is estimated that the casualties are not small. Therefore, the side with the advantage in numbers is also undoubtedly in Cloud Shinobi village. Well, this is right. Even if that Baiyun Zayajian really comes, can the old man still not be able to beat him? Even if he comes to Konoha's army of 10,000 people, the old man is not at all timid. After seeing that everyone was back, third Reikage nodded in satisfaction, and also put a shot in the heart for the people. Since the war against Konoha these days, Konoha's 3 cage level powerhouses. No one dared to fight third Reikage head on. No one can break his defense. This also made him very proud in his heart. He claims to be the strongest spear and the strongest shield, but that's not a boast. It has the ability to deal with reality. So third Reikage does have arrogant capital. Just when the Uegaku camp received information, Konoha also received information. Even their information came a little bit faster than Cloud Shinobi village. Of course, their intelligence is also more detailed, because this is the report delivered by the senior villagers in person. Therefore, at this moment, the headquarters of the Konoha camp is also full of incredible exclamations. They did not expect that in this short period of time, Zayajian actually repelled and defeated Kirigaku and Uegaku one after another. Compared with the successes of Zayajian, their hard defense suddenly seemed very different. Therefore, in addition to the exclamation, wry smiles filled the command headquarters from time to time. Zayajian went to the assembly place of the support team and encouraged the army a lot. Then he personally sent them out of the village, and went back to Konoha Hospital. And when he came to the Kushina ward, it was only then that Mikato had come to visit again. Since the showdown between the 3 of them, their relationship has become more intimate, and everything has been developing in the direction Zayajian hoped. This makes Zayajian very happy in his heart. When the time came in the afternoon, although Kushina hadn't fully recovered, she was already able to move around freely. So Zayajian also brought Kushina directly back to his home from Konoha Hospital. Chapter 234 How strong is your strength? Go to the front line, you have to be careful. Don't rely on your own strength, just underestimate the enemy's strength. Sister Mikato is right, you can't let us keep the widow, or we won't forgive you until we die. In the courtyard of Zayajian's house, Mikato and Kushina are taking care of Zayajian's clothes. At this time, 2 days have passed since the start of the support team. In the past 2 days, Zayajian has enjoyed the blessings of the Chi people. And today, it was the day when he set out to chase and support the army. There is also a group of senior officials in 3rd generation. Zayajian had already said hello yesterday. So at this moment, there is no need for them to come to see them off. Don't worry. Don't you know my character? I'm cautious Xiaolangkun. In order to ease the atmosphere of this parting feeling, Zayajian smiled and teased. Both women were amused immediately. In these days since getting along. In fact, they all know what Zayajian is. Although the strength is very strong, it is true, but there is rarely a time of arrogance. This is also Zayajian, one of the charms that attracts both of them. Okay, don't be mean, go quickly. You can't delay the time for war. Mikato rectified the wrinkles on Zayajian's clothes, and then said with a smile. At this moment, she looked like an older woman. Everything will be taken care of for Zayajian and Kushina. And this is the cultivation of wealthy ladies. Kushina is also inferior to Mikato's in terms of diligence and family management. Okay, then I'll go. You stay at home and wait for me to come back. Zayajian took the 2 in his arms and kissed each on their foreheads. Only then did they let go of them, and took off. This time I went to the front line of Cloud Shinobi. Zayajian did not bring Mei Kushina, nor Mikato. And the reason, there are 3 reasons. 1. To show your impartiality. The second is to allow them to spend more time together and make their lives more harmonious in the future. Third, it is this war. It is estimated that Guy will return after one fight, so he doesn't want to make the 2 of them tired from the long journey. Therefore, Zayajian went to the front line alone this time. And this time when I was not in the village, Zayajian also asked 3rd generation to take care of Kushina. After all, I don't know the guy Uchiha Madara. Will you come to make trouble while you are not in the village? Advertisement. And 3rd generation naturally agreed to Zayajian's small request. He also promised that during the days when Zayajian was absent, Umbu would be dispatched to secretly protect Kushina's safety. So Zayajian went to the battlefield this time without any worries. What? The sound of breaking through the air came from behind. When the support team turned around, Zayajian had already flown above them. Master Zayajian is here. Master Zayajian? Master Zayajian. The cries and shouts kept ringing. Everyone in Konoha's army was extremely excited. Konoha shinobi, who has experienced 2 wars of sand and rock, are even more excited. The arrival of Zayajian made the big stone in their hearts finally fall. It also indicates that their war will be very easy. After Guy turns back to the village, they will also add a sum of merit and rewards again. So this time following Zayajian to the battlefield again, everyone is also very happy. No one has the slightest worry and distress because of the cruelty of the war. On the contrary, everyone is looking forward to the next war very much. You guys have a hard time on the road, but everyone can rest assured that this war will not last too long. Seeing everyone cheering themselves enthusiastically, Zayajian also responded with a smile. Since the outbreak of the war, as the most dazzling person on the battlefield everywhere. In fact, Zayajian's prestige has already surpassed Konoha-san in a lot. Therefore, his response immediately drew even greater voices from the crowd. Among them, the female ninjas who got together screamed wildly. This made Zayajian couldn't help but look frequently. Flew in front of the leading jonin. After Zayajian asked Naradir about some marching, this led the team and went straight to the front line again. An hour later, the army of the support team entered Konoha's front line. And perceiving the arrival of Zayajian and others, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and a group of jonin conductors, all came out to meet in person. This is what makes Zayajian a little strange. However, after a few exchanges with the people, the atmosphere became healed. In the headquarters, a circular meeting, ACTA, table is placed in the center of the big tent. Because there have been waves of support on the battlefield here, there is no commander-in-chief of the army. Therefore, it is natural that there is no longer a long table of end to end. A big round table was set up, and a group of jonin conductors all sat around the round table. Although there is no top spot, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato are all sitting next to each other. The arrival of Zayajian also joined them. Advertisement. After all, the 4 of them, but the cage-level combat power of the frontline army. In the same way, they are all commanders of the 4 waves arriving one after another. All kinds of battlefield decisions are ultimately made by them. Zayajian, tell me the truth. How strong are you now? As soon as everyone sat on the conference table, Minato couldn't help asking. He hasn't seen Zayajian for a month. Unexpectedly, Zayajian's reputation would be so big when they met again. Even saying that it was the Megatron ninja world, that was nothing to exaggerate. Upon hearing Minato's question, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as well as the people in the headquarters, all looked over curiously. No one has ever known the specific strength of Zayajian. Because since Zayajian developed the light escape, no one has seen him fighting hard. So even Orochimaru, who has played Sand Shinobi with Zayajian, I only know that Zayajian is extremely strong, but he doesn't have a concept of how strong it is. Since you want to know, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Seeing the expectant eyes of the people, Zayajian couldn't help but smile. The support team he led was taken by the jonin to be stationed. Therefore, the personnel were not there at this time. And it has not yet started, the formal meeting. Anyway, being idle is also being idle, since they want to know their own strength. So Zayajian felt that it would be okay to talk to them. Anyway, it was just to pass the time. If cage level is above, the combat power can still be divided. Then I should be above cage level now. Probably the same level as Master First Hokage. Glancing at the expectant people, Zayajian smiled slowly. He is not joking. In fact, after obtaining the soul gems, his strength has already surpassed cage level. 2 days before the addition, he won the chakra mode of 9 tails. So Zayajian at this moment, even if he had a match with Senju Hashirama at his peak, the outcome is also unpredictable. Perhaps the level of Zayajian's victory may be relatively greater. Nanny. Just when everyone felt confused about Zayajian's answer, Orochimaru suddenly exclaimed. Perhaps others are too vague about the strength of First Hokage Senju Hashirama. It is not clear how strong Zayajian can be above cage level, but as Orochimaru who has studied Senju Hashirama, he knows nothing more. That kind of strength, but it can kill your own existence in a second? Has Zayajian reached that level? Orochimaru, who exclaimed, was shocked in his heart. Chapter 235 Cage level spike, true or false? How? Orochimaru, do you know how strong first generation is? Hearing Orochimaru's exclamation, Jiraiya turned his head curiously asked. The two grew up together, so they know each other's personalities naturally. Because of this, Jiraiya knew from Orochimaru's exclamation that he might know the strength of first generation. As far as I know about first generation, it is estimated that it only takes a moment, and he will be able to directly defeat me. Zayajian-kun, has your strength reached this level? Hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, Orochimaru did not turn his head to look at him. Instead, his eyes didn't blink, and Zayajian's expression was tightly choked. He wanted to know, did Zayajian overestimate his own strength? Or he doesn't know how powerful first generation is, so he wanted to see some clues from Zayajian's face. However, after he finished speaking, Zayajian's face did not change at all. Obviously, he also knows the strength of first generation. Nanny, you can defeat the cage level powerhouse in an instant. Just when Orochimaru was secretly shocked, the people in the command post also all exclaimed. They don't know how strong first generation is, but the strength of Orochimaru, they are obvious to all in the past few days. It was against AI from Cloud Shinobi Village, and played back and forth. Unexpectedly, he would actually say that it probably only takes a moment for first generation to defeat him, so the self-proclaimed strength is comparable to Zayajian of first generation. Isn't it possible to kill Orochimaru instantly? Everyone turned their heads in disbelief and looked at Zayajian with a smile on his face. I just feel that in the heads of myself and others. As if there was a swarm of bees, they kept buzzing. Cage level fake. Jiraiya also turned his head to look at Zayajian incredulously. If it is true as Orochimaru said, then this sudden rise of Baiyun Zayajian. The strength is too strong, heaven-defying is terrifying, right? It's similar to what Orochimaru-senpai said. But well, if it's against a space ninjutsu like Minato, then naturally you can't do a second kill. Seeing the horrified eyes of the people, Zayajian smiled without denying it. His strength is already strong enough to be invincible in the ninja world. So naturally there is no need to deliberately conceal one's own strength. Just like what the Rock Shinobi said in the command center during the previous game against Rock Shinobi, Zayajian is already strong enough, instead of controlling intelligence, he can simply defeat Kong. Because of the strength of both sides, they are not above the same level at all. Advertisement. So Zayajian at this moment is naturally not afraid to expose his strength. I knew you were hiding your strength before. I just didn't expect you to hide so much. Seeing that Zayajian did not deny, Minato also smiled bitterly. Since entering the ninja school, he has been recognized as a genius by everyone. Although he did not show any pride and complacency, but in his heart, there is actually a little bit of pride. He also admits, he can also defeat cage-level Orochimaru, but he couldn't do it. Like Zayajian, he said easily and confidently that he could kill in seconds. After all, Orochimaru is not only a cage-level powerhouse, but also experienced 2 ninja wars. His combat experience is also extremely rich, so the strength has not reached the point of crushing. Minato didn't dare to say that he could kill Orochimaru in seconds. You have misunderstood. Actually, I didn't hide much strength before. My strength has been greatly improved after the development of Guangdan. Seeing Minato talk about hiding his strength before, Zayajian also smiled. His words are not deceiving everyone. Because the last time he met Minato, he only had the cage level of Atomic Samurai's Kendo. In other aspects, they are still far behind. What's more, now, how do you compare with the self who is already super cage level? Report. Report to you sirs. Behind the Cloud Shinobi village camp, about 5,000 reinforcements came. Just when Zayajian's voice just fell, an intelligence ninja suddenly screamed and ran into the command post. And his elongated report sound also shocked all the people who were shocking Zayajian's strength. 5,000 reinforcements. Has Cloud Shinobi Village dispatched all their vital forces to the battlefield? Hearing the report from the intelligence personnel, Jiraiya frowned and his face became slightly solemn. Before Zayajian arrived, they had 3,000 Konoha defenders. For Cloud Shinobi Village, there is an army of 5,000 people. Now Zayajian is spinning from the Rock Shinobi battlefield guy, and has led 2,000 people from the village to come to support. I thought that the numbers on both sides could finally reach the same level. Unexpectedly, Cloud Shinobi Village also sent reinforcements. And it was a one-off, and an army of more than 5,000 people came directly. This time, the number of people on both sides was directly doubled. In terms of the population gap, at this moment, they are in a more disadvantaged position than before. Zayajian-kun. The high levels of the village, haven't the 3,000 troops deployed in the Bear Country been transferred back to Konoha? Advertisement. After Jiraiya's words were finished, Orochimaru also said solemnly. However, the direction of his topic does not lie in Cloud Shinobi Village. With a calm and calm personality, he is more concerned about whether he is waiting for others in the future and whether there are follow-up reinforcements. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy can win all battles. And oneself, at least also needs to be a confidant. Only in this way can we make a more effective plan for the enemy. The 3,000 troops who stayed in the Bear Country have not yet withdrawn to the village. After all, Kirigakure was repelled, but they were not defeated and surrendered. So the village still has to leave a large army to defend Kirigakure. In the current village, in addition to the 1,000 people killed since the war, there are more than 2,000 injured. The 2,000 reinforcements I brought are already all the strength in the village. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Zayajian naturally knew what he meant. So I told everyone about the arrangement of the village. Then we next. Maybe we are about to face a more severe situation. 0. After hearing Zayajian's answer to Orochimaru, Minato also said with a heavy face. Of course, he is not worried about himself. He who owns Flying Thunder God. On the battlefield, that is a ghostly existence. And since the battle broke out with Cloud Shinobi Village, he has been confining Third Raikage. If it were Jiraiya or Orochimaru, it would be impossible to block Third Raikage for that long. It's only twice the number of people, do you need to be so worried? When we were on the battlefield of Iwagakure, 3 times the number of people was still defeated. Seeing that not only the Minato trio had dignified faces, but even the Jonin commanders in the command post were all silent. So Zayajian couldn't help but shook his head, and laughed a little helplessly. That is, the Jonin who brought them here all went to command the army to camp. If they are in the headquarters at the moment, never show such a solemn expression to an enemy with twice the number of people. Oh, do you have any way to win more with less? After hearing Zayajian's words, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up. The Jonin commanders in the command post also looked over. To be honest, they were also very curious about how Zayajian and others defeated Iwagakur. We don't have any tactics. Master Zayajian took us and directly defeated Iwagakur. Just when Zayajian was about to answer, the Jonin he had brought from Konoha to support, finally arranged the team and rushed back. After hearing Jiraiya's question, Naraluyu rushed to Zayajian to answer with a smile. Nani, Iwagakur you defeated head-on. Chapter 236 What about Nine Tails? Watch the old man catch it? So, don't worry. Don't say double the number. Even if they come 3 times the number. Master Zayajian will not take it seriously either. Because in the face of Lord Zayajian's strength, it is no longer possible to use numbers to measure the key to a victory or defeat. Yay, Lord Zayajian is so powerful. The Jonin who filed in from the big tent of the headquarters all had bright smiles on their faces. They have experienced the battlefield of Iwagakur, so they have great confidence in Zayajian. In the last battle, they confronted an enemy 3 times their own. All the Iwagakur's army was directly beaten up. The victory of the war was easily won. So now they also believe that only twice the number of Cloud Shinobi. It is also not difficult for Lord Zayajian. It seems that Zayajian can your strength. It really has reached the level of first generation. The people who saw Zayajian bring support are so convinced of him. While Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and sighed, he felt 480 in his heart. After all, facing an existence that can do it at any time and kill himself in seconds. Not many people can deal with it calmly. Even this person, he is now his own companion? Of course. Orochimaru has this idea. Mainly because his hands and feet are not clean. When he was doing certain things. Also prepared for some kind of worst. That is, if your secret is accidentally exposed, then he can only defect from Konoha village. But in Konoha at this time, there are already 3 people above him in strength. This made him suddenly feel like a man on his back. If there is an incident in Dongchuang and the village sends Zayajian to arrest him, then he is really in danger. However, what Orochimaru didn't know was his so-called dirty things. In fact, in Zayajian, there are no secrets at all. Just because there is no interest entanglement between the 2 parties. So Zayajian didn't bother to pay attention to him either. What if Zayajian becomes Hokage? Then Zayajian would never sit idly by when it was about his reputation. Ha 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 ha. Since you are so confident in Zayajian, then next, we will have to wait and see for him. Seeing that the disadvantage of the number of people is not regarded as one thing to support the people, Jiraiya suddenly laughed boldly. Advertisement. The Jonin commanders in the command post were also influenced by the comrades who filed in. The solemn atmosphere in the headquarters suddenly became relaxed. At this moment, the number of people is full, and the pre-war meeting officially begins. Of course, the war is not about to break out immediately. Because on the front line, it was not long after a battle was actually finished. So now the armies of both sides are all in a state of repair. The reinforcement teams on both sides can also take advantage of this point of time to ease the fatigue of the journey a little bit. But everyone is discussing how to confront the enemy tomorrow. Zayajian took the initiative and swept third Raikage. Because he also wants to try the strength of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. And everyone volunteered for Zayajian. Naturally no one tried to persuade or stop it. Because they also want to see Zayajian, who claims to be superior to cage level, is how powerful is it? Is it true that, as he said, it can kill the cage level powerhouse in a second? After the meeting lasted for an hour, it was announced the end of the meeting. Then everyone retreated and arranged their own team for tomorrow's battle. The night fell quickly, and the day before the war, it was so peacefully passed by. The next day, the sun rises from the east. And the camps of the 2 sides also gathered again. The 2 armies soon met between the 2 sides again. Just like ancient wars, the 2 camps are on opposite sides of the enemy. And a group of high-end combat forces commanded by Jonin. As usual, they are all at the forefront of the army. However, the difference is that at this moment, both sides have increased a lot of people, and the scale of the war is much larger. Is that third Raikage? Sure enough, from the outside, it's quite powerful. When the 2 sides faced each other, Zayajian looked at the big man in front of Cloud Shinobi. Then he couldn't help but laughed at the people around him. At this moment, he finally knew. Why can't Minato win third Raikage anymore? Because of Minato's offensive power, it can't break the opponent's defense. As for the way on the opponent's body, Naruto found the scar in the original work and was also covered by his clothes. Otherwise, Minato's combat IQ would be a weakness that his son can see. As a more genius Minato, it is naturally impossible to fail to see it. After all, Minato's combat IQ is among the best in the Hokage original. You are the only one who can laugh. That guy is not an easy character to deal with. At this moment the 2 armies are facing each other. The 2 sides are looking at each other hundreds of meters away. The atmosphere is so condensed that water is almost dripping. Seeing Zayajian still talking and laughing so easily, Minato's face was also slightly helpless. Advertisement. And the Jonin behind them all focused their attention on Zayajian. Because in the headquarters yesterday, Zayajian took the third Raikage directly. Master Raikage. From the look of the intelligence description, that guy should be Baiyun Zayajian from Konoha village. Just when Zayajian was looking at Cloud Shinobi village, the people at Cloud Shinobi village are also looking at him. At this moment, on Konoha's side, 4 people stood at the forefront of the army. In addition to Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, one more person came out. There is no doubt that he is Baiyun Zayajian, who has become famous recently. Yo, 8 Tails is telling me that guy is a 9 Tails Jinchuriki. After hearing the report from Totai, Third Raikage nodded. At this moment, Killer B, who was on his left, suddenly began to rap from silence. At this moment, everyone's sights were all focused on Killer B, because as far as they know, 9 Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha village, it should be a woman from the Uzumaki clan. Why now, suddenly became Baiyun Zayajian? Yo, I don't know the specifics, but 8 Tails told me very clearly that 9 Tails is indeed in that guy's body. Seeing that, all the people looked over. Killer B rapped and explained while posing. Unexpectedly, Baiyun Zayajian is actually 9 Tails Jinchuriki. He won't be like a grown-up. It's because he controls the power of the tail beast that he has become so strong, right? So that's the case. Is this the reason for his sudden fame? After Killer B had finished speaking, the Jonin commanders behind him immediately became suspicious. After all, before the war broke out, Baiyun Zayajian has always been an unknown person. If it was because he had taken control of 9 Tails, his strength suddenly increased, then this reason can be justified. A 3.0. What about 9 Tails? I sent someone to Konoha before and didn't catch it. Unexpectedly, this war, it actually took the initiative to send it to the door. In this case, the old man will catch it personally and bring it back to our Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi village. Hearing the chattering discussion among the people, Third Raikage interrupted with a buzzing sound. Cloud Shinobi village pays more attention to the tail beast than Konoha. Not to mention Killer B's strength greatly increased because of the control of the tail beastization. Even the former Golden Horn and Silver Horn have gained part of the 9 Tails power because they have eaten the meat of 9 Tails. So Cloud Shinobi village has been plotting the attention of 9 Tails over the years. A few years ago, he even entered Konoha village and wanted to kidnap 9 Tails Jinchuriki. It's just that they tied the wrong person to Kushina's cousin. It is also because of various inaccuracies that Minato does not come together with Kushina like the original book. It was a good thing with her cousin Juzin Miai. Chapter 237. Your special effects are not as good as mine. 9 Tails Chakra Mode. Are you Baiyun Zayajian? During this period of time, your reputation is not small. After interrupting the discussion, Third Raikage went straight to the court. And looking at Zayajian on the side of Konoha, he shouted loudly. The people in Cloud Shinobi village behind him all looked at his back with admiration. Gang, Third Raikage said to take 9 Tails back to the village. All of them believe that third generation can do what it says. Because of their Lord Raikage, it was a melee fight with 8 Tails. And it has suppressed the existence of the 8 Tails runaway many times. Its strength is in the cage level of Ninja World, and it is definitely one of the best. Therefore, the army of Cloud Shinobi village believes that their Raikage master has the ability to capture 9 Tails. Hehehehe Zayajian-kun. It seems that you are playing Raikage's idea at the same time. It seems that Raikage also aimed directly at you. Orochimaru glanced at Third Raikage, then turned his head to Zayajian with a hoarse smile. At this moment, Third Raikage walked alone to the center of the two armies. The purpose is already very obvious. He is obviously wanting to invite Zayajian, no doubt. Since he has this idea, then I will play with him. Zayajian glanced at Third Raikage in the field. He turned his head and smiled at the crowd. Then he strode forward and walked forward. Although he didn't know Third Raikage, why he named him by name and invited him to 02. But his own goal was also prepared to kill him first. So Zayajian will naturally not refuse this kind of rare one-on-one opportunity. Zayajian, be careful. The strength of Third Raikage, that is very strong. Seeing that Zayajian didn't take the other party as the same thing, Minato suddenly reminded him loudly. Since the war broke out with Cloud Shinobi village, Minato and Third Raikage have played against each other countless times. So his strength of Third Raikage couldn't be more clear. In terms of speed and attack power, Minato thinks he is inferior to the opponent. He can only rely on Flying Thunder God technique. This ability and Third Raikage have dealt with so many times. Don't worry. It's just drinks. I have surpassed the existence of cage level. Hearing Minato's reminder, Zayajian waved his hand without looking back. In fact, as a traverser, his information on Third Raikage is more clear than Minato and others. Because of this, Zayajian, who knows himself and his opponent, knows that he can completely abuse Raikage. In any respect, he is stronger than Raikage. Of course, if the muscle mass is bigger than anyone else, then Zayajian will of course think that he is inferior. I hope you are really super cage level, right? Seeing that Zayajian didn't care about himself, Minato sighed helplessly. At this moment, a Chien hand patted his shoulder. Advertisement. Turning his head and looking back, I saw that Juzin Miai had come to his back from the army at some unknown time. Hehehe Minato, don't worry. Zayajian-kun and I have played against Tsunagakuer together. As far as I know him, he is not the kind of aimless person. Orochimaru turned his head and glanced at Minato and Kuzinmai, and said with a hoarse smile. Of course, there is one more word Orochimaru didn't say. That is, Zayajian has another invincible move similar to the hydration technique. Just that ability has already made him invincible. What did the old man just hear? You claim to be a super cage level existence. You are so arrogant that you have no boundaries. Furthermore, when did the ninja world have the super shadow level classification? Hearing the conversation between Zayajian and Minato, the third Raikage yelled with an urn. He naturally also felt the other side's contempt for himself from Zayajian's words. However, he was surprised and did not show too much anger. On the contrary, in the Cloud Shinobi army behind him, he felt full of anger when he saw Ai, whose father was despised. Maybe there was no such division before. But now I am the only existence beyond cage level? About 30 meters in front of third Raikage, Zayajian also stopped. Hearing Raikage's sarcasm, Zayajian became even more mad. Although I promised Mikoto and Kushina, be careful not to underestimate the enemy. But that was just a word to comfort them. The strength of the two sides is so strong that they are not above the same level at all. Zayajian would not put third Raikage in the same position as himself. Humph. Are you super cage level? This is the funniest joke that the old man has heard over the years. Seeing Zayajian came in front of him, he dared to be so rampant. Third Raikage also frowned and scolded directly. He has seen a lot of geniuses. For example, Namikaze Minato, who has been playing with him for 10 days. He also recognized the other side, and he was a genius hard to see in a century. But like Zayajian is so arrogant and thinks he is the #1 in the ninja world, he really hasn't seen it. Since you find it funny, laugh as much as you want. Because after today, you may not have a chance to laugh again. Hearing the ridicule of third Raikage, Zayajian followed his words and joked. At the moment the battle between the two sides is imminent, he doesn't mind wasting a little more time. Humph. The old man won't let you take any advantage of your tongue. Are you Jinchuriki from Nine Tails? So in other words, you have recently risen strongly. Is it all because you control the power of Nine Tails? Third Raikage is not good at bickering, so naturally he can't say Zayajian. So he could only change the subject and asked what he was more concerned about. Advertisement. And this is why he came out on purpose and invited Zayajian to fight. Because only in a one-to-one situation can he take Nine Tails away. Otherwise, if Minato obstructed it, he would not have the confidence to take Nine Tails Jinchuriki away. Of course, it's just that he is arrogant. How do you know I am from Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Zayajian was surprised when he heard third Raikage's words. When I sealed Nine Tails, there are no civilians in the surrounding area, only the high-level Konoha and a few ninjas. It stands to reason that this kind of information should not leak out so quickly. Ha 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 ha. After hearing what Zayajian said, third Raikage did not answer, but suddenly raised his head and laughed. Should be told by Eight Tails. Because of the old man, I also perceive the existence of Eight Tails. Just when Zayajian felt a little confused, Nine Tails, who was in the seal of his spiritual world, suddenly said lazily, I see. Hearing the voice of Nine Tails, Zayajian suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, after the tail beasts 480 approached each other, they could still sense each other. This is an ability he doesn't know. Alright. I won't tell you more nonsense. Since you are Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then you can never leave here today. Lightning style chakra mode. After a big laugh, third Raikage suddenly said with a serious face. At this time, a large number of thunder attribute chakra suddenly came out of his body. ZZ thunder and lightning continued to surround him. A depressing power spread out around him centered on him. Karema? At the moment when the third generation rushed to extreme speed, Zayajian also called Nine Tails in his heart. In the spiritual world, Zayajian plunged his hands into the sealed cage. And Nine Tails also stretched out his fox claws helplessly, and fisted him once. A large amount of chakra, like a tsunami, was conveyed by fist-cuffed hands. And Zayajian's body, as if on fire, suddenly burned. And the flames spread all over his body in an instant. Call. There was a dull noise. Third Raikage's oncoming speed punch. Zayajian raised his hand and easily grasped it in the palm of his hand. Your special effects are pretty good. But it doesn't look as good as mine. Seeing the shock in third Raikage's size, Zayajian suddenly moved and laughed. Chapter 238. Having said that, I am a super cage level existence? Nanny. What is going on with this huge chakra? Just when Zayajian caught third Raikage's punch and was teasing each other, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi's army suddenly exploded. Certainly, they are not surprised that Zayajian can stop third Raikage's punch, but surprised Zayajian's state at the moment. And his chakra, which is huge, like a tsunami. Hey Orochimaru, look at the ground under Zayajian. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed. The crowd followed the sound and quickly looked at Zayajian's feet. I saw chakra spilling out of him. The grass that has withered the ground because of the war is growing up sharply, and it was just a few breaths. On the ground under Zayajian's feet, a green lawn was formed, and the lawn full of vitality is still growing outside. It's as if spring is accelerating. Is this chakra from Nine Tails? Orochimaru felt Zayajian carefully. Then, with some uncertainty, he turned to look at Jiraiya, who exclaimed. Years ago, when the village transferred Nine Tails to Kushina, I once called them Konoha-sunin, and went to protect the safety together. So Orochimaru was naturally impressed with Nine Tails' chakra. But at this time he was a little unsure, because in his memory, Nine Tails should be sealed on Kushina, and the chakra on Zayajian, although it is very similar to Nine Tails, but among them. But it didn't carry Nine Tails' hatred and cold emotions. And this is one of the reasons why Orochimaru dare not be sure. Listen to you. It seems that it really is Nine Tails. But Nine Tails, isn't it sealed in Kushina's body? After hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya closed his eyes and felt it. Then some said uncertainly. At this moment, his hands are merging together, ready to enter Sage mode. So his perception is actually much stronger than Orochimaru. However, even so, he did not dare to confirm it 100%. The reason he was not sure was actually the same as Orochimaru. It's 9 tails? Isn't my sister her? At this moment, Juzin Miai suddenly grasped Minato's arm tightly, and at the same time confirmed the suspicion of several people. She and Kushina have lived together since they were young, and they often sleep together. So she is actually more familiar with 9 tails chakra than anyone here. When Zayajian suddenly ignited a fire, she felt inexplicably very familiar. At this moment, the conversation between Orochimaru and Jiraiya confirmed her. But after speaking, Juzin Miai's mood suddenly became a little sad. As we all know, Jinchuriki has no tail beasts. Advertisement. That's definitely going to die. It's okay, I am here. After the battle was over for a while, we asked Zayajian what the hell was going on. Seeing Juzin Miai's depression, Minato quickly comforted her. Similarly, Minato at the moment is also confused. But at the moment there is already a fight in the field. So no matter what, I have to delay asking Zayajian after the war. The time goes forward by 10 seconds. Zayajian grabbed the fist that third Raikage slapped extremely fast. The scene suddenly stopped in Raikage's incredulous eyes. Your special effects are pretty good. But it doesn't look as good as mine. Seeing third Raikage's eyes full of shock, Zayajian suddenly moved and laughed. At this moment in 9 Tails Chakra mode, his strength and speed are increasing in a straight line. It can even be said that there is no need to use other abilities. At this time, Zayajian can be equal to third Raikage. Of course, if you simply use 9 Tails Chakra mode, it is estimated that third Raikage will not be hurt. After all, he is a man who can resist Naruto's spiral shuriken with his body and lightning-style chakra mode. In the entire ninja realm, in terms of physical strength alone, it is estimated that no one can be stronger than him. Is this the power of 9 tails you control? Sure enough, it is very powerful. After a moment of shock, third Raikage was awakened by Zayajian's words. At this moment, he can also feel that Zayajian's speed is not weaker than him. Even in terms of strength, he is not as strong as Zayajian. Because of his frontal punch, Zayajian took it easily. This is enough to prove that he can't match the opponent in terms of strength. But this is not enough to make third Raikage feel threatened. Because besides speed, he also has the ability of absolute defense. And this ability is also the reason why he has been able to suppress Minato since the war broke out. Of course, not only stronger, but also better looking than you. After hearing the words of third Raikage, Zayajian emphasized again, scornfully. Although at the moment, he is only using the 9 Tails Chakra mode of the first stage. There is no 9 Tails full body mode, that cool robe. But even so, Zayajian's overall appearance is equally handsome and erratic. Lightning-style Black Madara is bad. When Zayajian spoke, third Raikage pulled his fist secretly. However, she found that she didn't move. After frowning, he directly ignored Zayajian's stinky fart and screamed in secret. At this moment, Madara's black thunder and lightning suddenly appeared from him, and it quickly condensed into a black panther, which hit Zayajian in front of him directly with lightning speed. Roar, roar, boom, sizzle. The black thunder and lightning exploded on Zayajian's body. Countless black currents also spread all over his body instantly. Seeing that Zayajian did not dodge, third Raikage was overjoyed. Advertisement. Although he developed this move, the attack power is not very powerful. But after the enemy is hit, the body will be paralyzed instantly and unable to move. So seeing Zayajian didn't dodge, he was naturally very happy. Did you think you would have to fight hard? I didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. Are you too happy too soon? Seeing the golden light in third Raikage's eyes, Zayajian couldn't help but interrupt. The reason why he didn't dodge was naturally unnecessary. Raiden was originally ineffective to him, because of his fruit ability, but the combination of Shining and Xianglei, the original abilities of the two fruits, he both possessed each other at the same time. Nanny. Can I control the power of 9 tails and still be immune to lightning attacks? Seeing that Zayajian was struck by a black lightning, he could still speak safely. Third Raikage's eyes widened suddenly, revealing an unbelievable look again. At this time, he suddenly felt his fists clenched by Zayajian. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly attacked him. You look down on me too much. I have said, I am a super cage level existence. At the moment when third Raikage was stunned, Zayajian suddenly clenched his fist and turned him around. Then a quick twist, slammed him on the ground. The ground was full of green lawns, and a big hole was directly smashed in a short time. However, this is not over yet. Just when third Raikage just reacted, he felt a sense of weightlessness again. Then Zayajian once again robbed him with strength. Boom, 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 boom. Smoke and dust are flying all over the sky. The explosion sound continued from around Zayajian. Third Raikage had no power to resist, and was lifted by Zayajian again and again, and slammed again and again. Not for a while on the ground near him. With him as the center, he was directly smashed out of a deep pit. Nanny. It's so simple. It suppresses third Raikage. Jiraiya behind Konoha almost stared out. He originally thought that Zayajian might win with the light escape he developed. Unexpectedly, he was so violent that he smashed third Raikage on the ground like a sandbag. It seems that Zayajian-kun has reached the realm, he said. If it's an ordinary person, if he smashes it a few times like that, It's probably dead long ago. Looking at the unresistible third Raikage, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and smiled hoarsely. The Konoha army behind them, after seeing Zayajian so powerful, also uttered bursts of excitement. The army of Cloud Shinobi village on the opposite side was caught in an uproar. Fortunately, he was immediately comforted by AI, because third Raikage has no resistance. But with his defense, it was only a little embarrassing to be smashed at most. Chapter 239 Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Boom, 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 rumble. Zayajian grabbed third Raikage and threw him a dozen times before throwing him into the distance. Because on the ground around him, except for the place to stand, there is no other place to let him continue to smash. Master Zayajian is mighty. Master Zayajian is so good. Excited shouts came from the Konoha camp. These days, the Konoha army has only 2 words for the impression of third Raikage. That is invincible. Have they ever seen Raikage and been abused so badly? So Zayajian's move to hit Raikage, regardless of whether it hurts third Raikage or not. It is undoubtedly something that is very exciting for the army. The opposite of them is the Cloud Shinobi village camp. Although they have been told by AI, this attack will not hurt third Raikage. But third Raikage, but their shadow of a village? That is the highest authority of the village, and the existence of the facade. He was smashed so hard, even if he was not injured. That is also a very shameful thing. Therefore, the camp of Cloud Shinobi village is all caught in silence at this moment. Boom. A parabola was drawn in the air. Then third Raikage fell heavily and fell to the ground. At this moment, although he is still unscathed as always, but I also felt a puff of breath 480 in my chest, because Zayajian's attack did not hurt his appearance. But under such continuous smashing, his internal organs were actually shaken. Suck. As expected of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the strength is really strong. But if you think that this is what you claim to be superior to cage level, then you too underestimate cage level. After taking a deep breath in secret, then third Raikage slowly stood up from the ground. In the confrontation between the 2 armies, being smashed by Zayajian such a meal, it really embarrassed third Raikage. So after getting up, he immediately yelled. A little concealed his embarrassing situation. Squirt. It deserves to be called the strongest shield. Your defensive power is indeed very good. Seeing that third Raikage was unscathed, Zayajian couldn't help but sighed. Advertisement. He is not telling lies, but really complementing each other. Because the defense of third Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode is about to catch up with his emission-level armament haki. In the ninja world at this moment, if it's just about ninjutsu, it is estimated that only the dust of Onaki can break the defense of third Raikage. However, after listening, to Zayajian's praise, third Raikage was not happy at all, but frowned tightly. Because in Zayajian's tone, it was as relaxed as before. Obviously, after seeing his defensive power, he still didn't pay attention to himself. This is something worth thinking about. Since your strongest shield, I have seen it. Then next, use your strongest spear. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you the opportunity. Because I'm going to be serious. After a glance, third Raikage's face became serious. Zayajian gave a light leap and jumped over the hole smashed with third Raikage. The moment his hands folded and opened, he held the Skycon Baiyun sword on his right hand, and his expression gradually became serious. Since you want to see, then the old man is as you wish. Tingzu Zayajian looked at it, and third Raikage became more solemn than ever. Zayajian, who was beginning to get serious at this moment, suddenly exuded a very depressed breath. This made third Raikage's heart, could not help but feel a slight heart palpitations. And he also knew that Zayajian could not be underestimated at this moment. You must use your strongest strength to defeat Zayajian. Bring it on. I will never avoid your attack. See, third Raikage raised his right hand, ready to go. Zayajian also raised the Sky Cloud sword and set up a battle ready to charge. At the same time, armament haki and the wind attribute chakra also followed his arm and gradually climbed towards the tip of the sword. Third Raikage's strongest attack is undoubtedly the Honkin hand who can defeat the ninja allied forces Tenryubi. So Zayajian intends to use kendo to head with his strongest attack. See if he has a strong offensive power or his kendo is sharp. What? Hearing what Zayajian said, third Raikage was also welcome. After adjusting his state a bit, he smashed the ground and rushed over. The speed was so fast that it disappeared directly into the sight of the troops on both sides. And the ground in the battlefield, also because of his speed, set off a wave of anger. Hell spikes? One book. Third Raikage, who sprinted, suddenly retracted the rest of the fingers on his right hand. Directly holding a single index finger, he sprinted towards Zayajian at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement. The Thunder Attribute Chakra, which was originally spread flat on the entire right arm, was also concentrated on the fingertips of the index finger of the right hand because of the reduction of the fingers. Attack power and penetration power are also condensed into one point. Reached the peak state of third Raikage, the strongest spear. Good job. Draw a knife, flash and stab. Zayajian yelled loudly, randomly gave a name to his moves. Then he also raised the Sky Cloud sword in his hand, and rushed towards third Raikage. The two sides didn't even use a second, they directly crossed the distance between the two, and slammed together. Boom. A huge explosion spread across the battlefield. The airwaves centered on the two people and swept around. The gravel and mud on the surrounding ground were directly shaken to shreds under the aftermath of the collision between the two of them. Third Raikage condenses all the strengths of a consistent hand, and Zayajian blessed the Sky Cloud sword with 3 powers. The tip of the needle is as good as the wheat on. There was a violent collision. Crack, click, click. After a stalemate for half a second, there was a sound of grinding teeth. It is posted by the collision between the fingertips of Third Raikage and the tip of Zayajian's sword. I saw the tip of Zayajian's sword piercing the thunder armor of Third Raikage little by little. The fingertips towards his right hand gradually penetrated in. How is it possible? Third Raikage's eyes widened. With an incredulous expression on his face, he stared at the collision of the 2 attacks. I didn't expect that the strongest spear, who had never failed in a lifetime of fighting for his whole life, fell into a disadvantage when facing the enemy. This is definitely the first time he has encountered this situation in history. Boom. Just when Third Raikage felt incredible, Zayajian's feet on the ground suddenly exerted force again. The Sky Cloud sword in his hand also pierced the Third Raikage violently. The Wind Attribute Chakra can originally restrain the Thunder Attribute Chakra. Moreover, on the tip of Zayajian's sword, armament Haki of emission level is also blessed. Coupled with the Sky Cluster Cloud sword condensed by sparkling fruit, it has an explosive impact. So the lightning-style armor of Third Raikage. In an instant, Zayajian was pierced by Zayajian, who exerted force again. The tip of the sword also directly hit the index finger of Third Raikage. At the same time as the explosion sounded, Third Raikage's entire right arm cracked from his fingers. The 2 who were struggling with each other instantly staggered and rushed out of each other's back. Chapter 240 Let you father and son have a companion on Huangquan Road? How is it? How is it? How is the battle going? Everyone from both Konoha's army and Rock Shinobi's army, all of them are eagerly struggling, wanting to see the battle situation clearly. However, the aftermath of the collision between Zayajian and Third Raikage set off a lot of dust, so their sights were all obscured by dust. This made them wonder how they would win or lose on the court for a while. Zayajian won. That guy actually can really kill the shadow level. Jiraiya, who was closing his eyes to perceive the battle, suddenly widened his eyes. Then some weird exclaimed come out. Yes. Unexpectedly, after playing for so long, I never defeated Third Raikage. I was beaten badly by Zayajian in one move. Minato also opened his eyes and said with a wry smile, what he is best at is Flying Thunder God technique. And the first necessary condition for learning Flying Thunder God technique, it is to have a super perceptual ability. Therefore, Minato's perceptual knowledge is actually one of the best in the ninja world. Precisely because of this, he can clearly perceive the battle situation in the field. It seems that Zayajian-kun was not talking big words before. He has really reached the level of first generation. After hearing what Jiraiya said, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and sighed. The Jonin commanders behind the 3 began to get excited because of their conversation. Master Raikage. Master Third Raikage. Dad. The smoke gradually dispersed, and was finally blown away with a light breeze. The battle situation in the field also clearly reflected the eyes of the army of both sides. There was a burst of exclamation and unbelievable voices. At this time, from among the army of Cloud Shinobi village, there was a continuous resounding. I saw Zayajian standing unscathed, and Third Raikage was facing the earth, lying on the ground dozens of meters behind him, and his entire right arm. It has disappeared directly from the position of the shoulder. The blood also flowed down the wound on his shoulder and ran on the ground under him. At this moment, a pool of blood has formed. Cough cough. The old man's consistent hand. Third Raikage, sweating profusely, turned over and lay on his back. Then he couldn't help but stretched out his left hand and touched it with his right arm. However, it suddenly caught an empty space. Certainly. In fact, he himself knew that his right hand was gone. It's just that he still feels it, a little unbelievable. After all, he is known as the attack of the strongest spear, and he himself knows the power best. Unexpectedly, this time the frontal hostility was defeated, let alone. Even the entire right hip was directly mutilated under the opponent's attack. Third Raikage, worthy of Third Raikage. After being cut off, I didn't even hum. Advertisement. You are indeed worth it, and the Cloud Shinobi are respected. Zayajian, who had already turned around, said with a smile on his face. Although the Raikage at the moment is sweating profusely, but he never hummed from beginning to end. This made Zayajian couldn't help but admire a little. What if the average person is seriously injured like this? I must have screamed heartbreakingly a long time ago. Ho. Want to hear the old man's howl in pain, make you feel comfortable. Don't have that dream. After hearing Zayajian's words, Third Raikage squeezed his right shoulder tightly and stood up. At this moment, he also understood that he was not Zayajian's opponent, because Zayajian's speed is not slower than him, even slightly faster than him. Moreover, his most proud defense was also defeated by Zayajian frontally. In all respects, at this moment he is in a state of being suppressed. No. I don't have that special hobby, but, admire it. You still have to die by my knife. Zayajian shook his head and smiled. Then holding the Sky Cloud sword, he walked over to Third Raikage. At the pre-war meeting yesterday, he had already explained to everyone. In any case, as long as you kill Third Raikage yourself, then it is the best time for Konoha's army to attack on a large scale, because at that time, the momentum of the Cloud Shinobi army will definitely be at a low point. At that time, it was also the best time for one's own army to charge into battle. Everyone, all are ready for battle. See Zayajian walking towards Third Raikage. The Jonin commanders in the Konoha camp all reminded the rear one after another. Obviously, they all remember Zayajian's explanation yesterday. If only half of the people yesterday, I believe Zayajian can kill Raikage. So at this moment, everyone already believes it. After all, the facts are before their eyes. As long as there is no accident, Zayajian can definitely kill third Raikage before the battle. Then, the morale of the Cloud Shinobi army was smashed severely. Want to kill me? Although I admit now, you are indeed stronger than me. But if I want to go, it will be difficult for you to stop it. See Zayajian walking slowly. Third Raikage immediately glanced at the Cloud Shinobi camp, and then said in a loud voice. At this moment, the direction of the Cloud Shinobi village camp. There is a figure. He rushed at a speed almost the same as him. Why do you have this idea? Did I say before that it was my fastest speed just now? Hearing Third Raikage's confident words, Zayajian suddenly sneered and said. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Indeed, if only in Nine Tails chakra mode. Then his speed is slightly stronger than Third Raikage. Within a short period of time, it is really not easy to catch up with him. But his fastest speed has always been Sparkling Fruit's teleportation. Not the high-speed movement in Nine Tails chakra mode? Nanny. Isn't Gang your full power? Hearing what Zayajian said, Third Raikage was shocked. He thought it was Zayajian's full effort before. So the reason he didn't run at this moment was because he wanted to wait for AI to support him. Before Konoha could react, the two worked together to take down Baiyun Zayajian, full force. Have I said anything like this? I just said, I'm going to be real. Zayajian shook his head at Third Raikage, then shrugged helplessly. If it was true at the beginning, Third Raikage would have died long ago. Do not come. Upon hearing Zayajian's words, Third Raikage shouted in shock. However, AI, whose speed almost broke through the sound barrier, couldn't hear what his father was saying at all. It's all here. Then solve him as well. By the way, let you father and son have a company when you go to Suntuchuan. Don't look so lonely when you are on the road, don't you? Seeing Third Raikage's horrified roar, Zayajian suddenly laughed. When AI Gang rushed out of the Cloud Shinobi camp, he actually discovered it a long time ago. Not only that, just when AI Gang was moving, Konoha's Minato also voted for a Kunao. It's just that compared with AI's movement speed, the speed of Minato's shot was obviously slower. Thunder. Lariat. Just when Zayajian's words fell, AI had already rushed to Zayajian's side. He raised his muscular arm and slammed it directly at Zayajian's neck. The speed is so fast that even the voice can hardly keep up with his movements. Just at the very moment, Zayajian suddenly became elemental and moved a meter aside. AI suddenly hit the air and rushed forward with inertia. Obviously it should have been hit. Does this guy also flying Thunder God technique? AI, who rushed forward with inertia, only felt confused. The speed of Zayajian's photonized movement is infinitely close to the speed of light. It is only when we are condensing adulthood that some extra time is wasted. So in AI's eyes, Zayajian's speed is about the same as Minato's space jump. Chapter 241 Refresh the 3 views of Jiraiya? AI, go away. Just when AI didn't hit Zayajian and inertia rushed to Third Raikage's side, Third Raikage immediately raised his left hand and pressed it on his chest to stabilize it. Dad, what are you talking about? Should not take this guy down right now. AI stopped, looking suspiciously at his father. In his opinion, this is a golden opportunity. When Namikaze Minato rushes over, there will be no chance to wait for others. No time to explain to you, let me go. Third Raikage looked anxious and said in a quick voice. When Zayajian was avoiding AI's attack just now, he also failed to see clearly. Only a flash of golden light was seen. Zayajian had appeared 1 meter away, but although I didn't see it clearly, but he was vague and caught Zayajian's movement trajectory. That guy is not moving in space, but real speed. And the speed is fast to his level. In a way, he is actually even more terrifying than Namikaze Minato. Because Namikaze Minato is fast, he has to use the Flying Thunder God mark to be able to teleport. So in terms of chasing the enemy, Minato couldn't catch up with the two of them. But Zayajian is different. The 483 guy is the real speed, the kind of speed that can be reduced by 10 times. At that speed, it is very difficult for them to escape to heaven. Just want to go now. Is it too late? At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded. Third Raikage quickly turned his head to look away. I saw Zayajian don't know when. Actually came to his side. And the dazzling lightsaber in his hand has also been raised high. A feeling of horror instantly filled Third Raikage's heart. It seemed that Shinigami had put the sickle in his hand on his neck. It made him feel cold all over. Go. Third Raikage originally held AI's chest with his left hand, pulling up his collar in an instant. Then he bowed quickly and threw AI's eye vigorously. Just when he first started, Zayajian's cold voice. At the same time, it passed into his ears. Adam, focus on cutting. Buzzing. The lightsaber in Zayajian's hand fell sharply. A different milky white slash. From his golden lightsaber, he swung out suddenly. Slash has also been blessed and improved a lot under the Mind Gems and Nine Tails Chakra mode. From the 30 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide that Zayajian could swing before, it has more than doubled directly. But with such a huge slash, surprisingly, there was not much momentum. Because wherever the slash went, all obstacles blocking the front, all were directly cut into atoms, and the silent annihilation disappeared. Its power. It was like being hit by the dust of Onoki. Dad. AI, who was thrown out, was still a little unclear. Advertisement. However, the moment he turned his head to look over, he yelled with tears in his eyes, because third Raikage was submerged by Zayajian's slash. Before even the screams came out, there was no more dregs left. That's a dead body in the true sense. Gee. The white slashes, like heaven and earth one after another, flew hundreds of meters away. After the ground was slashed. Quietly, a deep ditch appeared. The Konoha army and Cloud Shinobi army suddenly became silent. Minato, who rushed to halftime through Flying Thunder God, was also shocked. The entire battlefield fell into a weird and quiet state for an instant. And the only voice, it was AI's heart-piercing roar. It's careless? I didn't expect third Raikage to react so quickly. After the slash completely disappeared, Zayajian took the knife and shook his head regretfully. He has tried his best to slash and swing bigger. The purpose is to kill Raikage and his son together. But what I didn't expect was that third Raikage responded so quickly and decisively. Before he died, he threw AI out in a daze. Certainly. If Zayajian didn't swing the knife, he deliberately pretended to remind him. Then at this time, it is estimated that AI has followed in the footsteps of third Raikage. Together with his father, he became the dead soul under the sword in Zayajian's hands. Is third generation third Raikage dead? It seems that I saw him and was hit by Lord Zayajian. Me too, did I see the same? After the battlefield fell into silence for a few seconds, the army of Konoha began to recover one after another. However, they were a little uncertain about what they and the others saw. Because they actually saw third Raikage, they were directly killed by Zayajian's slash. So at this moment, they don't know, is it that they are seeing the wrong thing? Or was third Raikage too fast and disappeared from their field of vision? Good guys. What kind of slash is that? The power is so weird and huge. Jiraiya's eyes widened and swallowed unconsciously. The eyes are also tight, the ditch that runs across the center of the battlefield. Such a huge and strangely powerful slash also refreshed his three views. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that slashing could cause such destruction. This move, Zayajian-kun was on the battlefield of Sand Shinobi at the time and used it once. Moreover, I also cut off one of Cho's arms at the time. But at that time, his slash was not so terrifying. Now it seems that if you are hit by this kind of slash, you will definitely die. Orochimaru secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with lingering fear. Although this place is very far away from Zayajian, but when Zayajian swung that white slash, he also instinctively felt a devastating breath. Even though there are many ways to save his life, Orochimaru is very sure. If you are in front of that slash, then you probably have to finish it in an instant. Master Jiraiya. Master Orochimaru. We should order an attack at this moment. Seeing Jiraiya and Orochimaru, I was completely shocked. Naradir couldn't help taking a few steps forward for a long time, reminding the two of them. After all, according to Zayajian's plan, third Raikage attacked immediately after his death. Advertisement. Otherwise, the time will be longer, and the Cloud Shinobi army will transform from the panic of third Raikage's death to the anger that wants to avenge third Raikage. At that time, it will be a tough battle. Look. I forgot about it. Hurry up and inform the army and attack now. Jiraiya suddenly realized that she raised her hand and tapped her forehead. His sage mode has already been prepared. So his hands have been liberated just now. At this moment, his pupils became frog pupils, and there were red lines around the eye sockets and face. Even the nose is enlarged several times. After speaking to Naraluyu, he rushed up first. And Orochimaru did the same, rushing out next to Jiraiya. Sense ninja. Quick. Find me the third generation lord. In front of the army of Cloud Shinobi village, the soil platform roared loudly. He also witnessed third Raikage, annihilated by Zayajian's slash. However, with a fortunate mind, Tutai immediately ordered the perception ninjas loudly. I hope I just saw it wrong. Master Tutai, I didn't feel it. I didn't perceive. Me too, I didn't perceive the existence of Lord Third Generation either. After hearing the order from Tutai, Cloud Shinobi's perception ninjas all closed their eyes and perceived. But when the perception radiated out, quickly swept the battlefield several times. They did not even feel the breath of third Raikage. So they were a little frightened and reported loudly to Tutai. I seemed to see Lord Raikage just now. It seems. I saw it too. Master Raikage won't be real. At this moment, some frustrated and uncertain voices continued to ring from the Cloud Shinobi army. Although no one confessed what it was. But everyone knows what each means. So the army of Cloud Shinobi village began to panic and panic. In fact, at this moment, there is no need to perceive the ninja to investigate. Because AI's stern roar just now explained the problem sideways. It's just that I and others are all deceiving themselves and others, and they don't want to believe that the facts are dark. AFK. Hit to Cloud Shinobi village. Just when the atmosphere in the Cloud Shinobi army began to get worse and worse, a burst of roars and shouts of 3.0 soaring into the sky suddenly resounded. The Cloud Shinobi were taken aback by the sudden sound. After reacting, they all looked forward quickly. I saw Konoha's army, all with a high spirit, and they rushed straight to their side. And everyone is overexcited. Oh no. Seeing Konoha's army coming at this time, Tutai suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this moment, because of the third Raikage incident, one's morale just fell into a freezing point. If the morale of the army is not adjusted back as soon as possible, then the advantage of one's own number may become a decoration. Because now our own army is all messed up because of the death of third generation. There is no fighting power at all. Don't panic, don't mess. All prepare me for battle. Tutai roared with exhaustion. Attempt to suppress the anxiety and fear of the army. However, his voice alone, in the chaotic cloud shinobi army, seemed so tiny. Coupled with the roar of Konoha's army coming, his voice could not be conveyed to the whole army at all. So he temporarily wanted to awaken the military spirit and morale of the cloud shinobi. The effect is very small. Chapter 242 Onaki's sneak attack. La. The sound of breaking through the air sounded beside Zayajian. Minato, who came back to his senses, finally reached his side after jumping through a few flying thunder god. Zayajian, you. Minato, who appeared, looked at the ditch in front of Zayajian in horror. Before I finished speaking, I swallowed unconsciously. Because of the cut-off ditch, the cut surface is too smooth and flat. It's neat and tidy like a mirror. From the performance of these aspects, it all showed how terrifying Zayajian's slash was just now. That guy will leave it to you. As for the army of Cloud Shinobi Village, let me take care of it. Ignore Minato's surprised expression. Zayajian smiled and patted him on the shoulder, then pointed to 4th generation AI. Since AI hadn't been dealt with just now, Zayajian didn't bother to pay attention to him at this moment. Instead of spending time to solve him alone, I don't know how many Cloud Shinobi can be killed, and how much prestige is earned. Moreover, he proposed to the army to attack the Cloud Shinobi head-on. Therefore, he must also play the most important combat role. Guru, you go. AI will leave it to me to deal with it. Minato, who was staring at the ditch, couldn't help swallowing again after hearing Zayajian's words. After regaining his senses, he also turned his head and responded to Zayajian. 02 Although AI is also very good, but his defensive power and offensive power are not as terrible as third Raikage. So if Minato fights him, he can easily gain the upper hand. Okay, then I'll do it first. You have to catch the Cloud Shinobi army by surprise. Zayajian smiled again and patted Minato on the shoulder. Then he rose from the ground and flew directly to the Cloud Shinobi. At this time, Konoha's army also roared and rushed up from the rear. Like a torrent, they quickly approached the Cloud Shinobi army panicked. The battle between the two armies officially broke out at this moment. Master third generation. Are we really going to do this? But if it fails, our village will be even more troublesome. Just when Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha Village were fighting fiercely on the front line, a team of more than 4,000 people bypassed the country of Taki, the country of Frost, and the country of Tien. Quietly, sneaked into the territory of Thunder Country. And they are the Iwagakure army who surrendered to Konoha a few days ago. Do you think the old man is willing to do this kind of thing? Advertisement. It's Iwagakure. We can't afford to exchange for 2 Jinchuriki at the same time. So at this time, we can only make the best move, and risk coming to the Kingdom of Thunder to take a fight. Hearing Wenya's question, Oyemu also sighed helplessly. After surrendering to Konoha village a few days ago, Onaki did not lead his army directly back to the village. Because if I really let Iwagakure pay for Konoha and redeem 2 Jinchuriki, then Iwagakure will definitely bleed heavily, and even hurt your muscles and bones. So after thinking about it all night, Onaki decided to personally lead the team to go out at night. I plan to imitate Kirigakure's attack on Konoha. While Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha were fighting on the front line, they directly attacked the village behind the Cloud Shinobi army. If this move is successful, then they can catch a wave of oil and water from Cloud Shinobi Village, alleviate the compensation and loss to Konoha Village in their own villages. But Wenya was still a little entangled when he heard Lord Tsuchikage's words. Because if it succeeds, it is naturally good. But if it fails, or if you can't win Cloud Shinobi Village for a short time, then wait until the army of Cloud Shinobi Village returns to defense. If you wait for others, you will be left alone and helpless. At that time, let alone fishing for a wave of oil and water in Cloud Shinobi Village. Maybe Iwagakure will be able to accompany a bankruptcy directly. Do not worry. Third Raikage is not here. In Cloud Shinobi Village, no one can stop the old man. Seeing Wenya and the Jonins were a little worried, Onogi smiled and comforted. In fact, Onogi considered not only Cloud Shinobi Village before, he also took the neighboring Tsunagakure into consideration. As for why he didn't choose to play the weaker Tsunagakure, instead, come to the stronger Cloud Shinobi Village, there are actually 2 reasons. 1, because Cloud Shinobi Village is still fighting on the front line, and others can sneak attack on their rear. Second, compared with Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsunagakure's economic strength is obviously more embarrassing. Therefore, even if Tsunagakure is defeated, the compensation required is definitely not as much as Cloud Shinobi Village. Therefore, Onogi planned to lead the army to sneak an attack on Cloud Shinobi Village. As for Tsunagakure, Onogi didn't plan to let it go either. Anyway, in the entire Tsunagakure, no one is his opponent. It doesn't matter if you return to start a war against Tsunagakure after you finish playing Cloud Shinobi Village. With this idea, Onaki resolutely decided and gave priority to Cloud Shinobi Village, which is stronger and also more affluent. Report to Lord Third Generation. Just when Onogi was comforting everyone to feel relieved, a perception ninja who was arranged to explore the road suddenly ran over from the front. Advertisement. And his face was filled with extremely excited expressions. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing the perception ninja flushed with excitement, Onogi asked suspiciously. and the Jonins running under Onoji are all looking at perceiving ninjas with strange faces. Because since their defeat in Konoha, they have not seen a happy or excited face from anyone for several days. Report to Lord Third Generation, sirs. I found a very important piece of information from a village ahead. Yesterday, there was a Cloud Shinobi army of about 5,000 people, which happened to go to the frontline battlefield through here. Hearing Third Tsuchikage's question, Sensing Ninja did not care about his own breath, and suddenly spoke out with excitement. Because this information is simply a big surprise for them? Nanny, what are you talking about? Cloud Shinobi Village dispatched another 5,000-strong army to the frontline battlefield. After listening to the report of Perception Ninja, Oniki looked dumbfounded. The Jonin commanders below him also looked at each other in disbelief. Yes, it was about the village that I just passed by early in the morning yesterday. I surveyed carefully in secret the ground in that village. 483. And among them, there are indeed a lot of footprints that prove that at least thousands of people passed through that village at that time. The more I felt the ninja, the happier he was, and his flushed face became more excited. Ha 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 ha. This is God bless us Uegakur. I didn't expect Cloud Shinobi Village to use all the power of the village to attack Konoha. Sure enough, the guy Third Raikage is a brash guy with big muscles and no brain. After getting the confirmation of the perception of the ninja again, Onoki with a dumb face suddenly couldn't help laughing with joy. And all the Jonin conductors were full of excitement and excitement. They were originally worried about not being able to break Cloud Shinobi Village in a short time. Then Third Raikage led his army back to help, letting himself and others suffer from the enemy. But what I never expected was that Cloud Shinobi Village actually sent another 5,000 people to the front line at this moment. So, isn't Cloud Shinobi Village at this time equal to emptiness? Master Third Generation. Wen Ya looked excited and looked up at Onoji, but he hadn't spoken yet. Onogi knew what he meant. Quick, order to go down. Let the army stop sluggishly moving forward. Get all out of the dark for me, let's move towards Cloud Shinobi Village at full speed. Oniki looked excited, and looked down at the Jonin directly below him, giving orders in a passionate voice. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Yes, Master Tsuchikage. The Jonin conductors responded loudly. After the voice fell, they were all excited, and rushed out to the surrounding jungle. Chapter 243 UBD, wait and see for me? Boom, 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 rumble. Ah, get out of the way. The battlefield where Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village clash. The golden light continued to pour down mercilessly from the sky. Sometimes, it fires like a machine gun. Sometimes, it goes straight like a high-pressure water gun. Sometimes, it flies like a crescent moon in the same arc. The entire wide battlefield was divided into several pieces by the golden light constantly shooting down from the sky, and countless screams and wailing sounds continued to surround the battlefield on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing 31 enemies and gaining 1,581 prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing 44 enemies and gaining 2270 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations, master, your subordinates kill an enemy, you get 27 points of prestige. Laser beam, Bakukshinguyu, asterisk flying sword. Hearing the system's continuous prompting sound, Zayajian became more motivated to kill the enemy. At this moment, it hasn't been an hour since the start of the fighting, but he has already reaped it, and his prestige value is nearly 160,000. 2/3 of it was his own gains from killing the enemy, and the other third was his contribution to the killing of the enemy by bringing down the army. It is a pity that the Konoha army at this time is not all his subordinates. Otherwise, his prestige would have to be more than doubled. Ah! The mobility of Zayajian-kun is so strong, no wonder he dared to let us attack frontally. Continue to fight according to the current situation. If the Cloud Shinobi don't retreat, it's probably not uncommon to be killed by him. Orochimaru stood on the top of Mancha's head and laughed loudly at Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya, also standing on top of his summoning beast, Toad Bunta, and right in front of the two beasts. It was Killer Bee who confronted them. However, Killer Bee at this moment has entered a completely beast-like mode. In this state, Orochimaru and Jiraiya did not dare to go head-to-head with Killer Bee. You have to move back and dodging. Because after entering the complete tail beastization mode, the powerful chakra and terrifying power of 8 tails have all been perfectly embodied. This is why Orochimaru and Jiraiya have summoning beasts to assist them against 8 tails. What about other cage-level powerhouses? It is estimated to have fallen into a disadvantage long ago, and even fled. Of course, if it is the cage level of Third Raikage and Oniki, it must be another story. After all, those two have the strongest ninjutsu. The other person possesses the blood succession elimination above the blood succession limit and world. Advertisement. In addition to Zayajian, the two of them were the strongest in these two aspects in the shinobi world at this time. Hey Orochimaru, don't look around. The 8 tails in front of us are also not easy to deal with. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya glanced at the battlefield where Zayajian was located, and then reminded loudly. However, his tone is very rigorous. But in my heart, in fact, I had already let go of my heart. At this time, on the battlefield of both sides, although Konoha was still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. But because Zayajian is in the sky, they have been continuously attacking and suppressing the Cloud Shinobi. So at this moment, Konoha village is already in an absolute advantage. As long as no accidents happen, then Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely be defeated. And in the eyes of both of them, if there are any accidents and changes, the only possibility is Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Because on the battlefield at this moment, Cloud Shinobi may only have that kind of strength. Of course, this is not to say that Abby is not on Killer Bee, it's that the two are completely different. In terms of attack range and power, the beast-tailed Killer Bee is much better than AI, and AI is still entangled by Minato. If he wants to get out of the rescue army, it is actually more difficult than Killer Bee. Ba Guy Road Konoha BD. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the conversation between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Killer Bee suddenly rushed up anxiously. The gap between the three of them just stopped, and another big fight broke out in an instant. And the huge bodies of the summoning beast and the tail beast, the aftermath caused by the collision with each other, spread out again. However, around the three of them, no one dared to approach them for a long time. So although it is aftermath, it does not affect the battlefield of both sides. No, can't fight like this anymore. If you continue to fight like this, Cloud Shinobi Village has to be finished. Just after solving an enemy with lava style, Tutai quickly looked up at the battlefield, very anxious in his heart. Originally he thought, although there are not as many cage-level powers as the opponent, at this moment, the momentum is also not as high as the opponent's army. But the battle broke out, and after a while, your own bloodliness should be killed out. At that time, relying on the advantage of the large number of people, oneself would be able to suppress Konoha's army positively. However, his ideals are good, but the reality has been greatly deviated. It was true that the development of the matter at the beginning was exactly as he had imagined. After his side was killed by Konoha, the bloodliness of the army was indeed stimulated. However, the bloody nature that he was finally aroused was crushed and wiped out under the bombardment of Baiyun Zayajian again and again. And the battlefield was also divided into several big pieces by his unknown ability. Advertisement. This makes the Cloud Shinobi army, which had a large number of them, unable to play the advantage of playing more and less. Even under Zayajian's deliberate control, in the forefront position of their Konoha army, they could instead beat their own side with more. This is really a beeping dog. Konoha village, which was originally at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. On the contrary, he was fighting with his own army by fighting more and less. How can we play together happily like this? Cage level can't beat the opponent, and the large number of own side is forced to beat more with less. This situation has fallen into a losing trend. The fight is going on at this time, and it doesn't make any sense to one's own side. On the contrary, the combat power of Cloud Shinobi Village will be consumed less and less. Asterisk the army of Cloud Shinobi Village, listen to me. Give me all of it. After scanning the battlefield, Tutai raised his neck and roared loudly. The harsh sound spread over the entire battlefield in an instant. It also spread to the ears of most Cloud Shinobi. Soil, what are you BD talking about? AI, who was fighting with Minato, immediately roared angrily after hearing the sound of Tutai. He had just lost his father and was in a state of anger at the moment. Hearing Tutai's order to withdraw troops, his angry flames soared by 3 points in an instant. Retreat to me. Master third generation sacrificed, I am the highest commander here at this moment. Hearing AI's angry words, Tutai ignored him at all. Instead, he emphasized his role as Raikage's assistant. Although AI has long been recognized as the next Raikage person, is the money good, chosen. But after all, he has not yet taken up his post, so now the highest command of the Cloud Shinobi army is still his assistant under Raikage. And he did not want to see the Cloud Shinobi army. Because of AI's anger, it became an irreparable loss. Therefore, even if he later appealed to AI, he still had to use his position at this time to give this retreat order. You BD, you wait for me. Hearing Tutai suppressing himself with official positions, AI suddenly became even more angry. He was so dazzled by anger that he could still consider the village and the army at this moment. He just wanted to kill the Konoha army and Zayajian, all. Quick retreat, quick retreat, quick retreat. The other Jonin commanders, after hearing the order to withdraw from Tutai, all shouted and gave orders. They didn't want to fight for a long time, since Tutai ordered to retreat. So no matter what happens in the future, Tutai will take the responsibility. So they don't have so many worries, they just act according to the command line. With this thought, the Jonin commanders of Cloud Shinobi started to fight and retreated. Chapter 244 Disappointed Jiraiya and Orochimaru, AFK. Kill all Cloud Shinobi. After the Tutai and Jonin commanders ordered the retreat, the Cloud Shinobi army, who had not much morale, broke up and fled. And Konoha's army also took advantage of this opportunity to frantically call the Cloud Shinobi who were closer. In just a few minutes, the Cloud Shinobi who lined up with Konoha were killed 7 to 8. The Cloud Shinobi who were far away quickly evacuated backward without looking back. Everyone looked like they had fled, wishing to have 2 more legs out. A battle of chasing quickly entered the territory of the Iron Country, and continued till the afternoon. Then from the border at the other end of the Iron Country, it was cleared. Master Zayajian, do you want to continue pursuing? Seeing that all the Cloud Shinobi have withdrawn into the Land of Thunder, Konoha's Jonin commanders all raised their heads and asked Zayajian who was flying. At this time, the only cage-level powerhouse who led the Konoha army and pursued Cloud Shinobi was Zayajian. Because Jiraiya and Orochimaru are still playing against AI and Eight Tails in the back. So at this moment, they can only ask Zayajian. There is a plane about 20 miles ahead. Catch up to that position, and then we are going to camp. Zayajian closed his eyes and felt 483 steps towards the territory of Thunder Country, and then lowered his head to give orders to the people. When he finished speaking, he also took the lead to fly into the Kingdom of Thunder. The Jonin commanders immediately responded loudly, leading their troops to follow. Twilight. The Konoha army chased Cloud Shinobi to the position Zayajian said before, only then gave up and continued chasing, staying in the same place and camping. This battle is the smoothest and most enjoyable battle since Konoha's army and Cloud Shinobi village broke out. So in the process of camping, everyone's faces were still filled with excitement that could not be concealed. Everyone's expressions are still in some excitement. Ha 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 ha, we are back. Look at what we caught. Not long after the army had set up the camp, Master Jiraiya and Orochimaru also rushed up from the rear. Moreover, on Jiraiya's shoulders, a comatose man was also strapped to his shoulders. It looks like Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, no doubt. Nanny. Master Jiraiya, you captured Eight Tails. Advertisement. After seeing the bound person on Jiraiya's shoulder, the Jonin commanders suddenly became overwhelmed with joy, but Zayajian couldn't help but frown secretly. Perception quickly radiated to Killer Bee, because he found that Killer Bee at this time seemed strangely different from before the war. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Orochimaru and I were so powerful that we defeated him. Jiraiya laughed and said. When I came to the people, shaking his shoulders, he directly threw Killer Bee on the ground. But even so, Killer Bee fell into a coma without saying a word. There was no sign of waking up because of being thrown to the ground. Senior Jiraiya, you are all put on one by this guy. Jiraiya came to him and waited before. Zayajian also took back his perception. Then facing the excited Jiraiya, he shook his head helplessly and said with a smile. At this point he was very sure that there was a problem with Killer Bee. Although the appearance and breath of Killer Bee, it's exactly the same as before. But at this moment, he does not have a trace of spiritual activity. It's like a body without a soul. Normal people would definitely not be in this state. Even if he was unconscious, or he became a vegetable. Then even if there is nothing in his brain. It shouldn't be like the current empty shell, with nothing, or ideas. Associating with some of Killer Bee's performance and ninjutsu in the original book, Zayajian already knows what's going on. What was put together? Hear Zayajian's words. Jiraiya turned his head in some confusion. At this moment, the excitement on his face has not completely faded. After hearing Zayajian's words, the other Jonin commanders, Acta, also looked towards him very curiously. This guy is not Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This is just a tentacle clone of Eight Tails. Seeing that Jiraiya and everyone were confused, Zayajian did not give too much explanation. At the moment when the right hand was raised, a light arrow penetrated Killer Bee's heart before everyone could react. But Killer Bee suddenly turned into a cloud of white smoke with a soft sound of screaming. Advertisement. The tentacles of an octopus also appeared in the curious eyes of the people after the white smoke dispersed. Nanny. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and his face was full of incredulous expressions. Originally saw Zayajian act on Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he still wanted to reach out to stop it. But Zayajian's movements were too abrupt. When he reacted, Zayajian had already finished recruiting. And Killer Bee's sudden change was also reflected in everyone's eyes. Jiraiya, with your celestial perception, don't you feel that this guy is a fake before? Seeing Killer Bee turning into octopus tentacles, Orochimaru's face was slightly embarrassed. After all, I just said that I had captured Eight Tails Jinchuriki, so the face slapping came a little bit sooner. No, if I could sense it, would I carry him so far? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya shook his head with a wry smile. Zayajian had previously captured 2 Jinchuriki from the other side on the battlefield of Iwagakur. It brought great bargaining chips and benefits to Konoha village after the war. This made the people who they were fighting against Cloud Shinobi envious of them. So after Zayajian led an army to chase Cloud Shinobi, Jiraiya teamed up with Orochimaru. It took a lot of effort and finally defeated Killer Bee. However, I never expected that the tail beast that was captured back by the painstaking efforts was only a tentacle of the opponent. This is really a vain joy. I didn't expect the clone of Eight Tails to be so realistic. This is considered a very advanced clone technique, right? At this moment, Minato also said in surprise. He followed the two and rushed to the army together. But on this road, he also did not find that Eight Tails Jinchuriki was a fake. This is enough to prove how clever the Eight Tails tentacles are. Of course, this is also superficial. Zayajian's perception is not even a little bit stronger than them. Because in the absence of all of them, Zayajian realized that there was something wrong with the other party in an instant. Okay, don't worry about it. Although Jinchuriki was not caught, it was correct. But our gains from this battle are also very huge. First hold a summary meeting, and then report the situation to the village. Seeing Jiraiya and the crowd, all with regretful expressions, Zayajian couldn't help but smiled. After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the newly built command post. Chapter 245 Cloud Shinobi Village where disasters never come singly. Just when Konoha's army was in full swing and finished the statistics, and reported the situation to the village, AI and Killer Bee also bypassed the Konoha position and caught up with the retreating Cloud Shinobi army. At this moment, there was a bloody cross scar on AI's chest. It was cut by Namikaze Minato. This is also fortunate that he has lightning-style armor, which has increased a lot of defense power. Otherwise, the 2 scars were enough to behead him on the spot. As for Elrabi next to him, it was even more embarrassing. Under the siege of 2 long-established cage levels, the clothes on his body did not have a complete place to slap. However, with the support of 8 Tails Jaiki, he was very embarrassed on the surface. But his injuries, in fact, have almost recovered. This, one of the benefits of being Jinchuriki. As the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee recovered more quickly from his injuries. Master AI and Master Killer Bee are back. When AI and Killer Bee caught up with the Cloud Shinobi army, the army was resting on the spot. Because they may continue to retreat at any time, they did not build a new camp. A group of Jonin commanders were originally sitting in the middle of the army, discussing how to deal with Konoha next. I heard someone calling AI and Killer Bee back. So they also rushed to the direction of the voice immediately. Master AI, Master Killer Bee. Thank God, but fortunately, nothing happened to you. Yeah, we are just worrying about you, but fortunately you are all back safely. After seeing AI and Killer Bee, a crowd of Jonin immediately surrounded them, although they took the lead in retreating first. But what they said was not a lie. After all, third Reikage has been sacrificed. Now Cloud Shinobi Village, there are only 2 of them cage-level powerhouses. If even them are killed, then Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely fall into a shadowless crisis. At that time, in other villages, there is no cage-level powerhouse in Cloud Shinobi Village. It is very likely that they will take advantage of this opportunity to attack their Cloud Shinobi Village. So AI and Killer Bee are still alive, they are really happy from the heart. How many casualties did the army have? Seeing everyone's support, AI Dun asked with a serious face. Originally, he felt extremely angry because the soil platform ordered the withdrawal of troops. But after seeing the bodies of countless companions along the way, he gradually calmed down. Of course, this is also the relationship with the little brother Killer Bee, who is constantly comforting him along the way. Otherwise, because of his violent temper, he would have to fight for a meal while catching up with the army. Our sacrifice. Hearing AI's question, the Jonin commanders suddenly swallowed. The voice was also intermittent, and became a little vague. Although reporting the death of one's own side in war, it is not difficult to tell. But the number of casualties is too great. At this moment, when they think about it, they still feel a little unbelievable. So when asked about this question, it made them stutter a bit for a while. Tutai, come on. Seeing the appearance of the people, AI suddenly felt bad. So he looked to the side of the mud platform, which had been silent. The total casualties of our army, there are about 5,000 people. Tutai took a deep breath when AI asked him by name. This was a solemn face, and he replied with a tone that he couldn't believe in. After all, nearly 5,000 people were injured or killed in one battle. This is definitely a new high in the history of the ninja world. And their Cloud Shinobi village is the one that has been beaten to a new high, 5,000 people. After Tutai finished speaking, Killer Bee, who was standing next to AI, gave an unbelievable exclamation. AI himself seemed to be struck by lightning, and his body stiffened on the spot. The specific number of people cannot be accurately counted. I don't know how many people are, maybe they are separated from the army. But there are only about 4,000 people gathered here at this moment. Advertisement. Seeing the unbelievable expressions of the two, Tutai sighed again, and then said leisurely. Actually, I don't know how many people are separated. It's just that I don't want to finalize the number of people. Because even if someone gets separated, it will never exceed 500. Therefore, the number of casualties on our side still reached nearly 5,000. Report. Report to Sirs. Just when the scene was so quiet that the needle could be heard, a frightened report suddenly came from a distance. All the people who fell into silence were shocked immediately. What's wrong? What happened? Could it be that the Konoha army is chasing here again? The reporting ninja rushed in front of everyone, still a little out of breath for a while. The Jonin commanders also asked anxiously. They were chased by Konoha all day, and now they are frightened. A little bit of wind and grass can make them feel a little bit afraid and uneasy. No, it's not the army of Konoha village, it's information from the village. The reporting ninja took a breath, and then said palely. Outside the camp, a genin from our village came. He said that this morning, a rock shinobi army entered the Thunder Country and went straight to the village behind us. The number of the other party is about 4,000 people. The leader at the forefront is Uegaku's third Tsuchikage. The report ninja finished speaking quickly, and his voice was full of rush. When he received this information just now, he was almost scared to death. Nanny, what are you talking about? Rock shinobi army? Entered our Thunder Country. After listening to the content reported by the intelligence ninja, Aido was shocked and pulled him by the collar, pulling him in front of him. Then he stared at his big eyes like a copper bell, and asked with an open mouth. And the other Jonin commanders all began to make a noise with horror, and the scene became a little flustered for a while. At this moment, almost all the power of their village has been put on the battlefield. If someone attacked the rear, the village would definitely not be able to support it for long. Yes, the information just received. After being yanked by AI, the reporting ninja was startled, and the tone of his speech was a little stuttered. What about people? Where is the person who sent the information? AI yelled loudly with some shortness of breath. It must be clear at the moment whether this information is true or not. If the information is really true, then the problem is really big. As soon as I sent the information, I was tired and fainted. But I can be sure that he is indeed genin from our village. Hearing AI's question, the reporting ninja quickly replied. Despicable Onaki, surprisingly, taking advantage of the danger, attacked the village behind us. After being confirmed again, AI was so angry that he pushed away the reporting ninja. At this moment, one's own front is already at a disadvantage, and it can even be said that it has shown a defeat. Unexpectedly, Iwagakur was still attacking at this time. For the army of Cloud Shinobi, this is undoubtedly worse, and misfortunes never come singly. Master AI, what should I do now? Yes? Master AI, Master Tutai, please think of a solution. The information is true, we can't delay any longer, the village will definitely not last long. After AI pushed the reporting ninja away, the panicked people also came back to their senses. At this moment they must return to the village for rescue. As for how to rescue, it must be negotiated. After all, there is still Konoha on the front line at this time. Tutai, you make the decision. We all listen to you now, what on earth should you do? AI, like third Reikage, is not good at using brains. That's why Cloud Shinobi Village deliberately set up the position of Reikage assistant. Advertisement. At this moment such a problem occurred, AI, who didn't know what to do for a while, could only ask Tutai. US. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Let's surrender to Konoha. Seeing everyone looked at themselves. After Tutai lowered his head and thought for a few seconds, he raised his head and said seriously. Na, what are you talking about? Hearing Tutai's words, AI's face instantly turned pale. His father, third Reikage, had just died in Konoha's hands. Unexpectedly, the time of this day hasn't arrived yet, but Tutai actually said to surrender to Konoha? When most of the other jonin heard Tutai's words, they also showed shocked expressions. Only a few people fell silent thoughtfully. AI, listen to me and finish talking. Seeing AI got a little angry, Tutai immediately spoke. Although I don't want to admit it myself, but it is undeniable that, in fact, we lost to Konoha village, it's just a matter of time. Because we can't stop the army of Konoha village at all right now, or to be more precise, none of us can stop Baiyun Zayajian flying in the sky. Instead of this, we might as well surrender directly to Konoha, and then lead the whole army back to the village for rescue. Only in this way can we have a chance to save the village from water and fire. Every time Tutai said a word, the atmosphere on the scene became more solemn. Because every word he said, for everyone who had just been defeated by Konoha, it was naturally clear. The army in Konoha village is actually not terrible, the terrible thing is Baiyun Zayajian. At this time, let alone stop the other party. He was flying in the sky, and he could not be touched by others. So as long as he is still on the battlefield, his side has almost no hope of victory. I think Tutai is right. Instead of getting to the end, neither the front line nor the village can be considered. Why don't we surrender directly to Konoha? Hurry up to rescue the village. After all, Onoji is leading an army of 4,000. If we don't return the entire army to help, I guess we won't be able to stop the Rock Shinobi army, right? After the scene was silent for a while, a jonin stood up to support the earth platform. After all, compared with the safety of the village, surrendering to Konoha is really nothing. That aspect is more important, and it is naturally clear at a glance. I also agree with Tutai's suggestion. I also agree. If the village in the rear is destroyed, doesn't it mean that our front line will be destroyed? After seeing someone starting to speak, everyone also stood up. Most jonin all agreed with Tutai's proposal. Good. Since you all agree, then surrender to Konoha. But who is going to negotiate with Konoha? After seeing everyone express their opinions, AI also nodded helplessly. It is true that he is not good at using his brain, but this does not mean that he is unreasonable. And although he has long been identified as the candidate for the next Reikage, but after all, he hasn't taken office yet, so at this time, Cloud Shinobi Village is not yet his turn to speak up. Since it is my opinion, let me negotiate. Only I, the Reikage assistant, will go personally to show Cloud Shinobi's sincerity in surrendering. After hearing AI's words, Tutai took a deep breath and said with a heavy face. At this moment, there are only 3 people on the front line of Cloud Shinobi Village who have the weight to negotiate with Konoha. That's AI, Killer Bee, and him. AI's temper is not suitable for this kind of thing. And Killer Bee is Jinchuriki, and he cannot be allowed to venture into the enemy camp. So the only candidate is actually his Reikage assistant. Good. Okay, now that you have decided, then we all listen to your arrangements. Hearing Tutai taking care of the matter, AI also nodded. After he also agreed, the people quickly negotiated the distribution of rescue to the village. AI's speed is fast, so let him leave the army and return to the village for support. The army was led by Killer Bee, and after 2 hours of rest, immediately set off to return to the village for assistance. As for negotiations with Konoha, today went there in person. Chapter 246 You have to change your name to brother-in-law. Within Thunder Country, in the headquarters of the Konoha army, the curtain was pulled open, and all jonin walked out with joy. At this time, they had just finished reporting the battle with the high level of the village and ended this post-war meeting. And during the meeting, naturally, it was inevitable that he was praised by the high-level villagers. Zayajian, the person who was praised first, is already used to praise. But for these Konoha shinobi players who were in the Cloud Shinobi battlefield from the beginning, it is undoubtedly quite useful. So until the meeting ended and the dissolution was announced, most people had not recovered from the excitement. Zayajian, wait a minute. I still have something I want to ask you. After the meeting, he walked out of the headquarters. Zayajian was planning to return to his camp to rest. But before he went far, he was stopped by Minato. When I turned around, I realized that there was a woman beside Minato. It's not Juzin. Who else can it be? What's wrong? Is there anything else? After seeing Juzin, she nodded and smiled at her in the early August 7. Based on the relationship between herself and Kushina, Juzin is her sister-in-law, wife's sister. Master Zayajian, I want to ask about my sister Kushina. Because I haven't seen her for a month since my sister went on the mission. Minato was about to speak, but Kushina took the lead. So he opened his mouth and closed it obediently. Kushina, she's fine. Hearing what Juzin said, Zayajian replied truthfully. He is not deceiving Juzin because a few days ago, Kushina did say that she was very happy recently. But nine tails on you. Juzin stared at Zayajian closely, with a slightly puzzled expression. She is ready to hear the bad news. Unexpectedly, Zayajian would say Kushina is good. This made her feel a little confused for a while. Oh, that's what you meant. Hearing Juzin mentioned 9 tails, Zayajian realized what she meant. After Jinchuriki is drawn out of the tail beast, he will die. This is a recognized thing in the ninja world. And when he used the 9 tails chakra mode in the previous battle, he must have been recognized by Juzin. So she worried about her sister's safety, which is indeed understandable. Don't worry, your sister is fine. The 9 tails on me are actually only half of the 9 tails. The other half of 9 tails is still sealed on your sister's body, so your sister is still alive and kicking. Knowing Juzin worries, Zayajian suddenly laughed. Then, I told her and Minato roughly what happened. Advertisement. So Juzin originally depressed mood suddenly rose again. Master Zayajian, are you serious? My sister is really fine with her. Kushina looked at Zayajian with joy, her eyes renewed with a new brilliance. When she defeated Rock Shinobi, she didn't seem so excited. Of course it's true, why did I lie to you? Why, do you still want your sister to have an accident? Hearing Juzin words, Zayajian had a black line on his face. Although Juzin is happy, but what is said, why is it a little weird? I didn't mean that. Mistaken tongue. Hearing Zayajian's words of blame, Juzin stuck out her tongue and replied subconsciously. It looks a bit playful and cute. It was almost the same as when Zayajian saw her for the first time and she was hiding behind Kushina. Unexpectedly, after Jinchuriki lost the tail beast, as long as the tail beast is sealed back quickly, can Jinchuriki be saved? It turned out to be like this, it's really an increase in knowledge. After hearing Zayajian's explanation, Minato nodded thoughtfully. Because of this statement, he also heard of it for the first time. It's just that Kushina is the Uzumaki clan and has huge vitality. If it were an ordinary person, the tail beast would have died the moment it was pulled out, and it would be impossible to seal the tail beast back. Hearing Minato's words, Zayajian smiled and explained. In the original book, the other Jinchuriki died instantly after being pulled out of the tail beast. Even Naruto immediately lost consciousness and fell into a coma. If not relying on Sakura, I have been using medical ninjutsu until Minato transfers the other half of 9 tails. Then Naruto died immediately after being pulled out of the tail beast. So from these aspects, Kushina's Uzumaki physique is much stronger than Naruto. That's it, I have gained knowledge again. After hearing Zayajian's words, Minato smiled and scratched the back of his head. Zayajian also smiled, without speaking. When I was able to think of this way to save Kushina, I also thought of Minato in the original book. Fortunately, this method is not useful for Naruto's protagonist aura. Otherwise, I would be separated from Kushina forever. Whatever you do, as long as my sister is okay. By the way, Lord Zayajian. Thank you for saving my sister. Seeing Minato scratching the back of his head, looking like he had learned, Juzin couldn't help but give him a blank look. Then he turned his head and bowed to Zayajian thankfully. By the way, don't call me Lord Zayajian. In the future, you should call my brother-in-law instead. After Juzin saluted her and got up, Zayajian reached out her hand and nodded her forehead, smiled and said to her Zero. Although his relationship with Kushina has not been announced yet. Advertisement. But both sides already have the facts. So at this moment, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is Juzin brother-in-law. Nah, brother-in-law. Could it be that Zayajian-sama, you, Juzin who had just gotten up, was clicked by Zayajian for no reason, and she was still very puzzled. But after hearing Zayajian's words, she suddenly looked over in surprise. Yes, it's what you think. Your sister and I are already together. Zayajian smiled and nodded to Juzin and did not intend to hide it from her. After all, after returning to the village after the war, she would naturally see it. Zayajian, you and Kushina. That guy is a violent maniac, aren't you afraid of her? At this moment, Minato looked at Zayajian in shock. Because every time he goes to find Juzin Kushina will always be obstructed in every way, even beaten out. So in Minato's impression, Juzin is a tigress-like existence. What is violence? That's just for you who abducted her sister. Kushina treats me, that's gentle. Hearing Minato's words, Zayajian couldn't help but flipped Byakugan. But thinking of Minato's complaints about Kushina's various evil deeds before, Zayajian also forgave him. Who told him to be bullied by Kushina before? Dead Minato, smelly Minato. You actually slandered my sister in front of me and my brother-in-law. Just when Zayajian didn't care about Minato, Juzin quit. Suddenly, he grabbed Minato's ears, and his aura changed 180 degrees. 3.0. I really saw Zayajian for a while, a little dumbfounded. It also said that Kushina was violent, but now it looks like Kushina is a little more discriminatory. The future of Minato is really worrying. Zayajian is big, no. Brother-in-law, don't believe Minato's words. He's all nonsense, my sister is so gentle. Juzin turned her head and sneered at Zayajian, then pulled Minato and ran away quickly, as if for fear that he would say something outrageous in front of Zayajian. And from a distance, Zayajian also heard something like my sister has finally found her boyfriend. Don't make trouble. This made Zayajian even more dumbfounded. It seems that Kushina has played the role of an elder for a long time. Not only did it leave a violent impression on Minato, but it also gave Juzin a serious impression. But after this war is over, Kushina's changes will definitely surprise the two of them. Thinking of this, Zayajian shook his head and walked to his camp. Chapter 247. See what the hell they want to do. As night passed, the sun rose. A new day has come again. Just as the Konoha army was about to clean up the camp and prepare to advance to the Thunder Country again, an uninvited guest came uninvited. And he is the Raikage who came to surrender on behalf of Cloud Shinobi Village to assist Tutai for Cloud Shinobi Village's voluntary surrender. Konoha Village naturally has no reason to refuse. It can even be said that the surrender of Cloud Shinobi Village. In fact, it has long been expected by everyone. After all, after the First World War yesterday, as long as Cloud Shinobi Village is not stupid, then they should also be able to see that they are not Konoha's opponents at all. If the fight continues, it will only increase the casualties of Cloud Shinobi Village. So their surrender is only a matter of time. It's just that Konoha's people didn't expect that their movements were so fast and decisive. In the process of negotiating the surrender of Cloud Shinobi Village, there were no accidents, and it could even be said that it went too smoothly. But people don't bother to care about why Cloud Shinobi Village's attitude is so soft. Anyway, as long as Cloud Shinobi Village surrenders, then our goal will be achieved. For Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others, 02 is the only thing that regrets. It just failed to catch the 8 Tails Renzuka of Cloud Shinobi Village, and then scam the opponent fiercely. But since Cloud Shinobi Village has taken the initiative to land, then this matter can only be stopped. Next, the village leaders discussed Cloud Shinobi's compensation. Army Guy spins. After negotiating the surrender of Cloud Shinobi Village, Tutai signed the defeat treaty. With an order from Zayajian, the war with Cloud Shinobi Village was also officially declared over. After hearing Zayajian's words, the army, who had already packed all the tents and other objects in the camp, responded with excitement. Then the army immediately set off and drove back to Konoha Village. What's wrong with you? The war is over, but are you frowning? After the army set off, Zayajian glanced at Minato and Juzin beside him, and asked with some doubts. From the moment when Tutai came to surrender, he noticed the abnormality of the two of them. It's just that there were too many people just now, so it was inconvenient to ask too much. When the war is over, we are naturally happy too. But after returning to the village, Juzin and I may have to be separated for a while. Seeing Zayajian looking over, Minato sighed suddenly, his expression full of helplessness. Separate? Why separate? You are not in conflict anymore, are you? Hearing Minato's words, Zayajian looked at them suspiciously. Advertisement. But I found that it doesn't seem to be the case. It's not. Just after returning to the village, Juzin may have to be controlled by her sister again. So of course it is the same, and we will be apart for a while. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. When talking about Kushina, he took a peek at Juzin with some guilty conscience. However, Meizin at this moment is almost in the same mood as him. Therefore, he didn't even bother to pay attention to Minato's bad things about his sister again. So you are worried about this problem. If you are worried about Kushina, then you don't have to. Hearing Minato's concerns, Zayajian smiled suddenly. When he finished speaking, he gave Minato a relieved expression. What's the meaning? Hearing something in Zayajian's words, Minato asked immediately, puzzled. And Juzin also looked over with some confusion. She was also relieved by what her brother-in-law said, and she was also very curious. When Nine Tails broke the seal, Kushina and his family were also destroyed. So I have taken Kushina to my house to live. As for Juzin do you have the heart to let her sleep on the street? Zayajian patted Minato vigorously on the shoulder, and said with a swaying expression. In fact, even if Kushina's house was not destroyed, Zayajian estimated that she would not stop Shisui Gate and Juzin But it takes time to explain these things, so Zayajian didn't bother to go into details with Minato. Nanny, Ju Xianmei's house was destroyed by Nine Tails. Why didn't you say it earlier? This is really great. After Zayajian finished speaking, Minato was suddenly surprised. But before he was happy for long, Juzin ears were caught again. Well, you Minato, my house is gone, you can still laugh. Juzin akimbo, grabbing Minato's ear with the other, and said with a snorting voice. However, although the voice is fierce, the expression on her face is also full of joy. I was going to tell you yesterday, but I didn't finish my words, you already ran away. Zayajian, who was fed a meal of dog food, looked at the two people who were playing and making trouble, and said helplessly. After hearing his words, Juzin suddenly laughed with embarrassment. because she was afraid that Minato said something wrong yesterday. She was the one who picked Minato away. Well, you hurry up and chase the army. If you don't leave, the army will be gone. Taking a look at the fading team, Zaojian turned his head and smiled at the two of them. Advertisement. At the same time, it interrupted the two people who were laughing and playing. Brother-in-law, won't you go back to the village with us? After hearing Zaojian's words, Juzin turned her head and asked with a puzzled look. And Minato also looked over curiously. The marching speed of the team is too slow, so I won't be with you. As for the team I brought, I have already told Luju to lead it. Then, we'll see Konoha bye. Seeing both of them looking at him, Zaojian smiled and waved his hands. The moment the voice fell, he also rose directly into the sky and flew out quickly in the direction of Konoha. Only Minato and Juzin were left, with a beautiful face messed up in the wind. Konoha village. In the meeting room of the Hokage building, the high-level patriarchs of the villages are cheering and sighing for the surrender of Cloud Shinobi village. At this moment, a ninja on duty quickly ran in. Master third generation, everyone. An old man came from outside the village. He claimed to be a high-level man in Wu 487 Yin village. His name was Yuanji. I said I wanted to meet Master Hokage and the adults in the village. After entering the meeting room, the ninja on duty immediately saluted, and then seriously reported. The original teacher of Nanny Cloud Shinobi village. What did the old guy come to Konoha for? After hearing the content reported by the ninja on duty, the Konoha executives were very surprised. The faces of a few others were slightly angry. After all, Kirigakuer had just attacked Konoha not long ago, so they don't have a good attitude towards Kirigakuer now. How many people did he bring? Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned, before he took the pipe from his mouth and asked. Although he also dislikes Kirigakuer, as a relationship with Hokage, he can't act recklessly like everyone else. He was followed by two people, one is Yagura, and the other is Ching from Mist Shinobi. There are only 3 of them in total. Upon hearing Mr. Hokage's question, the ninja on duty respectfully answered the truth. At this moment, Yuanji and the 3 people were all blocked outside Konoha's gate, waiting for Konoha's senior leaders to be summoned. Well, bring them here. Look at what they are trying to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of the pipe, and then ordered the ninja on duty. The duty-bound ninja, after a response, quickly retreated. The time for a cup of tea passed, and when the ninja on duty returned again, there was a Konoha team of more than a dozen people behind him. At the center of the team, the 3 of Kirigakuer Yuanji who were escorted. Chapter 248 Battle of the Resourceful General? What kind of wind is it that brought Yuanji so far and knocked us down at Konoha village? The 3 marshals, led by Konoha Shinobi, came to the conference room in the Hokage building. As soon as he entered the door, Mitokedo Homura began to sneer. None of the Konoha executives in the entire conference room stood up and shook hands with Yuanji and others. After all, the relationship between the two parties at this time is already at a freezing point. So even if Yuanji is Kirigakuer's number 2 character, no one is polite with him. The old man is here to talk to Konoha. Although no one greeted himself and others. But at the end of the long conference table, which is directly opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is a chair empty. So Master Yuan pulled the chair and sat down unceremoniously. As for Yagura and Ching beside him, there is no stool for them to sit on. And they are not qualified to sit with the senior Konoha. The purpose of their trip is to act as a guard for Yuanji. So both of them stood obediently behind Master Yuan. Boom. Tanhi, are you kidding me? It's still that you are so old that there is a problem in your mind. You Kirigakuer, you attacked Konoha for no reason and gave us such a huge casualty and loss? You come to talk to us now, do you think it is possible? As soon as Yuanji's words fell, Danzo suddenly slapped the table and stood up angrily. Because of Danzo's roar, the meeting room instantly became a bit tense. Both Yagura and Ching behind Yuanji felt their hearts tighten at the same time. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Danzo slap the table, he did not stop. Because this is also what he wants to do. If it weren't for Hokage's identity, he would want to go too far. Although our sneak attack on you is indeed wrong, the big deal is the terms we negotiated. Just make up for you a little bit more. Everyone is the same as the 5 great ninja villages, and they all know their roots. Furthermore, although we were the one who made the attack, Kirigakuer was the one who suffered even more damage. You Konoha village, maybe you are also in your heart. Seeing Danzo shooting the case, Yuanji's complexion did not change in the slightest. He is already 70 years old. At this age, he can still be sent out for peace talks. It is enough to prove that he has something extraordinary that no one else has. Master Yuan, what you said is wrong. Is it because your Kirigakuer loss is greater than ours, so can you play down the mistakes you committed? If you think so, then you can go back. At that time, we Konoha will also come to your Kirigakuer for a sneak attack. And if our sneak attack fails, are you willing to negotiate with Konoha? At this moment, the patriarch of the Nara clan knocked on the table and asked Yuanji. Although his tone was not as violent as Danzo, his words were indeed more tricky. Next, he frowned when he said that Yuanji, who had no fluctuations in his face, said that. It turned out to be Chief Nara. Who am I supposed to be? We have been there for decades, haven't we met each other? The marshal who didn't know how to answer for a while, simply didn't want to. Seeing that it was Patriarch Nara who was speaking, he immediately laughed and greeted him on the initiative. As Kirigakuer, the famous the resourceful general level figure. The only person in Konoha village who makes Yuanji feel jealous is the Nara clan. Don't gag us and beat us up. Just answer my question just now. If Konoha's sneak attack on you fails, would you like to make peace with Konoha? Seeing Yuanji deliberately wanted to delay time, but also wanted to avoid the topic. So Patriarch Nara immediately pressed him tightly to interrogate him. The scene fell silent again. All right. The old man admits that what you said is indeed reasonable. So what do you Konoha want to do with this matter? Advertisement. After being stared at by the people for a while, Master Yuan said helplessly. But after a long silence, he threw the ball to the Konoha people. Are you joking? If you are not sincere, please go back. The two countries will fight without being cut off. Now we will not treat you like anything. After hearing Yuanji's words, Chief Nara directly stretched out his hand in the direction of Konoha Gate and made a pleased gesture. At the negotiating table, it is taboo to bid the code first. Because the first party will always be the first to expose his bottom line. As the party who took the initiative to negotiate, Yuanji threw the problem to Konoha, wanting Konoha to expose his bottom line first. In the eyes of Patriarch Nara, there is no doubt that there is no sincerity. Looking at the two of you, everyone in Konoha fell silent. In other respects, maybe they all have their own strengths. But when it comes to things like intelligence and negotiation, they can't keep up with Patriarch Nara. Therefore, at this moment, they can only sit quietly and give Patriarch Nara an array next to them. Didn't I just say it? We have negotiated. Kirigakure is naturally willing to make some compensation. How about 1 billion taels? 1 billion taels is enough to show the sincerity of our mist shinobi. Seeing that Patriarch Nara was dripping with water, Master Yuan could only give in first. And based on the information gathered along the way, they know. Not only Tsunagakure lost to Konoha, even Uegakure just lost to Konoha. This made Yuan Master's mood at this moment feel depressed and heavy. So in his mind, he naturally wanted to negotiate peace. Seeing that Master Yuan gave the price first with concession, Patriarch Nara nodded. However, he did not immediately reply Yuanji. Instead, he walked to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Whispered and Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered to each other. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the shadow of a village, although it is right now that he negotiates. But the bottom line and decision given, in the end, must be determined by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Hokage. Yes, I understand. The two whispered for a while. Patriarch Nara then returned to his position. And Sarutobi Hiruzen has already given him a bottom line where Kirigakure can surrender. As for whether we can get more, then it depends on the negotiation of the Chief Nara. The decision Konoha gave is, you Kirigakure, you must declare your surrender to Konoha unconditionally. And to compensate Konoha village, 6 billion taels will do. After pondering for a while, Chief Nara spoke to the marshal. And after speaking, he stared at each other's facial expressions closely. What? 6 billion taels? You Konoha village, why don't you just grab it? There is also Kirigakure's unconditional surrender, which is absolutely impossible. Hearing Konoha Lion's big opening, the marshal immediately exploded. On the old face, there was a slight trembling with anger. The chest was also irritated, and it began to fluctuate. Yagura and Ching behind him saw this scene and immediately patted him on the back anxiously, which helped him straighten out his anger. Otherwise, if he is PD to death at the negotiating table, it would be really mammoth. Don't think that you can despise our Kirigakure by defeating the two sandstone villages. Don't forget Konoha, you are still at war with Cloud Shinobi village at this moment. The strength of third Raikage is also very clear to everyone. You Konoha are already stretched out to deal with him at this moment. So Kirigakure, we don't have to talk about it. Forcing us, the big deal is that we will lead the army to come again. When the time comes, neither side will get any benefits. The UN master who was relieved of his anger suddenly let go of the ruthless words. But what he didn't know was that just before they arrived, Cloud Shinobi village had just announced its surrender. Therefore, his harsh words did not have any deterrent effect on Konoha's senior officials. Advertisement. It's like a joke. How does this sound familiar? Ha 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 ha, these words are more than familiar. Just a few days ago, didn't Onaki threaten us with the same reason? Ha 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 ha, I remember what you said. I'll just talk about how I feel, where I have heard these words recently. After Yuanqi's threatening words were finished, Konoha's senior leaders did not feel a little nervous. Instead, everyone laughed. What do you mean? Could it be that you really thought that you Konoha can fight at the same time? Seeing the Konoha people laughing wildly, Yuanqi was a little confused. Originally, he wanted to say, could it be that Konoha is so arrogant that you can defeat two villages of the same level at the same time? But before he finished speaking, he was somewhat swallowed by himself. Because Konoha not only defeated the village of the same level, and in a short period of time, he defeated two villages one after another. So this sentence has not been completely uttered from the mouth, it is already a stillborn baby. Patriarch Nara, please talk to Yuanqi about the situation of Cloud Shinobi village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't help but laughed, said to Nara Shikaiju with a smile. He also didn't expect that the reason for Yuanqi's threat was so similar to that of Ohaimu, its lord third generation. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Chief Nara opened his mouth. The surrender of Cloud Shinobi village, the battle between the two sides, etc. were all told. Yuanqi, Yagura, and the three young people, under the narration of the Chief Nara, opened their eyes wider and wider. Nanny third Raikage is dead. Cloud Shinobi Village also announced its surrender. How is this possible? Third Raikage is known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield. How could he die so easily on the battlefield? After listening to Patriarch Nara's words, the marshal's face was full of unbelievable expressions. As a person in the ninja world, who has lived for nearly 70 years, he knew the power of Third Raikage naturally. So he naturally couldn't believe that such a powerful Third Raikage would actually die in battle. Believe it or not depends on you. We don't have to. We have to prove the truth of this information with you. Anyway, our Konoha army has already withdrawn from the front. So to be honest, if you Kirigakuer don't surrender, we are also ready to launch a counterattack against you. Seeing Master Yuan's expression of disbelief, Patriarch Nara didn't explain to him too much, but Dan, Mai Qianzhao, said lightly. But it doesn't matter how you believe it or not. But on the contrary, Master Yuan started to believe a little bit. Well, Kirigakuer is willing to increase compensation. But for this unconditional surrender, Kirigakuer is forgiven. After a long silence, Master Yuan raised his head. Looking directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Patriarch Nara, the voice said with a hint of compromise. No, you must surrender. After hearing the words of Master Yuan, Chief Nara did not relax. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision was that Kirigakuer must surrender. We at Cloud Shinobi Village are willing to pay 2 billion taels, and the two sides will reconcile. No, you can lower the price to Konoha, but you missed Shinobi must surrender, otherwise there is no room for negotiation. 2.2 billion taels, reconciliation between the two parties. You must surrender, or there is no room for negotiation. In the Konoha meeting room, Yuanshi and Chief Nara began to bargain. In the end, considering this battle, only one's own side and Konoha are still in a stalemate, and one's own side definitely can't beat Konoha. Instead of waiting until Konoha's army returns, go directly to Kirigakuer. So in the end, Master Yuan could only make a big concession. That is, surrender is fine, but it is changed from unconditional surrender to defeated surrender, and guaranteed that Kirigakuer will compensate Konoha village 2.7 billion taels after the incident. This allowed the two parties in the negotiation to reach a consensus in the end. Chapter 249 The Ninja World that was shaken by waves. Why Kirigakuer always wanted to make peace instead of surrendering. In addition to considering the reputation of the village, there is actually another reason. That is the benefit. After this war is over, the ninja world will once again see Konoha's strength. When the time comes, all small countries are entrusted with tasks, and naturally the strongest Konoha village will be selected first. And if Kirigakuer is not defeated, but reconciled with Konoha, those in the ninja world who don't know why, might think that Kirigakuer is almost the same as Konoha. This will naturally share the fruits of the Konoha war victory. Therefore, for what Yuanshi said, Konoha can be compensated more, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally not agree to the hat of surrender. Although his IQ is not as high as Patriarch Nara, it is correct. But I can sit in the position of Hokage. He is not the kind of fool who only cares about the immediate interests and gives up the future. Draw up an announcement. Announce to the ninja world that Konoha's war is over, and the 4 ninja villages of Sand, Rock, Cloud, and Fog have surrendered to Konoha. After sending away the 3 Yuanshi, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Mitokado Homura beside him. The last Kirigakuer was solved at this moment, and everyone's faces were filled with joy that could not conceal. With the power of one village, it defeated the other 4 villages of the same level. This is the first thing since Konoha was founded in the village. Therefore, the high-level patriarchs of Konoha all felt energetic. When 487, except for one person. That is Danzo. Compared to the simple surrender of Kirigakuer. In fact, Danzo wanted the army to attack Kirigakuer directly. Because if you do that, not only can Kirigakuer make compensation, but it can also weaken the strength of their village. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's position is obviously different from his. As Hokage in a village, he has to consider his own casualties. So Sarutobi Hiruzen is more inclined to use peaceful means to solve problems. Otherwise, he had heard that Master Yuan came before, and he would not have to summon the other party. Well, leave it to me to handle the announcement. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Mitokado Homura pushed his glasses and answered with a smile on his face. As one of Konoha's consultants, he specializes in copywriting. Therefore, he naturally did his part to write the notice of the victory of the Konoha War. After taking out the paper and pen, Mitokado Homura started working on the conference table. Not too long, a notice to the ninja countries has already been drawn up by him. After all of Konoha's high-level officials had their eyes on it, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made the final decision. On this, the news that the war was won by Konoha village. Advertisement. It also spread out from the Hokage building to the ninja world in all directions. And Konoha village was also on this day. Acta once again fell into a sea of cheers. I am back. After several hours of flying, Zayajian, who left the Guy Spin team, has returned to Konoha village. Perceiving that Mikato and Mezuna were both in his own home, Zayajian also flew straight to his home. When the two women saw Zayajian coming back, they were naturally surprised. In fact, after the news of the surrender of Cloud Shinobi village came out of the Hokage building, they have been looking forward to the return of Zayajian. So I didn't go there, and waited for Zayajian silently at home. Do you miss me? Zayajian, who fell into the courtyard, hugged the two women into his arms at once. For this month, he has either stuck with Kushina or stayed with Mikoto. When I go to bed at night, I am used to having people by my side. In these 2 short days, sleeping alone made him feel a little uncomfortable. Think. But we want something delicious. Huddled together with Mikoto, Kushina's cheeks were a little bit ashamed. After hearing Zaejian's question, she suddenly smiled slyly. Hearing Kushina's answer, Mikoto also smiled and nodded. Her character is a little more reserved than Kushina, so her face is flushed than Kushina at the moment. Let's talk. I will cook whatever you want to eat. Zaejian asked with a smile on the hot cheeks of the 2 women. It happened to be lunch at this time, and it happened to be lunchtime. And warm fragrance and beautiful jade in her arms, enjoy the blessing of Chi people. This is a dream that many people dream of, but can't have in their lifetime. Therefore, Zaejian would naturally not refuse such small requests. I want to eat 8 treasure rice. I want to eat teriyaki salmon. Okay, let's go buy ingredients together. Hearing the food the 2 said, Zaejian immediately agreed. So he just returned home and walked out of the house again with the 2 women. Under the order of 3rd generation, Kushina's umbus were secretly protected in the distance. When Zaejian returned, they all quietly retreated. Then he went to the Hokage building and returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because their responsibility this time is only to protect Messina from returning to Zaejian. There is no need to protect Jinchuriki in secret all the time like before. Moreover, at this moment the war had just ended, and other shinobu villages had just surrendered to Konoha, and they felt that no one dared to pay Konoha's attention. Time flies. Advertisement. Konoha village announced a big victory. 5 full days have passed. And in these 5 days, the entire ninja world spread out with Konoha. The news that the 4 ninja villages surrendered to Konoha caused a sensation. After receiving the announcement of the victory of the Konoha War, the small countries around Konoha all sent letters of congratulations. And the big names of small countries also promised that in the future, more entrusted cooperation will be placed in Konoha village. The reason is nothing. Because of Konoha at this moment. It can be called the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. And as the news of Konoha's victory was spread out at the same time, regarding Baiyun Zaejian, the biggest hero of the Konoha village war, it has also gradually become a household name. However, there is a special restriction due to the prestige obtained by the system. That is, people must know what Zaejian looks like, so that he can gain the prestige of others. Therefore, Zaejian at this time, although already known as the world of shock and endurance, but they didn't get the prestige value that Konoha village thought of. This makes him feel a little distressed recently. Certainly, since these 5 days, Ninja World is not only the news of Konoha village and Zaejian. Other news from the defeated ninja village is also affecting the site of Ninja World. For example, Oniki personally led the Rock Shinobi village team to sneak attack on Cloud Shinobi village in Thunder Country. A fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides in Cloud Shinobi village. According to reports, most of the buildings in the entire Cloud Shinobi village were destroyed by the war. And at this time, the 2 sides are still fighting inside Cloud Shinobi village. Up to this moment, there has not been a victory or defeat for you and me. It was also after this news came that everyone in Konoha knew about it. Why did Cloud Shinobi village surrender so decisively in a few days? Because of their frontline army, there is no second choice. Just when Konoha people were amazed by the news of Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi village. In the other direction, another battle took place no less than Yan and Yoon. That is Kirigakure's army, walking across the sea, landed again from the country of Kawa, and launched a war on Tsunagakure. And the commander-in-chief of Kirigakure's army was the Yuanshi who had just come to Konoha to surrender. It can be seen that, when Yuanshi came to Konoha, Kirigakure had already made other plans. If not, Kirigakure's actions would definitely not be so fast. In this short period of 5 days, the news of these 5 hidden villages was flying all over the sky in the ninja world. Everyone in the ninja world shook their scalp numb wave after wave. Chapter 250 Zaejian's Remuneration, House Purchase Plan? Konoha Village. On the square in front of the Hokage building, there is a sea of people, and tens of thousands of people are gathering here. Today is an exciting day for Konoha Shinobi, because the high-level villagers have counted everyone's contribution in the war. Today, it is time for real rewards. This is undoubtedly a long-awaited moment for everyone who has been around for 2 days in Gaisonhui village. Everyone chatted and discussed in the square. Everyone's face was filled with an expression of immense joy. It didn't take long before 3rd generation and the village leaders walked out of the Hokage building. Behind them, there were more than a dozen ninjas holding documents. And these ninjas are all administrative staff who have been working in the Hokage building for a long time. Everyone, thank you for your contributions in the war. Thank you too for defending the country of fire, defending Konoha village, and defending your own people. You are the heroes of Konoha village and the support of the people of the fire country. So here, we old guys, first represent the whole country of fire and the people of Konoha, and I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you. 3rd generation led the seniors to the high platform in front of the square. Then, the ninjas who participated in the war were first collectively commended. Then he said an inspiring remark, which aroused all the atmosphere. This has entered the moment that everyone cares most about. That is the real reward for doing meritorious work. The credit is issued from small to large. The first batch of rewards on merits and deeds. It is the army who are going to the country of bears to guard against Kirigakure. The high level of the village gave each of them an A-level task and a reward of 500,000 taels. As for why the credit and remuneration are so low, naturally, it was because they never had a battle from the beginning of the war to the end of the war. Therefore, remembering them with an A-level task and reward is already considered as the most benevolent. If it hadn't been for the victory of this war, Konoha would have received a lot of compensation. Then it is estimated that they can only get B-level tasks and rewards. Therefore, it is really good for the high-level villagers to give them a consolation prize for an A-level mission. The second batch of rewards on merits and deeds. It is the battlefield of Yan and Yun villages, and the second group of troops who went to the battlefield to support the team. They all got 3 to 5 A-level tasks, and varied rewards for credit. The third group is about meritorious deeds. Advertisement. From the beginning of Tsunagakur, he followed Zayajian to support the team everywhere. Each of them received 7 A-level missions and 3.5 million taels. This made the ninjas on other battlefields feel a burst of envy, but there is no way who makes them bad luck, not on the thigh like Zayajian. Therefore, they can only express their envy. As for the fourth group of judges and rewards, it is a group of Jonin conductors. They each wrote down the S-level credits ranging from 1 to 4 times, plus the A-level credits ranging from 3 to 7 times. Among them, Kushina and Nara Luyu have the highest credit and reward. Because Kushina rushed to the forefront in every battle, and also personally captured Tsunagakur Ebizo, so an extra S-level credit was added. Nara Luyu, on the other hand, has been entrusted by Zayajian with commanding tasks many times, and the command is appropriate, so he also added an S-level credit. Finally, it was the 4 cage levels of this war who were rewarded for their merits and deeds. Because cage level's strength is indispensable in wars, it is not actually possible to sum up their credit with the task level. Therefore, each person only remembered 10 S-level tasks, which was considered to be acting. However, the remuneration of the 4 of them is far from that of the others, even the difference between heaven and earth. Jiraiya and Minato were 2 apprentices, and the village gave them 200 million taels each. On the other hand, Orochimaru, who had experienced 2 battlefields in Sand and Cloud, received a reward of 300 million taels. As for the 4 village battlefields he experienced, Zayajian was the one who contributed the most to the war. It even directly received a remuneration of 1 billion taels. This made the Konoha shinobi in the square, and the crowds of Konoha watching the lively Konoha in the square, all became amazed and clamored. But thinking of Zayajian's contributions since the war, everyone was relieved. Let alone other things, just taking the 2 Jinchuriki from Iwagakur prisoner, he can bring compensation to the village not less than tens of billions of taels. So while the people marveled at Zayajian's high pay, they didn't think there was anything unreasonable. After discussing the work, the next step is to reward it naturally. A dozen large tables are placed on the high platform, and the dozen or so executives who followed behind the top executives. Then he took out the scrolls he had prepared long ago and summoned all the rewards. The remuneration of billions of dollars was like a hill, placed on a high platform step by step, so that all the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "After all, have they ever seen so much money?" But even these billions of remunerations are not enough to pay everyone's remuneration. Only the first batch, the second batch, and part of the third batch of troops who have been rewarded for their merits can be given out. The rest of the people will have to wait a few more days. After Tsunagakur's compensation is delivered, it will be enough to pay everyone's compensation. As for the compensation for the 3 villages of Yan, Yun, and Wu, the top executives have not yet negotiated a result. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Advertisement. After discussing the results, you have to communicate with them. My dear, you now have a huge sum of 1 billion taels. How do you plan to spend this money? Watching people continue to take the stage one after another to receive their own rewards. Kushina, who was holding Zayajian's arm in the audience, had both eyes shining. Although she herself was paid nearly 10 million taels, compared with Zayajian's 1 billion taels, it was really less than 1%. How to spend it? Well, build a big house first. Then the remaining money, of course, was handed over to the 2 wives. Hearing Kushina's words, Zayajian thought about it carefully, and then replied with a smile. When I lived alone, it didn't matter if the house was smaller. But now there is more Kushina in the family, and there will be more Mikato in the future. Therefore, the space is naturally not big enough. Now that he is about to receive a huge sum of money at this moment, Zayajian is also preparing to change to a larger house. After all, the 2 women are willing to commit themselves to themselves, but I can't let them accompany myself. They have been squeezed in that somewhat cold nest. As for why the money was handed over to the 2 wives, in fact, Zayajian also has his own plans. The entertainment of this world is not as developed as in previous lives. So in charge of so much money, there is not much use. Instead of that, it's better to leave it all to the 2 women to take care of. This can also show that I value both of them. Don't give it to me. Leave it to Mikato's sister, she will take care of the house. Hearing Zayajian say to give the money to herself and Mikato's sister, Kushina suddenly smiled and refused. When he heard Kushina's words, Zayajian nodded with a smile. While whispering, the 2 raised their heads and looked up on the platform. At this moment, the high levels of the village, 1 person at a table, are giving the Konoha shinobi rewards for the war. At this time, Mikato was at the side of the Great Elder helping him record. It is worth mentioning that the relationship between Mikoto and Zayajian and Mezanei had been told to the elder the day before yesterday. When I first heard about the relationship between the three, the great elder was naturally very angry. However, after Mikoto's hard work, he also said that besides Zayajian, he would rather be single for a lifetime. In addition, Zayajian also expressed his stance to the elder and promised that Mikoto would not be wronged for the rest of his life. The great elder had no choice but to admit the relationship between the three. Chapter 251 Long Lost System Task. Go home and cook first. Let's pack Mikoto later. Looking at what she looks like now, it is estimated that she will not be able to get out of her body for a day. Zayajian and Kushina talked softly and chatted all morning. Seeing that it was almost time to eat, the hill behind Mikoto, piled up with money, hadn't even been reduced by half. So Zayajian had no choice but to turn his head and smiled bitterly at Kushina. Go back and cook by yourself, I won't go back with you. Hearing Zayajian's words, Kushina looked in Mikoto's direction, and then pondered. Then he turned his head and answered Zayajian with a smile. Don't go back with me. Then why are you staying here? We won't receive any remuneration today. Zayajian looked at Kushina suspiciously. Earlier, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made it very clear. Because of insufficient funds, the remuneration was temporarily distributed to the first batch, the second batch, the 49-0 and the third batch of ninjas who were rewarded for their merits. And Kushina is the fourth group of scholars and rewards, and she is the last group. Therefore, neither of them will be paid today. Because of this, Zayajian was slightly confused when he heard Kushina's words. After all, let's talk about watching the excitement. It's just a morning. I'm going to help Sister Mikoto, go back by yourself. By the way, I want to eat udon. Kushina smiled and walked towards the high platform. After walking a few steps, I didn't forget to turn around and wave to Zayajian, talking about my favorite dishes. Woolen cloth. Well, then I'll go back and cook by myself. Seeing that Kushina had walked towards the high platform, Zayajian could only helplessly smile. After speaking, he also turned and walked out of the square. Sister Mikoto, can I help? Kushina, who walked to the high platform, came straight to Mikoto and the elder who were busy. In fact, she didn't go back to cook with Zayajian. In addition to wanting to help Mikoto share the fatigue, I also want to take this opportunity to get in touch with Mikoto's grandfather. Let him know that Mikoto's relationship with herself is very good. So when the three of them get along together, there will be no contradictions. Let him not worry too much. Advertisement. Why are you alone? What about Zayajian-kun? Hearing Kushina's voice, the busy Mikoto suddenly raised his head and smiled and asked. And while she was talking, she didn't forget to give her grandfather a glance. After all, this was Kushina, who appeared in front of the great elder for the first time. He went home and made us some good food. So I'm bored, I just want to help you. Kushina replied with a smile with her hands behind her back. After speaking, she didn't forget to turn around and salute the elder politely. At this moment, the grand elder is also looking at Kushina. After all, this is the person who will be worthy of his granddaughter as a sister in the future, so he is also very curious. Grandfather. Hearing Kushina's words, Mikoto turned to ask for advice from the grand elder. After all, she is also the person who helps the elder, so that Kushina is not allowed to participate, and she has to get the permission of the elder. Since it's here, then let her lay hands on you. Looking at the longing eyes of his granddaughter, the elder sighed secretly, and said leisurely, this is a rare opportunity, and he also wants to observe the relationship between Kushina and Mikoto. As the only relative of Mikoto, if you are not worried about Mikoto's situation, it must be false. Thank you grandpa. Seeing that the elder agreed to let herself help, Kushina smiled happily. Even the name of the great elder has followed Mikoto. In fact, since Uzumaki village was destroyed and Uzumaki Mito passed away, Kushina has no elders. At this moment, following Mikoto calling the elder grandfather, he suddenly felt a little cordial. So it doesn't seem strange to call him grandpa. Hey, you don't need to be polite with the old man, you guys should hurry up and get busy too. There are still people waiting for payment. Hearing Kushina affectionately calling herself grandfather, the elder is also kind to Kaido. Kushina gave him a good impression, at least as a polite kid. Moreover, Kushina respected his grandfather by not hitting the smiley with his hand, and he was too embarrassed to show others' faces. Yes, grandpa, X2. Hearing the words of the elder, Mikoto, and Kushina responded at the same time, and then the three became busy again. After Kushina joined, Mikoto not only eased a bit, but also became more efficient. While the two are busy, they can laugh and chat with each other. Looking at the eyes of the elder, while feeling gratified in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that Zayajian Hidahinang had actually made two such outstanding girls look at him at the same time. Advertisement. Zayajian returned home and started busy for lunch. In recent days, Konoha has nothing special. So he, who is always at home, also prepares many kinds of food for the home. Therefore, in a short period of time, he naturally does not need to run to the market often for the ingredients. And since he became famous, every time he went to a crowded place, he always attracted a large number of people, which also made Zayajian a little bit distressed. So he is not willing to go to crowded places recently. Chop chop chop. Neat and dense sounds came from the chopping board. The various ingredients are perfectly cut with Zayajian's knife work, and they are almost all the same size. If Konoha's so-called celebrity chefs can see Zayajian's knife skills and cooking skills, then it is estimated that they must exclaim that Zayajian is a deity. Of course, they naturally do not have this blessing. After all, Zayajian would not participate in any cooking competition. Therefore, his cooking skills are often seen and eaten by the two girls in the family. Ding! Congratulations to the master, Mingzhen Ninja, who completed the 5-star hidden mission and obtained 200,000 prestige points. Please check it by yourself. Ding! Trigger the follow-up of the hidden mission, Unify the Ninja World. The difficulty is 5.5 stars, and the completion of the mission will reward 300,000 prestige points. Just when Zayajian was cooking wholeheartedly, the system's long-lost task prompt sounded suddenly, taking 200,000 points of prestige into the account. Zayajian, who was cutting vegetables, couldn't help shaking after hearing the sound of the system, and his movements stopped unconsciously. After Cloud Shinobi's war ended, his prestige reserves finally accumulated to 480,000 points. Unexpectedly, completing a hidden mission is actually much higher than the gains of a big battle, and this mission actually triggered a more advanced 5-star-and-a-half mission. At this time, his prestige value reserve has reached 680,000 points. If you complete the task that has just been triggered, won't you be able to directly enter the top prize draw? Zayajian's heart is hot 3.0, and he doesn't even have the thought of cooking. We must know that since Konoha's war ended, his prestige value has increased very little. In the absence of major incidents, his fastest rise in prestige should be to hang out around the ninja world, then slowly collected the prestige value of the people in the ninja world. However, Zayajian is not reluctant to do this kind of operation that needs to show up to make people look around in order to collect prestige. His original plan was to fight for the position of Hokage and become one of the 5 shadows. At that time, the ninja world will naturally post his own portraits together with the 5 shadows in the major ninja villages. At that time, you don't need to show your face in person, and everyone in the ninja world will know what they look like, and their prestige will naturally continue to skyrocket. But the position of Hokage is not something that can be achieved. So at this time there was another option that could gain a lot of prestige, and it also made Zayajian's heart energized again. Chapter 252 Plan to Unify the Ninja World? Although the task of unifying the ninja world, it seemed very difficult. Even the goal of being in the position of Hokage is much more difficult. But if you really want to be able to unify the shinobi world, then the benefits for yourself will definitely be much greater than being a Hokage. After all, the greater the achievement, the wider the influence will naturally spread. As far as prestige is concerned, the wider one's influence, the more prestige will rise. Therefore, Zayajian didn't hesitate to hear the mission issued by the system, so he decided to take it down. Moreover, the tasks issued by the system do not have any failure penalties. Therefore, even if Zayajian could not complete the task, Zayajian had nothing to lose, so he naturally had no worries. But want to talk about the unified ninja world? Then you have to think of a way. Zayajian, who was relieved from the system's task prompt, started cooking again. But with the same hands on one side, he also began to think about his plan in his heart. 02. No one has ever been able to unify the ninja world. Even in the original work, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who once aimed at peace in the ninja world, all failed. So he must also have a detailed plan. Fortunately, Zayajian, as a traverser, has a foresight about this world. So before the cooking was finished, he had already thought of a general idea. And soon following this idea, he began to plan in his head. And this idea is based on the Akatsuki organization in the original book. Since the original Akatsuki organization has dreamed of the goal of world peace, and Nagato in this organization is also an important part of Uchiha Madara Project Tsukinomi. So why don't you also get involved and use this organization to achieve your goal of unifying the world of ninja? The more Zayajian thought about it, the more he felt he could do something, so he began to conceive of his plan to unify the world of ninja. Moreover, as a traverser, with the foresight and system, he also has a lot of confidence in the unity of the ninja world. When all the cooking was completed, Zayajian's plan took shape. And the first step, naturally, is to contact Akatsuki first. At this time, Akatsuki's Yahiko should not have died yet. Therefore, Akatsuki's external alertness will definitely be much smaller. In the same way, they are a group of passionate young people at the moment, and they are easier to get in touch with. What if you wait until Yahiko's death and Nagato becomes the new leader? Advertisement. Then, when the time comes, Akatsuki, which is full of hatred, may not be so easy to fool. After packing the food, Zayajian temporarily shaken off the thoughts in his mind. Then he flew towards the square of the Hokage building. Although the benefits of unifying the ninja world are very huge, but this is also a time-consuming process. So now, nothing is important for the two wives. Go back to the square in front of the Hokage building again. Zayajian fell from the sky and landed beside Mikato and Mezuna. Then he greeted the elder and asked the three of them to stop for a meal. At this moment, the other Konoha executives also went back to eat one after another, leaving only their respective personnel to take care of the remuneration. Therefore, when he heard Zayajian's words, the great elder would naturally not refuse. And the reason why he didn't go to dinner was because he wanted to eat Zayajian's delicacies. Since the last time Zayajian made a meal at his home, he has also been obsessed with it. Open the food box and take out all the dishes. The four Zayajian ate directly at the work table. After the meal, the Zayajian 4 rested for a while, and then they became busy again. And Zayajian, who had nothing to do, also joined the 3 of them. As a result, the efficiency of the payment of rewards has once again become much faster. It probably took until the evening to finish the payment. Also because of Zayajian's joining, the villain was over at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And a day's time, also in this hectic, entered the night. Flavor boom. Wow, wow. In a country where rain is perennially overcast and rainy, it rains even more today. The light was also blocked by the thick clouds, which plunged the country of rain into darkness. The sight range is only a short distance of 20 to 30 meters. This makes this territory, which is already in the cracks of various countries, even more depressing. What? At this time, a figure wearing a raincoat shot here through the air. And it is fixed, floating in the sky, as if gravity had no effect on him. Advertisement. Kakaboom. Just as the figure stopped, a thunder suddenly exploded. At the same time, a lightning bolt with strong arms suddenly shot down from the sky, and accurately hit the figure floating in the sky. However, the other party was unscathed, nothing happened. And this figure standing in the sky. Naturally, Baiyun Zayajian has just arrived from Konoha village. There really is a big problem with the magnetic field of the country of rain. Zayajian, ignoring the lightning, closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. When he came to the land of rain last time, he clearly felt the difference here. The rain is heavier today, and this weird feeling is also stronger. It doesn't matter, business matters. I closed my eyes and thought for a while, but still didn't figure out what the magnetic field of 490 was, so Zayajian didn't bother to continue thinking. The purpose of this trip is to contact Akatsuki. As for the magnetic field, it's just a curiosity. Rinse. Perception has expanded to its limit. Zayajian also flew to Rain Shinobi Village again. I'm not sure if Akatsuki's base will be in Rain Shinobi Village. So after entering the territory of the Kingdom of Rain, Zayajian's perception has been expanded to the limit, carpet-like searching for the people of the Akatsuki organization. The last time he passed here, he had already noted down the breadth of the people in the Akatsuki organization. So as long as he meets one of them, he can follow the vine and find the stronghold of Akatsuki directly. But this way goes deep into the country of rain. Zayajian did not feel a familiar breath. Therefore, he could only continue his search in the direction of Rain Shinobi Village again. What? Found it. After flying forward again for a certain distance, Zayajian suddenly stopped. Because he had already sensed. Xiao organized the breath of the people. Chapter 253 Your alertness has disappointed me too much. What the hell Hanzo wants to do? How come we are wanted for Akatsuki all of a sudden? In a deep cave, the members of Akatsuki's organization are sitting around a fire, discussing things together. The speaker was Yahiko, the current leader of Akatsuki. Yahiko also had a solemn face at the moment, and his tone was a little unclear. Because of the recent period of time, Hanzo's series of actions have seemed very strange. They used to let them know how to organize and grow, but now they are wanted again. This makes them dare not stray around randomly recently. Humph. The country of Rain was divided into civil war for so long, and he didn't see what he did. Now that we are suddenly concerned about our Akatsuki organization, he will definitely not be any kind. Heitosuk, who has lines on his face, said with a look of resentment. He was originally the ninja of Rain Shinobi Village, because he was dissatisfied with Hanzo's indulgent reign in the country, so he quit Rain Shinobi Village angrily. Therefore, at this moment, it also made him very annoyed that Hanzo suddenly wanted himself and others. Yes, there is not even a reason, so we directly issued a wanted order. Rain Shinobi Village is constantly in turmoil because of this kind of leader. Hearing Heitosuk's words, the great Buddha also echoed the Tao beside him. He also followed Heitosuk and withdrew from Rain Shinobi Village together. And the two of them are still very good friends. Therefore, he is also very dissatisfied with Hanzo in Rain Shinobi Village. Will it? Could it be my eyes that caused the disaster? Just when everyone was talking about it, Nagato, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly whispered. Since he was a child, his eyes have been different from those of others, and there are always tragedies around him. This also made Nagato very low self-esteem, and once thought that his eyes were a pair of unclear eyes. And they just went to Rain Shinobi Village for errands, and soon after they came back they were wanted. This also made him very doubtful whether it was his unusual eyes that caused something to come out of him. What are you talking about? This kind of thing, what does it matter to your eyes? Seeing his friend blame himself, Yahiko smiled and stretched out his hand and punched him in the shoulder. The two grew up together, so Yahiko also knows Nagato's low self-esteem. Because of Zayajian, Konoha's war had already ended. Advertisement. So Yahiko and others at this time did not come into contact with Obito of Blacken in the original work. Because of this, they still don't know that Nagato's eyes are the same Rinnegan as Sage of Six Paths. I just thought that Nagato's eyes might be a little special. But although it is special, people don't believe it will cause any disaster. So at this moment, seeing Nagato's mood is a little depressed. So everyone laughed and comforted. But just when everyone was comforting Nagato, but no one noticed that a figure had walked in from outside the cave. He also heard all the words they talked. Thank you for trusting me. Nagato, who was in a better mood after receiving the comfort of everyone, immediately thanked him. When I turned to look at Yahiko and Konan, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Tragedy of Nagato's entire childhood, the only thing that felt most fortunate was to meet Yahiko, Konan, and others. They also gave themselves the confidence to stick to it. No amount of comfort is useless, because he is indeed a pair of unknown eyes. Just as Nagato's mood improved and everyone was about to discuss Danzo again, an untimely voice suddenly rang. And everyone in the Akatsuki organization heard this voice. Suddenly he frowned, and turned his head to look at him with some doubts. Only then found out. A figure shrouded in a raincoat came to the cave at some point. And at this moment, he was relying on the rock wall not far away, and was looking at them. But because the rain hat was too big, they couldn't see the person's appearance. Who are you? When did you come in? Who are you? What are you doing in our Xiao organization base? Everyone in the Xiao organization who had reacted with hindsight, all of them stood up suddenly in shock. Everyone was shocked in a cold sweat on their backs. I didn't even know that someone was approaching me without knowing it. If the Comer is the enemy, then the consequences of Akatsuki's organization are really unimaginable. You are the Akatsuki organization aiming at peace in the ninja world. Your alertness really disappoints me. Zayajian did not answer the people's questions, but shook his head regretfully. Although he did control the footsteps deliberately, he didn't hide his breath at all. Unexpectedly, it had been standing behind them for a few minutes, and they didn't even notice it. So if you are not disappointed, it is true or false. Advertisement. It seems that before, I really overestimated Akatsuki's organization at this time. Seeing the people of the Akatsuki organization who were facing the enemy, Zayajian's heart was full of helplessness. But it is right to think about it. If Akatsuki has met his expectations, then the tasks dispatched by the system may not be of such a high level. Answer us quickly. Who are you? Come to our Xiao organization base. What is it so expensive to do? Seeing that Zayajian didn't answer the questions of himself and others, instead he shook his head and fell into contemplation. So Yahiko pulled out the shinobi from his waist and questioned loudly. Tell him what you are doing. Grab it first and then talk about it. Can't let him expose our base. Just as Yahiko finished speaking, a member of the Akatsuki organization closer to Zayajian immediately took out Kyuyuxiang Zayajian and rushed up. Because Zayajian did come from an unknown source, the people of the other Xiao organizations did not stop it either. On the contrary, all the distances were pulled around, and Zayajian was surrounded, for fear that he would run out. 20 million volts discharge. Looking at the Akatsuki members who rushed towards him, Zayajian raised his fingers and groaned. An electric arc with thick fingers shot from between his fingers at this time. The Akatsuki members who rushed forward had not had time to respond, Manos, and they had been hit by the arc head-on. Then he screamed and twitched directly before Zayajian. Raindo. The members of the Yizongxiao organization all exclaimed. What happened just now happened too fast, it was just a blink of an eye, so they didn't see exactly what happened. After reacting at this moment, they also rushed to Zayajian in a swarm. 20 million volts discharge. Zayajian raised his hands and reached out to the people who rushed forward. The small curved arc also shot out in a fan-shaped way from between his fingers. Zigsi. Army. The screams kept ringing. The cave was also illuminated by the electric arc. In a short moment, Akatsuki members swarmed up. They all turned Byakugan, twitching all over, and fell on the ground in front of Zayajian. Chapter 254 The horrified Akatsuki organizes everyone. Yahiko, Konan. Just when Zayajian raised his hands, Nagato noticed something wrong. So while yelling, he rushed in front of the two of them, and instinctively opened his hands, and subconsciously burst out a repulsive barrier, protecting both of them safely behind him. However, Nagato becomes nervous, but Zayajian's goal is not them. Zistsi. Wow. The sound of electric current, accompanied by screams, sounded in the cave. In just 2 breaths, there were only 5 members of the Akatsuki organization, including Hatosuk and the Great Buddha, who had dozens of people. And this is why Zayajian deliberately kept his hands. Otherwise, in this narrow cave, he could destroy the Akatsuki organization at this time in an instant. Can't you speak well? Besides, I am not your enemy either. Slowly retracting his hands, Zayajian said with a faint smile. Certainly. He did not directly kill these Akatsuki members, but temporarily, it stunned them all. After all, he didn't come here to make enemies with Akatsuki. Who is your excellency? Come to our Xiao organization. What is the purpose of 490? After Zayajian accepted the recruit, Yahiko asked loudly again. At the same time, he turned his eyes to the companions who fell on the ground from time to time, trying to check the situation of the companions. And the remaining 4 people gathered all their faces to Yahiko's side, their eyes staring at Zayajian with great dread. Don't worry, they were just stunned by me, and they will recover in a while. As for me, I heard that your Xiao organization was created with the goal of peace in the ninja world. That's why I am also for the peace of ninja world, so I came here to find you all the way. Seeing Yahiko looking around, Zayajian suddenly smiled and explained. He controlled the current very well, so the members of Akatsuki's organization, except for fainting, didn't actually suffer any serious injuries. Peace in the ninja world. So, do you want to join us? Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief when Zayajian said that his companions were okay. Advertisement. Then I heard Zayajian saying that he was looking for himself and others for peace, so Yahiko frowned and questioned again. Join Akatsuki? Not all of them. I have a plan for peace in the ninja world, but it is definitely impossible to do it with me alone. so I need someone to assist me and let us bring peace to the shinobi world together. Zayajian looked directly at the 5 people in front of him and said in a very serious tone. Originally, he wanted to use Akatsuki's organization before, but at this moment, seeing that the Xiao organization is so weak, Zayajian can only give up this idea temporarily. If you hide your head and show your tail, you dare not show your true colors. Yahiko, don't be fooled by this guy. As soon as Zayajian's words came to an end, Heitosuk suddenly reminded loudly with a solemn expression. He and Zayajian under the rain cap had a glance at each other just now. Suddenly there is a feeling that all the secrets have been seen through by the other party. This made him very uncomfortable, so he subconsciously didn't want to see Zayajian. Hid your head and show your tail. Oh sorry, I forgot. Hearing Heitosuk said that he was hiding his head and showing his tail, Zayajian was shocked, and then he remembered the raincoat he was wearing. So after speaking, he took off the rain cap from his head. Just now, he has used the soul gem to explore all the memories of everyone. I have to say that these people are all passionate young people. Therefore, he is not afraid to expose his true face to their eyes. Of course, if things don't get together in the end, Zayajian also does not recommend using the power of spiritual gems to directly control them all. Nah, so young. This face, where do I seem to have seen it? After Zayajian removed the rain cap, Yahiko and others were surprised instinctively. Before seeing Zayajian so powerful, they thought that Zayajian was at least 30 years old. Acta. Unexpectedly, after the rain cap was uncovered, his appearance didn't seem to be much different from that of himself and others. And upon closer inspection, everyone was surprised to find that they seemed to have seen this face somewhere before. Let's officially introduce my name to you. I come from Konoha village, first name, Baiyun Zayajian. Seeing the 5 people staring at him, Zayajian smiled drunkenly and introduced himself. There is no need to say too much about the extra words. Advertisement. The news of Konoha's victory has been spreading and fermenting in the ninja world for several days. So Zayajian believes that as long as they report their name, they will naturally know who they are. N.A. Baiyun Zayajian. In the Ninja World War, Konoha village's biggest hero. Yes, it seems to be this guy, we met him before. Hearing Zayajian's introduction, the 5 Yahiko coughed. At this time, they also know. Why did you think Zayajian was a little familiar just now? Because Zayajian once led a large army to Boro from the country of rain. At that time, they were watching Zayajian and Hanzo from a distance. But because of the distance, they couldn't see Zayajian's appearance clearly. Can only be blurred. I saw a rough outline. For a while, everyone felt very familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had seen it. You are really Baiyun Zayajian. That defeated Third Raikage. And who ended the Konoha War? Baiyun Zayajian. After reacting, Yahiko swallowed subconsciously and asked again for confirmation. Although I have recognized it, I still feel a little unbelievable for 5 people at a time. After all, Zayajian at this time is for them. That's really a big man in the ninja world. Since the outbreak of the war, no one has been more in the limelight in the ninja world. Yes, just like a fake replacement. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of the 5 people, Zayajian nodded in satisfaction. In order to dispel them, they may suspect that they are fake. So when Zayajian spoke, he also used Sparkling Fruit's ability to make himself glow with the golden light of xenon hydrogen. Because at the same time he was famous in the ninja world, his abilities were also known to everyone in the ninja world. Therefore, as long as the golden light is exposed, naturally he does not need to explain more. Really Baiyun Zayajian. Konan, who was protected by the 4 Yahikos intentionally or unintentionally, was also a little bit incredulous with his mouth in his mouth. Now you shouldn't think that I am still some kind of hideaway, am I? Then you are willing to help me and let us create peace in the ninja world together. Seeing the eyes of the 5 people, there is no longer a trace of doubt. So Zayajian dissipated the light on his body and asked very seriously. Chapter 255 Brainwash, Akatsuki. This. Hearing Zayajian's words, the 5 Yahiko looked at each other. Heitosuk's face was still slightly embarrassed. Because it was what he said just now, Zayajian is a generation who hides his head and reveals his tail. Unexpectedly, he was actually a famous figure in the ninja world Zongda. This gave him the feeling of being slightly beaten in the face. Can you tell me more about your peace plan? The 5 people exchanged their eyes for a while before Yahiko asked. Because Zayajian's so-called plan is not clear, even if Zayajian is famous in the world of forbearance, people dare not agree to it at will. My plan may be a little bit crueler and more realistic than you think. So before telling my plan, you might as well tell me the plan of your Xiao organization. If your plan is feasible, then it is not impossible for me to join your Xiao organization to help you realize your dreams together. Hearing Yahiko's question, Zayajian asked with a smile. As a traverser, he knows the plan of Akatsuki's organization naturally. However, in Zayajian's opinion, that plan was not even as good as Nagato Blacken. He wanted to collect tail beasts to make nuclear weapons to deter the ninja world. Precisely because of this, Zayajian had to let these passionate youths realize the reality. Only then can I persuade them and let them carry out their plans. In fact, Zayajian doesn't care about the ninja world and the insecurities. He is not the kind of virgin BCH who is compassionate and compassionate. What he wants is to unify the shinobi world and become the greatest person in the shinobi world. Only in this way can his prestige value, like faith, continue to grow continuously. And this is what he really wants to achieve. As for ninja peace, It's just an incidental to his goal. Really? Can you really join the Akatsuki organization and create world peace with us? Hearing what Zayajian said, Yahiko was overjoyed. Because if there is a powerful person like Zayajian, join the Akatsuki organization, then Akatsuki's strength will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Of course. But the premise is that your plan must be feasible. Seeing Yahiko's excited look, Zayajian replied with a smile. At this moment, everyone in the Akatsuki organization is still full of enthusiasm. Those who have never experienced intrigue, their thinking is still too naive. So what Zayajian has to do is to hit them hard so that they can recognize reality. Advertisement. Do we know the organization's plan? At the beginning of the establishment of our Xiao organization, it was determined not to rely on extreme force to create world peace, but to let everyone understand each other through dialogue. How about it? This is cool and great. Yahiko looked at Zayajian with excitement. However, what he said was not convincing at all. It can even be said that it seems very naive. Not relying on force. Is it through dialogue to let everyone understand each other? Then do you know what is the prerequisite for the two parties to have a dialogue? It's strength. And it is stronger than the opponent. Then you think, how long does it take for the Akatsuki organization to be able to compete with the capabilities of the five great nations dialogue? Is it 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years? Hearing Yahiko's innocent remarks, Zayajian pretended to think about it, and then said leisurely. However, what he said directly pointed to the contradictions and drawbacks in the Yahiko plan. Yahiko, who was very excited, was stunned on the spot. Isn't this going to develop slowly? And if you join, I believe the organization will develop faster, right? Yahiko, who was speechless when asked, turned his head and stared at each other. Then he thought about it for a while, and then replied with some confidence. My joining will make Akatsuki's organization faster and stronger. But what you think is still too simple. Seeing that Yahiko could not understand what he really meant, Zayajian could only helplessly shook his head. After all, the Yahiko people are still too young. What do you mean? Hearing what Zayajian said, it was not just Yahiko. Even the other four people looked over curiously. So now, I won't talk about the development of Akatsuki. Just make a direct analogy. If Akatsuki really has the ability to talk to the 5 ninja villages, then it must be Akatsuki's strength, much stronger than the 5 ninja villages. Then what kind of consequences would it have in this case? Didn't you think about it? Seeing Yahiko and the crowd, they all had a puzzled expression, so Zayajian asked again. What are the consequences of this? Can Akatsuki be able to talk to them in this way? Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers? 0. Yahiko stared at Zayajian, staring tightly at Zayajian, a little unclear for a while. Then why can they talk to you? Because they were forced by the strength of the Xiao organization, they had to false and snake committee. Is this what you call relying on dialogue to let everyone understand each other? Do not. This is just deterrence. In such a situation, the weaker party will always feel that he is oppressed. If there is oppression, it will lead to more stimulating contradictions and resistance. Don't talk about anything else. Do you think the 5 ninja villages will sit back and let Akatsuki step on their heads? It will not be impossible for the 5 ninja villages to temporarily abandon their previous grievances and unite to eliminate the Akatsuki organization, right? Seeing everyone in Yahiko who were dumbfounded by himself, Zayajian nodded with satisfaction in his heart. 0. What he said is not false. It's just a very cruel reality. So he believed that as long as everyone at Yahiko think about it, then they will know how ridiculous the original plan for themselves and others is. Is this a deterrent? Yahiko was silent for a while, and fell slightly into self-denial. His heart began to shake, and his tone of voice was a little uncertain. Yes, it's just awe-inspiring. Perhaps in your opinion, it may not be because you are on the strong side. But for them who are in a disadvantaged position, they are just being superior to you. Seeing the state of Yahiko, Zayajian also sighed. After all, they are too young and their thinking is too simple. But Zayajian at this moment is not ready to comfort them. The blow, of course, will be blown to the end. Then now, I will give you another analogy. Just if you know the organization, it can really be strong enough to compete with the 5 major countries at the same time. Then you think again, how long can Akatsuki organization deter Ninja World? How long can peace be brought to the Ninja World? Looking at the 5 members of Akatsuki in self-denial, Zayajian asked again. But after he finished speaking, everyone was speechless. For a while, I felt that my brain was buzzing, and I didn't know how to answer Zayajian's question. Chapter 256 The Veterans of Akatsuki Who Subverted the Worldview. It seems that you don't know either. Then since you don't know, let me tell you. Looking at the Akatsuki veterans who were speechless by their own questions. While Zayajian was funny in his heart, he slowly came out again. First Hokage of Konoha village, you must have heard of it, right? He is known as the god of the ninja world, just how powerful he is, so I don't need to explain more. He also had the idea of peace at the time, so he established Konoha village. Because the strength is so powerful that it can deter the relations of the ninja kingdoms, so he has indeed brought a short-term peace to the ninja world. But what use is this? After his death, there is no terrifying ninja world, isn't the ninja world war erupting immediately? Moreover, even because the ninja world has been suppressed for too long, the war that broke out was much bigger and fiercer than before. Why is it 490? Because this is what I just said, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Maybe Su Xiao organization can shock the ninja world for a while, but it cannot slow down the life of the ninja world. Therefore, deterrence is only a temporary solution, not a permanent cure, and it cannot bring long-lasting peace to the shinobi world at all. On the contrary, now that Senjo Hashirama has learned from the past, then you still think that Akatsuki's plan can bring peace to the shinobi world. After Zayajian finished speaking, everyone in Yahiko bowed their heads and fell into contemplation, but there was one exception. That is Konan. Since Zayajian spoke, she has been chatting with Zayajian, and as the topic deepened, her eyes became brighter and brighter. This made his eyes drift to Zayajian of Konan from time to time, and he couldn't help but wonder if there was something dirty on his face. So, we know that the original intention of the organization was all wrong. After a long silence, Yahiko said unacceptably, the goal that Zayajian has always insisted on has been denied by Zayajian in such a cruel reality. This not only made Yahiko uncomfortable, but the other four also felt a little panicked. The original intention of ninja world peace is naturally correct, but your method doesn't work. Seeing everyone recovered from their meditation, Zayajian said leisurely. He laid a lot of ground. The purpose is to make the people of Akatsuki give up the unrealistic ideas in their hearts, so that they can accept their plans next. After all, his plan is much crueler than their beautiful delusions. Since you say our plan is useless, what about your plan? Advertisement. What is your plan? Are you sure you can achieve peace? Hearing Zayajian's words, Yahiko asked eagerly. Faith was overthrown, which left him without a goal for a while. And thinking that Zayajian also came for peace, so he subconsciously wanted to find a goal to fill the vacancy in his heart. After hearing Yahiko's words, the other four also looked at Zayajian eagerly. Their state of mind at this time is actually not much different from Yahiko. My plan is somewhat similar to yours, but it is based on your plan. Because of this, my plan is much crueler than yours. Are you sure you want to listen? When Yahiko asked about his plan, Zayajian said leisurely. However, his tone was much more serious and solemn than before. Well, tell me. We want to hear your plan too. Hearing Zayajian's question, Yahiko answered immediately without much hesitation. He felt that at this moment, he was like a walking dead, without a goal. This made him, who had been in a positive attitude since he was a child, confused for the first time. Good. Since you want to hear it, let me talk to you. But before telling my plan, let me ask you a question first. What do you think is the real reason for the outbreak of the war? Seeing that everyone listened with respect, Zayajian asked with satisfaction. I want them to understand their future plans. Zayajian must allow them to understand the war more thoroughly. Therefore, it is inevitable that these simple-minded youths have to spread their knowledge of war. The reason for the outbreak of the war. The reason for the outbreak of the war is not because of hatred and the incomprehensibility of each other? Hearing Zayajian's question, Yahiko hadn't spoken yet, and Nagato next to him whispered. Since Zayajian appeared just now, he said that his eyes are a pair of unclear eyes, so he has been a little inferior and silent until now. Until this moment, when he talked about the war he hated most, he was relieved from inferiority. Yes, there are some reasons for hatred, but hatred only accounts for a small percentage. Hearing Nagato's words, Zayajian nodded in agreement. Advertisement. When I peeked into their memory with the gem of the soul just now, Zayajian found that they did not actually understand that the real reason for the outbreak of the war was zero. Because of this, they set up such a naive peace plan for Akatsuki. Hate accounted for only a small percentage. The real reason for the outbreak of the war, what is it? Hearing what Zayajian said, Yahiko and the people looked at each other a few times. Then he frowned, and asked with some puzzlement and confusion. The biggest reason for the outbreak of war. It's caused by the unbalanced economy and development of various countries. Seeing that Yahiko and the others were all curious about the baby looking at him, Zayajian stopped their appetites. Instead, he told them one by one the war that they could not fully understand before. The development of various countries involves too many aspects, so I won't elaborate on it with you. Let's talk about the simplest economic problem. Because countries are located in different geographies, they have different resources. Take fire and wind among the 5 major countries as an example. The land of fire is at the center of the ninja world, so the land is fertile and the economy is very developed. So every year, we can have a very rich harvest. The common people can also live a very comfortable life. And where is the country of wind? Because of being in a desert area. So they have a pitiful little harvest each year. We also often encounter natural disasters such as water shortages and sandstorms. When there are many disasters, the people may not even harvest a single grain of rice. So in this case, what can they do with 3.0? They can only wage war against the fertile land and rich harvest of the Fire Nation, and then plunder all kinds of supplies to support the people. I said so plainly, you should be able to understand the real reason for the outbreak of the war. After finishing talking about the simplest analogy, Zayajian looked at the Yahiko people quietly, waiting for their answers. After listening to Zayajian's words, the veterans of Yahiko and the Dawn organization couldn't help staring, and fell into contemplation in shock. Because of the relationship between young age and pure thinking, they have never thought of these aspects. So at this moment, I heard Zayajian talking about the economies of various countries. It also gave them a sense of enlightenment and suddenly enlightened. Chapter 257 Zayajian's Peace Plan? But, Since the country of the wind is in difficulty, why don't they ask Konoha for help, but instead take the initiative to initiate a war? Can you solve the problem if you ask for help? After a long silence, Yahiko looked up at Zayajian and asked, in his simple thoughts, since the country of fire has a rich harvest, then, by assisting the country of the wind, won't the war be avoided? It's as simple as you think. The two sides are in a hostile relationship, how can they help their enemies? And aid, but it needs to be repaid. So do you think the enemy village is willing to ask for help, or is it willing to plunder directly? Seeing that Yahiko was so naive, Zayajian was slightly speechless. Living in one of the most chaotic countries in the ninja world, he can actually develop such a virgin character, and he is really an alternative strange flower. Yahiko, needless to say, there is nothing wrong with what he said. Seeing that Yahiko still wanted to refute Zayajian, Nagato suddenly reached out and pressed his shoulder. In fact, Nagato really feels this question. It was like begging everywhere when he was a child. However, the person he was begging for, obviously still had food in his home, but it was the same as 02 that was not given to him. Now that he wants to come, he also understands. It's not that there is no extra food to help yourself in the other party's home, but no one is willing to help a stranger unselfishly. And what Zayajian talked about between countries is actually similar to this. No one is willing to help others selflessly, let alone two countries that are already in a hostile relationship. Okay, then next, let me tell you my plan. Seeing that Yahiko was persuaded by Nagato and stopped struggling with the question of asking for help, Zayajian took a deep breath and said slowly, Akatsuki's plan has been completely rejected by herself. And the road ahead of my own plan has also been laid. So next, it's also his turn to put the plan out of the tray. After hearing Zayajian's words, the Yahiko people were also attentive and listened with respect. After all, they also wanted to know what kind of plan Zayajian had, who had denied the plan of the others. My plan also needs prestige, but to achieve peace, there are 3 steps. Advertisement. The first step, I need your Xiao organization to have the strength that rivals the ninja world. The second step, I need you to act as a terrorist organization and attack all shinobu villages except Konoha. It's best to reach the point where everyone in the ninja world is at risk. And in the third step, you Xiao organized to attack Konoha, and then I repelled it. After that, I will say that as long as you move to the country of fire, you can get asylum in Konoha village. At that time, the ninja kingdoms will naturally all migrate to the fire land under the threat of Akatsuki. Therefore, the disputed and chaotic ninja world will reach the ultimate unification. And after the unification of the shinobi world, as long as the upper management is properly managed, let the people of other countries get used to the life of the country of fire and the culture of the country of fire. Then after they take root in the country of fire, they will gradually regard the country of fire as their home. At that time, at least until the internal divisions, the shinobi world will remain peaceful. Zayajian raised 3 fingers while speaking. After each step, withdraw a finger, and the faces of the people in the Akatsuki organization began to change uncertainly. Because in Zayajian's plan, Akatsuki needs to organize the people to act as the wicked. This makes them a group of passionate young people a little unacceptable for a while. After all, who doesn't want to be a positive person, but a villain who everyone sleeps on? Do you want us to be evil, and then stand up as the savior? Aren't you a hypocritical piece? Soon after Zayajian's voice fell, Hatosuk asked with embarrassment. Indeed, Zayajian's plan appears on the surface. It's a bit of a BCH standing up a memorial archway. Because the plan was invented by him, and he stood gloriously in the front, wanting Akatsuki's organization to give him a back. This is indeed very unfriendly to Akatsuki. Anything is opposite. If someone is acting as a good person, someone must act as a wicked person. This is a matter of conservation of energy. If all are good people, or all are evil people, then this plan will never succeed, and the ninja world will never get peace. Seeing Hatosuk questioning himself, Zayajian spread his hands helplessly. The Akatsuki organization was difficult for everyone to accept, and it was already in his expectation. So even though he was questioned, he didn't have a trace of irritation. Then why? We can't be the savior of the world, but you play the wicked man. After Zayajian had finished speaking, the Buddha questioned him again. Advertisement. After all, they are somewhat difficult to accept the identity of the villain. After all, they know that the organization has always advertised itself with world peace. Therefore, everyone feels that they and others are kind and good people. Let you play the decent. Will the ninja world move to the country of rain? Not to mention the harsh environment in your country of rain. Can your country of rain hold so many people? The most fertile land in the ninja world is the country of fire. Only the land of fire can feed the entire ninja realm. Or, do you know that the organization can become the master of the nation of fire, and let all the ninja realm migrate into the nation of fire? Hearing the words of the great Buddha, Zayajian shrugged. His face looked as though I couldn't help it. Of course, he is not without alternatives. It's just that it will be a lot of trouble if you come the other way. Wait a minute, I have a question for you. We know the organization, we really can't be the master of the country of fire. Then 493, what about you? The country of fire is not your turn to call the shots, right? After Zayajian's voice fell, Yahiko raised his head and asked again. Indeed, although Zayajian's identity at this time can be famous in the ninja world, but that is just a fake name, and there is no authority in the country of fire. Therefore, at this time, he is indeed not qualified to be the master of the country of fire. Therefore, Yahiko has some doubts, which is very reasonable. At that time, I will be the Hokage of Konoha village. And as Hokage, I will be the master of the country of fire. Seeing everyone because of Yahiko's words, they all looked at myself. So Zayajian did not hide, but expressed his attitude with confidence. He also believed that by the time Akatsuki organized the Megatron Ninja World, he would have been in the position of Hokage a long time ago. But the country of fire, it's not Hokage who is in charge, it's not that there is a big name on it. Don't you think? Hearing that Zayajian wanted to call the shots as Hokage, Yahiko felt a little puzzled. But as he spoke, he suddenly realized something. So the expression on his face suddenly changed from doubt to horror. It is inevitable to sacrifice for peace. Seeing Yahiko guessing what he thought, Zayajian also said solemnly, "Let's not say anything, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers." Zayajian also didn't want to wait for someone to point to himself when he sat in the position of Hokage. Chapter 258 I hope you can come as Akatsuki's new leader. This is how you are. Upon hearing Zayajian's words, all five Yahiko looked at each other in shock. In their concept of consciousness, Daiming is the lord of a country. Identity is also the most noble existence in each country. Unexpectedly, Zayajian actually had a murderous name, this kind of rebellious idea. This definitely broke their servile thoughts all the time. It also made them feel the buzzing of their ears for a while, and their heads fell into a blank. If Zayajian's thoughts were exposed, it would definitely cause an uproar. It is inevitable to sacrifice for the peace of Ninja World. And why are you so shocked? Do you really think that daimyo is a superior existence? They are not descendants of the creator, they are just under the shade of their ancestors. We are working hard to create peace, but also for the suffering people, not for those who have inherited and enjoyed a lifetime of great names. Looking at the five people who were all in shock with their wide-eyed eyes, Zayajian shook his head with a hatred of iron and steel. Sometimes he couldn't understand why the shinobi world was in turmoil for so many years. But the great names can always be stable, sitting high on the throne and enjoying the blessing? I also wondered why the ninjas were so powerful, but why didn't they overthrow the rule of the daimyo? But now he understands something. That's the people in this world, who always feel deeply ingrained that the great names are noble. And the ninjas, because of the money to do things, they were also unknowingly nurtured into servility. Maybe this will always feel that big names are superior to others, right? This. Upon hearing Zayajian's words, the five Yahiko fell into deep thought again. Although they also felt that what Zayajian said seemed to be correct. But the deep-rooted thoughts still made them unable to adjust for a while. Alright. Don't worry about the daimyo now. You only need to understand that I can be the lord of the country of fire. So now, are you willing to implement this peace plan with me? Seeing them fell silent again, Zayajian became slightly impatient. This is not a key issue at first, but they didn't expect them to care so much. We need to think about it. Hearing Zayajian's words, Yahiko and everyone looked at each other. Advertisement. Then he took a deep breath and said slowly in a somewhat solemn voice. According to Zayajian's plan, the feasibility is indeed very huge. But letting them act like this wicked person makes them very hesitant. After all, if they agree to Zayajian's plan, they may be misunderstood and cast aside by countless people in the future. That's all right. Then I will go out and wait for a while to give you space to consider alone. Hearing what Yahiko said, Zayajian nodded. Then put on his rain cap again and walked out of the cave. When he peeped into the memories of the people with the soul gem before, he already knew their respective personalities. Therefore, he naturally knew that Xiao organized the concerns of the people. Everyone, what do you think of his plan? After Zayajian went out, Yahiko turned to ask the four of them. They did not have the first time to wake up their stunned companions. Because of Zayajian's plan, they are not yet sure whether to agree or not, so the less people know the better. According to what he said, his plan is indeed very feasible. And his plan is much more detailed than ours. But let us play the villain, this is indeed a bit. Hearing Yahiko's question, Hatosuk took the lead to speak with Yuyi. At this moment they are faced with two choices. The first choice is to follow Zayajian and realize the dreams of myself and others. But in this lifetime, it may be misunderstood and spurned by everyone in the shinobi world. And the second choice is to cherish the feathers on your body and reject Zayajian. But this will give up the peace that oneself and others have been longing for. By the way, we know his plan. If we refuse, will he give us a taste? Hatosuk's voice fell, and everyone was silent for a while. At this moment, the big Buddha suddenly spoke hesitantly, and also made a movement of wiping the neck. This. Seeing and hearing the words of the great Buddha and seeing his actions, the other four people were all embarrassed. They are naturally aware of this problem. It is precisely because of this that they did not wake up their fainted companions. Unexpectedly, the great Buddha was so straightforward that he told what everyone knew. Advertisement. This made their complexions a little embarrassing. Wow. Zayajian outside the cave did not eavesdrop on the conversations of Yahiko and others with perception techniques. Instead, I close my eyes and feel the magnetic field of the country of rain. This place is different from any other place. Here, the ability of thunder fruit in him seemed to become more active. It was as if there was a feeling of wanting to vent. In the thick clouds in the sky, those lightning factors seemed to sense his presence, and became more violent. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** For about half an hour, the sound of footsteps came from the cave behind Zayajian. What's wrong? Have you considered it clearly? After hearing the footsteps, Zayajian opened his eyes, turned his head and asked with a smile. Just now, within half an hour when he sensed the surrounding magnetic field, he mastered an interesting ability. So he is in a very good mood now. We promised you that we are willing to implement the plan with you, but I still have a small request. I hope you will be the leader of Akatsuki's organization. Yahiko led the 4 people to Zayajian, and first responded to the answer Zayajian wanted. Then he looked serious and said to Zayajian earnestly, Yahiko, you. The 4 of Nagato looked at Yahiko with regret. Obviously, this decision was made by Yahiko himself and did not tell them in advance. You don't have to persuade me, I have made up my mind. When it comes to force, I have never been the strongest. As far as intelligence is concerned, obviously I am not either. For the development of Akatsuki, and for our peace plan to be successful in farming. So now, we have to find a leader who is more suitable for the organization. Seeing that his companions wanted to dissuade him, Yahiko said with a very serious expression. Judging from Zayajian's speech just now, as well as his detailed plan, Yahiko knows that he is inferior to the opponent in terms of strength and intelligence. Therefore, his move to abdicate and let the virtuous is not an impulsive idea. It was decided after some consideration. Chapter 259 Nagato, the leader, is it a god? Okay, I promised you. Hearing what Yahiko said, Zayajian was slightly surprised. However, he did not refuse or hesitate, but directly accepted it. In his original plan, he was also preparing to become the new leader of Akatsuki's organization. Because as long as you become the leader of Akatsuki's organization, then in the future, when Xiao organizes to kill the enemy, he will also receive 50% of the prestige value. So becoming the leader of Akatsuki is actually one of Zayajian's plans. What he didn't expect was that Yahiko would take the initiative to give up the position of leader. This saves him a lot of trouble. It's fine if you agree. Then we will all follow your orders from now on. Seeing that Zayajian did not refuse, Yahiko was also relieved. To be honest, if Zayajian did not accept the position of leader, he would still feel a little uncomfortable. After all, he is still an unknown man, but he has a subordinate of the Megatron ninja world, and he is afraid that he will not be able to control it. Morning, Lord Zayajian. See, Yahiko really handed over the position of leader. The 4 of Nagato glanced at each other, and expressed their opinions to Zayajian one after another. Due to the sudden change of the new leader, this made them a little uncomfortable for a while. Therefore, the voice of speaking was still a little cramped. For safety's sake, you won't call me my real name in the future. Just call the leader. So as not to accidentally be heard, it might expose me and ruin our peace plan. Hearing what Nagato and others called him, Zayajian smiled and corrected it. Although this is just a small matter, but many things, details determine success or failure. So just in case, he had to remind everyone again. Yes, Master Chief. Seeing Zayajian being so cautious, the people immediately changed their mouths with serious expressions. After all, in their plan, Zayajian needs to be a decent figure, so he really needs to be careful about his identity. Yeah, correct. I am very aware of your concerns before, but you can rest assured. Although you may bear a long-standing notoriety, but as long as people from all countries get used to the life and culture of the country of fire, or when the time is right, then I will rectify your names. I will never let you be misunderstood by everyone in the ninja world for a lifetime. Advertisement. Seeing that they are more serious, Zayajian nodded, acta, with satisfaction. Then, he also expressed his opinion to Yahiko and others. No matter what, you can't just ask others to pay without giving them back. This truth Zayajian knows better than anyone else. Therefore, he also has to leave a hope for everyone. And what he said was not a lie, or a bad check. There are still many people in the ninja world who haven't come out yet. When the time comes to let them come out to clean up the Akatsuki organization, it's just a simple matter. Yes, Master Chief. Hearing Zayajian's words, everyone's spirits were refreshed. They all made the decision to abandon their reputation and fulfill their dreams. Unexpectedly, Zayajian actually gave them a promise. Good. Now that the new peace plan has been confirmed, then in order to give Xiao organization, please win the prize. Today I will let the real light of daybreak shine on this land. After seeing the crowd, Zayajian smiled mysteriously. After speaking, he directly braved the pound and phosphorus rain, opened his hands and flew up into the sky. Zayajian can't wait to verify the new ability that he has just controlled. Master Chief, what is this going to do? Seeing Zayajian's sudden and inexplicable behavior, everyone at Yahiko was puzzled. When they looked at each other and were a little unsure, Zayajian had risen to an altitude of hundreds of meters. Witness the miracle. I will let the light of breaking dawn shine on the earth. Zayajian raised his hands on the platform and secretly said. Immediately after closing his eyes, Thunder Fruit's abilities began to operate. Pippi, The arc kept flashing in front of Zayajian's palms, and continued to increase. The metal buttons on his clothes were also constantly trembling at this time. Gradually, a force of if there is nothing. From the front of his hands, it was connected to the thick black cloud in the sky. Drive me, brood for a while. Zayajian yelled and opened his eyes sharply. The thunder and lightning on his body also suddenly violently rioted at this moment. A powerful breath, accompanied by a strange power, spread from his body in all directions. Advertisement. Boom. Just when the five of Yahiko were unknown, a roar suddenly spread from above their heads. Then, the thick black cloud in the sky suddenly opened a hole. A beam of very dazzling sunlight directly penetrated the clouds and hit Zayajian's body. Nanny. The four Yahiko's eyes widened in horror, with a stunned expression. Conan also exclaimed, covering his delicate lips in disbelief. Zayajian at this moment is in the sun in the dark. It looks very abrupt, but also very dazzling. Under the strong visual contrast, at this moment, he was like a real god, which made people afraid to look directly at him. Of course, I can't look directly at it, because of being under the dim clouds all the year round. For a while, they couldn't adapt to the dazzling sunlight. It's done. Seeing the electromagnetic force that I just controlled. Sure enough, it can drive the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds to achieve the effect of clearing the clouds. In Zayajian's heart, there was also a burst of inexplicable joy. Relying on manpower to forcibly change the natural environment. Maybe he is the first person in the world of shinobi, right? Rumble. Zayajian once again increased the use of electromagnetic force. The holes in the dark clouds are getting bigger and bigger. The majestic rain in the sky gradually stopped. The sun poured on the wine, and the ground was full of water stains. Yahiko and others, who were all warm under the sun, were all speechless at this moment. Is the leader a god? Looking at the bigger and bigger holes in the sky, after a long time, Nagato couldn't help but stammered. In the country of rain, which is shrouded by dark clouds and rain all year round, the sun will appear only 1 or 2 days a year. They really didn't expect that Zayajian was so strong that it could directly change the weather in the country of rain. This also made them feel a kind of reverence from the heart for Zayajian, the most dazzling strong man in the war. Maybe the leader is really a god, right? Hearing Nagato's words, Yahiko couldn't help muttering to himself. Chapter 260 Rinnegan's Disposal Method? How about it? As the beginning of our plan, this is not bad, right? Lined up the clouds, a big hole nearly 1,000 meters away. Zayajian just smiled and fell from the sky. At this moment, this area is all under the sun. And the area outside the hole was still pouring heavy rain as before. This strange and spectacular scene, in the eyes of the Yahiko people, is simply a miracle. A beautiful and amazing miracle. This is more than good. We haven't seen Tai Yang for a long time. Unexpectedly, the leader, your strength is actually strong to such an extent. Hearing Zayajian's words, Yahiko couldn't help but smile. However, thinking that the stronger Zayajian's strength is, the higher the success rate of the plan of oneself and others will be. So while his heart relaxed, he was also a little excited. No, Master Chief. I have a question, I want to ask you. Just when Yahiko's words fell, Nagato looked at Zayajian hesitantly. He wanted to ask Zayajian a question from just now, but since they have not yet decided whether or not to agree to Zayajian's plan, they did not ask. But at this moment, Zayajian has become the leader of himself and others, so he doesn't have too many worries. If you have any questions, just ask. You don't need to be too formal. Seeing Nagato feel somewhat restrained, Zayajian replied with a smile. Yahiko is not dead at this time, and Nagato is not in the original book, the guy full of hatred and self-proclaimed god all day. So at this moment, his character is a bit shy and a little inferior. Yeah, just now you said that my eyes are a pair of eyes that are not clear. Do you know my eyes? Hearing Zayajian's words, Nagato took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. After speaking, he looked at Zayajian hopefully. Since he was a child, he knew that his eyes had a special power. Because whenever he loses control of his emotions, that kind of power will come in and out of his eyes subconsciously. But that kind of power is very powerful. Advertisement. But it didn't make Nagato feel a little happy. On the contrary, he felt that he was very different and very scared. He is afraid that when he loses control of his emotions, he will unknowingly hurt his cherished companions. This also caused him to have a slight inferiority complex since his childhood. Are your eyes? Well, then I will tell you. Hearing the question asked by Nagato, Zayajian raised his eyes and glanced at his eyes. Akatsuki's organization cannot be done by herself all the time. Therefore, we must find a strong person to guard Akatsuki's organization and development. And Nagato in front of him is undoubtedly the best candidate. So Zayajian is not going to hide from them about Nagato's eyes. Yahiko, Conan, and the others all hardened their ears when they heard Zayajian's words. because they are also very curious about Nagato's different eyes. Your eyes are called Rinnegan. The former sage of six paths also had such eyes. These eyes are known to possess the ability to create and destroy the world. Of course, there may be a hint of exaggeration, but even so, you should know how powerful these eyes are, right? As for why I said, your eyes are unknown. In fact, it does not mean that its power is unknown, or that it will bring disasters. It's that the owner of these eyes was not originally you, but was transplanted to you. Seeing Nagato and others, they all looked at themselves attentively. Zayajian didn't lose their appetite, but said slowly. But halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Yahiko's unbelievable voice. What? These eyes aren't Nagato's? Yahiko exclaimed, looking into Nagato's eyes with a face full of disbelief. When Zayajian mentioned Sage of Six Paths just now, it was enough to shock them. Because of Sage of Six Paths? That is a fictional character in myths and legends. In view of Zayajian's great strength, they believed that Zayajian would not lie to them. But when it comes to Nagato's eyes, they were transplanted to Nagato's body, which made them a little horrified. After hearing Zayajian's words, Nagato couldn't help but subconsciously raised his hand and stroked his eyes. As far as I know, Rinnegan is absolutely impossible to be born, but a step-by-step approach. So I guess, what might someone want to achieve with Nagato? That's why I secretly transplanted my own Rinnegan to Nagato. Advertisement. Zayajian pretended to ask, and then said with certainty. Regarding Uchiha Madara's news, he could not disclose it at will, and it is not convenient to tell them. 0. Seeking flowers? 0. So I can only fabricate one reason and use it for everyone in Tangsai. Then what should I do? Hearing Zayajian once again confirmed that his eyes were transplanted. So Nagato also got a little bit of Liashin Wazu. He didn't like it at first, these uncontrollable eyes. Hearing Zayajian's analysis at this moment, it may be that someone wants to use themselves to achieve some ulterior purpose. This made him suddenly feel a little anxious and uneasy in his heart. Do not worry. Although I don't know what the other party's purpose is for transplanting Rinnegan to you, but I have some understanding of these eyes. So I will teach you how to control the power of these eyes. At that time, even if the other party comes to you, you won't have to worry so much. And no matter what the other party's purpose is, since he transplanted his eyes onto your body, then this may be a big benefit for our Akatsuki organization. We can also use Rinnegan's power to strengthen our organization and realize world peace plans. Feeling Nagato's worry and anxiety, Zayajian stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder, comfortingly said. Since he has entered the Akatsuki organization, Zayajian will not allow Uchiha Madara to come and get his eyes back. He hadn't settled accounts with him for the matter of pulling 9 tails out of Kushina's body. Yes, Nagato. And you are not alone. You still have us, as well as the leader. Yahiko, who also felt Nagato's anxiety, also reached out and patted Nagato's shoulder to comfort him. If you knew Rinnegan's secret long ago, perhaps Yahiko would also be very worried. But after seeing Zayajian just now, after the strength that directly affects the natural environment, he is no longer so worried. He believed that even if Rinnegan's master came, and if he waited for others to lose, then Lord Zayajian would stand up. Yes, I will transplant my eyes on you without your consent. If he wants to come and get it back, it's not that simple. At this moment, Konan also opened his mouth to comfort Nagato. After speaking, she secretly glanced at Zayajian. Chapter 261 Don't be broken by you? Thank you, thank you. Feeling everyone's concern for him, Nagato thanked him with a choked voice. This also allowed Zayajian to see Nagato again, which is completely different from the original Blackened Post. Nagato in the original book is ruthless and can do nothing to achieve his goals. As long as it is someone who has influenced his plan, even his teacher Jiraiya, he can kill without hesitation. At this time, Nagato, who does not have Blacken, appears very simple and weak. In terms of character, they are completely at 2 different extremes. Okay, next. I will tell Nagato what I know about Rinnegan. I came here to look for you secretly this time, so I have to hurry back as soon as possible. Seeing Nagato relieved from anxiety, Zayajian said with a smile to Nagato and the people. During this trip, he only greeted Kushina, who lived with him, without even notifying Mikato. So he couldn't stay in the country of rain for a long time, so as not to make them both worry about themselves. Yes, Master Chief. After hearing Zayajian's words, everyone responded with serious expressions. Since Zayajian lined up the dark clouds just now and let the sun shine down, everyone's attitude towards him has also slightly changed. If they were a little frightened by Zayajian's strength before, then they are gone now. Because they are so powerful as Zayajian, they believe that the plan is likely to really succeed. Moreover, following such a powerful leader makes them feel slightly proud. Therefore, regardless of their good reputation or bad reputation, if they want to open it at this moment, they have no worries. For peace, just have a clear conscience. Nagato, don't resist. After seeing the people answer, Zayajian stretched out his finger to tap Nagato's forehead. Then, with the power of the gemstone of the mind, I simulated a short memory segment of the Rinnegan ability I knew, and transmitted it directly to Nagato's brain. Because I don't know how Rinnegan uses it. Therefore, these memory fragments can only give Nagato a reference direction. As for how to use it, he still had to rely on him to explore according to the moves. But these moves are all skills that Nagato used in Hokage's original book. So Zayajian believes that after having a reference, he will be able to control these skills quickly. These abilities are so powerful. The memory fragment is very short. In just a moment of breathing, Nagato is all over. At this time, Nagato closed his eyes subconsciously for 2 seconds, and suddenly widened his eyes with an exclamation. Because the ability reference passed by Zaojian is far more powerful than the ninjutsu that Jiraiya gave them. Advertisement. Even he, who occasionally burst out Rinnegan's power, did not expect Rinnegan to be so strong. Okay, then you will follow the method I gave you and practice hard. As long as you learn them all, then Ninja World Peace can be one step faster. Seeing Nagato exclaiming, Zaojian couldn't help but smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Yes, Master Chief. Nagato took a step back solemnly. Then suddenly he bent over and bowed to Zaojian. He has always been very afraid of the ability to use his eyes, so he often suppresses it. At this moment, from the memory fragments Zaojian gave him, he finally stopped being afraid of the power of these eyes. It can be regarded as eliminating a frustration in his heart. Yeah, correct. Although I became Akatsuki's new leader. But sometimes, I don't have time to take care of both sides at the same time. So during my absence? Then Akatsuki, you should lead Yahiko. Seeing Nagato's behavior, Zaojian nodded. After raising his head, he smiled at Yahiko again. He needs to play a positive role, so he will stay behind the scenes of Akatsuki when it is not necessary. So Akatsuki's headquarters needs a leader. And this person, Yahiko, is the most suitable. Because he was originally the former leader, the people's hearts are also popular. Yes, Master Chief? Hearing Zaojian's words, Yahiko nodded solemnly. The 4 people beside them did not express any opinions. Because they were originally because of Yahiko's optimism, they came together to form the Akatsuki organization. So they naturally have no problem with being led by Yahiko again. Well, that's fine. But you don't need to worry too much. Although I am not in Akatsuki's stronghold, we can still keep in touch at any time. If something happens, you can also contact me through this thing. And I'm at the fastest speed. It only takes an hour or so to rush directly from Konoha village to the land of rain. Seeing Yahiko's faces filled with seriousness and dignity, Zaojian suddenly laughed. After speaking, he took out a phone bug from the ninja bag around his waist and gave it to Yahiko. Then I taught them how to use phone worms to contact each other. Since Konoha's war ended, Zaojian's phone worm has also been collected from the Hokage building. Advertisement. At this moment, handing one of them to the Akatsuki organization also happens to allow oneself to remotely control the Akatsuki organization for planning. Is there such a convenient communication tool? This is great. Yahiko said in amazement after receiving the phone bug from Zaojian. The handset on the back of the phone worm was uncovered and put down by him, and then he uncovered it again curiously several times. Playing with the phone bug repeatedly, Zaojian is also a black line. Forget it, it's better not to leave this phone worm to you for safekeeping. There are only 2 of these things in the shinobi world. If it is broken by you, it is really gone. Zaojian, with a face of shame, stretched out his hand and took back the phone worm. He glanced over several people, and then handed the phone worm to Konan. When Konan saw the phone worm handed by Zaojian, he also answered with surprise. Although she was equally curious, she had been observing the phone worm. But because of her calm and gentle personality, and her relationship with being a woman, she seemed a lot more cautious. Seeing that the phone worm was snatched by Zaojian and handed over to Konan, Yahiko also smiled bitterly. Well, things are basically over. Then I will go back. If something happens, we will contact each other on the phone. Ignore Yahiko's sad eyes. After Zaojian finished speaking, his legs kicked slightly on the ground. He rose from the ground in an instant and flew out in the direction of Konoha Village 3.0. In just a few breaths, he disappeared above the dark clouds in the distance, and disappeared above the sky. The strength of the leader is really too strong. Seeing Zaojian almost disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, staring at Nagato, who was looking up at Rinnegan, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Yes, it's not only powerful, even thinking is much more mature than us. Is this a genius from the same village as Mr. Jiraiya? Konan, who held the phone worm with both hands, was also looking at the direction Zaojian had left. But in her eyes, there was an inexplicable brilliance that she didn't know. Go and wake up your companions first. They are still in a faint at the moment. Yahiko, who also watched Zaojian disappear, turned his head back with a smile. After speaking, he also took the lead to return to the cave again. Chapter 262 Shocking Robbery? In a blink of an eye, Zaojian returned from the country of rain, and 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, he accompanied Mikoto and Kushina as usual during the day. Occasionally, I can bring 2 women to have a picnic near Konoha and enjoy the fun of life. In the evening, through a telephone bug, the Akatsuki organization in the country of rain was contacted remotely to let the plan develop slowly. It is worth mentioning that after Zaojian and the people's consolation, Nagato, who has obtained Zaojian's memory reference, has been able to initially control gravity and repulsion. This made Akatsuki's organization grow faster than Zaojian expected. And as long as you wait until Nagato, you can completely control the gravitational and repulsive forces. Then they can also start recruiting people to grow the Xiao organization. Master Zaojian, 3rd generation, please come over. To the east of Konoha village, by a small stream not far away, Zaojian, Mikoto, and Kushina are grilling fish in full swing. At this moment, an Umbu officer ran over to inform Zaojian out of breath. Judging from its appearance, it seems that something major has happened. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing Umbu seemed a little rushed, Zayajian couldn't help frowning. The war on Konoha is over long ago. Moreover, the order of Konoha village has been restored to the right track a long time ago. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything anxious about the senior people looking for him, but Umbu's state seemed to be slightly wrong. I don't know the specifics, but before I came to inform you, a few sand shinobi came to the village. Moreover, there are many obvious injuries on their bodies. Hearing Zayajian's question, Umbu replied respectfully and truthfully. He is not Umbu who is standing by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was the Umbu staff on duty outside the Hokage building. Therefore, he was also notified to come and look for Zayajian, so he really did not know what was going on in the Hokage building. However, the order he received was to recall Zayajian quickly. So he kicked hurriedly all the way. Okay, I get it. You go back first, I'll go right away. After listening to Umbu's words, Zayajian thought for a while, then waved his hand to persuade Umbu to leave. Since he didn't understand, he didn't bother to think about it. Just ask Sarutobi Hiruzen, what's the matter? Advertisement. I can't accompany you to grill fish today. If I don't come back for a while, then you can go back to the village by yourself. After sending away Umbu, Zayajian put down the grilled fish in his hand, turned his head and smiled at Mikoto and Kushina. Since the return of the Rain Country, Nine Tails has been asking Zayajian. Ask him why he knows something like Rinnegan? And Zayajian also told Nine Tails about the real owner of Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara. I also took this opportunity to tell Nine Tails Uchiha Madara's real plan. So although, this is not Konoha village, but outside Konoha village. But Zayajian is not too worried, Kushina and Mikoto are safe. Because he had just reached a consensus with Nine Tails in Kushina's body not long ago. When Kushina is in danger, it will also lend a helping hand and turn on the Nine Tails chakra mode for Kushina. In exchange, Zayajian transferred it from the 5 elements seal to the 8 sign seal. And also promised it, will never let Uchiha Madara's plan succeed. So at this time, even if Uchiha Madara comes to Kushina's trouble, if Kushina can't beat the opponent, there is no big problem to run away. You go back first. Since Master 3rd Generation is looking for you, there must be something important. Yeah, you can go back. Sister Mikoto and I are going to pick mushrooms after the grilled fish. You can't help much anyway. Hearing Zayajian's words, Mikoto nodded with a smile. And Kushina coaxed and laughed. The relationship between the three is getting better and better, so Zayajian gave a look, and they all knew what Zayajian was thinking. That's fine, then you pick more, and I will make mushroom soup for you in the evening. Hearing the words of the two women, Zayajian also said with a smile. After the voice fell, he kicked his legs slightly and flew out in the direction of the village. Gee. With the sound of breaking through the sky, Zayajian fell from the sky and landed outside the Hokage building. Then he walked straight into the building and walked over to Hokage's office. Because the Konoha war has ended. Therefore, the high-level leaders and patriarchs have long since no need to routinely come to the Hokage building every day. Therefore, the Hokage building now looks a little colder than before. Of course, this is only the situation on the 2nd and 3rd floors. In the task hall on the 1st floor, because of the victory of the war, more commissions were received. Therefore, the mission hall on the 1st floor is full of people. Master 3rd Generation, what can I do? Advertisement. Go outside the Hokage office on the 3rd floor. Zayajian knocked on the door, then pushed in. At the moment, in the office, besides 3rd Generation himself, there are Danzo, 2 consultants, and 3 embarrassed sand shinobi. The compensation from Tsunagakuer was robbed near Yoshikawa town. Your perception skills are the strongest in Konoha, so the old man intends to send you to check it out. Seeing Zayajian's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not tremble. He directly stated the purpose of summoning him. What? Tsunagakuer's compensation was robbed. Who is so brave to dare to pay Konoha's compensation? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Zayajian's face was shocked. After all, that is a huge amount of nearly tens of billions. I also heard that Tsunagakuer may have to empty his family in order to make up for this compensation. I didn't expect that the indemnity that was collected in a single move was actually robbed. We don't know who it is. The 497 moment when the other party launched a surprise attack, all 3 of us were stunned. When we wake up, there will be a team of dozens of people, and there will only be 3 of us left. Even the elder who transported the compensation with us was killed by the other party. Hearing what Zayajian said, a sand shinobi choked and answered. The bodies of the other 2 sand shinobi were also shaking uncontrollably. After all, he lost such a huge compensation, but only the 3 of them survived. This made the 3 of them do not know what kind of punishment or accusation they will face when they wait for someone to return to the village. Zayajian, your speed is fast. You go and check it out near Yoshikawa town. I have sent someone to inform the K9 family, and the Abarame family. When they arrive, I will let them rush over to assist you, and I must recover Sand Shinobi's compensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zayajian solemnly and said, Tsunagakuer's compensation was robbed, which is not a trivial matter. If it is not handled well, Tsunagakuer and the ninja world suspect that it will be Konoha village's own hands and feet, then it will be implicated in Konoha village. And this, but it involves the foundation of a village's credit. So in this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help but be a little sloppy. Okay, let me check it out first. Knowing that the matter was serious, Zayajian also nodded. After speaking, he flew out directly from the office window. Chapter 263. Could it be that Kakuzu did it? Yoshikawa is not too far from Konoha. It takes about an hour or so to reach it. Zayajian arrived at his destination in 10 minutes while flying at high speed. After arriving in Yoshikawa, Zayajian knew where the incident happened without even having to perceive it. Because the civilians in Yoshikawa town are densely surrounding the scene of the accident, and they continue to make all kinds of exclamations and discussions. The sound of breaking through the air? Zayajian came to the sky above the crowd of onlookers. Everyone, don't turn over the corpse, so as not to destroy the clues of the murderer. Among the crowd of onlookers, several elderly and young people were trying to check the dead bodies at the scene. Zayajian, who fell from the sky, hurriedly dissuaded them loudly. With so many people circled here, he can't sense the breath left by the murderer. If you arbitrarily move the incident to the scene, it is very likely that even the enemy's clues will be erased. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to recover Tsunagakure's compensation. May I ask you are? Zayajian, who fell from the sky, gave everyone who was about to look at the dead shocked. After reacting, an old man with a mustache looked at Zayajian with some confusion and asked. Because the war was over, Zayajian did not wear a jonin vest, but in ordinary casual clothes. And he didn't wear Konoha's forehead protector on his body. Therefore, people are not sure what the identity of Zayajian is. Underneath is Konoha jonin, Baiyun Zayajian. Please leave the scene of the incident first, and leave it to me to deal with it. Seeing that the crowd seemed to be centered on the elderly, Zayajian also bowed his hands politely. At the same time, he reported his name to the people. Baiyun Zayajian. Is this Lord Zayajian of Konoha village? As soon as Zayajian's voice fell, the two young men beside the old man suddenly exclaimed. After all, the name Baiyun Zayajian, during this period of time, it can be said that everyone has been thrilled. It is also the hottest topic among all people's after-dinner talks during this period of time. After hearing the name Zayajian reported, other people also looked at Zayajian dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the great hero of Konoha village, country of fire. It was alive and appeared in front of them. Yes, it's underneath. Seeing the reaction of the people, Zayajian also nodded. Before he reported his name, he already knew that they would be like this. Master Zayajian, hello. I am the mayor of this Yoshikawa town. May I ask what is going on? Hearing Zayajian reconfirmed his identity, the old man was immediately enthusiastic and raised his hand. Advertisement. Zayajian also raised his hand and shook the old man. This Sand Shinobi team was originally going to Konoha village, but they encountered an attack here. I just received the news, so I came here urgently. Mayor, you should always evacuate the surrounding people first, lest they accidentally destroy the clues of the murderer. After answering the old man's words, Zayajian said solemnly, okay, I'm going to evacuate the crowd. Seeing Zayajian's face, he was slightly solemn. Knowing things here may be more complicated than I thought. So the mayor quickly responded to Zayajian, then led the few people beside him, withdrew from the scene of the incident, and went to evacuate the crowd. After a while, a burst of exclamation and noise came out from the crowd of onlookers. I heard the mayor say that Baiyun Zayajian fell from the sky, and the crowd was full of excitement. But in order not to hinder the affairs of Lord Zayajian, they were still evacuated under the persuasion of the mayor. And Zayajian also began to observe the surroundings carefully after the crowd evacuated. Not long after, he drew a conclusion from the distribution of Sand Shinobi's corpses. That is, these Sand Shinobi were killed by the enemy in a sneak attack group almost at the same time. Because of the distribution of their bodies, they are all very close. And there was no sign of running away. What is this? Zayajian with super dynamic vision did not miss any corner of the scene of the incident. So soon, he found another strange thing. That is a weird and disgusting black thread. It was like an iron worm in a praying mantis. Could it be that? Did Kakuzu do this? The moment he saw this black line, Zayajian's heart suddenly subconsciously came up with this idea. But since I haven't seen it with my own eyes, what Kakuzu's grievances look like. So he is just skeptical. You can't be 100% sure of what you think in your mind. Kagura's eyes. The moment I close my eyes, Zayajian's perception quickly radiated to the surroundings. But what made him regretful was that when his perception reached the limit of more than 100 kilometers, he still didn't sense the existence of any strong people around him. It seems that I can only wait for the ninjas from the dog family and the Abarame family to arrive. Zayajian sighed slightly regretfully. Advertisement. Although he had a suspicious goal, he didn't feel the other person, so he had no other way. Master Zayajian, the crowd has all been evacuated. Is there anything we can help? If you need to, Mr. Zayajian, please speak up. Just as Zayajian sighed and was about to wait for the dog family and Abarame tracking experts, a voice suddenly interrupted his contemplation. After evacuating the crowd, the mayor of the town returned and walked back. But because Zayajian had given an explanation before, let them not destroy the scene. So at this moment, they all stood outside the scene of the incident and shouted loudly. Mayor, what happened here? Are there any witnesses in your town? Or, have you seen any suspicious characters? Hearing the shouts of the mayors, Zayajian also walked up slowly. And at this moment, he has no other choice but to wait for support. So holding on to the idea of the blind cat meeting the dead mouse, I asked with some doubts. Is there an eyewitness? There really are. Hearing Zayajian's question, the mayor nodded, and then slowly said, "People in the town heard the noise here, so they came over to check. It is said that someone saw that 3 people fled in this direction in a panic." After speaking, the mayor stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Konoha, with a very positive look. "The 3 are not, they are going to Konoha to report the news." Hearing the words of the mayor, Zayajian shook his head slightly regretfully. But he was not discouraged either, because he hadn't had much hope in the first place. There is also a suspicious. It is said that there is a sound here, and it hasn't been long since it came out. Aunt Lily, who was washing clothes in Moon Lake, saw Monozhao, a figure running hurriedly across the lake. Moreover, the opponent's speed is very fast, and it disappears in the blink of an eye. Just when Zayajian shook his head, feeling a little regretful, a young man beside the mayor provided him with another clue. Moon Lake. So what? Hearing what the young man said, Zayajian asked eagerly. According to the time he said, the other party is indeed very suspicious. There is a small lake not far to the right, and there is Moon Lake. I saw Zayajian looking at myself and talking to myself. The young man was a little excited at once, and raised his hand to show Zayajian a direction. "Mayor, please help me take care of the scene. My companion will arrive in about an hour. At that time, please hand over this black thread to them." After getting the answer from the youth, Zayajian handed the black thread he found to the mayor. Then he kicked his legs on the ground lightly, and quickly lost directly in the direction directed by the youth. Chapter 264 Your Excellency, do you want to eat black? Found it. Sure enough, it's Kakuzu. After passing through Moon Lake, Zayajian flew forward for hundreds of kilometers. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a strong presence in his range of perception. The opponent's body is full of chakras with 5 different attributes. This also allowed him to immediately confirm the thoughts in his mind. Generally speaking, ninjas are mainly one kind of chakra, and the rest are slightly weaker. As for the people he perceives, the 5 chakras all reach the same level. This is even more balanced than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is a ninja doctor. Only Kakuzu, who has 5 hearts, can do it. What? Zayajian used the power of the gem of the soul to cover up his breath. Then he flew to Kakuzu, who was running, speeding up. But at this moment, Kakuzu suddenly turned a corner and entered an empty cave. After hard planning for half a month, "I hope Sunagakuer, but don't let me down." Kakuzu, who entered the cave, murmured a word. After the voice fell, he stretched his hand into the bag on his back and took out a scroll of book 497 with secret words written on it. And on the scroll, there are 2 seals wrapped around it. This is enough to show that the things stored in this reel are not simple. Summoning technique solution. Well, after opening the scroll, Kakuzu bit his finger and made a mark. Then he slapped on the scroll. The technique above the scroll spread rapidly to the surroundings. At this moment, a burst of white smoke suddenly surged out in all directions. The size of a hill, with a huge amount of banknotes worth nearly tens of billions of dollars, also appeared in the cave. The space in the cave was squeezed. Ha 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 ha. A lot of money. It's worthy of being one of the 5 ninja villages. Sure enough, it didn't let me plan in vain for half a month. Seeing the banknotes that appeared, Kakuzu couldn't help laughing wildly. Advertisement. To be honest, he was a little nervous just now. He was afraid that the greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. But now, he is obviously very satisfied with the hill of banknotes in front of him. Among the pile of banknotes you grabbed, there is also one of mine. Just when Kakuzu was full of ecstasy, a voice of Yalu suddenly came over. Although the sound was not loud, it was undoubtedly a thunderous bang when it came into Kakuzu's ears. After all, let's not talk about the origin of his money. Just because of his cage-level strength, being so easily approached without being noticed was enough to shock him. "Who is your excellency? Why follow me?" Kakuzu's mood changed from ecstasy to surprise. In a state of intense emotional fluctuations, he didn't even notice what Zayajian had just said. After reacting at this moment, he immediately turned around and confronted Zayajian with a vigilant expression on his face. "Kakuzu, a former elite member of Longian village. Because of the village's dispatch, I went to assassinate First Hokage. However, after the mission failed, he was brutally treated and severely punished by the village. So you took away the secret art that was regarded as a treasure by the village, and killed all the high-level people in the village. What I said is not wrong." Zayajian stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at Kakuzu, who was on the verge of an enemy with a mocking expression. Because of the light, from Kakuzu's perspective, he can't see the appearance of Zayajian. It's the same principle as black under the lamp. "You actually investigated me. Who are you?" Kakuzu asked with a very embarrassed face before standing on the banknotes. If he is followed unknowingly, he will be very shocked. So now, it is already at the level of horror. After all, although he is the rebel of Longian village, but that, time, decades have passed. It stands to reason that, apart from the money exchange where he often visits, not many people should know him. And Zayajian is obviously not a member of the money exchange, because the people there will not break the rules at all and come out privately to find bounty hunters. "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that among the money you grabbed, there is a share of mine." Looking at the banknotes, Kakuzu, Zayajian, who was looking to protect the banknotes, felt a little speechless in his heart. On the Hokage world, who likes money the most? That is undoubtedly the Kakuzu in front of him. Maybe this can't say that he likes money anymore. Advertisement. Because he has taken money as his belief. Why, do you want to eat black in black? Hearing Zaojian's words, Kakuzu became more alert. Since the other party knew his own information, he dared to stand in front of him so loudly. So he didn't need to think too much to know that the opponent at least had the same level of strength as his own as a reliance. Otherwise, the other party would never dare to appear so relaxed in front of him. Therefore, while Kakuzu spoke, dense black lines grew on his hands and shoulders. The whole person was also very disgusting and weird at this moment. Black eat black. No, you didn't hear me clearly. What I said is, you grabbed my money. Seeing Kakuzu misunderstanding himself, I thought I wanted to share with him. So Zaojian couldn't help but laughed a little helplessly. So, Your Excellency is the ninja of Konoha village. Hearing Zaojian's words again, Kakuzu also reacted. At the same time, his heart was full of suspicion. When did your own information leak to Konoha village again? Bingo. But there are no surprises. Next, I will give you two choices. First, either hand over the money and I will let you make a living. Second, I will kill you and take my own money. Seeing that Kakuzu knew his position, he no longer shivered anymore. At the same time he finished speaking, his body began to emit a golden light of xenon hydrogen. Wait a moment. Your Excellency, is it Konoha village? Baiyun Zaojian. Seeing the golden light emitting from Zaojian's body, Kakuzu was instinctively startled. Because now in the entire ninja realm, there is only one person with golden light in his abilities. That is Baiyun Zaojian, the biggest hero of Konoha village in this war of ninja world. Although Kakuzu also admits to himself, his strength is not bad. However, compared with Baiyun Zaojian who killed Third Raikage in a flash, he knew that he would never be the opponent's opponent. Therefore, seeing Zaojian glow with golden light, Kakuzu can be frightened. Chapter 265 Kunsi's words are quick and easy. It's me? Then two choices, which one do you want to choose? Seeing Kakuzu's hairy appearance, Zaojian suddenly laughed unconsciously. He originally wanted to scare Kakuzu a bit, and he didn't really plan to kill the right party. Because in Hokage's original work, Kakuzu was originally a member of Akatsuki. And Zaojian's original plan was to wait for Nagato to control gravity and repulsion before letting them expand the strength of Akatsuki. In the original work of Kakuzu, one of the members of Akatsuki's organization is also in his expanded list. So he just deliberately frightened Kakuzu, and in the end he must let him escape. What Zaojian didn't expect was that after Kakuzu guessed his identity, he immediately became like this. Should I compliment him, that he who knows the current affairs is a good man? I didn't expect Konoha village to send you directly, this time I admit it. You can take the money back. Seeing this person in front of me, it is really Baiyun Zaojian from Konoha village. Kakuzu took a deep breath, then retracted his tentacles, and moved a step aside. Although he likes money very much, it's true, but it would be foolish to choose money if he knows that he is defeated. Although Kakuzu made a choice, his tone of voice still seemed a bit difficult when it came to money. Why, it looks like you are very unwilling to give up. Well, let me give you a chance. I won't move, let you 3 tricks. If you can hurt half of my vellus hair, or a piece of clothing, then you can just take the money. And I take it as I have never met you. But after 3 moves, if you still can't hurt me, then you must promise me one condition. How about it? Do you want to try this opportunity? When I saw Kakuzu talk about money, his expression was a little struggling. So Zaojian's eyes rolled and said to him seductively, if Kakuzu is recruited in advance, it seems to be a good choice. You are serious. Aren't you lying to me? It was originally decided to give up this huge Kakuzu. After hearing Zaojian's words, the heart suddenly and unconsciously beat fiercely. But he was still a little uncertain whether Zaojian was serious or was telling lies. Advertisement. After all, in his opinion, although he may not be able to beat Zaojian, but hurt his vellus hair or the corners of his clothes, isn't that a simple matter? As soon as the man said a word, of course it will be difficult to chase after him. But if you want to try, then you have to think about failure. If my condition is for you to die, then you must die in front of me unconditionally, instead of giving me tricks to die. Seeing Kakuzu's suspicious expression, Zaojian confirmed to him with a smile on his face. After he finished speaking, Kakuzu immediately fell into thought. Okay, it's hard to chase after a word. I promised you. Looking at the banknote and Zaojian, he wondered for a while. Kakuzu gritted his teeth suddenly and said seriously. Although Zaojian made such exaggerated rules, it is enough to make people understand how confident Yamato really is. But looking at the huge sum of nearly tens of billions of dollars, right in front of him, Kakuzu couldn't help but agree. Certainly. In his opinion, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will fight for it. And since Zaojian has made such a rule, then his condition is definitely not to let himself die. After all, if you really want to die, isn't it a superfluous act? So Kakuzu didn't hesitate for too long, and he made up his mind. Okay, put the money away first, I'll wait for you outside. Seeing Kakuzu made a choice, Zaojian suddenly laughed. He knew that this guy could not withstand the temptation of this huge sum of money. Sure enough, he still wanted to give it a try. After speaking, Zaojian walked straight out of the cave. After a while, Kakuzu sealed the money in the scroll again, and then walked out with a solemn expression. Do it. If I take 2 steps from where I am, it will also count as a win for you. Outside the cave, on a flat terrain, Zaojian Shishiren stood opposite Kakuzu, and once again added a rule to him to make his winning side look bigger. Okay, then let me try it out. How powerful is the strongest strength in the ninja world? 0. Seeking flowers? 0. Advertisement. Hearing Zayajian's words, Kakuzu temporarily put the scroll back into Kabuto, and said seriously, "The strongest in the ninja world?" After Kakuzu's words were finished, Zayajian was slightly confused. Has he been recognized as the strongest existence in the ninja world? I see. No wonder Kakuzu made the choice to return the huge sum of money immediately after confirming that it was him. It turns out that he has been recognized by the ninja world as the strongest ninja. Lightning-style pseudo-darkness. At the moment Zayajian fell into deep thought, Kakuzu had already launched an attack. A huge and sharp thunder gun, after the completion of Kakuzu's seal, instantly lost towards Zayajian in a straight line from the air. The speed was so fast that the attack had already arrived in front of Zayajian in the blink of an eye. 0. But after seeing the lightning-style attack, Zayajian smiled and let the attack hit him. Boom. There was a loud noise. The thunder gun instantly penetrated behind Zayajian. Then Zayajian, who stood on the ground, was unscathed with a smile on his face. "Nanny, what's the matter? It's obvious that I hit it." Kakuzu looked at Zayajian with horror, his expression a little unbelievable. If Zayajian defended his attack, he wouldn't be so surprised. But Zayajian hadn't made any movements, but he was still unscathed, which made him a little confused. "Use your full strength, no more temptation. Such a simple attack is ineffective to me." Looking at Kakuzu who was full of horror, Zayajian said with a smile on his face. Although Kakuzu's lightning style was attacked while he was thinking about things. But for Zayajian, the lightning style attack has no effect at all. So he compared Kakuzu's powerful lightning style to a simple attack, and he didn't make a mistake. Inhale. Sure enough, there are no avatars under the prestige, then I don't need to be polite. Hearing Zayajian's words, Kakuzu took a deep breath, then his face became heavy again. Chapter 266 Say, what are your conditions? Secret technique resentment. Kakuzu yelled loudly after Juyin was finished. Then the 4 black tentacles suddenly broke through the skin of his back, and separated from his body like a creature. Then 4 groups of black tentacles, under the control of Kakuzu, quickly surrounded Zayajian in the center. Wind style suppress. Fire style is bone chilling. Lightning style pseudo darkness. Water style water dragon technique. After the grievances surrounded Zayajian, Kakuzu looked at Zayajian again. Seeing that he was still looking relaxed, Kakuzu quickly became a seal again. Boom rumble dash. At the moment it was printed, 4 loud noises came out at the same time. The 4 different attacks of wind, fire, thunder, and water also roared 510 towards Zayajian who was surrounded by them. However, Zayajian's complexion remained unchanged in the face of this collapsed mountain and cracked rock, enough to instantly kill cage-level siege. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Just when he attacked and was only about 1 meter away from him, Zayajian suddenly opened his hands left and right. Electromagnetic force was also at this moment, centered on Zayajian, burst out suddenly in all directions. Boom rumble dash. 4 powerful ninjutsu attacks stopped Zayajian for a second. Then he bounced back at a faster speed. Nanny. Kakuzu, who was staring at Zayajian, saw this weird scene, and his eyes widened in horror. After reacting, his legs also leaped to the ground and shot out to the rear. At this time, the repulsive force created by Zayajian's electromagnetic force also spread to this place in an instant. The layers of the earth collapsed, and countless pieces of rubble and mud were directly lifted out. The few trees around were also uprooted. As for the grievances of the 4 groups around Zayajian, they were blasted away by the repulsive force a long time ago. Boom! The earth quaked and smoke filled the sky. When the violent movement stopped, a huge cave had been formed within a distance of 100 meters centered on Zayajian. Advertisement. And the only place that survived the disaster was the ground under his feet. Because that is Zayajian, the place to stay. At this moment, the ground under his feet was like a high tower, standing straight in the center of the huge hole. Guru. What kind of mighty force is this to cause such destructive power? Kakuzu, who was outside the giant pit, swallowed subconsciously. His expression was stunned with horror. If it weren't for his high combat experience and consciousness in the past 100 years, he would definitely have been affected just now. As for the end, even he was not sure whether he would survive. You have 1 chance left. Just when Kakuzu was so shocked that it was beyond words, Zayajian's voice suddenly spread from the center of the big pit. Although Kakuzu was nearly 100 meters away from Zayajian at this moment, he had no idea of escaping with the money. After all, from the performance of Zayajian just now, Kakuzu has been able to determine that the opponent is much better than himself. Moreover, Zayajian was hailed as the fastest person in the ninja world. With his speed, he could not escape even if he wanted to escape. Inhale. It deserves to be the strongest in the shinobi world. But I haven't given up either. Looking at Zayajian through the big pit, Kakuzu suddenly jumped out of the big pit and rushed towards Zayajian. Since long-range attack is useless, he can only choose to attack melee. After all, before launching an attack, he didn't count the moves. Therefore, he was also certain that Zayajian would not knock himself into the air before he made a move. Earth-style Earth Spear. Kakuzu yelled loudly while running. The color of the arm also became darker and darker at this moment, and finally turned black. It looks a bit like armament haki. Boom. Running to the center of the big pit, Kakuzu jumped straight up. The pitch-black right arm also slammed into the past like Zayajian. Good job. Seeing Kakuzu choose a melee attack, he wants to force himself back. So Zayajian took a step back with his right foot and struck Kakuzu with the same punch. And his arm was as black as ink as Kakuzu. Advertisement. But the difference is that Zayajian uses armament haki, while Kakuzu uses earth-style ninjutsu 0. Boom 1 dash. Two black fists violently collided in the air. The aftermath of horror resembled a hurricane, blasting out in all directions. The tower-like ground under Zayajian's feet was also folded into several segments at this moment, and suddenly collapsed. However, Zayajian and Kakuzu were still in the state of fist-to-fist, steadily frozen in the air. However, after the situation was deadlocked for 2 seconds, Zayajian suddenly exerted his force again and violently knocked out the ugly Kakuzu. Boom! There was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and Kakuzu slammed under the big pit fiercely. Moreover, at this moment, the entire right arm of the fist between him and Zayajian was distorted into an irregular appearance. On the other hand, Zayajian, although he has no place to stand, he still floats in the air, obviously not retreating from his original position. Wow! Kakuzu, who got up from the hole, spit out a mouthful of blood. However, with the help of the black tentacles, the arm was gradually corrected back. I lost? Let's talk about it. What are your conditions? After his arm recovered, Kakuzu took out the scroll and threw it directly at Zayajian floating in the sky. At this moment, he also understood that he and Zayajian were not at the same level at all. Because when Zayajian fisted him just now, he could obviously feel that Zayajian didn't use 3.0 to give his full strength. Moreover, his name shocked the Ninja Realm's Flash Escape, but also did not use it. Go to the country of rain and join an organization called Akatsuki. Seeing that Kakuzu knows current affairs so well, Zayajian who took the scroll also laughed. So much time was wasted, of course, to solicit Kakuzu. Akatsuki organization. Hearing Zayajian's words, Kakuzu frowned. Because he wandered in the ninja world for so many years, he had never heard of this force. That is a powerful force with great potential, but it has just begun to take off at this stage. And I am the leader of that force. Seeing Kakuzu's some doubts, Zayajian smiled and explained it to him. Chapter 267 Tsunade Haunts? Okay, I promised you. I also want to see what kind of power organization your so-called potential is huge. After hearing Zayajian's condition, Kakuzu did not hesitate to agree to it. In fact, he didn't care about what kind of force Akatsuki organization was. On the contrary, it was because Zayajian was the leader, and felt a little surprised. After all, Zayajian is the ninja of Konoha village, but he has established his own power in the country of rain. The purpose is naturally intriguing. Okay, then you can leave as soon as possible, and I will say hello to there. Seeing Kakuzu's agreement, Zayajian also smiled. With the goal achieved, he doesn't need to stay here anymore. So when the voice fell, he flew out. In just 2 breaths, Zayajian disappeared from Kakuzu's sight. On the way back to Yoshikawa, while passing a small town, Zayajian suddenly landed at a low altitude. He originally planned to eat grilled fish with the 2 girls today, but the incident happened suddenly and he hasn't had a meal until now. At this time, he sensed that there was a barbecue restaurant in the town below, so his stomach groaned. Boss, 1 skewer of barbecue, 2 skewer of grilled fish. In the bustling market, Zayajian stood outside a barbecue restaurant, waiting for the boss to cook himself a barbecue. At this moment, a figure suddenly slammed into himself, and Zayajian's brows were slightly frowned. Because he felt that the scroll he had just retrieved from Kakuzu was touched by the person who hit him. When I turned my head, I saw a dark green figure drifting away among the bustling crowd. Interesting. Seeing the disappearing figure, Zayajian thought thoughtfully, and then suddenly laughed unconsciously. Guest, your fish has been grilled, and you are 160 taels. As Zayajian looked at the dark green figure and gradually disappeared from his sight, the voice of the barbecue shop owner also rang. 200 taels, no need to find them. After receiving the grilled fish from the boss, Zayajian dropped the 200 taels and walked up slowly in the direction where the dark green figure disappeared. He didn't rush to chase him in a hurry, because he knew the dark green figure who stole the scroll, and it could be said that he was familiar with it. Advertisement. Tsunade-sama, you went to steal money again. It doesn't seem to be a good thing for us to do this, right? The dark green figure turned around and entered a small alley. A small figure rushed out immediately, closely following her pace. And they were Tsunade and Shizune, who had been out of Konoha for a long time. How do I call stealing? I'm obviously borrowing this. Okay. When I go to the casino to earn it back, I will definitely give it back to him twice. And don't you see what that guy is wearing? Although he is also dressed in casual clothes, that guy's clothes are obviously much more refined than ordinary people, so he definitely doesn't care about the money. Seeing Shizune preaching to himself again, Tsunade suddenly quibbled. The two talked and walked quickly, and within a short while they turned into a hotel. After entering the room for the two of them, Shizune looked around the door with some guilty conscience, and then closed the door tightly. Well, wait a minute, I'll go to the casino to kill. Look at this stealing first, cough cough, first see how much money you borrowed this time. Seeing Shizune closing the door, Tsunade also took out the Shunlei scroll from his body while talking. Summoning technique solution. After opening the scroll, Tsunade, full of expectation, pressed a palm on the unfolded scroll. The white smoke immediately filled the room. The two of Tsunade and Shizune were directly submerged in the banknotes of the full house. Nanny. Shizune, who was buried by the banknotes, hurriedly got out, and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. As far as I can see, there are a mess of emerald green banknotes, and the smell of money spreads throughout the room. The number is so large that it can hardly be estimated with the naked eye. Everything is everything, like an illusory dream. Shizun was so young that he had never seen so much money before, so he subconsciously changed his eyes to the words of $2. But unlike Shizun, he was still a nonchalant Tsunade just now, but at the moment he frowned tightly. She also didn't expect that she stole so much money in the scroll casually. This made her feel that things might be a little big. After all, in the entire ninja world, except for the big names and major ninja villages, almost no one can come up with so much cash. Advertisement. Even the big business groups in the ninja world did not have this strength. Master Tsunade, why don't we run away? With so much money, we don't need to go to the casino anymore. This is enough for us to spend our entire lives. Just as Tsunade was lost in thought, Shizun stammered with some excitement. Originally, she didn't approve of Tsunade stealing money. She always felt that it was a bit bad to do so. But seeing so much money at this time, she was also a little bewildered. Shizun, we may have a big deal. Hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then said in a serious voice. Huh, what do you mean? Shizun looked at Tsunade in a daze, a little unclear. After all, Tsunade doesn't do this kind of thing once or twice, but she has never heard 510 say something like this before. The money may be from the Daming Mansion or from the 5 ninja villages. Nah. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun's little head was shocked. Although she is still young, she doesn't understand anything. Moreover, she and Tsunade are outside, and never touch the ninjas of the 5 ninja villages. I didn't expect that the money stolen this time would come from the Daming Mansion or the 5 major villages. This really caused a big trouble. Then Tsunade-sama, what should we do? After figuring out the trouble, Shizun also shuddered. But she didn't blame Tsunade. After all, the other side treated her so well, just like an elder. There is no way. While he hasn't found it yet, let's put the money back secretly. Upon hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade sighed. Since leaving Konoha, she didn't want to meet the 5 ninja villages at all, because that would evoke her sad memories. Unexpectedly, I picked an unlucky ghost to start today. The other party is actually a ninja in casual clothes. Alala, I didn't expect the little thief who stole money to hide here. Just as Tsunade picked up the scroll on the pile of money and was about to reseal the money bills, a playful voice suddenly chapter 268 guilty Tsunade. He chased him. Master Tsunade, what shall we do? Hearing the sound coming from outside the door, Shizun suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, panicking. They have stolen money from many people before, but they have never been caught. At this moment, the house is full of banknotes. If you want to put it away, it's too late. This made Shizun, who had never encountered such a situation before, felt a little at a loss for a while. Ahem. So this scroll is yours. We picked it up accidentally on the road. Since it is yours, please take it back. Hearing the sound outside the door, Tsunade also panicked. But when she recovered, she immediately coughed twice, pretending to be nonchalant. Only dang. At this moment, the door of the room was opened. Zayajian, while eating grilled fish, stepped into the room full of banknotes. Did you find it on the road? That said, I still want to thank you. But how do I remember that someone touched me away? Zayajian glanced at Tsunade and Shizun, his face pretending to be gloomy and funny. He didn't expect that he would meet Tsunade in this way. And Tsunade's gourd-shaped figure like a giant made Zayajian couldn't help but glance twice. Your scroll was stolen. That's really unfortunate. Fortunately, it was picked up by us. Otherwise, your so much money would really be lost. Seeing Zayajian looking at him, Tsunade's eyes rolled. Then he put his hands on his hips, and said awe-inspiringly. After the voice fell, she nodded alone. It seems that I am very satisfied with my eager rhetoric. But what she didn't know was that because of her hands on hips, the fullness in front of her became even more vivid. Oh, is it really? Seeing that Tsunade was arrested by himself, he still refused to admit it. Advertisement. So Zayajian held back his smile secretly, deliberately sullen his face, and looked at Shizun, who was trembling next to him. I don't know. Seeing Zayajian's face turned black, Shizun suddenly became even more panicked. The tone of speech was stammering. Because of a guilty conscience, his head was buried deeply. Hurry up. Seeing that Shizun revealed a flaw, Tsunade suddenly said something bad. When the voice fell with the same hand, she grabbed Shizun's shoulder. He twisted and raised his fist and rushed straight back. Although she is not afraid of Zayajian, they are the ones who came out to relax and don't want to get involved with the 5 major villages. So Tsunade wanted to take Shizun away without saying a word. Boom. Just when Tsunade punched out and wanted to break through the wall and escape, a bamboo stick suddenly blocked the front of her fist. And she blocked all of her powerful attacks. Nanny. The aftermath of the attack and collision spreads throughout the room, and the banknotes in the house were blown like a goddess. However, Tsunade, whose fist was blocked by the bamboo stick, opened his eyes in horror. Although it was true that she did not exert all her strength, her fist was resisted by a bamboo stick, which was enough to make her feel horrified. If the wall is broken by you, the money will be spilled, in front of Tsunade. Just when Tsunade's face was full of incredible, Zayajian's voice rang out again. But the difference is that Zayajian was originally in the direction of the gate. He was holding a bamboo stick and standing right in front of Tsunade. Tsuna, you call me senior. Tsunade, who was awakened by the sound, suddenly reacted. And she also heard Zayajian, what she called herself. Let's introduce it formally. I am also a ninja in Konoha village. My name is Baiyun Zayajian. Seeing Tsunade looking up and down in confusion, Zayajian smiled and introduced himself. At this moment, he didn't deliberately pretend to be gloomy, and he felt as comfortable as a Wang Chunfang. Not, you are Baiyun Zayajian. Master Zayajian. Advertisement. Upon hearing Zayajian's introduction, Tsunade and Shizune both exclaimed at the same time. Although they have not met Zayajian himself. But in the country of fire, they could not be more familiar with this name. After all, Zayajian is the most dazzling figure in the shinobi world during this time, and there is not one. Yes, it's me. Seeing both of them stared with surprise, Zayajian smiled and confirmed them again. He didn't want to do anything to Tsunade before, so he deliberately teased them. What Zayajian didn't expect was that Tsunade's reaction was so extreme that he wanted to break through the wall and escape. That's it, you are Baiyun Zayajian. It's worthy of being a person who can shine in war, and his strength is extraordinary. Hearing Zayajian reconfirming his identity, Tsunade looked at the bamboo stick in his hand again, and said suddenly. Shizune was also on the side, patted his flat chest, and let out a big sigh of relief. After all, if Zayajian is a Konoha shinobi, it will certainly not make it difficult for them to steal. No, you are Baiyun Zayajian. Since you recognize me, why do you deliberately scare us? After a sudden realization, Tsunade akimbo again, and rushes into the crown. Thinking of Zayajian deliberately scaring the two with a gloomy face just now, she suddenly felt an inexplicable anger. That's not because you stole my scroll first. Moreover, as one of Konoha's Sunin, Tsunade-senpai, you are stealing outside the village. This kind of behavior seems a little uncomfortable, right? Seeing Tsunade wanted to beat him back, Zayajian immediately teased, Litas, and said. After speaking, he took a look at the banknotes all over the floor and motioned to Tsunade. Ahahahaha. Yes. Hearing Zayajian's words, Tsunade immediately hit a little embarrassed haha. At this moment, she no longer defended herself, and could only admit that she was unlucky. Because with Zayajian's strength, she estimated that when she first succeeded, she must have been discovered by the other party. So if she quibble at this moment, she doesn't even believe it herself. And Tsunade-senpai, do you know what money it is? This is the compensation for Tsunagakure's defeat. If you let Master 3rd Generation know that you stole Tsunagakure's compensation, it is estimated that his old man will vomit blood with anger. Seeing Tsunade staring around with some guilty conscience, Zayajian couldn't help but amused again. Chapter 269 Tsunade's careful thinking? Hey, brat. Warning, after you go back, don't talk nonsense. After hearing Zayajian's words, Tsunade couldn't help but tugged at his collar. He pulled him in front of him, and then threatened fiercely. Of course, for Zayajian, this threat from her was naturally weak. After all, Zayajian was teasing her, and he would definitely not tell 3rd Generation. Besides, Zayajian is also much stronger than Tsunade. What does she use to threaten Zayajian? If you don't talk nonsense, then it naturally depends on your performance. Being pulled by Tsunade's collar in front of her, the fragrance of a woman suddenly puffed his nose, and Zayajian couldn't help but feel a little confused. Fortunately, he incorporates the gems of the soul, and his willpower is very firm. This will not reveal the embarrassing appearance of Brother Pig. Performance? What performance? Hearing Zayajian's words, Tsunade frowned. He looked up and down suspiciously. What are you thinking about? Of course you are inviting me to dinner. In order to stop your attack of smashing the wall, my grilled fish didn't even know where it was thrown. Seeing Tsunade's strange eyes, Zayajian suddenly felt 5'10" ashamed. But it is undeniable that Tsunade is indeed very attractive. Coupled with that mature figure like a peach, she has a very fatal temptation. But somehow he is a man with 2 women, so he still has some self-control. And although Zayajian would not pretend to be arrogant, but it's not enough to ask for that kind of price drop. Haha, I thought it was what kind of conditions. Isn't it just a meal? What's the difficulty? Shizune, go and ask the store to get a table of the best wine and food, and then send it to us. Seeing that he had misunderstood Zayajian, Tsunade suddenly smiled awkwardly. Then he turned his head and gave a loud command to Shizune behind him. The look of that big Lala seemed to be really hospitable. Tsunade-sama, but we are gone. Hearing Tsunade's order, Shizune raised his head in doubt, and looked over with some hesitation. Because Tsunade is addicted to gambling, the two of them have long been penniless. Advertisement. These days, although it is unlikely that I have had the last meal and not the next one, it is actually almost the same. Therefore, at this moment, Acta heard Tsunade's words that he was going to serve the best wines and dishes, which made Shizune a little confused. But before she finished speaking, Tsunade interrupted her. If you ask you to go, you can go quickly, what's the matter? Seeing Shizune stammering on the ground motionless, Tsunade immediately yelled. And after speaking, he kept blinking and winking at Shizune. Yes, I understand. Seeing Tsunade blinking at herself, Shizune gave a smile that was uglier than crying. Because the last time Tsunade blinked at her, he was drunk with a major creditor. Then the two of them didn't pay the bill together, so they ran away while the creditor was drunk. But this time, it is not the creditor who has to deal with, but the hero of Konoha village. And his strength may be even more terrifying than Tsunade. This makes Shizune a kind of fearful feeling. However, seeing Master Tsunade constantly winking at himself, Shizune stepped on the banknotes all over the floor and walked out of the room. You guys don't have money anymore, do you? Hearing the conversation between the two and seeing Shizun's bitter look just now, Zayajian looked at Tsunade suspiciously. Thinking of Tsunade and Shizun in the original work, where they owe money to hide their debts, Zayajian feels that his suspicions are not unreasonable. Ahahaha, what are you talking about? Well, I am also one of Konoha's Sunin, how could I be the kind of person who lacks money? Seeing Zayajian looking at him with suspicion, Tsunade said with a smile. However, in the words, there is a slight lack of confidence. Forget it whether you have money or not. First help me get Tsunagakure's compensation and pack it up together. After looking at Tsunade for a few moments, Zayajian looked a little helpless and looked up the house full of banknotes. Whether Tsunade has money or not, he doesn't care at all. The big deal is enough to check out by yourself. But the banknotes scattered all over the house, it would seem a bit troublesome if you put it up by yourself. Because there are many tables, chairs, and furniture in this room. So after the banknotes were released by Tsunade's summoning, they had already been scattered. Coupled with the fist style before Tsunade, the banknotes are scattered all over the ground at this moment. Aha, ahahaha. No problem, I will help you clean up together. Advertisement. Seeing that Zayajian was no longer staring at him, Tsunade was secretly relieved. After speaking, she also took the initiative to help pile up the bills again. The two did it together, plus they both used the shadow clone technique. So it didn't take much time. After the banknotes were restacked, the banknotes were sealed by Zayajian and returned to the scroll. Not long after the two had cleaned up, Shizun also brought the waiter from the hotel and walked in with a sumptuous dinner. But what surprised Zayajian was that there were obviously only 3 people. However, more than 20 dishes were served one after another, which gave him a stunned look. Ahahaha, just eat, you are welcome. After the food was ready, Tsunade immediately greeted Zayajian and Shizun to start eating. And during the dinner, Tsunade kept toasting Zayajian enthusiastically, making him full of questions. However, Zayajian's face remained unchanged after a few cups of alcohol, but Tsunade's cheeks started to flush. You guy, what on earth are you paying attention to? After more than a dozen drinks, Zayajian frowned and looked at Tsunade strangely and asked. At this moment, his face remained unchanged as before, but Tsunade's eyes were already blurred. Nothing bad attention. You are Konoha's great hero, come, I will toast you again. Seeing that Zayajian's face hadn't changed a bit, Tsunade also lifted up a bit. While talking, he kept serving Zayajian with wine. Okay, I'm going to make it easier. Would you like to drink less? Seeing Tsunade getting more and more delirious, and thinking about handing himself wine, Zayajian also felt a big head. The two didn't have much relationship, and he seemed to fill his stomach, and then he went back. However, Tsunade at this time seemed to be consumed with him, as if he had to be drunk. This made Zayajian feel that Yamato was helpless. If I knew this, I should go back when I took the scroll back. Instead of staying, I want to fill my stomach here. Shizun, look at Tsunade a little bit, I'll be back in a while. After getting up, Zayajian greeted Shizun, who was sitting aside and had already eaten, then strode out and walked out of the room of the two of them. Chapter 270 Shizun, what did you do when you took out the drug? Only dang. Master Tsunade, what should I do now? Master Zayajian doesn't seem to be drunk for 1,000 cups. Immediately after Zayajian left the house, Shizun suddenly climbed up to Tsunade anxiously, and then asked in a low voice. She is so young that she can't drink alcohol yet. Because of this, she could see clearly from the side. That is, even if Tsunade is almost drunk, Zayajian is still not drunk at all. According to the status quo of the two, if we continue, Tsunade's idea of getting drunk with Zayajian and running away is almost gone. Damn it. Ahem, I didn't expect this guy's drinking capacity to be so good. Hearing Shizun's words, the drunk Tsunade also had a big tongue and vomited helplessly. Since being caught by Zayajian just now, Tsunade felt that he had always been on the passive side. This made her feel a little unhappy and annoyed. Therefore, she originally wanted to order a big table of dishes. Then he slaughtered Zayajian fiercely, saving a little bit of his face. But what she never expected was that Zayajian's drinking volume was so good. This made her feel that she felt even more uncomfortable, as if she had lifted a rock and hit her own foot. Master Tsunade, how about we run away now? Take advantage of the absence of Lord Zayajian. We still have time to leave now. Otherwise, we really don't have that much money to pay the bill. Seeing Tsunade seem to be getting drunk, Shizun suddenly became even more anxious. Ever since she followed Tsunade out of Konoha village to relax, she has always focused on Tsunade. If Tsunade is really drunk at this time, then she really doesn't know what to do next. Don't run. I don't believe him, he can really not get drunk for 1,000 cups. And I have other ways. Hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade shook his head in a daze. Then he reached into his arms and took out several small folded paper bags. Master Tsunade, what do you do when the medicine comes out? Could it be that you are planning to use drugs? Advertisement. Seeing Tsunade's move, Shizun looked horrified and wanted to stop it. But her small body, how could she have robbed the Tsunade of the Senju clan? So after 2 times, Tsunade poured a small packet of white powder into Zayajian's jug. Master Tsunade, you can't use drugs. If Master Zayajian finds out, we will be dead. Seeing that Tsunade was already shaking Zayajian's jug, Shizun immediately stretched out anxiously to snatch it. But Tsunade pressed one hand to her shoulder and the other hand held the hip flask. She could only struggle and anxiously. Afraid. What are you afraid of? This is a mystery, but it's not a poison. Seeing Shizun's timid appearance, Tsunade immediately retorted with his tongue out. At the moment Jijin came up, she felt that she seemed to be more dizzy. It seems that the time for this drug is quite long. I don't know whether the effect of the medicine will reduce the saltiness and weakness. Otherwise Shizun, you can try it, how about it? After staring at the flask for a while, Tsunade turned his head and said with a smile to Shizun. Master Tsunade, what are you talking about? I'm still a minor, how can I drink alcohol? Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun looked at Tsunade in shock. At this moment, she was sure that Tsunade-sama was really drunk, and he was not lightly drunk. What happened to the underage? Who stipulated that underage people can't drink alcohol? When I was a teenager, I still tasted my grandpa's wine. Come on, you can taste a little too, wine is a good thing. Hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade immediately yelled with Jijin. While talking, the same hand filled Shizun's mouth with a hip flask. The poor, weak, and helpless Shizun couldn't even resist, so he was given a sip. Cough 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 cough. Master Tsunade, how can you do this? Shizun, who was forced to take a sip of wine, only felt his chest burning scorching hot. And because it was the first time she tasted the drink, her little face immediately turned red. Thinking of the medicine that Tsunade had just poured in the wine, Shizun suddenly felt like an ant on a hot pot, crying without tears. Look, it seems that the effect of the medicine is really weakened. Seeing that Shizun blushed, but he was not fascinated. So Tsunade shook his head and said to himself. After speaking, she took out another small paper bag and continued to increase the volume in Zaojian's jug. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Master Tsunade, what are you doing? That packet is not a mystery. Medicine? Seeing Tsunade poured a pack of pink powder into Zaojian's flask, Shizun was once again shocked to stop it. But when she just got up, she suddenly felt dizzy. Then, without finishing speaking, he fainted on the tatami. Is the medicine not working? Forget it, it's all poured in anyway. He is so strong, it's okay to add a little more. Shizun was already asleep when Tsunade turned his head when he heard the movement next to him. At this moment, all the powder in her hand was poured into Zaojian's jug, but the drunk Tsunade didn't notice it. The second package poured into the Zaojian jug is not a mystery at all. It was an unknown potion that was raided from a hooligan when he beat him up a few days ago. Hey I see you, this time, can you still be drunk for 1,000 cups? Tsunade smirked drunkly while shaking the jug. Just when she waited for Zaojian with expectation and wanted to see Zaojian's embarrassment, Zaojian also went out and came back. What happened to Shizun? Did you give her a drink? After entering the room, Zaojian saw Shizun flushed on the tatami at a glance. And judging from her even breathing, she was clearly asleep. Don't worry about her, we drink by ourselves. Seeing Zaojian returning, Tsunade's eyes suddenly lit up. Shaking up, he pushed Zaojian back onto his seat. You can't drink anymore, you are so drunk like this. Seeing that Tsunade was a little unsteady even standing, Zaojian frowned. At the moment he really regretted it and stayed for this meal. Both Tsunade and Shizun became drunk at the same time. This made it difficult for him to leave them alone for a while. What if a bad guy comes in and ruins Tsunade's innocence? Didn't this become a bad thing indirectly caused by oneself? Just this cup. After drinking this cup, we won't drink it anymore. Seeing that Zaojian wanted to persuade him to drink, Tsunade immediately raised the flask that was drugged by him. Chapter 271 Self-Made Tsunade. Okay, this is what you said. Then you can't continue drinking after drinking this pot. Seeing Tsunade so stubborn, Zaojian took the wine glass she had just poured, raised her head and drank it all. Sit down. There are so many more dishes, let's not drink while eating. Seeing Zaojian drank a glass of alcoholic liquor, Tsunade immediately let go of his heart. Then he greeted Zaojian to eat food, while enthusiastically pouring Zaojian's wine glasses. But after Tsunade sat down, she habitually refilled herself with a cup. And because Tsunade is a little drunk and confused, so she didn't notice this habitual movement of May 13. Then he pushed the hip flask in his hand to Zaojian on the opposite side. Two people have a glass of wine and take a glass of wine. As time passed, Zaojian also began to feel a little sleepy, and there was a strange heat from the inside out. However, Zaojian didn't pay much attention to it at first because he didn't drink often, because he didn't feel that he was drunk, and his consciousness was also sober. It wasn't until a while later that the hip flask had bottomed out that Zaojian realized the abnormality in hindsight, because he inadvertently raised his head. But when he saw Tsunade on the opposite side, he was looking at himself with blurred eyes. And Zaojian also suddenly discovered that Tsunade at this moment seemed to have a fatal attraction. Unconsciously, Zaojian's eyes were also a little blurred. The two people who were sitting at the other side of the table are getting closer and closer to each other. In the middle of the night, the moon hung high in the sky. A small team of 6, also at this time, came to the position where Zaojian and Kakuzo competed. Advertisement. They came from Konoha to support Zaojian, and together they tracked down Tsunagakure's support team who was robbed of compensation. Looking at the huge crater hundreds of meters in diameter in front of me, everyone in the support team fell silent. It seems that Lord Zaojian has caught up with him. And it's still here, there is a fierce battle with the other party. After retracting his gaze, Abarame Jiwei said with some emotion. Among his images, only Zaojian can do such large-scale destruction. Well, my judgment is the same as yours. In the cave over there, I also felt the breath of Lord Zayajian, as well as the smell of banknotes full of holes. It seems that Lord Zayajian should have taken Tsunagakure's compensation back. After hearing Abarame Jiwei's words, Inujiai also nodded in agreement. They didn't worry about Zayajian's safety at all. After all, they had seen Zayajian's power during the war. Therefore, they naturally trust Zayajian's strength. Since the judgments are consistent, let's camp and rest on the spot. After dawn, we returned to Yoshikawa on the same road. It is estimated that Lord Zayajian has already taken a step ahead of us, and he may fly back directly. After Inujia's words were finished, Abarame Jiwei nodded again and said to everyone. Then everyone nodded one after another and agreed to Abarame Jiwei's plan. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight penetrates the window and shines into the hotel room, Zayajian also frowned and woke up leisurely from the tatami. The moment he opened his eyes, Zayajian was shocked when he caught the eye. What am I doing? Finding that he and Tsunade had both peeled oranges and were back together, Zayajian's head fell into a crash in an instant with horror. Advertisement. The whole person immediately broke free of Tsunade's hands and sat up in shock. At this time, the absurd scenes last night. Like a movie clip, madness flooded into Zayajian's mind. What did I do? What was the situation last night? After browsing the memory fragments in my mind, Zayajian immediately took out the new clothes from the system backpack and put it on himself. Then, without looking back, he slipped out of the hotel room. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After her consciousness became sober last night, she found that she and Zayajian had broken through that relationship. And Zayajian didn't have the mind to observe Tsunade, and only then found out that she had woke up without 3.0. At that time, she was very angry and prepared to hammer Zayajian. But when she saw that Zayajian's eyes were red and delirious, she saw the pink paper scattered on the side. I don't know what I was thinking last night and why I did such crazy things. It's really self-inflicted. You can't live. Drawing only. Thinking of the absurd thing last night, Tsunade also sighed, his face full of bitterness. This is really moving the rock and hitting my own foot. Because from the memory fragments, Zayajian can only see his first perspective. In fact, when Zayajian sat up in shock, she also woke up, accompanied by the door frame being pulled open, then the sound of closing again sounded. This made him feel very guilty, so as soon as he put on his clothes, he slipped out in a panic. Just to avoid embarrassment, she has been pretending to be asleep. Tsunade, who had fallen asleep before, also slowly opened his eyes tiredly. Chapter 272 Two people with complicated emotions. An hour has passed, and the sun has risen high. In the guest room of the hotel, Shizun, who was given a sip of medicine and fell asleep, also woke up leisurely. But before she woke up, Tsunade had cleaned up all the absurd traces of last night and Zayajian. So Shizun was not at the scene and saw something strange. Master Tsunade, was it really okay yesterday? But I clearly remember that you seemed to give that bag of pink powder. Seeing Tsunade who had changed his clothes, Shizun asked hesitantly. After all, she was in a coma last night, but she witnessed Tsunade going to drug Zayajian with her own eyes. Of course, she is still young, and she doesn't know what that package of fan medicine is. It's just that Tsunade had told her before that it was not a good thing. And she only knew that. It's really okay, what can you do? And I didn't give him any pink powder. You didn't have hallucinations after getting drunk yesterday. Hearing Shizun's doubts, Tsunade immediately retorted. But her somewhat erratic look in her eyes undoubtedly appeared to be a little guilty. Yes. I heard Master Tsunade say that he had hallucinations. Shizun was a little puzzled suddenly, scratching his head. It's a pity that she is still too young to watch her words and actions. Otherwise, she would definitely find that Tsunade was lying to herself. Well, we should go now. If we don't leave again, we won't have the money to pay the hotel. Seeing Shizun was still scratching her head in thought, Tsunade suddenly patted her head to remind her. Shizun woke up instantly when he heard Tsunade's words. After all, the two were already penniless, and yesterday they ordered a meal that they could not afford. If you don't run at this moment, it will be really troublesome. But when the two of them just opened the door, they were caught by the innkeeper before they went out of the aisle. Just when Tsunade thought that the innkeeper would be black-faced and ask them for bills, the innkeeper smiled and handed out a leather box full of money, and told them that it was the man who lived with them last night who had stayed for them both. And the man also helped them pay for 1 month's accommodation and food and beverage expenses. Advertisement. After listening to the innkeeper's words, Shizun suddenly exclaimed in excitement. If money is not money, she doesn't care anymore. However, after a month of accommodation and food, it made her very happy. For at least the next month, they won't have to worry about accommodation and food. When Tsunade heard that it was what Zayajian had left behind, he showed a complex look on his face. She didn't know what she was feeling towards Zayajian at the moment. If you hate him for ruining your innocence, it doesn't happen. After all, what happened last night was actually self-inflicted. But let's say you don't hate him, his innocence is indeed ruined in his hands. So Tsunade is really full of complex emotions for Zayajian at this moment. Go to the casino to kill the special kill now. After grabbing the leather box in the arms of the innkeeper, Tsunade led Shizun out of the inn. She doesn't care why Zayajian left the money to them. Anyway, since you have money, of course you have to go to the casino to make money. It's really hard to change your nature. Seeing Tsunade walking away with Shizun, the innkeeper sighed suddenly. Then a burst of white smoke burst out of his body, which suddenly changed into Zayajian's appearance. In fact, Zayajian did not go far after slipping out of the guest room. Instead, he resorted to the transformation technique, and used the soul gem to simulate the atmosphere of the innkeeper, and then kept guarding the two of them outside the door. After all, Tsunade was naked and fell asleep in the guest room. Zayajian was also afraid of the hotel staff who did not have eyesight, and went in to see her spring. At this moment, Zayajian's emotions are the same as Tsunade's, which is full of complexities for her. But the difference is because of this relationship with Tsunade. However, Zayajian felt an unexplained feeling for Tsunade in his heart. Thinking of what Tsunade looked like just now, Zayajian smiled unconsciously. Then he walked out of the hotel and took off to Yoshikawa town. After 10 minutes of flying, Zayajian came to Yoshikawa town smoothly. The small team that was supporting at this moment also happened to be back here. So Zayajian announced the end of the matter and returned to Konoha village with everyone. As for the sand shinobi who were killed by Kakuza, they were all sealed in the scroll and brought back to Konoha village together. So, even you can't keep the other side. Advertisement. Konoha village, inside the Hokage building. After listening to Zayajian's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. Because Kakuza was subdued, and Akatsuki should not be exposed for the time being. So Zayajian lied that the gangster who snatched Tsunagakure's compensation had escaped. And he only snatched back Tsunagakure's compensation. Yes, although the opponent can't beat me, there are many ways to save my life. So if one is careless, let the other party run away. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen frown, Zayajian replied with a serious look. As for how the other party jumped, Zayajian did not explain carefully. After all, if you know the reason, can you still let the other party escape? So without explaining the reason, it appears to be true. Ha ha ha, forget it, Sarutobi. Since Tsunagakure's compensation has been recovered, why bother with those useless things? While Sarutobi Hiruzen was still thinking, Danzo suddenly laughed. This 513 made Zayajian a little surprised. He didn't know why Danzo wanted to speak to himself. Until this time, he has not yet returned home. After returning to Konoha village, he went straight to the Hokage building. After hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. After the matter was over, Zayajian also said goodbye to third generation. Well, you go back and rest too. You give this scroll to the 3 sand shinobi, and let them take Ebizo back. Tell them by the way that we have recovered the compensation from their village. But remember, take Kushina to receive your reward tomorrow. The Lord third generation, I will go back first. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As for Ebizo, he has that qualification. It's just that he is still a prisoner of Konoha at the moment, so sending the second-in-command Danzo to deal with it is already giving him enough face. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled and waved, and let Zayajian go home to rest. Well, so be it. Let Danzo take care of the rest of Tsunagakure. Then he gave the scroll containing Sand Shinobi's corpse to Danzo. And Danzo laughed because of his stubborn face all the year round. How embarrassed he was. Chapter 273 The Big Fat Sheep in Transit? Pintazal. Dang, dang, dang. Wow, wow, la la la. Yet Tsunade-sama, we won the jackpot again. In front of a slot machine in a casino, Shizune jumped up happily. Because of the pattern on the slot machine, it stopped at the top of the 3-7 numbers. Why do you say it again? Because this is already Tsunade. He won the grand prize for the 13th time in a row. At this moment, a group of gamblers gathered around them. Moreover, everyone's faces are unbelievable. Several of them were whispering, saying that the big fat sheep was finally transported. Because they saw Tsunade winning every time, they thought that the slot machine was malfunctioning. So there was a swarm of people, and all came up to place bets. But every time they draw a lottery, the money is always meat buns and dogs, there is no return. But when it came to Tsunade, it was all 777 big prizes. It was as if the evil spirits in the slot machine, the shopkeepers of other casinos were all alarmed. What the hell is going on here? Is it really a transfer? Looking at the slot machine with coins dropping down, Tsunade was also a little unbelievable. She was familiar with her gambling luck. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the existence that must lose every gambling. Because she has never won a prize or won money since she was a child. But what happened today, and her usual gambling luck, just formed a strong and extreme contrast. This made her think that she had lost her luck with zero bad luck, and then she started to have good luck. But whenever he thinks of this, Tsunade's mind flashes Baiyun Zayajian's appearance unconsciously. Why don't you transfer it early and not transfer it late? It happened to be transferred after meeting Zayajian and being ruined by the other party, so she once again wondered whether it was the transfer by herself or Zayajian that brought her good luck. This is really the first time Tsunade feels that winning money is so distressed. Master Tsunade, you hurry up and bet. With good luck now, we can earn back all the money we lost in the previous few days. Advertisement. Seeing Tsunade in a daze, Shizune urged excitedly after collecting the coins. This is the first time she has urged Tsunade to bet faster since she followed Tsunade. In the past, she always persuaded Tsunade to stop as soon as possible and leave a little money to eat. Okay, today I will kill the casino and kill it right away. Tsunade, who was awakened by Shizune, gestured his arms boldly. Then he took out a coin and put it in the slot machine. As the start button was pressed, the slot machine began to spin slowly again. If I transfer, then this bet will win another big prize. If it was Baiyun Zayajian, which brought me good luck, then there would be no money this time. As the music of the slot machine played, Tsunade closed his eyes and prayed silently. She didn't know why she prayed like this. Anyway, it is subconscious, and I want to verify my luck. Clang clang. Yet Tsunade-sama, we won the jackpot again. The music that accompanied the rotation of the slot machine stopped, and the pattern on the slot machine stopped once again on the 777. Shizun was also excited and exclaimed again. The crowd onlookers also burst out loud noises. Everyone is envious of Tsunade, envious of her heaven-defying general gambling luck. But at this moment, behind the slot machine, a spark suddenly flashed. There was no slot machine in the market, so the power went off and the screen went blank. Shizun, who was full of excitement, and the people marveling at Tsunade's luck, seemed to be all caught in their necks, and their voices stopped abruptly. Aha. Sorry everyone, there is something wrong with this machine. These machines are not in business today. Seeing that the slot machine malfunctioned, the entire row of machines fell into a short circuit. The casino owner who wiped his sweat on the side quickly stood up. Tsunade has been hitting the jackpot, which scared him. So at this moment, taking advantage of the machine malfunction, he can only say sorry to the people and persuade them to play other projects. How so? We obviously won the jackpot again. Shizun mumbled dissatisfiedly when he heard the words of the casino owner. Advertisement. She also wanted to take advantage of Tsunade's good luck, so that the two of them would return to their original losses. Who knows, this will happen unexpectedly. Let's go, let's play other projects. Seeing Shizun complaining in dissatisfaction, Tsunade patted her on the shoulder and left the slot machine with a complicated expression. She was a little bit sad about the damage to the slot machine when she just prayed, so she wanted to use other methods to verify her gambling luck. After Shizun heard Tsunade's words, he had no choice but to follow him with a big bag of coins. Seeing Tsunade and the other two leave, the casino owner immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the slot machine was not repaired, and the slot machine was just lifted down for testing. Because of today's slot machines, there are too many jackpots. This made him wonder if the machine was malfunctioning. However, the owner of the casino quickly persuaded Tsunade to play other games in order not to repair the slot machine and regretted it. Because Tsunade's good luck today is obviously more than just slot machines. No matter she goes to play Sieve, Flower Card, or other events, she always wants what she wants. So quickly, Tsunade's principal doubled several times. It can even be said that all the various gameplays of the entire casino have been killed. And seeing that Tsunade's luck was so good, the gamblers in the entire casino also became a sensation. In the end, the casino owner could only put out 5 million taels, and with a bitter expression, he asked the giant Buddha Tsunade out of the casino. Master Tsunade, we finally won. Li Dezeo. This is the first time we have won money from a casino. After returning to the hotel room, Shizun laid out all the money, and then rolled over excitedly. Plus the 1 million taels that Zayajian left for them. At this moment, the two of them had nearly 20 million giant feathers. This is less than one afternoon, and they have earned nearly 20 times the principal. This made Shizun, who had so much money for the first time, become excited and unable to calm down for a while. However, unlike Shizun, Tsunade, who won for the first time, was not as happy as imagined. I don't know why, she will always think of Zayajian unknowingly today. This made her feel a little uneasy during the day at the casino today. I always feel that I am missing something at this moment. Chapter 274 Building a House, Konan was caught. On the second day that Zayajian regained Sand Shinobi's compensation, Konoha village held a reward meeting again. The ninjas who did not receive the reward last time all swarmed towards the Hokage building. Zayajian and Kushina also got their respective rewards in the end. Zayajian's remuneration is 1 billion taels, and Kushina's remuneration is 9.8 million taels. After receiving the reward and returning home, Zayajian called Mikato over. Then the three held a family meeting to discuss the matter of building a house. Finally, the three people unanimously decided to build a traditional ancient house. As for the area, Zayajian decided to expand to about 1,000 square meters. It also includes a large courtyard, tea room, swimming pool, exercise room, etc., and so on. Anyway, I was on the edge of Konoha, and there were not many neighbors around. If the area is not enough, apply directly to third generation. You can even buy land at double or triple the price. Anyway, at this moment, I have a huge amount of 1 billion yuan, so it is easy to do this little thing. After finalizing the matters, the Zayajian three did as they pleased. Immediately, I started to get busy just to build a house. When Zayajian went to apply for land with Sarutobi Hiruzen granted him the lowest price without saying a word. Mikato and Kushina, the other 517 people, also contacted the laborers who built houses in Konoha village. When all the workers heard that Lord Zayajian was going to rebuild a new house, they immediately signed up. So within half an hour, Mikato and Kushina recruited more than 100 laborers. Then that evening, the people chose a good day and decided to start construction in 3 days. Of course, we need to wait for the start of construction. You don't need to choose a date for these things. So the next day, when it first broke, Zayajian and a group of workers started to take action. Among the workers, there is a very prestigious old man. Zayajian appointed him as chief foreman. directly gave him 50 million liang, and asked him to take people to buy the best building materials. At this time, the news of Zaojian's rebuilding of the new house was spread out. So the ninjas who were in Konoha but did not have a task also came in 2s and 3s to help join in the fun. So on the third day, the day before the start of construction, all the materials needed for Zaojian's house construction were all delivered. In order to thank everyone for their help, Zaojian personally headed the cook that afternoon. Cooked a hearty meal for everyone who helped, including the workers. After tasting Zaojian's cooking skills, the crowd immediately clamored and gave Zaojian the nickname of Konoha Cookery God. Advertisement. For a time, Zaojian also felt dumbfounded. Brew brew brew. Brew 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 brew. In the early morning, the light of dawn just shone on the earth. The voice of the phone worm rang quickly and continuously. Zaojian, who heard the voice of the phone bug, also woke up from the arms of Mikoto and Kushina. It was very late yesterday. Therefore Zaojian did not send Mikoto back. So the three of them fell asleep together in the end. Blue blue crack. Hey, early in the morning, what's the matter? After getting the phone worm and walking out of the room, Zaojian frowned and answered the call. It was just that day when the phone worm rang quickly, always giving him an ominous premonition. My boss, Konan, was taken away by Hanzo last night. After the phone worm was connected, Yahiko's some hurried voice came over immediately. The phone worm also simulated his anxious look on the phone worm in Zaojian's hand. Konan was taken away. What is the problem? Zaojian frowned even deeper when he heard Konoha's words. He handed the phone worm to Konan. Konan was caught. Why did the phone bug fall into Yahiko's hands? We don't know the specific matter. Konan didn't come back last night. When we went out to search this morning, we found the octaworm she left behind by the lake. But just now, we received a call from Hanzang. Said let us organize Akatsuki and go to Rain Shinobi village for an appointment together. If they don't go immediately, they will execute Konan in public. Hearing Zaojian's question, Yahiko replied in a quick voice. By his side at this moment, the people of the Xiao organization also gathered solemnly. Even Kakuzu, who lost the bet to Zaojian, was curious and looked at the phone worm in Yahiko's hand. According to Zaojian's request, he joined the Akatsuki organization yesterday, and also had a discussion with Nagato to prove that Zaojian's so-called Akatsuki has great potential. As for the result of the discussion, there is no doubt that he lost to Nagato. Advertisement. Although Nagato at this moment has just taken control of gravity and repulsion, but with these two abilities, he can barely beat Kakuzu. This also made Kakuzu willing to join the Akatsuki organization. It is no longer because of Zaojian's gambling agreement that he is forced to carry out his promise. Okay, I get it. You guys have to delay with Hanzo first. In about half an hour, I will be able to reach the country of Rain. At that time, we will go to Rain Shinobi village for an appointment together. After listening to Yahiko's hasty words, Zaojian replied solemnly after being silent for a while. At this moment, his mind is still full of questions. In the original work, Hanzo aimed at Akatsuki, and it was Danzo who instigated discord. But Konoha's war was over long ago, and Danzo has been staying honestly in Konoha these days. Without Danzo's participation, why is Hanzo still targeting Akatsuki? And as in the original, Konan was taken hostage. All these things made Zaojian a little puzzled for a while. So in order to avoid tragedy, it happened as in the original book. Crack. After all, they are still a little unconfident about themselves. But Zaojian promised to rush over, allowing them to find a backbone. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. We are waiting for you in the organization's base. After Yahiko's answer fell, Zaojian immediately hung up the phone worm. A clone was separated and presided over the overall construction at home. Then he went back to the house, and after a few words with the two women, he soared into the sky and took off. Okay, so be it. A huge boulder in the air was also put down with peace of mind. As the master, you can't be there either. At the same time, the hearts of the people in Akatsuki's organization all let out a sigh of relief. Therefore, Zaojian could only rush to participate in the incident immediately. So before Zaojian left, he also used the real image clone. But because today is the day to start construction. Yes, Master Chief. Chapter 275. I didn't expect Hanzo to end up like this. Gee. The sound of cutting through the air sounded sharply. Zaojian, who came from Konoha, was flying at extreme speed. In just half an hour, he has entered the country of Rain, then arrived at the base of Akatsuki on time. Master Chief. Master Chief. After seeing Zaojian coming, the people of Akatsuki's organization all shouted in excitement. They have been at the entrance of the base, waiting for Zaojian for a long time. In addition to the cadres of the Akatsuki organization, all the other Akatsuki members also gathered here. The number is about 100. And when he appeared in front of so many people, Zaojian didn't worry about his identity, which would be exposed. Because before, at the time of subduing Akatsuki's organization, Zaojian, who returned to the village, secretly got the seal of the seal on the root of Konoha, and taught Yahiko through the phone worm, let him cast a spell on the ordinary members. This curse imprint has no impact on people's ordinary life, or other aspects. But if someone wants to sell the intelligence of Akatsuki, or threaten the intelligence of the cadres of the organization, then the whole body will be paralyzed immediately and become immobile. Even in a coma, when the brain is invaded by the enemy, the same will be the case. Because of this, Zayajian is not worried that ordinary members of Akatsuki will leak out the information that he is the leader of Akatsuki. Let's go to Rain Shinobi Village for an appointment. Zayajian, who fell from the sky, took a breath, and directly ordered in a deep voice. Konan was arrested and time is running out at the moment. He didn't have any extra thoughts, and he was politely talking nonsense with the people. And he also wanted to see, without Danzo's bewitching post? Now Hanzo is making any calculations. Yes, Master Chief. Everyone, head to Rain Shinobi Village. Hearing Zayajian's order, Yahiko also shouted loudly backwards. Konan and Nagito have grown up with each other since World War II, so they can be regarded as half-childhood sweethearts. So Konan was captured by Hanzo, and Yahiko was one of the most worried people. So seeing Zayajian so decisive. Advertisement. Yahiko would naturally not go to Rory to waste time. After the voice fell, all the members of the Akatsuki organization immediately follow the pace of Zayajian and set off quickly in the direction of Rain Shinobi Village. Because he was concerned about his identity, Zayajian did not fly anymore. But with the people, trampling on the ground full of water stains. After all, there are not many people who can fly in the entire ninja world. And he, who has a cautious layout, will naturally not let go of this kind of small details that may expose his identity. And in order to prevent people outside Akatsuki from recognizing himself, Zayajian also used the transformation technique, changing a cold face. Akatsuki's organization base is not far from Rain Shinobi Village. Therefore, Zayajian led the people and galloped for about 20 minutes before arriving at Rain Shinobi Village. But they did not enter the village, but about 10 miles outside the village. I saw Hanzo and others, leading a team to intercept not far in front. But think about it. After all, it is not a glorious thing to hold Konan as a hostage. So if they want to deal with Akatsuki outside the village to avoid people's tongue, it seems reasonable. And they asked Akatsuki to go to Rain Shinobi Village to go to the appointment? It is estimated that it is just a pretense to make the people of the Xiao organization less vigilant. Master Hanzo, here they are. Just when everyone in Zayajian saw Hanzo and others intercepting in front. More than 500 people in Rain Shinobi Village also saw the people of Akatsuki galloping forward. So Heiji immediately reported to Hanzo, who closed his eyes and meditation, and didn't know what he was thinking. Well, order to go down. After they get closer, order both wings to outflank them. Hearing the reminder from his subordinates, Hanzo slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, one person is standing on his left and right. They are his left and right hands, Heiji who hides from the rain, and Sancho Yamida. And the two of them are also characters who have appeared in the original book. Of course, although it is a dragon character. But to become Hanzo's right and left hands, they also have the strength of an elite jonin. Yes. After hearing Hanzo's words, Heiji and Mio responded at the same time. Then the two also led a team, and gradually dispersed to the left and right. Papa. 0, seeking flowers, 0. Advertisement. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps on the ground sounded. Zayajian led the Xiao organization people and approached Hanzo of the salamander directly. Soon, the distance between the two sides reached within 500 meters. Leader, you said that guy is not Hanzo. It's being faked. Yahiko, who was running beside Zayajian, turned to look at Zayajian with a look of surprise. Because just now, Zayajian suddenly told them something. That is, Hanzo himself is not standing in front of them at this moment, but a guy who pretended to be Hanzo. Yes, I have played against Hanzo before, so I am very familiar with his breath. Although the guy in front of you is Hanzo on the surface, his aura is also very good. But he can't hide my perception. Hearing Yahiko's words, Zayajian spoke to the crowd with a certain tone. At this moment, he finally understands. Why didn't Hanzo even attack Akatsuki without Danzo's provocation? Because of the perception that has been blessed by spiritual gems. Zayajian realized that the guy in front of him was not the real Hanzo of the salamander. In the tone, there was still some regret. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. P.S. I was sick. I went to the hospital for an infusion yesterday and fell asleep for a day. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a thing. I don't understand why Hanzo suddenly wanted himself and others to be wanted. Hearing what Zayajian said at this moment undoubtedly relieved one of their doubts. No wonder the nearest Hanzo is suddenly so abnormal. After hearing Zayajian's confirmation, Nagito also said with a face suddenly realized. I see. It was the white Zetsu guy who used his superb transformation technique to disguise it. Hearing the dialogue between Zayajian and others, Kakuzu couldn't help but sigh. Hanzo prides itself on being a demigod in the shinobi world. It is estimated that the real Hanzo of the salamander was murdered secretly by Uchiha Madara and others. After all, they are similar in age, which makes people feel slightly. In the past, he had always ignored our Akatsuki organization. They had also been very confused before. Unexpectedly, he would actually end up like this. Chapter 276 The Purpose of Uchiha Madara? Okay, stop talking for now. Look at this guy first. What the hell is he doing? Pay attention. After the distance between the two sides was close to 100 meters, Zayajian interrupted the conversation. After hearing Zayajian's words, Yahiko and others also stopped whispering. In the end, the team slowly stopped at a distance of about 50 meters from Hanzo. You know the organization, it's really a big deal. I actually sent someone over and made the old man wait for more than an hour. After the Akatsuki group stopped, Hanzo suddenly spoke with a gloomy face. When Yahiko contacted Zayajian before, Zayajian asked him to send someone to delay time with Hanzo, and Yahiko did everything. Therefore, Hanzo and others also had an hour of rain here, in order to wait for Akatsuki to come to the appointment. Stop talking nonsense, why are you asking us to come over? Also, where is Konan? 517. How did you give her? After hearing Hanzo's words, Yahiko suddenly asked loudly. Originally, Yahiko and others still maintained a little respect for Hanzo, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. But at this moment, after knowing that Hanzo in front of him was a counterfeit, he had no sense of awe anymore. So when it comes to speaking, it is naturally a little impolite. Bring people up to the old man. Hearing Yahiko's words, Hanzo waved his arms backwards. Then Rain Shinobi all around, immediately pressed the two hostages and walked up. One of the hostages was Konan, who was captured yesterday. As for the other hostage, it was a member of Akatsuki who just came to spread the word. When he came to spread the word, he was also directly detained by Hanzo. Therefore, he also became a hostage in the hands of Hanzo and Rain Shinobi. You said, what did the old man invite you to do? Don't you know that your existence threatens this country? The country of Rain has always been in civil strife. And you guys actually established a new force in private. Don't you know, this will make this country fall into more chaos and panic? After the two hostages came forward, Hanzo immediately buttoned a top hat on Akatsuki. Anyway, he is the leader of a country. Any excuses, isn't it up to him? Konan, are you alright? Advertisement. After seeing Konan, Yahiko, Nagato, and Hatosuk suddenly shouted in unison. They knew that Hanzo in front of them was faked, so they didn't bother to care about the dirty water that Hanzo poured out. This made Hanzo, who had just finished speaking, suddenly become a black line. I'm fine, you guys go quickly, don't worry about me. Seeing Xiao organized the people to rescue herself, Konan suddenly shouted anxiously. When she was caught yesterday, the first thing she thought of was not how she should escape. Instead, I thought, no matter what, the phone worm, an important communication tool in this organization, should be passed on, so as not to delay the leader, the great plan of world peace. Seeing everyone at this moment, they all ran over to rescue themselves. Konan also felt very anxious. After all, if Akatsuki members are all folded here, the leader's plan will be declared a failure in advance. Yahiko, listen to me. Now, I give you two choices. Seeing the Yahiko people ignoring him, Hanzo suddenly became annoyed and grabbed Konan by the shoulder. Then he pressed Kiwa to her neck and shouted loudly. First, your Xiao organization is now disbanded immediately. And as the leader of the organization, you must be buried here. As for the person who executed it, it's up to the red-haired guy next to you to do it. In that case, I will let Konan go, and all the rest of you. If not, or if you dare to resist, then I will kill Konan in front of you now. Then you are strangling everyone in the Akatsuki organization here. After finishing the vicious words, Hanzo directly threw the kunao that was on Konan's neck over the air. A handful of them stuck on the ground in front of the people of the Xiao organization. At the same time, he waved his hand. Heiji and Mitak, who were ready long ago, immediately, each led 200 Rain Shinobi, divided into the left and right wings, quickly surrounded the people of the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko, don't listen to him. Our Akatsuki organization aims at world peace. How can it be disbanded here? Don't worry about me, you take everyone out to break through. After hearing Hanzo's words, Konan fought fiercely. However, with her hands tied behind her, she couldn't get her strength at all and couldn't keep her balance. So just by Hanzo, simply pressing a palm on her shoulder, she suddenly fell to the ground. Advertisement. And everyone in Akatsuki's organization was all in an uproar when they heard Hanzo and Konan's words. And at the moment, Zayajian is finally confirmed. White Zetsu pretending to be Hanzo, what is his purpose? Just like the original, let Nagato kill Yahiko by himself. Then let Nagato be full of hatred for this cruel world, so as to guide him to implement his own project Tsuki no Mi. Thinking of this, Zayajian closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings, trying to find Uchiha Madara in the dark. But to his surprise, within 100 miles, Madara and Black Zetsu could not be perceived. After the perception spread, in Rain Shinobi's army, dozens of lurking White Zetsu were discovered. Don't know if Madara trusts White Zetsu too much, or does he believe that Nagato will never die in this melee. However, although Madara and Black Zetsu did not perceive them, but when things have developed to this point, Zayajian can only stand up. After all, he is the real leader of Akatsuki at this moment. Wait a moment. Since you gave us two choices, then, I will give you two answers too. Just when the people of Akatsuki organized themselves into the noise, Zayajian stepped forward suddenly. Just after he made his voice, Hanzo, or White Zetsu, was on the opposite side of the crowd. It was then suddenly realized that there was a stranger among the crowd in the front row of Akatsuki's organization, and his position is actually the center of the crowd. This made Hanzo's brow suddenly frowned in doubt, and Konan, who fell to the ground, heard Zayajian's voice. The whole body shuddered immediately, and got up with some incredibly hardship. As soon as she looked up, she saw Zayajian, who was standing at the opposite C position. Although at this moment, Zayajian changed his face with transformation technique, but the voice and body shape have not been changed deliberately. so Conan confirmed the identity of Zayajian in the first place. So she had some anxious and sad eyes just now, and the light suddenly brightened. Because, since Zayajian is here, it also means that the people of Akatsuki will not be in danger. After all, Zayajian's strength at this time was recognized as the strongest in the ninja world. It shouldn't be a big problem to deal with range shinobi, who is a mere 500 people, plus a Hanzo. Chapter 277. Take a good look. Is this your Hanzo-sama? First, you said Yahiko, as the leader of Akatsuki's organization, must be buried here. That's embarrassing. Because I am the real leader of the Akatsuki organization. So you should come at me. Second, you still said, if Akatsuki doesn't dissolve, then you will kill all of us here. Then I will tell you, you can try it. I also want to see if you guys have that ability. Ignoring Hanzo's puzzled eyes, Zayajian opened his mouth and said slowly. At the same time as he stepped forward to speak, everyone in Akatsuki's organization also stopped talking. After hearing what Zayajian said, the people also became excited. Before they knew the organization, although it was getting better and better. But how can you ever be so confident and so glorious when facing an enemy several times your own? So after Zayajian stood up, everyone seemed to have taken a reassurance. 02 Who are you? The leader of Akatsuki organization, isn't it Yahiko? When did you become you again? Hearing Zayajian's words, Hanzo frowned and yelled. At this moment, in his heart, there was suddenly a feeling that the wild horse was out of control and out of control. After all, Uchiha Madara's plan is for Nagato. It is not really here to destroy all Akatsuki members. Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato have grown up together since childhood. They are the companions that Nagato cares about most. So what I said just now makes it reasonable to let Yahiko, who is the leader, be buried here. It also happened to be able to intercept Nagato's pain, making him full of despair in this world. But at this moment, the Xiao organization suddenly changed to a new leader. If it were to die, it would not be his turn to be the first Yahiko. This caused Madara's original plan to start to appear flawed. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I am Akatsuki's current leader. Then now, as the leader, I die here. Will you also let all the rest of Akatsuki? Seeing Hanzo, whose eyes were wandering, Zayajian suddenly smiled and said, after all, White Zetsu is not Uchiha Madara, or Black Zetsu's scheming character. Advertisement. So after things went wrong, he began to be unsure of paying attention. Therefore, after hearing Zayajian's question, he began to hesitate to think. Since you are Akatsuki's new leader, then you and Yahiko, die here together. In this case, I will let all the rest of you go. His eyes wandered for a while, and Hanzo suddenly spoke again. But after he finished speaking, the range shinobi behind him suddenly frowned in confusion. Hanzo is a confident, deep, and suspicious person. This is in the ninja world, almost everyone knows it. But Hanzo just now showed a hesitant appearance. This is quite different from his original character. Of course, doubts belong to doubts. But no one dared to question Hanzo. After all, he is the leader of range shinobi village, no one dares to touch his authority. Didn't you just say that Yahiko, as the leader, must be buried here? Then now, he is no longer the leader of Akatsuki. Why are you even going to get involved with him? Hearing Hanzo's words, Zayajian smiled jokingly. And after he finished speaking, Hanzo's face instantly froze in place. For a while, I didn't know how to answer Zayajian's question. His goal from the beginning was to use Yahiko to stimulate Nagato. If you leave Yahiko, then this first plan will have been ruined. Since you don't answer, then I will answer for you. Seeing Hanzo being speechless when asked by himself, Zayajian suddenly laughed. And hearing his words, range shinobi all pricked their ears curiously. Because Hanzo at this time also made them feel something weird and strange. Because of you, it's not Hanzo himself. After Zayajian's voice fell, a blue arc flashed suddenly on his body. Then it disappeared directly on the spot. Next, appeared in front of the speechless half-hidden body. And Zayajian appeared, with blue electric lights shining on his forearms. With lightning speed, he suddenly plunged into Hanzo's heart. Puff puff. Ah. Advertisement. After Zayajian's arm penetrated from behind Hanzo, Hanzo suddenly yelled in pain. But the strange thing is that even if his chest was pierced, he did not shed a trace of red blood. Hanzo-sama. Hanzo-sama. Hurry up. After hearing Hanzo's howling, range shinobi reacted. After 3 or 7, regardless of 21, he took out all kinds of endurance tools on the spot. A swarm of people threw them at the Xiao organization group surrounded by the center. The blades all over the sky immediately blocked all the people of Akatsuki's organization in the range of fire. Careful! Yahiko exclaimed, shouting to remind everyone. He did not expect that Zayajian would suddenly start his hands. Even Nagato, who had reacted, flew up with a repulsive force, preparing to bounce off the ninja that had been shot from the sky. But just when people's minds were different, a strange scene happened suddenly. I saw the ninjas shot at the people of Akatsuki's organization, and 517 instantly froze in midair. Watch it. They are the closest to Hanzo. Therefore, they did not immediately think that Hanzo at this moment is just a transformation technique. There is no doubt that this strange phenomenon at this moment was caused by Zayajian's electromagnetic force. Master Han Hanzo. But at this time, everyone's eyes were attracted by another picture. Just when everyone's puzzled thoughts came out, Zayajian's loud shout came over again. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running? The first thing that came out was Rain Shinobi, the four who had escorted Konan. And the other hand was flashing an electric arc, pointing at a distance, those cutting tools that are overwhelmingly frozen in the air. Is this your Hanzo-sama? After all, White Zetsu's transformation technique is very different from ordinary transformation technique. Because Hanzo, whose arm was penetrated by Zayajian's chest, was slowly turning white at this time, and finally turned into another look completely. So they also discovered the changes in Hanzo the first time. What did you do to Hanzo-sama? However, they didn't know why. They thought that the situation at this time was what Zayajian used. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 278 Miyamoto Musashi. Half-wool? Didn't you see that this person is a fake? Hearing the four-range shinobi shouting loudly, Zayajian suddenly saw a black line. The same hand who spoke, flicked his arm. White Zetsu, who was already dead, was thrown in front of the four. It was only at this moment that they could see White Zetsu's face clearly. They were all behind Hanzo before, and they only saw changes in Hanzo's body, but did not see his face clearly. In addition, White Zetsu's transformation technique does not cause smoke to rise like ordinary transformation technique. That's why they thought that Hanzo's change was Zayajian's means. However, after seeing Hanzo's face clearly, they finally knew what was going on. Who is this? Looking at the face full of strangers before him and others, the four-range shinobi were suddenly shocked and confused. When they looked at each other, they used Zayajian from White Zetsu. Already a flash, came behind Konan and another hostage. With a light finger pick, the two people who were tied up with their hands were loosened. Headmaster. Turning to look at Zayajian in front of him, Konan was suddenly moved. When she was arrested last night, she also subconsciously thought about Zayajian. But what she didn't expect was that Zayajian came to rescue her from Konoha. This made her feel a little bit of inexplicable ecstasy in her heart, and her mood became a little happy. It's okay, you should withdraw first. Just leave it to me to deal with it. After a glance, Heiji and Mitak, who came quickly from the left and right wings, Zayajian nodded towards Konan. I don't know if it is an illusion, Zayajian always feels that Konan's eyes look a little familiar. Just like Mikoto and Kushina look at their eyes. This made his mind slightly confused. Yes, Master Chief. Hearing Zayajian's words, the two Konan suddenly responded with excitement. After the voice fell, he quickly left Zayajian, and gathered at the back of the Akatsuki group. Just after they left, Zayajian also closed his eyes and carefully sensed White Zetsu hidden in range shinobi. After that, he pointed at the arm of Chunin's floating in the sky, and he also shook it down suddenly. Advertisement. The moment the sound of breaking through the air rang out, the screams also rang. The range shinobi, who focused their attention on Zayajian and Hanzo, were all startled when they first reacted. Simply, Zayajian's target was only the lurking White Zetsus, not the range shinobi. Otherwise, the moment they were careless just now, all of them would have been killed on the spot. What are you doing? Heiji and Mitak, who rushed forward, were also startled when they heard the screams. While speaking, the two of them also instinctively made a sudden stop and stopped on the spot. After all, from Zayajian's instantaneous killing of Hanzo just now, as well as the methods of fixing the ninja in midair, it was enough to prove that his strength was extraordinary. So seeing Zayajian suddenly start, they are also very jealous. Watch it well. I just helped you to get rid of the lurking guys. Looking at the two men with jealous eyes, Zayajian spoke without saltiness or indifference. After sensing that Hanzo was a counterfeit, he had another plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind taking all these range shinobi as prestige points to harvest on the spot. What the hell is this guy? This is exactly the same as the situation of Hanzo-sama just now. Small, don't touch these guys. Just when Zayajian's voice just fell, amidst range shinobi, there were also loud noises. Heiji and Mitak heard the words and quickly turned their heads to look behind them. I saw range shinobi who were shot to death by Zayajian, gradually turning white, and finally turned into another look. What the hell is going on here? After taking back their gazes, Heiji and Mitak both looked at Zayajian subconsciously. After all, White Zetsu had been lurking by their side for so long, they didn't even know. But Zayajian was able to catch so many White Zetsu in an instant. So they can only ask Zayajian curiously. What's going on? I don't know. But obviously, they are not your companions. It's that someone used the transformation technique, lurking in your range shinobi village. Even your Hanzo-sama is just a transformation technique. Advertisement. Perhaps he himself is already ill-adjusted at this time. Looking at the two people full of doubts, Zayajian raised his hands and shrugged. Of course he knew what was going on. But there is no need to tell them. Even the people of Akatsuki's organization, Zayajian is impossible to say, let alone them? Impossible. How can Hanzo-sama be so strong? After Zayajian's words were finished, Pinkai immediately rebutted fiercely. Hanzo's strength is in the ninja world, and that is also the top handful. Therefore, he didn't believe that Hanzo would be silent and unhappy. The facts are in front of you. If you don't believe it, then I have nothing to do. Of course, the above are all my guesses. You can also verify by yourself. Looking at Heiji who questioned him, Zayajian shrugged again and said with a smile. This. Seeing Heiji and Mitak in deep thought, Zayajian smiled and walked up. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running? And stretched out his arms and made a handshake gesture. My name is Miyamoto Musashi, the current leader of Akatsuki's organization Baiyun. My name is Heiji of Hidden Rain. If there is nothing wrong with Hanzo, why was it replaced by someone again? Because of the distance, no one except Zayajian found out about the two of them. Lies, that's right. Hearing Zayajian's words, Heiji and Shinta suddenly looked at each other and fell into contemplation. Thinking about it, what Zayajian said is not unreasonable. My name is Sanjiao Yumida. It should be the person who can speak the most among range shinobi here, right? Introduce yourself first. But the moment they shook hands with Zayajian, their eyes suddenly became pitch black, and then immediately returned to normal. Seeing Zayajian's sudden enthusiasm, Heiji and Mitak looked at each other, then raised their arms and shook hands symbolically. Chapter 279 Lord Madara, it's not good. Since your Sir Danzo has been impersonated by others, then this incident directed at our Akatsuki organization is obviously not your range shinobi village's original intention. If this is the case, then both of us will make peace here. Where are you two? What do you think of my idea? Seeing Heiji and Mitak were controlled by himself, Zayajian suddenly laughed. The control of mind gems is very different from the control of illusion. Illusion control needs to affect the opponent's chakra in order to control the opponent. Because of this, it is easy to be spotted by the perception ninja. But the control of the soul gem does not need to affect chakra. Instead, it directly invades and manipulates the soul of the other party, allowing the other party to obey themselves and become their own puppet. Therefore, people who are controlled by spiritual gems, as long as they don't turn their faces on the spot, are not easy to be noticed that they have been controlled. In terms of concealment, the control of mind gems is several levels higher than the control of illusion. Of course, the control of the spiritual gems also has some advantages that can't be compared to the control of illusion. It is necessary to inject chakra from a third party to break the people who are deeply controlled by the illusion, so as to break free from the illusion. And to crack the control of the soul gem, it is even easier to add 520. It only needs to hit the brain of the person being manipulated, and then the opponent will break out of control directly. And this is the control of the soul gem, the only place that is worse than the illusion control. In any other respect, the spiritual gem is much stronger. Your Excellency said, let's settle this matter. But we have one more request. Please also Your Excellency Miyamoto, be sure to agree to us. After Zayajian's words were finished, Heiji and Mitak tried a fake test, and then replied with a serious expression on his face. Of course, thinking about something is just to hide. After all, they are controlled by Zayajian, and what they want to say or do is not up to Zayajian himself. Well, let's talk about it. If it can help, we know that the organization will naturally not refuse. After the two of them had finished speaking, Zayajian also smiled and replied, of course, the dialogue between the two parties is all for the audience. And Zayajian deliberately removed Konan before, and he didn't want to let people know that he has the ability to manipulate others. These guys are hidden among us, Acta, and we haven't noticed it. Advertisement. This is enough to prove that the other party's lurking methods are very clever. So we would like to ask Mr. Miyamoto to help us take a look at Rain Shinobi Village and see if there are any lurking enemies. If there is any, please help us find the other party. Please, please. After speaking, Heiji and Mitak suddenly bent over and bowed to Zayajian. Appears full of sincerity. Okay, I promised. Zayajian took the test with the same pretense, and then nodded to the two of them. This is another strategy he thought of when he discovered that Hanzo was White Zetsu before. Enter Rain Shinobi Village directly and grandiosely. Then control the top of Rain Shinobi Village and even the daimyo. In this case, Akatsuki can temporarily solve a lot of troubles and economic problems. This is also beneficial to oneself, so that the unified plan of the ninja world can progress more quickly. Thank you, Miyamoto. First of all, thank you for Rain Shinobi Village. Seeing Zayajian's agreement, Heiji and Mitak, they bowed and stood up. After getting up, the two waved to the left and right. Immediately ordered the assembly team, ready to return to the village. The people in Rain Shinobi Village saw that the two of them had ordered so decisively, they all had some doubts on their faces. However, Hanzo is still alive and dead, and the highest command here is the two of them. Since they all made the same decision, everyone can only follow to execute the order. This is over, I thought I was going to fight. Yes, you deserve to be the leader. Seeing Rain Shinobi who surrounded himself and others, they all withdrew to one place. Yahiko and Nagito both glanced at each other with a sigh. Originally, they thought that they were waiting for someone to come to the appointment, so at least there might be a battle. And before they came, they were already ready to fight at any time. Unexpectedly, Rain Shinobi Village today seems to be very talkative. Zayajian actually only had a few simple conversations, and he resolved the original contradiction between the two sides. While this surprised them Zayajian's ability, it was also a bit strange about Rain Shinobi's performance. Advertisement. But the surprise is the surprise. If there is no battle, they will naturally be very happy. Let's go up and see what we are going to do next. Seeing Rain Shinobi all gathered in one place, Yahiko also shouted and rushed to where Zayajian was. Master Madara, it's not good. In the country of Rain, in a deep cave, White Zetsu rushed in. After hearing his words, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, who were talking, suddenly frowned at the same time. At this moment, they are worried about how to get the executor of Project Tsuki no Mi out of Konoha. Unexpectedly, White Zetsu was so ignorant, so he screamed and rushed in. So what happened? Also, I have said it several times, can you be more stable? Seeing White Zetsu rushing in with the rain, Black Zetsu cursed a little speechlessly. And Uchiha Madara also looked up helplessly. I sent out the clones of the plan, and in an instant, they all died. After running in front of the two of them, White Zetsu gasped. Only then hurriedly told the matter directly. What? What is the problem? Why did your clone die again? Hearing what White Zetsu said, Uchiha Madara stood up immediately. The last time White Zetsu's avatar died instantly, it happened on the battlefield between Konoha and Rock Shinobi. While White Zetsu went to search for his body, when it was time to find out, some memories of the time were extracted from some thinly sliced meat foam tissues. Knowing that his clone was discovered by Baiyun Zayajian. As for how it was discovered, they didn't know. This also made them dare not send White Zetsu to Konoha for more information. I was afraid of being known by Baiyun Zayajian, and then I found them smoothly. Unexpectedly, it hasn't been long since the last event. The avatar of White Zetsu unexpectedly suffered a collective death again. This gave Uchiha Madara a bad feeling for a while. Chapter 280 He is a very reasonable person. I don't know either. It was okay just now, but suddenly all of them died. Seeing Uchiha Madara stood up seriously, White Zetsu replied somewhat. He was also a little embarrassed. After all, he boasted of being number one in the transformation technique ninja world. However, in this short period of 2 months, accidents occurred one after another, which made him a little embarrassed. Master Madara, Rinnegan must have done nothing wrong. Let's go over and take a look at what is going on. Black Zetsu did not know when, but also stood up. After White Zetsu finished speaking, he immediately took the words seriously. After all, Rinnegan is not only a vital link in the Uchiha Madara plan. It is also the most important part of his plan. If Rinnegan is damaged, or if something happens, then he has forbearance for thousands of years, and his plan to save his mother, I don't know when he will have to delay it again. So he is actually more anxious than Uchiha Madara, the true master of Rinnegan. Go. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara did not dare to delay. After picking up Same Hada, which was next to him, he rushed out to the entrance of the cave. Although at this time, he also wanted to scold White Zetsu for failing. But because he didn't know what was going on with Rinnegan, he didn't dare to delay time. As for Black Zetsu, when Uchiha Madara first moved, he also instantly attached White Zetsu's body and forcibly seized control of the body. Then he quickly followed the pace of Uchiha Madara's outing. Accelerate together and rush to the place where the incident happened. Following Heiji and Mitak's team, Zayajian soon came to Rain Shinobi village. He was accompanied by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. As for the other Akatsuki members, they were all sent back to the base by Zayajian. After all, when I came to Rain Shinobi village this time, I didn't come to fight, so there is no need to bring so many people. And I brought the Yahiko trio because I broke Madara's plan. I don't know when he will come to check the situation. So while protecting the three of them, Zayajian also wanted to use Rinnegan to catch the big fish Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Then first kill him, the man behind the scenes, lest he jump out from time to time and ruin his plan. Of course, before Uchiha Madara, 9 tails was extracted from Kushina. Zayajian also wanted to break his grievances with him. My lord, do you really need us to go in with you? Outside a palace, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were all staring at Zayajian in a daze. Because Zayajian asked the three of them to wait outside, he had to go to meet the top of Rain Shinobi village alone. This made the three of them feel a little faintly worried. After all, Zayajian was strong, but they didn't even know what was going on inside. In their view, if there is an ambush inside, Zayajian is also very easy to fall into danger. Don't worry, I have my own measures. You are at the door, please help me out. Hearing Yahiko's words, Zayajian smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I want to go in and control the seniors of Rain Shinobi village, how can I bring them in? So leaving them outside is the best choice. Okay then. My lord, after you go in, you have to be more careful. Seeing Zayajian so resolute, Konan also warned with concern. Zayajian turned around, nodded to Konan, and stepped into the hall. Time passes. Just when the three of Yahiko were outside the palace, waiting bored, Zayajian, who had only been in for more than 10 minutes, had already walked out. Then they walked in another direction under the leadership of an elder Rain Shinobi. Finally, he stopped outside a palace that was much more magnificent than the previous palace. And here, it is the famous mansion of the Land of Rain. Because of the perennial chaos in the country of Rain. Therefore, the Daming Mansion of the Rain Country is also directly built in Rain Shinobi Village. In order to facilitate Rain Shinobi Village, the Daimyo Prefecture can be protected at any time. As before, Zayajian asked the three of Yahiko to wait outside, while he entered the Daming Mansion alone. Let's go. Advertisement. After coming out of the Daming Mansion again, Zayajian smiled at the Yahiko 3-0, seeking flowers, 0. When he came to the country of Rain this time, he had already controlled the puppets together with the daimyo. In other words, the current Rain country has actually fallen into Zayajian's hands. What plans to implement in the Land of Rain in the future will be much more convenient. Leader, have you seen the daimyo? After seeing Zayajian walk out, Yahiko greeted him with excitement. He had never thought of it before. Akatsuki's organization began to reach the people in power in a country so soon. This made him feel as if a fire was burning in his heart, and he felt excited. Scene. And I also found that the name of the rain country is very reasonable. Point 0. Therefore, I told him all the plans of our Akatsuki organization in secret. After listening to Zayajian's words, Yahiko suddenly exclaimed, and then stuttered. The interests of big names in various countries can be said to bear the brunt of harm. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running? Then how did he react to that daimyo? Furthermore, he also stated that if the Xiao organization is short of funds in the future, he can help. Don't worry, I have said that he is a very reasonable name. What? Master Zayajian, did you tell the daimyo our plan? After all, he and others implemented the Ninja World Unified Plan. But Zayajian gave the plan to the name of the victim, which made them a little puzzled. Perceiving the worry in the hearts of the three, Zayajian smiled and comforted. If you want to develop the Xiao organization as soon as possible, Zayajian can't let them pick up tasks and earn commissions just like the original book. Of course, he can only assist in secret, not on the open. But at the moment, the daimyo is controlled by Zayajian, and Zayajian makes him understand. Can he still not follow it? Seeing the three Yahiko looking at him, Zayajian suddenly laughed. In that case, the step-by-step Akatsuki organization would be too slow. Talent. Of course, the name of the rain country is very reasonable, and it must be fake. Chapter 281 The desire of the Yahiko trio? Deming is willing to fund our Xiao organization. Is this true? After listening to Zayajian's words, the three Yahiko felt a little unbelievable. I am waiting for someone to do something harmful to Deming's interests. It doesn't matter if he doesn't stop him, he is still willing to help himself and wait for others? How do you think about it? It feels very strange, right? You don't have to worry too much about specific things. You only need to know that he is willing to help us Akatsuki secretly. Seeing that the eyes of the three of them were full of questions, Zayajian suddenly smiled and waved his hands. After speaking, he also left the Daming mansion with the three of them. After all, the matter is here, they should also go back. As for what I said before, help May 20th help Rain Shinobi Village uncover the lurking white Zetsu? In fact, it is just an excuse to enter Rain Shinobi Village. Master Chief, thank you. Thank you for coming all the way from Konoha Village to save me. Walk out of Rain Shinobi Village and return to the way to the organization base. Konan suddenly ran in front of Zayajian, bent over and bowed to him. What are you talking about, stupid? I'm the leader of Akatsuki's organization. If something happened to you, how could I ignore it? Seeing Konan's behavior, Zayajian was slightly surprised. But after smiling, he changed Konan up. And what Zayajian said is not a lie, but the truth. Although he was using the Akatsuki organization, it was correct to achieve his goals. But now that Akatsuki is now his subordinate, then it is impossible for him to ignore the safety of the people in the Xiao organization. In short. Anyway, I still want to thank you. I blame my strength for being too weak, so the troublesome leader rushed over all the way. Hearing that Zayajian had saved himself because of Akatsuki, Konan suddenly felt a little lost in his heart. Advertisement. But after getting up, she thanked Zayajian again. After all, from her standpoint, she was indeed rescued by Zayajian. Speaking of the problem of too weak strength, I have a way, maybe it can help you improve your strength. Hearing Konan was discouraged by his low strength, Zayajian hesitated, then looked at the three of them and said seriously. However, he didn't dare to be 100% sure about whether that method would work or not. He could only say that he was very sure, because he has never used that ability, and tried to improve his strength for others. What way to improve strength? As soon as Zayajian's voice fell, before Konan could speak, Yahiko next to him hurriedly asked. If you say, in the Akatsuki organization, who is the person who is most worried about his low strength? Then, it's Yahiko himself. Before meeting Zayajian, when he was still the leader of Akatsuki's organization, he often felt that he was inadequate. In addition to this incident of Konan being arrested, he realized his weakness even more. So listening to Zayajian said, maybe you can improve the strength of yourself and others. Yahiko immediately felt very urgent and curious. As everyone knows, the reason why ninjas are strong is because of the existence of chakra. And chakra comes from the fusion of mental energy and physical energy. And I have an ability that may help you to improve some of your spiritual energy. Seeing the three Yahiko, they all looked at themselves longingly. Zayajian thought for a while, and then answered slowly. And the method he said was actually the ability of one of the spiritual gems. Is there any side effects? Upon hearing Zayajian's words, Yahiko asked in a hurry. Konan and Nagato also looked at Zayajian eagerly. After all, no one does not yearn for the growth of strength. Even with Rinnegan, Nagato has reached cage level. There are no side effects. But because I have never tried it, so I'm not sure whether this idea of mine will succeed. 0. Advertisement. Seeing the expressions of the three of them were very eager, Zayajian also answered truthfully. And so as not to fail the test in the end, making them feel disappointed or regretted. So he added something specifically to the three of them. Leader, please help me improve my strength. I am willing to try it. I am willing to try. I am willing. After Zayajian's words were finished, Yahiko said very seriously. Konan and Nagato also nodded firmly, although they still don't know what Zayajian is going to do. But out of the thirst for power and the trust in Zayajian, So the three of them didn't hesitate too much, they looked at Zayajian with serious expressions one after another. Well, since you all have this heart, then after returning to the base, I will give you a try. Seeing the three people's expressions are very determined, Zayajian also smiled and nodded. Master Xia, X3, boom. Just when the three Yahiko saw Zayajian's promise, their faces were full of joy. A bunch of orange flames suddenly lit up on the sky in the distance ahead of several people. Because of the rainy country covered by dark clouds all year round, any light is very conspicuous, so it immediately attracted the attention of the four of them. The 3.0 direction is. No, there may be something wrong with the base. Looking in the direction of the fire, Yahiko, who reacted in hindsight, suddenly exclaimed. Because based on the distance of the fire, that location is probably near the Akatsuki organization base. I'll go ahead and be more careful. At this moment, Zayajian suddenly turned his head and exhorted the three of Yahiko. After the voice fell, he accelerated to the direction of the fire, and flew out directly. Because Zayajian had already sensed it, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu were in front. At this time, the fire was created by Uchiha Madara. Because at this moment, he is fighting Kakuzu chapter 282. Aren't you looking for Akatsuki's leader? Kakuzu-sama. Outside the cave of Akatsuki's organization base, the members of the all-knowing organization all exclaimed in unison. Because just now, when Kakuzu faced the enemy against ninjutsu, was submerged in the other side's fire style that was utterly extinct. Up to this point, they were still alive and dead. And because the fire was too strong, the flame could not be extinguished for a while. This made all the members of the known organization tremble with a cough. After all, how did they ever say that a person releases fire style like a tsunami? This is beyond their understanding of the scope of ninjutsu. Kakuzu-sama. Time passed by every minute, and it was not until a few minutes later that the rain extinguished the flames in a large area. However, Kakuzu at this time was also in the original position and disappeared without a trace. Come out, when are you going to hide until? Just as the people of Akatsuki's organization were worried and looked for Kakuzu everywhere, Uchiha Madara's voice rang a little hoarse. He knew very well that Kakuzu had hurriedly escaped into the ground before being overwhelmed by Fire Style 02, so Kakuzu, who disappeared without a trace on the surface, didn't actually suffer much damage. Yes. After Uchiha Madara's voice fell for a few breaths, a ground suddenly shattered in all directions, and Kakuzu himself sprang out from the ground in response. However, although he escaped from Uchiha Madara's fire style at the moment of his death, but his hair and clothes were still burnt a lot. So at this moment, it seemed that he was slightly embarrassed. But even so, the appearance of Kakuzu made everyone in the Akatsuki organization breathe a sigh of relief. After all, from several duels between Kakuzu and Uchiha Madara, everyone in Akatsuki's organization also clearly recognized the strength of the other party. As far as Akatsuki members here are concerned, only cage-level Kakuzu can contend with each other a little bit. If there is no Kakuzu, if Hatosuk and the Great Buddha go together, it will only be easy to kill by the other party. Advertisement. Who is your excellency? Why do you want to monitor our Akatsuki organization in secret? Kakuzu, who sprang from the ground, stared at Uchiha Madara with dreadful eyes. At this moment, his head is also full of questions, because relying on the opponent, the hand just now, the fire-style ninjutsu that destroys the world. In the ninja realm, it shouldn't be the unnamed generation. But he, a man who lived to be 70 years old, didn't even know each other? This made Kakuzu feel very confused and curious. Who am I? You don't need to ask. You just need to tell me where the leader of your Akatsuki organization has gone. Seeing Kakuzu questioning herself, Uchiha Madara frowned and asked back. It doesn't matter if Kakuzu doesn't know him, but Uchiha Madara knows Kakuzu. After all, the time he has been lurking in the ninja world is much longer than Kakuzu, and he originally came to investigate the cause of White Zetsu's death and Rinnegan's condition. Seeing that Kakuzu actually became a member of Akatsuki at this moment made Uchiha Madara a little puzzled. Therefore, he did not dare to bring the topic to Nagato's body, so as not to make people doubt Nagato's special eyes. However, at this time, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were missing from the members of Akatsuki's organization. I thought that the three of them should be together. So when Uchiha Madara asked about Yahiko, it was a side attack. Because as long as you know where Yahiko is, then Nagato must be by his side. Are you looking for me? Just as Uchiha Madara's words fell, suddenly there was a wind breaking through the sky. Then a slightly joking voice resounded. As for those who came, it was naturally Zayajian who came here. Master Chief. The leader is back. When the breaking air stopped, Zayajian also appeared in everyone's eyes. After seeing Zayajian floating in the air, all the members of the knowing organization were all pleasantly surprised. Advertisement. Even Kakuzu, who was confronting Uchiha Madara, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Uchiha Madara puts a lot of pressure on him. Who are you, Yahiko? Looking at the members of the known organization, they all call Zayajian their leader. Uchiha Madara's brow frowned suddenly. It was only a day later that Akatsuki did not pay attention to the organization. Kakuzu joined the Akatsuki organization, let alone. And even Akatsuki's leader was changed to another person. This confuses Uchiha Madara even more. Moreover, Zayajian who appeared at this time gave him a kind of intangible feeling in the mist. Yahiko, aren't you looking for Akatsuki's leader? At this moment, the face he changed with transformation technique has not had time to change it back. And his own breath has also been changed with spiritual gems. Hearing what U520 Shihamadara said, Zayajian spread his hands with a smile on his face. Just after Zayajian's words were finished, Hatosuk and the Great Buddha also led the people of Akatsuki's organization around. So at this time, even if standing face to face in front of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, Zayajian was not worried about being exposed. After hearing Hatosuk's words, Zayajian smiled and nodded to everyone. After roughly talking about the cause of the matter, Hatosuk reminded Zayajian again. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running, and I am the new leader of Akatsuki's organization. Just when he dared to touch Kushina before, Zayajian would never let him go, lest Zayajian don't understand the opponent's strength. In fact, Zayajian doesn't care what he is here when he meets Uchiha Madara. Leave it to me here, you guys step back a little bit. Oh, I understand now. After being spotted by Lord Kakuzu, we chased him immediately. Master Chief. But you have to be careful, this guy's fire style is extraordinary. Chapter 283 You are qualified to dance with me, Master Madara. This guy seems to be a bad person. When members of the awareness organization surrounded Zayajian, Black Zetsu also approached Uchiha Madara. And with a very serious tone, he whispered to Uchiha Madara. Although Black Zetsu has no entity, it is not strong in terms of combat effectiveness. But he is the product of the will of Atsutsuki Kagaya. Mental power is one of the best in the entire ninja world. Otherwise, in the 4 battles of Hokage's original book, he can't control it, Uchiha Madara and Obito in 6 paths mode. Because of the strong mental power, Black Zetsu's perception is also very keen. The moment Zayajian appeared, he felt that Zayajian's strength was extraordinary, and he can feel that Zayajian seems to have a different kind of malice towards Uchiha Madara. Therefore, I was worried that the Uchiha Madara accident would affect Black Zetsu, which he planned, and he immediately came over to test Madara. You don't need to remind, the old man knows it naturally. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara also nodded. After Zayajian appeared, he quietly increased his vigilance. Because Zayajian gave him the feeling, although it was a bit vague, but there is no doubt that that guy is definitely a strong person of his own level. He thought that the most dazzling genius of this era was Baiyun Zayajian of Konoha village. And he once thought that only Baiyun Zayajian in this era could make him pay more attention to it. But what he didn't expect was that the unknown person who suddenly appeared in this unknown place seemed to be slightly better than Baiyun Zayajian. This made Uchiha Madara extremely vigilant, but she couldn't help feeling a little in her heart. It seems that no matter it is in any era, the strong will not always be lonely. Just like him and Senjo Hashirama. In the era of ninja world, there will always be arrogant talents who can rival both sides. Of course, Zayajian didn't know these thoughts in Uchiha Madara's heart. Advertisement. Otherwise, he might be able to make him laugh directly. You go down to. If I have a case, then you are the only driving force in my realization of the plan. After seeing Zayajian persuading everyone from Akatsuki to retreat, Uchiha Madara also whispered to Black Zetsu. Although he has not yet played against Zayajian, after sensing that Zayajian's strength is at the same level as his own, Uchiha Madara dare not be too careless. Because of his age, he is very old. Relying on the supply of Gadu statue and same Hada chakra, he looks a lot younger recently. But in fact, his true age is in the ninja world, and that is the real senior man. So he was not sure if he could win the opponent if both sides acted. And Zayajian just flew directly through the air. Very fast. Therefore, if he wants to retreat at this time, it is obviously not very ideal. It's Madara Lord. After hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Black Zetsu also nodded quietly, and then went straight back. At this time, how can Black Zetsu not see his own situation? So he can only pray, hoping that both sides will not do anything, or Uchiha Madara can win. Yes, Master Chief. On the other side, he heard Zayajian telling himself and others to retreat. So Hatosuk and the Great Buddha immediately responded and led the Akatsuki group to retreat. Soon in the field, only Zayajian and Uchiha Madara were looking at each other in the distance. You should have heard what they said just now. Since you are a ghost and you are monitoring our Xiao organization, then don't blame me for being impolite. After taking a glance at the Xiao organization, everyone backed down. Zayajian found a reason for the whole foot at will, so he prepared to do it directly. Now that he met Uchiha Madara, he would never let him go easily. Come on, let the old man see, what kind of means do you have? Advertisement. After hearing what Zayajian said, Uchiha Madara, who knew that he could not be kind, also raised same Hada beside him and shouted boldly. He himself is also a very combative character. Zayajian was ready to do it. Naturally he didn't bother to explain anything. And he doesn't have much to explain. Can it be said that he came to investigate Rinnegan? *zizizi. Uchiha Madara's voice fell behind, and Zayajian's body surface suddenly saw a blue arc. Then it disappeared directly above the place, and instantly appeared on top of Uchiha Madara's head. A heavy kick, in the manner of a big windmill, directly kicked Uchiha Madara's forehead. It's so fast. The moment Zayajian disappeared, Uchiha Madara was also taken aback. However, with a wealth of combat experience, he instinctively raised his left arm and completed his defense in an instant. Boom! There was a dull sound. Zayajian made a heavy kick and was blocked by Uchiha Madara's left arm. The raindrops around the two and the rain on the ground, because of the shock wave generated by the collision between the two, instantly splashed around Lee's. The raindrops that have been falling in the sky seem to pause for a second. In a simple match, you can bring out the extraordinary purchase of the two human bodies. However, because Uchiha Madara is always old and weak, he still fell into a disadvantage. He was forced to block Zaojian's blow, and his waist was bent down a few centimeters. What a heavy force! I feel right, you are indeed qualified to dance in front of me. The left arm was already slightly paralyzed by the heavy blow of the Zaojian windmill. But Uchiha Madara did not feel any pain. The whole person, on the contrary, became excited because of this. Because since Senju Hashirama, he has encountered such a strong opponent for the first time. Chapter 284 It seems that I underestimated you before. As expected of Ninja Shura, even if you are old and weak, it is also not to be underestimated. Seeing his heavy kick, he was easily blocked by Uchiha Madara. Zaojian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Although I didn't exert all my strength, it was right. But among the cage-level powerhouses, the one who can resist this sudden kick of himself so easily will definitely not exceed the number of 5 fingers. Because of this kick, I also borrowed some flash kicks a little bit. The speed of the legs can make most cage levels unable to react. What a heavy force. I feel right, you are indeed qualified to dance in front of me. As Zaojian sighed in his heart, Uchiha Madara suddenly raised his head with excitement. While speaking, same hata in the right hand also waved to Zaojian suddenly. The speed was so fast that it even caused a whistling sonic boom. Good job. Seeing same hata coming from his right, Zaojian had no intention of giving in. With the help of a kick on Uka 520 Madara's left arm, the whole person also turned sideways and turned 360 degrees. And during the rotation, armament haki was attached to the right leg. Then, with his right leg, he violently collided with same hata who had come. Boom. A sound that was even more deafening than the previous blow, spread from the place where the two people collided. The rain that had just landed in the air again poured back in all directions due to the aftermath of the collision between the two. Zaojian at this moment is still in midair. Step on the same hata waved by Uchiha Madara. The other foot was on Uchiha Madara's right arm, which was paralyzed from the block. Ha 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 ha, it's really exciting. I haven't encountered it in a long time, and the strength is as strong as your opponent. Advertisement. Seeing his own blow, Zaojian was also easily blocked by Zaojian. Uchiha Madara suddenly laughed boldly. Since the last battle with Hashirama, he hasn't experienced this passionate feeling for a long time. This kind of evenly matched battle, in his heart, is really longing for a long time. So at this time, even if he is no longer in his peak state. But meeting Zaojian still made Uchiha Madara feel happy. But, just when Uchiha Madara laughed loudly, an unexpected thing happened to him suddenly. I saw Same Hata, who was waving his right hand, suddenly puffed and spewed a big mouthful of blood. And Same Hata's body suddenly softened at this moment. Nanny muscle. Sudden changes made Uchiha Madara a little unclear. After squatting and pushing Zaojian away, he quickly jumped backward. It wasn't until the time to regain his footing that Uchiha Madara realized that Same Hata's vitality was rapidly weakening. Obviously, the collision with Zaojian just now, my muscles have suffered a lot of damage. It seems that I underestimated you before. Unexpectedly, your blow would actually kick Same Hata directly into a serious injury. After a glance, Same Hata spit on the ground, mixed with blood from many internal organs. Uchiha Madara's eyes also showed some fear for the first time. Since taking over Same Hata for this period of time, he also knows Same Hata very well. Its acta shell is far more rigid than ordinary steel. Knives, guns, and clubs hit it. Basically it can't cause the slightest harm. Unexpectedly, Zaojian's seemingly simple leg actually directly injured its internal organs. This trick is called armament haki. When you practice ultimate, you can make the attack penetrate the surface of the object and directly damage the inside of the object. Seeing Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with jealousy and perplexity. Thinking that he was bound to die today, Zaojian also patiently explained it to him. Advertisement. Armament haki. Directly inside the object, conduct a sabotage attack. It seems that you guy has developed an amazing technique. Looking at Zaojian's right fist raised, Uchiha Madara did not hesitate to express his appreciation. Although his naked eyes cannot see the armament haki that Zaojian said, but he could sense Zaojian's right fist, with a very special and powerful force. And Zaojian's previous kick of Same Hata obviously also used this power. Otherwise, a normal kick would definitely not kick Same Hata into such a serious injury. Then, I will be serious. After Uchiha Madara's words were finished, Zaojian twisted his neck and reminded aloud. He didn't need to make a sneak attack, and he didn't plan to use any tactics. Because Uchiha Madara at this time is in a weak period of old age, it is not in a state of heyday at all. Fighting him by himself already had a huge advantage. So Zaojian didn't bother, and went to play some extra methods. Defeat Uchiha Madara head-on and kill him directly. Come on, let me also see what you call armament haki. Hearing Zaojian's words, Uchiha Madara waved his right hand. The dumpling muscles in the hands were thrown far behind Black Zetsu. Then he was ready, waiting for Zaojian's attack. Zzz. An electric arc flashed out of Zaojian's body again. Once again, he disappeared directly into Uchiha Madara's sight. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly hit the back of Uchiha Madara's head. Fire-style Long Yensong technique. Uchiha Madara, who had been prepared for a long time, relied on his superb combat experience and instantly squatted to avoid Zaojian's kicking skills. The moment he turned around, he slapped his hands, and the 4 fire dragons also vomited behind him. Chapter 285 It is worthy of being honored as the strongest in the ninja world? 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. Zaojian, who kicked it empty, flickered and then moved a few meters away. Between his hands, a dazzling Thunder Dragon hovered out of his arm. In fact, Zaojian is completely okay, and it flashes directly out of Uchiha Madara's attack range. But he didn't want to do that. He wants to crush Uchiha Madara head-on, not to win by trick. Boom boom boom. Rumble. The speed of thunder and lightning is several times faster than the flame, more than that. Therefore, although Uchiha Madara released ninjutsu first, Zaojian's Thunder Dragon came first. The Thunder Dragon, which was swept by Zaojian before the 4 fire dragons had driven far away from Uchiha Madara, instantly detonated on the spot. Flames and electric arcs burst out in front of Uchiha Madara in an instant. Nanny, what a quick action. Just a second before the explosion hit him, Uchiha Madara kicked his legs and jumped back high. Then the explosion caused by the arc and flame immediately flooded his original location. It's done. Just when Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief, in front of him, an electric arc flickered suddenly. Zaojian, who appeared, once again slammed Uchiha Madara with a big windmill. And this foot is different from the one he blocked before. Because of this kick, Zaojian used high-grade armament haki. Both the power and destructive power are multiplying dozens of times the power. Even Uchiha Madara, if he insists on blocking this blow. So even if he didn't die, at least he would have to vomit blood and be seriously injured. Moreover, Uchiha Madara, who is in the air and can't fly, has nowhere to take advantage and dodge. Boom. Boom. Advertisement. Just when Zaojian thought he would succeed, in front of Uchiha Madara, a large cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared. But he was very heavy and he added armament haki's kick, but he felt like he was kicking on a hard object. After a weird muffled noise came out, Uchiha Madara hit the ground hard. However, Zaojian noticed that his attack seemed to have lost most of its power. Boom. There was a burst of dust and rubble. Uchiha Madara, who was kicked out of the air by Zaojian, directly smashed the ground out of a cave. The fight between the two was just a moment. Therefore, only Kakuzu, the cage-level powerhouse, and Black Zetsu can see clearly the crowd in the appearance battle. As for the rest of the Xiao organization people, they only saw the Fire Dragon and Thunder Dragon collide with each other, causing a violent explosion. They couldn't even see Uchiha Madara's movements. Not to mention, you can still see the teleporting Zaojian. The leader is worthy of being regarded as the strongest in the ninja world. The method and power of the attack are simply impeccable. It is estimated that his strength at this time has reached the height of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. Seeing the stranger who suppressed him several times just now, Zaojian was easily beaten by Zaojian. Kakuzu, who was with the Akatsuki group, couldn't help but mutter to himself with emotion. Ask yourself if you want to change him to the position of the stranger. He felt that he might have been kicked by Zaojian in the first move. Because although he could see Zaojian's move, but with his speed, he can't defend at all. After all, conscious understanding is one thing, and physical action is another. Pairs cannot be generalized. What Kakuzu didn't know, however, was that he classified Zaojian to the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But he didn't know that at this time, Zaojian kicked from the air, it was Uchiha Madara that he said in his heart. Of course, Uchiha Madara at this time is not in its heyday. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Otherwise, even if he can't fly, he can turn Susanoo away to block Zaojian's attack. Ahem. Is this armament haki? No wonder you can kick Same Hada seriously with one kick. The power is really extraordinary. The raindrops in the sky continued to fall. The aftermath of flames and lightning explosions has gradually dissipated. Uchiha Madara, who was kicked out of the air by Zaojian, lay down in the hole for a while, and also walked out of the hole he smashed out. At this moment, he was holding a huge fan in his hand. And Zaojian's attack just now was absorbed by the group fan, dissolving most of its power. Otherwise, with the old bones of Uchiha Madara, if Zaojian was forced to block the kick that Zaojian had just done, he might have already lost his soul. So that's it, Uchiha group fan. It seems that thing not only can absorb and rebound ninjutsu, but also has a certain degree of restraint on physical skills. After seeing the object in Uchiha's hand, Zaojian suddenly realized. This thing is in Hokage's original book, but it can easily resist Naruto's Tailed Beast Bomb and rebound the endurance of Tailed Beast Bomb. If it is this ninja, it is not surprising that it can block one's foot frontally. And it is said that because they don't know the details of this ninja, there are countless people who died under this ninja. Magnet-style electromagnetic force. Uchiha Madara glanced at it. Zaojian suddenly raised his hand, and the people in the mourning organization waved. The arc flickered in Zaojian's palms, and everyone in the Akatsuki organization hadn't reacted yet. The various iron ninja worlds on them suddenly flew towards Zaojian out of thin air. In the sound of ding, 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 ding. Dozens of kunao and shurikens quickly gathered into a ball after flying in front of Zaojian. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 286. Avoid the sharp Uchiha Madara for now. Nanny, what's the matter? Looking at the kunao and shuriken flying away suddenly from the ninja bag, the members of the Yizhong organization all looked at each other and were a little caught off guard. But although I don't know what is the specific situation, but I saw Zayajian beckoning here, thinking that it should be Zayajian's masterpiece, they didn't stop it either. Letting the ninjas of oneself and others quickly flew towards Zayajian, magnet style. Looking at the various ninjas flying here quickly, Uchiha Madara, who was under Zayajian, frowned. Judging from the performance of Zayajian just now, he originally thought that Zayajian was a lightning-style ninja. After all, his body flicker technique, 523 or released ninjutsu, are all thunder attribute changes. But what people didn't expect was that he was actually the owner of Magnet Style's blood succession boundary. This made Uchiha Madara feel slightly surprised and doubtful in his heart. After all, in the ninja world at this time, except for the missing third Kaze cage, no one should have Magnet Style. But at this time, Zayajian sucked the ninja in the air, and it was indeed a magnetic force. This made Uchiha Madara more and more curious about Zayajian's identity, because Zayajian never reported his home from beginning to end. Instead, he is claiming himself as the new leader of the Akatsuki organization. So this makes Uchiha Madara very curious. However, due to one's own identity, it is also a relationship that cannot be exposed. So he didn't want too much, and went to ask Zayajian for details. Lays Haijin? After dozens of kunao and shurikens gathered in front of him, Zayajian directly stretched out his hands and pressed them on top. At the same time, all the capabilities of Thunder Fruit were concentrated on both palms. The thick arc of the little finger sizzled in the hand. The heat generated by the electric current instantly melted the gathered endurance into a red-shaped molten iron. Then in Zayajian's hands, the moment he drew left and right. Advertisement. A handful of red three-pointed forks was born and formed in Zayajian's hands instantly. As for Zayajian, why didn't he change a sword, but chose to change it into a three-pronged one? Naturally, it was also because of the concealment of identity. After all, his kendo strength is also an unconventional existence in this ninja world. If it is used, it is still easy to be doubted. Therefore, when he was the leader of Akatsuki's organization, Zayajian decided not to use kendo. However, the so-called one-pass Belden. Therefore, although another weapon was changed, the strength was not affected much. Slash and other tricks, even if you change your weapon, you can still wave your hand. Electromagnetic force. Electrothermal? I see. It seems that your abilities are all based on lightning style. Looking up into Zayajian's hands, he was still kicking and braving the three-pointed cross. Think of the electromagnetic force that Zayajian said before making the move. Looking at it again, the ninja in Zayajian's hands suddenly melted into molten iron. So Uchiha Madara also suddenly realized. Electricity has long been popular for civilian use in the ninja world. It is not uncommon. A careerist like Uchiha Madara, who has been latent for a long time, also knows a little about all aspects. And Zayajian's abilities also reminded him of something. In his opinion, it is nothing more than Zayajian's use of lightning style to realize science. Since you have changed your weapons twice, then, I will use the weapon to accompany you to play with you. Ignoring Uchiha Madara's words, Zayajian waved his hand, letting the three cool down again. Then he attached armament haki directly to the three sections. After all, this weapon is only made of ordinary metal, and there is nothing special about it. If you want to fight it well, you have to rely on armament haki. Otherwise, it is just a piece of ordinary iron. Bring it on. Advertisement. Let me see, what else do you have? When Zayajian said that he wanted to play with him, Uchiha Madara frowned instinctively, because from Zayajian's tone, he felt as if he had been underestimated. However, thinking of his old and debilitated state at this time, he could not sustain a long battle. So Uchiha Madara ignored the disrespect in Zayajian's tone. Instead, holding the Uchiha group fan, just below Zayajian, directly assumed a posture. Flying slash. When Uchiha Madara's voice fell, Zayajian turned the three-pointed fork. Then he slammed directly down. A slash that was more than 30 meters long and 56 meters wide. In an instant, he roared straight down from the tip of the three-pronged gun. Moreover, the slash from top to bottom is magnificent, with a powerful force of directly splitting the earth. Uchiha Madara below Zayajian suddenly felt like a mountain, coming from the sky. The unbelievable expression also climbed onto his face. No, the range is too big to resist. However, Zayajian can directly wield it with an ordinary weapon. Such a slash, he can also easily do it. It's not like Same Hada, who can take the initiative to take the other party's chakra. This, how can he not be shocked? But that also depends on the area of the opponent's attack. However, that also had to be in his 3.0 heyday, after opening Sujuo. In the end, he chose the safest way. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although he is holding a Uchiha group fan, he can absorb and rebound various attacks. That is to avoid the edge. At this time, such a large-scale AoE can't be completely blocked. His shoulders were crushed by a few centimeters. Uchiha Madara, who was waiting for her, opened her eyes wide. Nanny, this, slash. All kinds of defense thoughts disappeared in Uchiha Madara's mind. Chapter 287 Then, of course I will fulfill your wish well. Rinse. After making up his mind to dodge, Uchiha Madara suddenly bent over and dived to the right. Just when he had just escaped from Zayajian's attack range, slashes from the sky followed. Then it hit the ground heavily. Rumble. Smoke and dust gushed out and rubble was splashed everywhere. The loud bang was deafening. A strong air current also spread from the center of the slash to all directions. The moment of slashing on the ground with a radius of thousands of meters all moved fiercely. The Akatsuki members who watched the battle from a distance also rose on their feet and almost fell to the ground. Everyone, except Uchiha Madara, was horrified by Zayajian's powerful strength. Unexpectedly, he just waved his weapon seemingly simple. It can actually be done, this kind of attack comparable to S-level ninjutsu. Even though they and Zayajian were companions, they still couldn't help but felt a tremor in their hearts. Because of Zayajian's strength, 02 is so strong that they can't imagine it. There is a flaw. Just when Uchiha Madara escaped the slash, and his heart lingered, a voice suddenly came from his side. Uchiha Madara turned her head hurriedly. I saw that the tips of the 3 guns gleaming with cold light had already pierced his front door. La! The pupil shrank sharply under the reflection of the gun tip. Uchiha Madara instantly opened 3 Tomo Sharingan. Only then hurriedly raised his head and escaped Zayajian's fatal blow. But even so, a long bloodstain was still drawn on his forehead. Because Zayajian's trident is not only attached to armament haki. Above the tip of the gun, there was still a 3-inch fluctuating cold light. That is one of the skills of his kendo master. It's just that he applied it to the trident. Advertisement. Boom. The cold light on the tip of the gun, after scratching Uchiha Madara. It broke away from the tip of the trident's spear, like a bullet, and instantly penetrated a huge boulder not far away. At this moment, Uchiha Madara leaned back, suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed Zayajian's trident. Then he raised his body with strength and quickly stood up again. Total annihilation. The stabbed Zayajian, when Uchiha Madara just got up, also vigorously grabbed the trident. Under the powerful power conferred by the whirlpool physique, the elderly Uchiha Madara was invincible and could only helplessly let go of his left hand. Zayajian quickly turned around and smashed the trident at him again in the manner of a horizontal windmill. Boom. There was a dull noise. Uchiha Madara, who had been prepared, was blocked by him by raising the Uchiha ball fan before Sanyuze hit him. And Zayajian's strenuous blow was also absorbed by the Uchiha group fan. So Uchiha Madara was only repelled 1 step back. Then he took Zayajian's trident and stabilized. Ha ha ha. The battle between life and death is really intoxicating. Come on, make me more happy. Ignore the blood that was constantly flowing down my forehead. Uchiha Madara looked directly at Zayajian with piercing eyes, and said with an excited laugh. Although just now, he almost died under Zayajian's trident. But Uchiha Madara didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he enjoyed this intense and exciting feeling. And this feeling made his warlike but lurking heart for many years burn again. Since you like the law between life and death, then, of course I will fulfill your wish well. Looking at Uchiha Madara with an excited and somewhat crazy face, Zayajian also smiled, once again grabbed the trident and attacked. Although Uchiha Madara at this time is very old and is no longer in peak state. Advertisement. But Zayajian also had to admit that, relying on his previous combat experience, and the role of the Uchiha group fan in his hand, his combat effectiveness is even better than Cage level. Of course, with his old body, he can't fight for a long time. Clang clang clang. Boom 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 boom. The 2 men fought in close quarters, and their weapons kept colliding together. The voice of Jin Taijiaoji surrounded the 2 of them and continued. Speaking of it, Zayajian's combat experience is not as rich as Uchiha Madara. So after the melee confrontation began, Zayajian was once pushed into the wind. However, with the blessing of super dynamic vision and the experience of the atomic samurai kendo master, Zayajian quickly leveled the disadvantages. With Uchiha Madara in the rain, they became equal in close combat. Time passes. In the battle between Zayajian and Uchiha, you attack and defend, and you block and dismantle. The situation changed from Zayajian's leveling out the disadvantages, to being equal, and then Zayajian gradually gaining the upper hand. The onlookers Xiao organized the crowd, and they all watched the battle between the 2 intently. But they are still the same as gang, because Zayajian and Uchiha Madara move too fast, so few people can see clearly. Ho 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 ho. What the hell is going on with this guy? Is it my illusion? Or is this guy's progress too fast? Uchiha Madara gasped for breath while dealing with Zayajian, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. When the 2 sides chose to fight in close combat, he was able to suppress Zayajian at first, and he played very easily. But as time passed by, he felt that the pressure was getting more and more serious. Even several times, he was almost injured by Zayajian. And he still had a feeling, as if Zayajian was using him to temper himself. While this made him frown and wonder, there was a slight feeling of sorrow in his heart. No, you can't stay in such a stalemate. You must break the game immediately and find the other party's flaws. Feeling that the situation is getting worse for him, Uchiha Madara suddenly stared at Sharingan and launched an illusion attack on Zayajian. Chapter 288 Uchiha Madara, who was backlashed by illusion. Ah! 3 bursts of air sounded one after another. The 3 Yahiko who came from behind Zayajian finally arrived outside Akatsuki's base. Ho 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 ho. Hatosuk, what is going on? Who is the guy who fought with the leader? After a glance, Uchiha Madara, who was fighting fiercely with Zayajian, Yahiko asked Hatosuk with some doubts. Nagato and Konan also looked over curiously. The 3 of them speeded up all the way, and they all kicked slightly at the moment. We don't know that guy either. But he is spying on our Akatsuki organization in secret. The behavior is very suspicious. Hearing Yahiko's question, Hatosuk turned around and replied. Then he briefly explained to the Yahiko 3 people what happened. Surveil our Akatsuki organization. After listening to what Hatosuk said, the 3 Yahiko frowned and looked at each other with some doubts. I have just returned from Rain Shinobi Village, and the relationship with Rain Shinobi Village has eased. Therefore, they don't know which force still has to spy on Akatsuki's organization in secret. So, this makes them feel very confused. Stop talking, watch them all. Your Excellency, you have gradually gained the upper hand at this moment. Hearing the conversation between Yahiko and others, Kakuzu quickly interrupted them. At this time, Zayajian in the field, waving the trident and opening and closing, has already forced Uchiha Madara into a disadvantage. The 2 sides also clashed, and it seems that the outcome will come out. After hearing Kakuzu's words, the Yahiko people also stopped talking and looked towards the court with bated breath. Clang clang clang. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement. Sure enough, I want to quickly improve my melee strength. There is still a well-matched opponent, so I can give myself a trick. Zayajian, who waved the trident slowly into the wind, while suppressing Uchiha Madara, murmured in his heart. Through this period of close combat with Uchiha Madara, Zayajian transformed some of his understanding and insights on kendo into spear skills. Later, when he became the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he used the trident as his weapon. In this way, not only can you avoid the exposure of your identity, and Zayajian himself likes the trident's fighting style. After saying the words in his heart, Zayajian's offensive became more fierce and his advantages expanded. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara has gradually fallen into a desperate situation at this moment. The confrontation between the 2 sides has also turned into less offense and more defense. No, I can't continue the stalemate. You must break the game immediately, find the opponent's weakness, and reverse the disadvantage. Feeling that the situation is getting worse for him, Uchiha Madara suddenly stared at Sharinan and launched an illusion attack on Zayajian. But the moment he and Zayajian looked at each other and launched an illusion attack, Uchiha Madara felt his head and suddenly fell into a trance. Then he was backlashed by his own illusion, and fell directly into the illusion. Bang! Puff! At the moment when Uchiha Madara's eyes were dull, Zayajian's trident swung over. With a whirring wind, it hit Uchiha Madara's chest directly. After a muffled noise came out, Uchiha Madara spouted a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Then he rolled a few times on the ground, and then slowly stopped. Even the Uchiha group fan, when Uchiha Madara flew upside down, dropped his hand and fell on the spot. Is that illusion just now? That guy launched an illusion technique at me, and was then backlashed. Looking at Uchiha Madara lying on the ground like a dead dog. Advertisement. Zayajian frowned, and put away the trident in a bit of amazement. Only then slowly, he walked towards Uchiha Madara. He was not in a hurry, taking advantage of Uchiha Madara's serious injury now, teleported over to kill him. Because today, he is bound to die no matter what. What Zayajian cares more about is, there seemed to be a force just now, wanting to invade my brain. Then he was directly blocked by his instinctive ability to operate the soul gem. If what is expected is not bad, the power just now should be the illusion that Uchiha Madara is launching. Cough 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 cough. How is this possible? The boulder was unharmed, but his hands were numb by the shock. But his illusion was bounced back. This is the first time Uchiha Madara has encountered it. My illusion was actually bounced back. It feels very uncomfortable. That feeling is like holding a wooden stick and hitting a hard boulder. Just now, what happened just now? Being hit by Zayajian in the chest caused him to break at least a few breastbones. This made him feel unusual tingling and strenuousness in his chest every time he breathed. Cough cough. The moment he just launched the illusion, he felt as if he had hit a copper wall and iron wall. The moment he was knocked into the air by Zayajian, he forcibly broke away from the illusion because of the severe pain. There was also an unbelievable look on his face. Uchiha Madara, who was struggling to get up from the ground, looked at Zayajian who came step by step, and his face looked a little pale. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Uchiha Madara, who was lying on the ground, just raised her head and vomited another mouthful of blood. The mental power hit the copper wall and iron wall, and it was directly bitten back to himself. Puff puff chapter 289. In that case, I will send you one last ride. Ho 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 ho. Zayajian picked up the ball fan that Uchiha Madara had fallen to the ground. After a wave, he threw it in the direction of the people of Akatsuki's organization. Although he does not intend to use this weapon, since it has been captured. So it's good for everyone in the Akatsuki organization to use it. After all, the function of this weapon can be said to be more practical than those weapons of the Ninja Sword 7. Throw the weapon to Xiao after organizing everyone. Zayajian walked slowly towards Uchiha Madara again. Illusion has no effect for me. If you want illusions to attack me sneakily, then you'd better save the time. Hearing Uchiha Madara's questioning words, Zayajian couldn't help but smile. After fusing the gems of the soul, if you just talk about the spiritual power, it can directly suppress the existence of 9 tails. How can Uchiha Madara's ordinary illusion affect oneself? Unless he launched infinite Tsukuyomi with Rinnegan, there might be a hint of confusing him. Of course, even the illusion cast by Rinnegan, the possibility of Zayajian's tricks falling into illusion is still very low at 527. After all, in terms of spiritual power, the spiritual gem is much stronger than Rinnegan. Is illusion ineffective for you? After hearing Zayajian's explanation, Uchiha Madara, who had already stood up, frowned, clutching his chest. Zayajian's words reminded him of his former close friend and opponent, Senju Hashirama. Because Hashirama didn't know the reason, he was also immune to his illusion. But the difference is that Hashirama can only be immune to magic spells. But Zayajian, who was like a copper wall and an iron wall, directly bounced back his illusion. The two are somewhat similar to a certain extent, but there are also big differences. What Uchiha Madara didn't know was, his illusion is not effective against Senju Hashirama, it is not actually Hashirama's special ability. Advertisement. But the illusions of Indra in the past are invalid to Ashura. If another person casts an illusion on Hashirama, Hashirama will be the same. It's just that his chakra is so huge that he can break free, out quickly. And Zayajian combines the spiritual power of the gemstone of the soul, and it is truly an illusion for everyone, which is as solid as the existence of golden soup. Okay, that's all for this question. Then next, without that weapon, how can you resist my attack? After reaching a distance of 20 meters in front of Uchiha, Zayajian also stopped. After Uchiha Madara, who was already old, was broken by his own sternum, his combat power dropped again by several %. So Zayajian is also a little curious about how the opponent is going to deal with his subsequent offense. Suck. I have to admit, the current me is really not your opponent. Then, use your strongest attack and let me see your strength. After hearing Zayajian's words, Uchiha Madara took a sharp breath. The slightly sunken chest was forcibly pushed up. Then he looked at Zayajian very seriously, and said solemnly, if he was at his peak, he would dare to be very arrogant and even despise Zayajian. But at this time, ordinary illusion cannot have any effect on Zayajian. In close combat, there is no Uchiha fan. With his old body, he couldn't beat Zayajian either. So Uchiha Madara also came to an end. And when Zayajian appeared just now, he dared to feel Zayajian's malice towards him. If he wanted to leave, he knew he could not leave. Instead of this, Uchiha Madara calmed down, ready to bet on the only remaining chakra, and Zayajian for the final fight. Good. In that case, then I will send you one last ride. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Zayajian glanced at him intently, and then nodded seriously. He naturally heard the meaning of Uchiha Madara's words. Advertisement. Yes. With a kick on his legs, Zayajian rushed into the sky in an instant. Zayajian floating in the air, the moment he lifted the trident. An electric arc instantly connects from the trident to the thick black cloud covering the sky. Immediately afterwards, the lightning factor within a radius of several kilometers was immediately mobilized by Zayajian. Thunder and lightning all over the sky are like silver snakes, gathering dark clouds over Zayajian from all directions. Above the entire sky, thunder, light, and roar constantly flashed, making this place seem to be in the end of the world. Some mice hidden deep underground, and various small animals, as if sensing the imminent natural disaster, they yelled one after another and got out of the ground. Rewind. So he could only, according to what Kakuzu and Nagato said, immediately took Akatsuki and others and fled away. P.S. Indra's pupil power is invalid for Ashura, the same is true for the reincarnated. This is not my nonsense, it is an official setting. Suddenly reminded by Kakuzu and Nagato, Yahiko also shouted and ordered. I don't know how Zayajian's big move came. It is inevitable that the people of Zyuxio's organization were affected and hurt. But watching the sky thunder snake roll in the dark clouds. Go back, get out of here. Although his strength is not as strong as the two of them, he also instinctively knew that it was Zayajian who was gaining momentum. The feeling that they would definitely die if they didn't escape at this moment was also heavy on their hearts. Both of them were a little out of breath. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Can't sense what will happen next. Kakuzu and Nagato both roared at the same time. At this moment, it is not only the animals who perceive the danger. Even the two of them cage level felt a palpitating and depressed feeling. Then on the water-stained ground, quickly ran into the distance. Chapter 290 No one can beat you? Ha 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 ha. I felt right before. The strength of your fellow is really very powerful. Among the enemies that have fought with me in the past, in terms of lightning-style ninjutsu, no one can beat you. Looking at the thunder and lightning in the sky, densely packed like thunder snakes, gathered in the sky over Zayajian, Uchiha Madara suddenly burst into excitement and laughed wildly. He could detect that in the thunderclouds in the sky, there was a very violent Yamato thunder and lightning. It even gave him a feeling that Zayajian's attack could only be evaded but not hardwired. But Uchiha Madara has no fear at all. He didn't mean to dodge. The whole person, on the contrary, became extremely excited. It was even interrupted by Zayajian just now several breastbones. In the state of excitement at this time, I didn't feel that pain anymore. Lightning style laying. The natural thunder and lightning with a radius of several kilometers, under my guidance, all gathered in the clouds above. After hearing Uchiha Madara's arrogant laugh, Zayajian glanced at him firmly. Then the trident in his hand also swung down at him suddenly. A thunderball with a diameter of nearly 200 meters. At the moment Zayajian waved his halberd, he broke through the vertical fall of the clouds. Just like an abyssal behemoth, it broke through the water in the reverse direction. Ha 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 ha, you really didn't let me down. If I can die under this trick, I will have no regrets. Fire style, the fire is lost. Looking at the thunderball that overlay smashed at him, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly and gave a big applause. Immediately afterwards, his hands quickly formed a seal. Advertisement. He took a sharp breath and swelled the chest that had been broken. Then the moment he opened his mouth, a fireball about 100 meters away also roared toward the falling thunderball to greet him. But the moment Uchiha Madara spit out a fireball, his originally dark hair turned gray in an instant. The body and skin, as if a balloon leaked air, instantly dried up. It's as if he suddenly grew old from his 50s to 60s to his 80s or 90s, or even more than 100 years old. Boom. The two attacks, one on top of the other, collided violently in midair. The huge explosion sound directly spread to several kilometers away. However, the volume of the fireball is almost half the size of the thunderball. At the moment of the collision, the fireball was instantly defeated by the thunderball. Then the moment the thunderball broke through the fireball, it slammed into Uchiha Madara, who was shaped like a dry manuscript. Rumble. There was a louder popping noise. The next moment the thunderball hit Uchiha. The ground is like a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. The whole land is constantly shaking. However, the thunderball did not explode when it hit the ground, but like a solid ball, it smashed directly through the ground. A bottomless sinkhole was pierced through the earth. As for Uchiha Madara, under this attack, he disappeared without a trace. And this was Uchiha Madara's original plan. If he can choose, he would rather die under a vigorous killer move. They are not willing to die because of old age like ordinary people. Boom. Careful. Advertisement. All lie on the ground. When the thunderball hits the ground. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. The aftermath of the shock immediately spread to the running Akatsuki members. Except for Nagato, who uses repulsion to float up, and Kakuzu, who uses ground to grip the ground firmly. Everyone else, including Yahiko and Konan, all of them fell directly to the ground because of the shaking of the earth. And Yahiko was also at this time, shouting loudly to remind everyone, lest anyone got up and fell down twice. What power is this now? The level of this ninjutsu has surpassed the S level, right? After the trembling of the earth gradually stopped, Kakuzu spoke in disbelief. I saw a huge hole in the place where the thunderball hit before. Although at this moment, the cave is filled with thick dust. However, based on Kakuzu's perception, he could not detect the depth of the hole. This made Kakuzu feel a bit shuddering deeply. If this kind of attack hits people, the decision will be unimaginable and will not survive. Is this the strength of the leader? The strongest title in the ninja world is really unfathomable. After Kakuzu's voice fell, Nagato couldn't help swallowing, and said uncontrollably. He floats above everyone, and is not affected by the impression of vibration, and his vision is much better than everyone. When Zayajian swung the thunderball just now, he also saw it clearly, so he can better understand the power of Zayajian's lightning style. It is no exaggeration to say that this lightning style ninjutsu looks like the power of God in Nagato's eyes. If he had been changed to the position of the stranger just now, Nagato felt that he would also be a mortal result. After all, at this time, Nagato's repulsive force is still unable to bounce off such a wide range of lightning style ninjutsu. Talent. Chapter 291 Improve the strength of the Akatsuki organization. After the smoke cleared, Zayajian also landed from a high altitude. As for the cautious fellow Black Zetsu, he had already escaped Tenten when Uchiha Madara started to fall into the wind. But he ran away. Zayajian didn't bother to pay attention to him now. There is no Uchiha Madara, and blackens Obito. In Zayajian's opinion, Black Zetsu at this moment is not very threatening. So to get rid of his future troubles, he is not in a hurry at this time. And that guy's latent ability is also quite good. It is not that simple to try to get him out. Master Chief. Master Chief 527. After Zayajian landed next to the Akatsuki group, the members of the Yuzongxiao organization immediately shouted in admiration. After all, this is the first time they have seen Zayajian's strength in a real sense. The inner excitement can be imagined. It seems that Akatsuki needs to change a base. There is a lot of noise here, and people may inevitably come to investigate the situation later. Seeing the excitement of the Akatsuki group, Zayajian waved his hand to suppress their emotions. He has really seen this expression of reverence, so he is not used to it. My lord, there is a cave about 50 miles to the south. There can also be temporarily used as a new base for our Akatsuki organization. When Zayajian said that he was going to change the base, Yahiko stood up immediately. In the final analysis, the aboriginal people of the country of Rain know much better. That's fine, then you can lead the way. Advertisement. After I get there, I can help you improve your own strength by following the method mentioned before. After Yahiko finished speaking, Zayajian also smiled and nodded. After solving Uchiha Madara, he is still in a good mood. Not only helped Kushina take revenge for drawing out 9 tails. After Akatsuki started to take action, there was less trouble. This is a happy event that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, Master Chief. Everyone come with me, let's go to the new base. When I saw Zayajian, I still remembered to help myself and others improve their strength. Yahiko looked excited at once, beckoned and shouted to the people of Akatsuki's organization. And the conversation between the two of them, except for Nagato and Konan, everyone else is not clear. Therefore, after hearing the conversation between the two of them, everyone felt a little puzzled. Lord Zayajian wants to help himself and others improve their actual strength. Is he planning to personally guide himself and wait for others? Half doubt and half excited. All the members of the Public Awareness Organization followed Yahiko and headed south quickly. Zayajian did not shiver when he came to the place Yahiko said. Immediately, he explained how he wanted to improve his strength for everyone. That is to use the power of spiritual gems to enhance their spiritual power for everyone. Of course, things like soul gems can't be set at will. Zayajian just used it, because he had a special ninjutsu, and simply frustrated everyone. And they did not doubt the truth of what Zayajian said. Only in Kakuzu's mind, there was a trace of doubt about the method Zayajian said. After all, 70 years have passed since he was born in the ninja world. But I have never heard of it, as Zayajian said, to help others improve their strength. Advertisement. But apart from him, everyone was very convinced of Zayajian. After all, Zayajian's strength is the #1 in the ninja world. And in their opinion, Zayajian has no need to deceive them. After talking about how to help everyone improve, Yahiko immediately volunteered to be the first to try. Zayajian asked him to sit down cross-legged, and then raised his hand on top of Yahiko's head. Then a burst of xenon hydrogen light followed Zayajian's arm and rushed to Yahiko's head. The power of the Jewel of the Soul is also washing Yahiko's soul and scouring his brain nerves at this moment. Although the strength is not what he had imagined before, it can skyrocket by a large amount. Even Kakuzu, who was still skeptical of Zayajian's method before, was shocked by the state of Yahiko at this moment. Then Yahiko looked excited and opened his eyes. The consumption of ninjutsu when performing ninjutsu in the future. At this moment, he felt that his whole person had a sense of clarity. But his control of spiritual energy has also reached the realm of a fish in water. This means that the method Zayajian said before is actually true and effective. When Yahiko used chakra just now, he could even feel that Yahiko's control over chakra was much better than him. Can't wait to queue up spontaneously. 3.0. After several minutes passed, Zayajian slowly retracted his arm after feeling that he was about to reach the limit of Yahiko. How can this not let them, but also want to try it? Although the amount of chakra has not changed quantitatively, it can be regarded as an alternative improvement. After all, in just a few minutes, you can improve the control of chakra by yourself and others. It can also be done, with the least cost of chakra, to achieve the most powerful effect. The remaining Akatsuki organized the people and saw the success of Yahiko. He can doubt Zayajian's words, but at this time, he can perceive Yahiko's state clearly.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.